Chapter 1. The Pan-Solar System Mech Combat Tournament. Ladies and gentlemen from the Solar System Alliance, the S10 Pan-Solar System Mech Combat Tournament has concluded splendidly. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the valiant warriors of the NUP Lunar Federation, who have secured the team championship with an astounding total score of 25,000 points. The runners-up are the brave fighters from the ROM Martian Federation, while the Earth Federation takes third place. The fourth position is claimed by the Titan and Starry Space City Autonomous Union, TAS. We are grateful for the thrilling battles they have provided us. This event, the most anticipated in the human realm, has reached its conclusion after more than a month of fierce competition. The NUP has defended its dominant position, further widening the gap. As of S10, NUP boasts 6 championships, while US and ROM each hold 2. In previous tournaments, the 3 major federations alternated victories, but NUP has recently demonstrated a trend towards unrivaled supremacy. The final night of the Solar System Mech Combat Tournament, also known as the Super Starlight, saw the organizers invite the immensely popular super idol, Arths, who captivated the audience with 5 enchanting performances, rendering S10 a classic edition of the tournament. Although Arths may not possess extensive knowledge of mechas, the organizers made earnest efforts, recognizing that a competition of such magnitude necessitated a celebrity of equal prominence. Ultimately, their sincerity won over Arths, culminating in this grand spectacle where the combination of beauty and heroism was truly exquisite. The tournament, spanning a duration of 1.5 months, attracted over 20 billion viewers across the solar system. The remarkable skill on display, coupled with Arth's timeless melodies, created an unprecedented atmosphere of grandeur. The anticipated clash between Earth and the Moon has transformed into the Moon's unassailable dominance, not merely clinching the championship, but also widening the gap. Surprisingly, ROM has overtaken US, leaving many astounded. The Martians have finally discovered their unique style in the realm of beast-armored mechs, showcasing their valor, particularly their indomitable spirit during critical moments. Despite external accolades, the Martians are far from satisfied. Their singular ambition remains to be the foremost among humanity. At this juncture, the highest peak in the solar system, Olympus Mons, situated on Mars, has commenced a new round of intensive training. From a certain perspective, the mech warfare competition also serves as a measure of comprehensive national strength. NUP has achieved a commanding lead in both economics and technology, rendering their role as the de facto leader of the Solar Alliance merely a matter of time. Over the past few decades, Mars has endured hardships and made significant strides, with TAS even showcasing its distinctive style in this competition. The giant Divine Soldier Series mechs, though seemingly cumbersome, possess formidable offensive capabilities. In contrast, the once dominant US, aspiring for victory, can only be described as lackluster. The stage begets heroes. This tournament has recognized the top 10 ace pilots, top 10 ace mechs, and top 10 military academies of the solar system. Notably, 7 of the top pilots hail from the Moon, earning the title of the new Big Dipper. NUP's Alex Star Radiance Mech Warfare Academy has been crowned the premier military academy of the year, receiving the prestigious God of War trophy, a symbol of the highest honored. S10 is a grand celebration for the Moon people, as they have clinched their 2nd consecutive championship, once again seizing the opportunity to vie for a 3rd title. Meanwhile, in a dormitory in the largest city in Asia, Tianjin, on Earth. Goodness, Xiaopeng, your eyes are about to pop out. I truly don't understand you. What's the point of something you can neither see nor touch? Marlin, dressed in a stylish white shirt and light denim jeans, couldn't help but express his disdain. He particularly struggled to comprehend this kind of satisfaction derived solely from the mind. Marlin, you just don't get it. Arts is my goddess, is what Xiaopeng exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the screen, unwilling to even blink. He was a devoted fan of Arths and a diligent member of the Tianjin fan club. Arths was not only his idol, but also his source of spiritual support. Xiaopeng was the kindest in the dormitory, tirelessly working throughout the year, yet if anyone dared to speak ill of Arths, he would not hesitate to sever ties with them. You know, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. You should be more grounded, Marlin retorted, curling his lip. Arths was like a drug. One should not gaze upon her too long, for the allure was addictive, even for someone as seasoned as Marlin. The boy on the far left was watching the award ceremony while lifting dumbbells, his physique solidly muscular. He was the top student in the dormitory, known as Musashi, nicknamed the Crusher. This was not a reference to a mere playboy, but a true force to be reckoned with. It must be acknowledged that the competitors from NUP possess advantages in their understanding of mechs, physical prowess, and combat techniques. Musashi gazed at the Tianchuan live broadcast with a sense of envy. How? You were indeed correct in your predictions. However, I have always believed that lightweight mechs exhibit certain flaws. This recent defeat was partly due to underestimating our opponents. This year will be different. Before the competition commenced, the other three believed that Earth stood a chance, yet the outcome was a dismal defeat. Had it not been for Titan's overall lack of strength, Earth might have found itself at the bottom. The most suitable option is often the best, Marlin shrugged. The Avante from the moon possesses the highest completion rate of natural genetic selection, granting them an inherent advantage. The latest models of mech present a steep learning curve and demand considerable physical capability, yet they also showcase remarkable potential and diverse performance. The moon's inhabitants are resolutely pursuing a high-end path, leaving others far behind. When do we eat? Li Hao inquired, patting his stomach. It's not mealtime yet. Today it's on me, brothers. Tomorrow we have the orientation. I expect all of you to lend a hand. United, we can achieve great things. Marlin, the president of the photography club, aspires to capture the essence of youth and beauty. Dormitory 4396 has gained a modicum of fame at the Tianjin Military Academy A class, which is a hub for elite talent as the top military academy in the Asia-Pacific region. Among the 87th cohort are Li Hao, Zhou Xiaodang, Musashi, and Marlin, with Musashi being specially recruited into the mech department. The Wujiao family is well known not only in Tianjin but throughout the Asia-Pacific, hailing from a lineage of martial arts with a solid foundation. Last year, he represented the new students of the mech department in a speech. Ma Long, a young man with a penchant for the fairer sex, hails from Longgang City and has been specially recruited into the Star Wars department. He rose to fame at the freshman gala with a captivating performance, swiftly winning the heart of Senior Shengman, the president of the dance club, and a stunning beauty from the journalism department. From that moment on, the two became inseparable, a pair of celestial lovers, delighting in their romance and leaving their dormitory companions in a state of exasperation. Li Hao and Zhou Xiaodang are childhood friends, both native to Tianjin. Zhou Xiaodang possesses a pleasantly plump figure, with a round and endearing face that radiates innocence. His combat style is notably unbalanced. He struggles in close-quarters combat, yet exhibits remarkable talent in marksmanship, particularly in sniping. It is said that during his admission, there was considerable debate among the faculty regarding his acceptance. Li Hao, the eldest in Dormitory 4396, initially applied to the journalism department of Tianjin's Military and Weaponry Academy, but found himself unexpectedly reassigned to the mecha department. This decision caused some discontent among the younger students, particularly with Musashi and Ma Long, who were staunchly against any semblance of favoritism. In Ma Long's words, while it is acceptable to have connections, one should possess some genuine ability as well. At first, Li Hao faced various forms of scrutiny, yet he remained unperturbed. Upon learning from Zhou Xiaodang that Li Hao was an orphan without any connections, he found himself empathizing and soon forged a strong bond with him, becoming comrades in arms. Brother Hao, little fatty, you both need to be cautious this semester. Are you aware that we have a new principal? The Federation is undergoing significant reforms, and Major General Long Danny is not someone to be trifled with. You two truly need to put in the effort. Brother Hao, it's time to abandon the virtual mode for your EMP training. That method, while enjoyable, is ultimately ineffective, Ma Long advised. The EMP system, developed by the research headquarters of the Solar System Alliance, encompasses the 4 major alliances' mech types and is subject to timely updates. It operates in 2 distinct modes, the virtual mode and the real mode. The virtual mode serves as an experiential platform, accessible to the general populace, allowing anyone to revel in the joys of mechs. This accessibility significantly contributes to the immense popularity of the mech warfare tournament. Participants from military academies or amateur competitors with a score exceeding 500 and who have passed physical assessments are eligible for the real mode. This mode provides an experience that simulates 70 of the impact and physical strain associated with actual mech collisions, necessitating a degree of professionalism. Initially, due to financial constraints, the Alliance opted to launch the virtual mode, hoping to raise funds with minimal promotion. However, its popularity surged uncontrollably. Eventually, even the Alliance found it difficult to relinquish such a substantial revenue stream. Consequently, it has evolved into a predominant form of entertainment. Remarkably, within the virtual mode, women account for nearly 40% of participants, a striking statistic. The scoring rules for the EMP system stipulate that victories in the virtual mode yield relatively low scores, primarily for entertainment purposes thus. Even top-tier experts achieve no more than 400 to 500 points. Conversely, high scores can only be attained for the real mode. For instance, the eligibility criteria for the upcoming Pan-Solar System tournament requires participants in the Asia region to possess an EMP score exceeding 1200 or to have achieved a grade rating in a specific skill in Dormitory 4396. The highest achiever is Musashi, with an impressive final score of 1296. He has not made any extraordinary efforts to boost his score this year and is confident in surpassing 2000, emerging as a formidable presence. Following him is Malong, with a score of 1020, a commendable achievement considering his major in starship engineering. His prowess is quite remarkable, exemplifying a typical balance between studies and social pursuits, enriched by his hobbies in photography and drama. Rest assured, I shall rely less on virtual modes in the future. I cannot abandon you without me. You would surely perish, Li Hao remarked with a smile. Brother Hao, feel free to call upon us whenever necessary. Do not hesitate, Malong declared, patting his chest, exuding confidence despite not majoring in mecha combat. Musashi merely cast a glance at Li Hao, choosing to remain silent. That evening, Malong went on a date with a young lady, aptly dubbed the Last Supper, as his primary goal for the new year is to pursue his junior. So Xiaodang, as the leader of the fan club, is exceedingly busy. Recently, Art's performance at the mecha combat competition has elevated her status, much to the delight of her devoted fans. They are brimming with excitement, with a plethora of tasks awaiting their attention. The trending topics in Tianxuan news frequently feature Arts, and despite her seemingly gentle demeanor in everyday life, she transforms into an unstoppable force when in fan mode. Li Hao and Musashi ventured to the EMP building, a towering edifice of 18 stories, aglow with lights. This structure stands as one of the iconic landmarks of Tianjin mecha combat, attracting numerous enthusiasts for training, including those who relish the thrill of dominating the weak. This is what one might call an enjoyable blend of training and entertainment. Brother Hao, although Ma Long tends to exaggerate, this time he truly does not exaggerate. The defeat in the competition has incited outrage among the higher-ups, especially since several EMP records have been claimed by the lunar competitors. Our esteemed principal has only 3 years until retirement, yet he has chosen to leave immediately. Almost all military academies have been replaced by a younger generation, and the mech systems and starship departments cannot coexist. If you need to train against an opponent, I'm always available, Musashi stated. In the dormitory, Musashi spoke little but was highly dedicated to his training. If it weren't for his insufficient credentials, he could have participated in last year's competition based on his skill level. However, considering the standards of the competition, he still had some way to go. With another year of honing his abilities, he genuinely had the potential to achieve noteworthy results. Li Hao patted Musashi on the shoulder. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. Li Hao rubbed his nose. Musashi was straightforward and did not mince words. All right, I swear, I truly do not need the virtual mode. I will study diligently every day. In truth, well, how should one put it? He genuinely did not rely on the virtual mode, yet he had also utilized it. Musashi selected a training room and entered. Li Hao chuckled softly when suddenly the communication device chimed. He glanced at it, his expression shifting momentarily before returning to normal. An anonymous email had appeared in the communication inbox. Chapter 2. Puppet Li Hao did not hasten to open the door. Instead, he entered the control room and settled into the cockpit as the automatic door sealed shut. The message read, Lean task number 127, 6 months, EMP 3000 points. Anyone else would have dismissed such spam without a second thought, attributing it to either madness or a forgetful mind. Li Hao, however, appeared unfazed, seemingly more intrigued by the email itself. Yet, when he attempted to retrieve it, As had happened before, the messages within the celestial network vanished, not deleted, but utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Li Hao remained oblivious to the identity of this entity, whether human, ghostly, or some surreal existence, only aware that its codename was Bleem. The first encounter occurred on the evening of his 5th birthday when an unknown force infiltrated his dreams, transporting him into an indescribable realm and subjecting him to various bewildering training regimens. On one grave occasion, he succumbed to a month-long slumber, teetering on the brink of death in a hospital where no diagnosis could be rendered. The orphanage was even notified to prepare for his demise. However, upon awakening, Li Hao emerged inexplicably healed and in robust health, save for a scar shaped like a ring encircling his heart. Had it not been for the intervention of the director, the hospital would have eagerly pursued further study. It was not until he turned 12 that the director gifted him a celestial communicator, and with it, the arrival of another email, the Bleem task. The nature of this task was peculiar, ranging from the mundane search for a lost pet to the gravely serious undertaking of assassination. Anything was on the table, though the targets appeared to him as individuals whose demise would hardly be lamented. In summary, he coexisted amicably with Bleem. However, Li Hao sought to test the waters. On one occasion, he deliberately failed to complete a task, leading to a cardiac arrest. Upon regaining consciousness, he received an email. For the first time, he gleaned information from the other party. Complete task 200, and you shall obtain the answer. Should you fail again, you will be destroyed. Destroyed. Who does he look down upon? Although it was somewhat perilous, as Li Hao's powers grew, he repeatedly probed the boundaries of failure, ultimately acquiring valuable insights. Consequently, the urgency of the Bleem tasks diminished. Task 126 was assigned a year ago, which allowed him to gain admission into Tianjing. In truth, life before entering the Tianjing mecha was far more exhilarating and enriching. This past year had surprisingly been the most leisurely of his life. The EMP system displayed Li Hao's record box, ID, puppet total score, 853 win rate, 100 matches played, 4,900 adjacent to the ID was a fully colored pentagram, denoting survival. Output, team battles, individual combat, and mecha pool. Initially, Li Hao merely sought to indulge himself, yet he found himself unable to stop. However, before Bleem assigned him tasks, he had to manage his score discreetly, avoiding undue attention. In the past, his ostentatious behavior had led to significant mishaps, nearly jeopardizing a major task, one that was equivalent to 10 others. Controlling one's score is an art in itself, and surprisingly, he discovered a bug. This bug pertained to the virtual mode, regardless of whether it was a one-on-one duel or a multiplayer battle. If even one participant selected virtual mode, the entire arena's scores would be calculated based on that mode. Thus, nearly all of Li Hao's battles were conducted in virtual mode, while he himself utilized the authentic mode. Thus, Li Hao remarked that he was employing neither a virtual mode nor a virtual mode. His score was precisely adequate, a modest number exceeding 800, unremarkable yet satisfactory. Li Hao opted for battle mode and entered the arena, joining a random team. Soon, an adversary emerged, their personal information concealed, identified only as Eternal Starlight. Li Hao was indifferent to his opponent as both entered the countdown for mech selection. He chose randomly. Puppet vs. Eternal Starlight Kailong Battle Mech 3. Use, configuration, medium fighter. 80 tons, nuclear fission drive, standard laser gun, titanium blades Silver Knight V. NUP, configuration, light fighter, 65 tons, nuclear fission drive, silver laser gun. Lasers soared. The two combatants entered the arena, their mechs facing each other as the countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1, battle begins. The Silver Knight initiated the assault. Its movements remarkably agile, indicating that the pilot was unfazed by such a load, exhibiting both speed and surplus energy. The distance between them rapidly diminished to 20 meters. Whereupon the Silver Knight surged forward, its shoulders oscillating, not in instability, but rather as a tactic to confuse its opponent's perception. It was evident that this adversary was exceedingly cautious. As the distance shrank to 10 meters, the Kailong battle mech remained motionless, while the Silver Knight soared into the air, unleashing its laser sword with full force and a slash from above. The pilot of the silver battle machine exhibited no mercy, as the speed of the laser sword's assault was unparalleled. At that moment, the armored dragon battle machine let out a deep roar. The mech quivered and suddenly lunged forward. Just a half step, the left arm braced against the opponent's laser sword in close proximity, the body slipped in, and the right arm delivered a powerful elbow strike at a 45-degree angle. Boom. The silver battle machine violently recoiled, despite the pilot's utmost efforts to maintain control. The mech crashed heavily to the ground. The engine roared to life as it prepared to distance itself from the opponent, but in the next instant, a figure swept past. Boom. An explosion. The puppet, third-generation armor dragon battle machine, emerged victorious. The match concluded, and Li Hao felt somewhat dissatisfied. Logically, the skill level in realistic mode should be superior, yet the opponent was surprisingly lackluster. Perhaps it was due to his own low score, barely over 800. Things would improve in due time. Li Hao casually kicked the opponent before initiating a new match. Meanwhile, far away at the Celestial Academy on the Moonboom. How dare you kick me? Can't you handle the game? Feynman furiously pounded on the door, realizing he had underestimated his opponent, who had played a cunning trick. Ha. Ha, ha. Feynman, are you joking with me? There are only so many skilled players, and even if I haven't encountered them, I've heard of them. The puppet, by all appearances, is just a novice. Damn. Ha, ha, ha. I was defeated by a rookie, and they didn't even use a weapon. Alzi, tall and with alluring, wavy flaxen hair, laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face, completely disregarding her image as she sat on the ground. Alzi, that doesn't count. I demand a rematch. Feynman, uninterested in the elation of the small victor, quickly sent an invitation. Puppet, do you dare to face me again? I was careless just now. This time, I'll let you fight with one hand. System prompt. The other party has set a mute, and your message cannot be delivered. Feynman, in a fit of frustration, pounded his thigh, unaware that Arths had already taken his place beside him. Witnessing this scene, Arths erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh dear. Our illustrious Feynman of the Celestial Mecha Warriors has met with a mishap. TSK, what did the captain say? Do not let victory cloud your judgment. It seems you've had quite the delightful holiday. Feynman, Arths, what is so amusing? Share the joy with me." A crisp and resolute voice resonated. The grounded Arths immediately stood up, and Feynman promptly exited the cockpit. Captain, both stood at attention, saluting. Their gazes filled with admiration and a hint of concealed affection for the poised and spirited girl before them. Tita Vantis, captain of the Celestial Mecha Warriors. Hailed from the A-Class Academy of NUP, one of the top 10 military academies in the solar system. During the recent interstellar competition, a member of the Celestial Mecha Warriors had earned the prestigious title of Ace Mecha Pilot. Despite the apparent triumph of NUP, each battle had been fraught with challenges, with moments where defeat loomed perilously close. However, under their captain's steadfast leadership, the team persevered, culminating in their present glory. Straighten your attire. We have guests, Tita Ventus commanded. Her esteemed reputation within the Celestial Mecha Warriors was unmatched, as she embodied beauty, intelligence, and strength, akin to a star. In that moment, the goddess displayed a tender smile, leaving the two young men momentarily entranced, their minds adrift. Arths, come forth. Though these two may be a bit dim-witted, their abilities are commendable. A figure clad in athletic attire slipped through the doorway, wearing oversized sunglasses and keeping their head lowered. Upon raising their gaze, both Feynman and Arths were left utterly astonished, nearly leaping from their seats. Tita, standing nearby, let out a disapproving huff, prompting the two to cover their mouths, yet they still rushed forward. Arths, I have been your devoted fan for a decade. May I please have your autograph? Get lost, Arths retorted, having only debuted 7 years, 3 months, and 18 days prior. Your Highness Arths, I am Als, the sniper of the Tianjin Mech Combat Team. It is an honor to meet you. Hey, Captain, why did you kick me? Arths, with a porcelain-like visage, beamed a sweet smile. Sister, you mustn't treat my fans so roughly. Feynman and Als felt their hearts nearly melt. Even through the sound of the Tianquan, her voice was enchanting, and to hear it in person was utterly intoxicating. Sister? If the relationship is amicable, shouldn't it be elder sister? Could there be a blood relation? The resemblance between the two was indeed striking. Wow, what a lineage. This is incredible. The captain has concealed this too well. Arths is my cousin. You two need only to be aware of this. Should a third party discover it, consider the consequences seriously. She wishes to witness your combat prowess. Tita explained, understanding that she could no longer keep it a secret, as these two were far too inquisitive. Instantaneously, both men ignited with enthusiasm. I shall demonstrate. As graceful as the wind, delivering a decisive blow. I, Als, the sharpshooter of the Tianjin Mech Combat Team, stand ready to serve you. What is so impressive about long-range shots? Watch me. A true man must engage with genuine steel. Arths, I am the vanguard. Allow me to showcase my skills. Feynman would not shrink back in the presence of his idol. When the opportunity arose, he could not let it slip away. Just a handshake and an autograph would certainly provide material for a year's worth of boasting. Come on, 5 seconds man, who was just swiftly defeated by a novice. Enough. That was merely a fluke. I was careless. Feynman, replay the previous match, Tita coldly commanded, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Feynman and Als immediately snapped to attention. Despite being a girl, the word gentle was utterly foreign to their captain, whose seriousness and strictness regarding training were beyond imagination. Losing? Carelessness? Such things were intolerable. Though reluctant, Feynman pulled up the footage of his recent match, while Arthas curiously observed the authentic lives of the mobile suit pilots. However, the next scene took everyone by surprise. In the blink of an eye, the Silver Knight was vanquished. Captain, I admit my carelessness. The opponent lacked honor. Fleeing after the fight, if given another chance. Yes, Captain. With such an attitude, should you face them again, your defeat would be even more devastating, Tita remarked. Yous may have lost, but it was primarily due to their arrogance. The upcoming challenge would be the true test, and a three-peat championship would be etched in history. Feynman and Als exchanged bewildered glances. In terms of performance, the third generation of the Armored Dragon was inferior to the fifth generation of the Silver Knight, being 3 times slower. When you struck, the opponent remained still. However, with a tenfold magnification of vision, you could see the slightest movement of his head. He refrained from attacking because he believed he could completely discern your actions, Tita explained. The Silver Knight launched an attack, and the Armored Dragon advanced a half step. The ability to execute such a sudden and forceful advance falls within the realm of strong control, Arth suddenly remarked, implying that the opponent was certainly no novice. The subsequent moment was crucial, with a powerful advance and a perfectly timed positioning. The left arm of the Armored Dragon fighter obstructed the laser sword's approach, indicating that the majority of Feynman's attack had lost its point of impact. The ensuing strike toppled the Silver Fighter. As toppling a mech necessitates mastery over both force and angle, Feynman's response was swift. He sought to maintain balance through strong control and then to create distance by employing kinetic propulsion, a textbook maneuver in crisis situations. However, it appeared that he was entirely within the opponent's anticipatory grasp. The distance he managed to create merely exposed his vulnerabilities, as his adversary's preemptive movement was executed with a slight edge. Just as he delivered a kick, in slow motion, the mech found itself in a state of weightlessness, effectively presenting its head to the opponent. The head of the Silver Knight was severed in one swift motion, even in a low-tier match. Such an execution bore an insulting disparity. The entire sequence of actions was ruthless and decisive, flowing seamlessly from anticipation to execution, akin to a demonstration of dominance over the Silver Knight. Both Feynman and Arth ceased their banter, cold sweat breaking upon their brows, aware that they were in the presence of a true master. In that instant, they recognized the gravity of the situation, though Feynman remained fueled by fury. This attack was akin to dribbling the ball through an opponent's legs, transcending near victory or defeat. Arth grasped certain aspects but remained perplexed at the core of the matter. Casting a confused glance at Tita, who, in her affection for her cousin, couldn't help but adore Arth's. The defensive prowess of the Silver Knight is commendable. Feynman stands as the vanguard, exhibiting remarkable resilience and fortitude. Even in moments of carelessness, he is unlikely to be entirely unbalanced by a mere elbow strike from an adversary. His response is indeed appropriate. Under ordinary circumstances, it is inconceivable to dislodge a mech's head with a single kick. However, in the recent scenario, the mech had completely lost its equilibrium, and Feynman wisely opted to disengage. The mech itself was in a state of chaos. Look, Tita rewinds to showcase that very kick. Feynman clenches his jaw tightly, acknowledging, Captain, it is indeed my fault, and I am prepared to accept the consequences. Tita nods. As captain, one must act decisively, instructing him to face the punishment, 5 times the gravity for 10 kilometers. Als, investigate this individual. Beside him, Al shrugs helplessly. Captain, I have already conducted a search. He has concealed his personal information, revealing only an ID. Puppet. I have not encountered anyone by that name in the past 2 years, and it seems deliberate that he expelled Feynman immediately after the match. In the EMP, both real names and IDs are utilized, although many choose to hide their information. Yet, once one achieves a certain rank, it is implausible to remain unknown. Traces will inevitably surface. Moreover, if youth is devoid of fervor, what essence does being young hold? Top-tier experts are generally proficient in various mechas, possessing at least a fundamental understanding of their performance. Even if they do not personally wield them, they may encounter them in the future. Each expert typically excels in a few specific types. Mastery of operation transcends mere accuracy in range and swift attacks. It necessitates a harmonious coordination between the pilot and the mecha, achieving a certain level of synergy. Those who can adeptly maneuver the armored dragon are likely to be users from use, and they are not numerous. Yes, Captain, but it seems rather peculiar. Captain, he has not prohibited spectators. Als appeared somewhat bewildered. The other three individuals present exchanged perplexed glances. Concealing personal information while permitting observation. What an intriguing maneuver. Open it up. Let it be revealed. Readers, please extend a little attention to this seasoned yet fresh narrative. Chapter 3. The heart-wrenching brother Li Hao had already forgotten the earlier matter. He was reflecting on himself. He should have aimed for a higher score. What were these results? At this moment, Li Hao had completed several matches. How should one express it? Perhaps it was the after-effects of the competition. His opponents were brimming with enthusiasm. Yet, he could not discern whether they underestimated him or simply lacked any sense of vigilance, rendering his victories devoid of joy. Puppet, Armored Dragon 3, Use, versus Karis Thunder Academy, Tyrant Heavy Armor 2. TAS, Tyrant Heavy Armor 2 Configuration, Heavy Combat Aircraft, 150 tons. Dual-engine nuclear fission overclocked razor cannon, retractable titanium blade, titanium claws. The clash between the armored dragon and the tyrant felt somewhat sluggish. Such heavy mechas are exceedingly vexatious in arena mode. Als could not help but exclaim, with its formidable firepower and robust defense. Particularly the retractable titanium blade that proves effective in close combat. Its cumbersome flaws are effectively masked in the arena mode. I have a recollection of this Karis, who also participated in this grand competition. However, the Titan Academy failed to advance to the knockout stage. Their characteristics are still quite distinct. If it were me, I would focus on agility. Come on, although the tyrant may be somewhat unwieldy, a single strike from the retractable titanium blade can cleave the armored dragon in two. When facing such opponents, one must either snipe or employ light mesh for a flanking maneuver, as the arena presents its own challenges. Al smirked. Tita, disinterested in the two, seemed indifferent, while Art's presence evidently provoked the male's desire to perform. As the battle commenced, the armored dragon fighter rocketed forth, hurtling at high speed towards the heavily armed tyrant. Karis on the opposing side grinned widely, proclaiming, "My tyrant is the father of all in the arena. Let the feast begin." The hyper-frequency laser cannon blazed brilliantly, unleashing its full firepower. With the introduction of new mech designs, there are always countermeasures. After enduring the hardships of Titan Star, everyone has adapted their new mech designs accordingly. Yet the likes of the armored dragon, being a relic, merely serve as easy targets. On the battlefield, the advancing armored dragon fighter suddenly executed a leftward lateral maneuver to evade an attack, exhibiting almost no pause, followed by a rightward spiraling thrust. The engines roared in midair as it spiraled forward, simultaneously avoiding the assault while closing the distance to less than 10 meters. Karis was not to be underestimated. Whether at a distance or up close, the mid-range was disadvantageous for the Tyrone fighter. Resolutely abandoning long-range attacks, the Tyrone fighter surged forward like a primordial beast, roaring as it lunged towards the armored dragon fighter, akin to a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Simultaneously, its arms unleashed razor-sharp titanium blades, which, should they make contact, would be impossible for the armored dragon to withstand given its weight. Particularly, after a series of strong control maneuvers, the armored dragon's actions had become predictable. Victory, Feynman remarked contentedly, noting that the enemy's adversary was indeed a comrade. However, the members of Tianxing felt no sense of usefulness in this. They were confronting a formidable Tyrone heavy unit weighing 150 tons. To topple it? Was that not mere fantasy? Who was unaware that the Divine Soldier series mechs possessed the most stable center of gravity? Yet, contrary to expectations, the armored dragon did not explode upon impact. Instead, as the opponent pushed off, the entire mech was lifted into the air, finding itself directly behind the Tyrone fighter. As it descended, the titanium blade was unleashed. With a series of swift strikes, the armored dragon landed, while the Tyrone fighter staggered forward a few steps like a drunken man, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Puppet victory. Karis of Tyrone was incensed. What was happening? He had yet to unleash his full potential. Just preparing for a rematch when he found himself unceremoniously kicked aside. Indeed, the moment the battle concluded, it felt as though the system's prompt had merely been a pretext to eliminate the opponent. How impatient could one be? The four members of Tianxing fell silent. And after a moment, Arths could not help but inquire, "Sister, was that a jump blade?" Tita nodded, acknowledging the remarkable precision of the jump blade. When did you acquire such a close combat specialist? Beside him, Alzi couldn't help but lick his lips. I sensed a hint of disdain towards his opponent. Perhaps I had misinterpreted the situation. This individual was not merely targeting Feynman, but rather looked down upon him entirely. On the other hand, Feynman seemed to have grasped the implication as well, perceiving the other's actions as a potential insult to his dignity. However, it now appeared that such suspicion could be dismissed. At this moment, within the EMP building of Tianjin, the ever-enthusiastic Li Hao had already been called away by Musashi. "Shall we grab a late-night snack?" Musashi inquired. "Brother Hao, effective training holds more significance than sheer quantity. It is crucial not to overexert ourselves each time. Reflection is essential. Let us first practice in the gravity chamber." Musashi, although not one to assume the role of a mentor, had received word that Principal Long was a formidable figure. "Isn't it about the late-night snack?" Li Hao was taken aback. "Training comes first. Accompany me." Without waiting for Li Hao's consent, Musashi dragged him along. The equipment training center in Tianjin remained brightly illuminated. Yet the number of individuals present was far fewer than in the EMP building. While engaging in battle was exhilarating, the rigors of physical training were undeniably tedious. Nonetheless, the small group present seemed intent on showcasing their physiques in one corner. This scenario could only be attributed to the presence of a curvaceous beauty. "Ah, isn't that our class monitor?" Li Hao glanced over, recognizing Zhou Nei. Zhou Nei, the monitor of Class 16, represented the elite of their cohort in many respects. Her capabilities in various domains were indisputable, and although she had not participated in the recently concluded mecha competition, she had attended as a key figure in the school's focus on development. Undoubtedly, her striking appearance also contributed to her popularity, with those familiar with her in class affectionately referring to her as Sister E. Zhou Nei was rather vexed by the peculiar postures exhibited by those around her during exercise. The boys, in particular, seemed to believe that such antics would captivate the attention of the girls. However, given that this was a public facility, she had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Typically, she preferred to arrive either early or later when fewer people were present. But today she was waiting for someone. Setting down the equipment, she wiped the sweat from her brow, casually draping her towel over her shoulder, and made her way towards Li Hao and Musashi. Li Hao shrugged, suggesting, "Let us head over there." Yet Musashi remained stationary, pointing at Zhou Nei. "Li Hao, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." "Class monitor, what guidance do you have for me?" Zhou Nei regarded Li Hao with a gaze imbued with complexity. She was genuinely perplexed about how he had managed to enter Class 16. All the special recruits from their cohort were in Class 16. Yet here was a student who applied for the journalism department, but was inexplicably assigned to the most prestigious class of the mecha department. This circumstance was, to say the least, peculiar. Initially, Zhou Nei harbored a glimmer of hope, but after a full academic year, it became evident that he frequently skipped classes and, when present, was often asleep. Strangely, no one at the school seemed to take notice. Was he a privileged individual? Yet, he was an orphan. And she had heard whispers of him working part-time delivering pizzas for a place called Colorful Pizza. Zhou Nei could only speculate positively. Perhaps his family had some past contributions. "Li Hao, since we are in the same class, we are a team. You must have heard Musashi, so I shall be direct. Last year, you ranked at the very bottom of our class." "Ah, was he the bottom student Zhou Xiaodang?" Li Hao asked, astonished. Zhou Nei gazed at Li Hao with a sense of irredeemable despair. Li Hao's prowess in specialized shooting was of the highest caliber. His academic assessment reflective of the EMP standards, incorporating both year-end examinations and exceptional individual performances. His precision and innate talent in marksmanship were among the most notable in Tianjin. "Oh dear, this little chubby one has led me astray. I apologize for dragging the class down. I shall strive to improve." Li Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had mishandled his scoring. Chapter 4. Night-Eye Zhou Nei gently shook her head. "Our Class 16 is a pilot class under the old principal's guidance. However, that is of little consequence now. What I wish to convey is that since you are here, you undoubtedly possess your own unique skills. If there are any issues, let us tackle them together. Both Musashi and I are willing to assist you." Li Hao paused surprised. "Musashi? Ah, I see now why the sudden urge for a night snack. There's more to her than meets the eye." Clearing his throat, he added, "Class leader. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I can manage on my own, truly. I am sincerely reflecting on my actions." Li Hao was aware of Bleem's tendencies. Having been caught up in his antics for so long, it was unlikely he would remain idle this time. Brother Hao, the class leader, holds the top position among us, and her knowledge of various mecha types is extensive. Her understanding of current tactics is unparalleled. With her assistance, your progress will be remarkably swift. Musashi stated that he had proactively sought Zhou Nei's assistance under the condition that he would agree to become a member of her team. Li Hao had already sensed the bewildered gazes surrounding him. Zhou Nei was undoubtedly a prominent figure in Tianjing's martial arts community during her first year. Her EMP score had already reached an impressive 1500. While scores may not encapsulate everything, her performance in various aspects of daily life was nothing short of exceptional. Possessing golden genes, Zhou Nei was the type of beauty that captivated at first glance and grew even more enchanting upon prolonged observation. Her presence was irresistibly inviting. Standing at a perfect height of 168 meters, she was, in the words of Ma Long, the only one in the academy who could rival his beloved Man in both inner and outer beauty. Class leader, I believe this would hinder you. Our training levels are not on the same scale. How about this? I guarantee I will achieve a score of 1200 this semester, Li Hao declared. Zhou Nei regarded his fervent promise with skepticism. This seemed even less credible. Nonetheless, she had made her efforts. Musashi, let us proceed with this for now. Should there arise any areas where I may assist you, it remains the same. Zhou Nei did not press the issue. She had fulfilled her part. And if the other party did not require assistance, there was no need to insist. Musashi nodded helplessly. Rest assured, class leader, I shall fulfill my promise. Brother Hao, isn't today splendid? You must treat us. Ma Long teased, knowing that the arrangement was Musashi's, but the outcome was assured. However, Brother Hao declined. Musashi sighed. What? What are you talking about? Brother Hao, that is Zhou Nei. What an extraordinary opportunity. Ma Long was at a loss for words. An opportunity to engage with beautiful women. And yet he turned it down. It felt as though, apart from him, there were no normal individuals in the dormitory. My intention was merely to avoid causing any inconvenience to Sister E. Li Hao, on the other hand, was playfully gripping the neck of the chubby Zhou Xiaobang, exclaiming, You promised we would indulge in decadence together. How is it that you are the only one soaring high? I thought we were the unrivaled duo, occupying the last two positions. Zhou Xiaobang, sticking out his tongue, replied, It's not my fault. I had no idea that shooting would add so many points. I don't care. For breakfast tomorrow, you must compensate me for my emotional distress. As the new semester commenced, the entire Tianjing Jiwu was abuzz with excitement. Various clubs were eager to showcase their talents in a bid to recruit new members. This year was different from previous ones. The new principal reportedly came with a dowry. General Long was no ordinary individual. Not only did he possess immense personal charm, but his connections were also remarkable. His influence not only doubled the budget for Tianjing Jiwu this year, but also attracted numerous fresh talents. Li Hao and his companions were reluctantly dragged along by Ma Long. They were not particularly enthusiastic about the orientation activities. They merely observed, for as Ma Dong would say, they were a bunch of clueless blocks of wood when it came to socializing. Ma Long, the president of the photography club, was a dashing man of refined taste. How could he not excel in photography? Moreover, he was exceptional at figure drawing, although currently, that talent was exclusively reserved for Senior Shang. Truly a versatile president. After spending an hour meticulously preparing himself in the morning, the warm sunlight illuminated his handsome face, leaving several female students quite mesmerized. Ma Long is indeed a person of principle, holding exceedingly high standards for the photography club, making it clear that not just anyone can gain entry. This has incited a palpable animosity among the members of surrounding clubs. Brothers, what is youth? It is about living boldly, seizing opportunities, and possessing a thick skin. Do the girls of even modest beauty need to be approached? The exuberant Mr. Ma couldn't resist launching into his lecture, cautioning not to blame him for not being a good brother. If anyone has caught his eye, they are welcome to seek his celestial guidance at any time. Free of charge. Li Hao and his companions were left speechless, having been directed by this fellow all morning, hauling luggage and playing the role of a mere backdrop to his towering presence. Third brother, I suspect you were playing us. Was that large plate of chicken stir-fried noodles you left on the table yesterday a deliberate act? Evans was shouting since the underlying scheme. What are you talking about? We are brothers. What does sharing a plate of stir-fried noodles matter? I tell you, the fresh-faced newcomers this year are filled with dreams of romance. Their beauty and grace making them easy to charm. The success rate of taking the initiative is exceedingly high. With boldness, meticulousness, and audacity, one can achieve anything. Ma Long proclaimed with pride. Are you not afraid of Senior Xingman's wrath? Relax, this is art. Merely appreciation, nothing more. Xingman understands. That is why we get along so well, Ma Long replied boastfully. Truth be told, if they were not in the same dormitory, the three of them would have relished the opportunity to subdue him and deliver a good thrashing. Senior Xingman, with her beauty, tolerates Ma Long's artistic temperament. Quick, quick. This year is bound to be lively. Ma Long's eyes sparkled as he pointed towards the entrance. A girl entered the school gate, dragging a modest suitcase. Clad in a simple white t-shirt, she stood just above 1.7 meters tall. Beneath her short skirt were long, fair legs, and as she flicked her ponytail, she gazed at the statue of Tianjin Zhuoguan at the entrance, a joyful smile illuminating her face. Her charming dimples wielded a devastating charm on the straight men present. Remarkable. Previously, Man and Zhou Na were considered the most outstanding at our school, but this junior seemed to surpass them slightly, hinting at the potential for some tumultuous competition ahead. Ma Long sighed, lamenting that if he weren't already taken, he would surely launch a full-scale pursuit. This was the kind of opportunity that one could not afford to miss. Li Hao and the others couldn't help but stare for a moment, albeit more discreetly. A few eager seniors had already rushed forward, while the second-year students were not as desperate. It was the single third- and fourth-year men who understood the adage that the swift shall gain and the slow shall lose, akin to the cafeteria where arriving late meant only leftovers remained. The crucial point, however, was that no one could discern who might be interested in whom. TCH. They all flaunt their charms, but I wager none will succeed, Ma Long chuckled. Third brother, what is the strategy? Asked was shouting with curiosity. Look at her suitcase. It exudes an exquisite texture, crafted from carbon fiber, impressive. Isn't it? At least 50,000. That deep blue ponytail is from this year's Starry Sky series, endorsed by Arths. And it's not cheap either, 95,000. Do you think such a girl is someone a few country bumpkins could easily approach? Even Li Hao couldn't restrain himself, exclaiming, that little thing costs 95,000. Why not just snatch her away? In such circumstances, a girl may either have embraced a carefree lifestyle from a young age, exuding an undeniable allure, or she may possess an extreme level of self-discipline. The former is a master at captivating suitors, while the latter holds exceedingly high expectations for her partner. Either type is not to be trifled with. Indeed, the girl politely declined the assistance of her senior, seemingly waiting for someone, while several others persistently lingered, enthusiastically continuing to pursue her until the arrival of Zhou Nei. When the two stood together, the atmosphere felt remarkably clearer, as if the weather itself had brightened. That's enough, my fellow seniors, Zhou Nei intervened, halting the relentless pursuit. Nei, don't be so unapproachable. We are merely extending a helping hand, Zhao Jihan remarked with a slight smile, unwilling to back down due to a single retort. Had it not been for Zhou Nei's esteemed standing, they would not have hesitated to pursue her further. For even the most virtuous women dread the incessant advances of persistent suitors. Furthermore, who are you to meddle in our personal affairs? You are not my girlfriend. Several seniors jested, their banter revealing their long-standing admiration for Zhou Nei, a frequent topic of discussion in the male dormitory. Before Zhou Nei could respond, a knight appeared. Ma Long entered with a serious demeanor, stating, This student, the security has just notified us that you must leave the campus immediately, clearly directed at the girl. She was taken aback, asking me, why? Ma Long nodded, his gaze deepening. Junior, your beauty eclipses that of the other girls on campus. It was only then that everyone comprehended the situation, and the girl smiled radiantly, while the expressions of the others soured. Marlin, you rascal. What are you doing here flaunting around with a girlfriend? Are you seeking trouble? The leader raised his head, Zhao Jihan. A senior from the mecha department and the head of the student council, was undeniably smitten by the girl before him. Young scions like Marlin were abundant in Tianjin, hardly worth his attention. Junior, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Zhao Jihan, the Minister of External Affairs in the Student Council, and the captain of this year's Tianjin representative team for the mecha competition, as well as a key player on the university team. Might I have the honor of showing you around our beautiful campus? Zhao's gaze was intense, radiating confidence. Zhou Nei shook her head gently, quietly observing his performance. Senior Zhao, I apologize, but I have little interest in failures. You might want to dedicate more time to your training, as Principal Long has sent me to replace you. She said with a slight smile, her tone polite yet undeniably blunt. The other boys dismissed it as a joke, finding the mischievous junior amusing. However, Zhao Jihan's expression shifted. Are you Tong? Ah, so the senior has heard of me, Yitong replied, nodding playfully as she regarded him. Zhao Jihan and his companions were unable to muster a laugh, their expressions revealing a mixture of reluctance and understanding of their own limitations. My apologies for the intrusion. I look forward to more exchanges in the future. Zhou Nei could only shake her head, taking Yeting's hand. Junior sister, welcome. The principal is waiting. Let us drop off our luggage and head over. Malong, you may step aside. Senior, I hold you in the highest regard. Besides, my heart has always belonged to class 16, Malong replied, eager to introduce himself. Yeting, what a beautiful name. Is it the moon's gaze in the night? It sounds somewhat familiar. Would you care to join the photography club? Are you interested in drama? Malong was utterly confident that he had made a lasting impression on Yeting. Zhou Nei chuckled helplessly. Malong, surely you've heard of the name Tongshan. In an instant, those around them seemed to awaken to a newfound understanding. Their gazes filled with eagerness, yet tempered by restraint. Malong stood stunned. Wait, it's actually her. Junior Yeting, I am your fan. Would you be so kind as to give me your autograph? Someone in the crowd summoned the courage to ask. Zhou Nei couldn't help but smile wryly. She had underestimated their fervor. Not only that, but the crowd showed no signs of dispersing, and even Zhao Jihan was watching from a distance. Tongshan, the illustrious figure, had made waves during her 3 years in the military preparatory program, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the Asia region. Offers poured in from prestigious universities, and even the esteemed NUP Military Academy, known for its high standards, extended invitations, including 2 from its top 10. Her decision to select Tianjing's Mechanical and Military Academy had caused quite a stir. A single phrase encapsulated her limitless potential. Senior, is there someone named Li Hao in your cohort? Yeting suddenly inquired, causing the atmosphere to stiffen slightly, tinged with awkwardness. Li Hao, are you familiar with him? Zhou Nei paused momentarily. Yi Tong offered a slight smile. Indeed, senior, I wish to meet him before seeking the principal. Meanwhile, Ma Long, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, what is the situation? There is a story here. Junior, this is fate. I may not know others, but I'm well acquainted with Hao Ge. We share bunk beds and are close friends. Look, it's him, the one tidying up the table. Hao Ge, over here. Ma Long waved to Li Hao and his companions as they prepared to tidy up the photography club's posters before heading out for lunch. Old 3. Finish up and let us eat, Li Hao remarked, suddenly feeling a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Instinctively, his muscles tensed, yet he quickly relaxed. This was Tianjing. Yitong approached Li Hao, step by step. Li Hao frowned, his eyes fixated on her, and a sense of unease enveloped the group. While few knew Li Hao, everyone was aware that Yitong was undoubtedly the apple of Principal Long's eye, a pivotal member in revitalizing Tianjing's martial prowess. Offending her would surely lead to dire consequences. Yitong scrutinized the person before her. Despite the passage of 4 or 5 years, she was certain it was him. They stood face to face. Li Hao maintaining a calm demeanor while his mind raced, confirming to himself that he owed no debts. Suddenly, Yitong beamed a radiant smile, stepping forward, closing the distance between them to an intimate proximity, leaving the atmosphere around them charged with tension. Leaning in, she whispered softly into his ear, Li Hao, we have finally met. A faint and delicate fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and evocative. Li Hao took a step back and remarked, Junior, have you mistaken me for someone else? Yitong gazed deeply into Li Hao's eyes, affirming, there is no mistake. Our journey together is far from over. Without elaborating further, Yitong departed with Zhou Nei to meet the principal, leaving a group of bewildered individuals in their wake. In dormitory 4396, the atmosphere was palpably lively, now invigorated by the presence of 3 curious souls. Brother Hao, do you know the goddess Tong? Inquired Zhou Xiaodang, astonished, for Yitong's marksmanship was renowned. Her close combat skills are formidable as well, following the NUP's lightweight mech path. I had assumed she would study abroad on the moon, yet here she is in Tianjing. Quite intriguing, Musashi added, clearly captivated by the prospect of encountering a masterful talent. You 2 fools, is that the crux of the matter? This is a stunning beauty. Brother Hao, what did she say to you? You seem quite familiar, to the extent of whispering secrets, Ma Long expressed, his curiosity piqued, feeling as though he was observing 2 parallel lines that would never intersect. Li Hao shrugged helplessly and pointed to his head, explaining, this junior must have mistaken me for someone else, or perhaps there is some confusion here. I genuinely do not know her. Ma Long clapped his hands decisively, proclaiming, it must be a case of mistaken identity. I trust in Brother Hao's character. Brother Hao, beware of enchanting women. This goddess Tong is trouble incarnate. Best to avoid entanglements. Zhou Xiaodang could no longer contain herself, retorting, Yet you still pursue senior Sheng Man, flaunting your affection daily. You don't understand. If I do not venture into the depths of hell, who will? It is an act of compassion, contingent upon one's enlightenment, for beauty can be perilous, Li Hao replied, eliciting a chorus of disdain from the trio in the dormitory. Li Hao smiled and nodded. Can we eat? Brothers, today the photography club has welcomed 5 new female students. I appreciate everyone's support. Let's enjoy a good meal. With this thought, Ma Long felt a surge of happiness, and of course, there were also 3 junior brothers whose qualities were equally commendable. In the principal's office, Long Danny, 35 years old, is currently a core member of the Yuce's youthful faction. With her short black hair and a sharp, immaculate silver uniform of a Yuce federal major general, she carries an aura of authority. A scar on the left side of her forehead slightly mars her beauty but adds an indescribable charm, exuding a formidable presence. She has participated in regional wars and has been instrumental in eradicating interstellar pirates, transitioning from the front line to commanding roles. Upon receiving the decision for her transfer, Long Danny showed no hesitation. The conditions at the military academy directly determined the combat capability of the Yuce, and having personally experienced various wars, she was acutely aware of the challenges facing the Yuce. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She set down the documents she was holding, and 2 figures entered, Zhou Nei and Yi Tong. They stood at attention, saluting. Long Danny smiled slightly. Ah, Xiao Tong, welcome. Please make yourselves comfortable. Nei, you can take Xiao Tong around the school later. Yes, principal. Then I shall trouble you, senior sister. Long Danny had summoned the 2 not only to express her regard for Yi Tong but also for other matters. In truth, the reforms of the Yuce had already commenced. Class 16 in Tianjing was somewhat indicative of the shift, though the overall situation had not made it very evident or effective. The recent interstellar mecha competition had stripped away the last veil of pretense, leading her to believe that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Nei and Yi Tong, I have summoned you today to hear your perspectives on the current state of Tianjing mech warfare, Dragon Danny remarked with a smile. As her assistant entered to serve them tea, Nei and Yi Tong refrained from speaking immediately. Both possessed exceptional intelligence and were acutely aware that grandstanding before Dragon Danny, a figure of practical experience rather than theoretical study, would be ill-advised. Yi Tong, please share your thoughts first. I am genuinely curious as to why, amidst the numerous academies vying for your attention, you chose Tianjing mech warfare. Dragon Danny encouraged, her smile unwavering. Nei, seated beside her, was somewhat taken aback. As many outside presumed Yi Tong's arrival was solely due to the influence of Major Long Principal, I am not well acquainted with the workings of Tianjing mech warfare. However, based on the standards observed during the solar system competition, it is evident that the Tianjing team lacks individual prowess, employs outdated tactics, and the members seem to lack tenacity. Victories that should have been decisive were anything but, and opportunities that could have been seized were squandered, Yi Tong stated candidly, unafraid to voice her opinions. She had not come here to mince words. Her desire was to attain greater freedom within Tianjing. Dragon Danny nodded thoughtfully. Nei, you were the top freshman last year. If appointed as captain, would you be able to assemble a team that surpasses the old guard? After a moment of contemplation, Nei replied, Principal, if Yi Tong were to join my team, I would be 90% confident in our success. This was her ambition. With Musashi already on board, the addition of Yi Tong would indeed be a tremendous advantage. Humanity has attained its current dominion through 3 pivotal technologies: curvature space technology, the Avante genetic natural adjustment technology, and the Somerant planetary gravity modification technology. Among these, the maturation of the Avante genetic natural adjustment technology has significantly enhanced both the physical and mental resilience of humans, enabling them to adapt to extraterrestrial environments. A portion of individuals have even acquired golden genes, which accentuate their superior capabilities and provide immense opportunities for female pilots to excel. Very well, Captain Nei and Vice Captain Yi Tong, you have full authority over the team. Please submit the roster, the principal commanded. Yes, principal. Zhou Nei felt a surge of excitement, as such opportunities typically arose only in the 3rd year of study. Nei, there is a student in your class named Li Hao. What is his level of proficiency? Long Danny inquired suddenly. Zhou Nei was momentarily taken aback. This was the second unexpected question today. After a brief contemplation, she responded, Principal. Although Li Hao's academic performance is not particularly outstanding, he demonstrates a well-rounded skill set. He can effortlessly complete an hour of daily training under double gravity. With a bit more effort, I believe he can improve his results. Please allow him some time. Yi Tong, standing nearby, exhibited a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, while Long Danny nodded thoughtfully. Thus, you may include him in your combat team, though the final decision rests with you, Long Danny stated abruptly. Zhou Nei was taken aback, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Upon departing from the principal's office, Zhou Nei guided Yi Tong through the principal structures of Tianjing's mechanized warfare facilities. In terms of hardware, it undeniably stands as a premier establishment within the Asia-Pacific region. However, Yi Tong appeared rather indifferent to the tour. As they conversed, it became evident that women are rather peculiar beings. If disunited, for individuals could easily splinter into 3 factions, enacting a play of intricate deceit. Yet, when they find common ground, the moment they meet feels akin to reuniting with long-lost friends. Yi Tong, how do you know Li Hao? He seems unfamiliar with you. Zhou Nei couldn't help but inquire. The day's events felt strangely peculiar. Neither Yi Tong nor Principal Long should have been concerned with Li Hao, and their unusual demeanor suggested there was something amiss that she was unaware of. Yi Tong smiled gently, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. We share a bit of a complicated history. By the way, is his girlfriend from our school? I haven't heard of him having one. Zhou Nei shook her head. Given Yi Tong's stature, no one would think much of it. His overall assessment from the previous academic year placed him at the bottom of our class. I was genuinely worried there might be issues, but the principal's demeanor suggests otherwise. Nei, grades don't define everything. By the way, I've heard that the beef at the Tianjin cafeteria is exceptional. As a newcomer, I shall have to rely on my senior for a meal. Yi Tong remarked with a playful smile while linking arms with Zhou Nei. It is evident that the enigmatic gaze of Tong Shan is not as aloof as it appears. Rather, Li Hao, lacking in any notable background, has transitioned from the journalism department to the elite class of the mecha department. Could it be that she has overlooked something? Chapter 6. The Apocalypse Youth Class. The dining facilities in Tianjin are quite exceptional, particularly those catering to the mecha and starship departments. Today, Malong indulged himself, heading straight to the second floor, where various la carte dishes are offered, often featuring exquisite specialty ingredients from celestial bodies such as the Moon, Mars, and even Titan. Naturally, all these delicacies originate from Earth, primarily differing in the quality of raw materials. The beef produced on Titan is unparalleled, with Titan beef commanding a premium price. Truly deserving of its name, its succulent texture and rich juiciness are infused with rare energy, a unique characteristic derived from the elements of Titan. This serves as a significant nutritional boost for warriors, and Malong clearly relished the experience, savoring a steak while his companions enjoyed their meal with great delight. Have you heard about Principal Long's discontent with the previous year's mecha department results? Consequently, this year's battle teams are undergoing a selection process, with several captains already designated, one of whom is your class leader, a remarkable individual whom I have high hopes for. As for Hong Tu and Zhao Jihan, they simply do not measure up. Their performance is subpar. After a few sips of beer, Malong's spirits soared. Musashi, you must be part of this, right? Musashi nodded quietly and ordered another steak. Malong's lips twitched slightly. He had overlooked the appetites of his companions, having boasted earlier about indulging without restraint. A hasty miscalculation indeed. I shall also contribute. Left Xiaodang is not one to hold back. Opportunities to take down the formidable Ma Dadu are indeed rare. Alas, where is humanity in this? One can add only a single portion. Any more would deplete my funds entirely. Upon realizing the precariousness of the situation, Ma Long set aside his pride. How many team members has Jia selected thus far? Currently, it is just me. I remain unaware of the others. Truly, among our dormitory, the third member possesses the greatest potential. Who knows, perhaps in the future, everyone will seek to align themselves with your success. Ma Long spoke candidly. For the Wu family hails from a lineage of ancient martial prowess, evident in the strict upbringing that Musashi has received. He exhibits no trace of indulgence and approaches training with utmost seriousness. Such advantageous resources combined with exceptional talent. If one fails despite their efforts, who then succeeds? Musashi felt a twinge of embarrassment as Shang-Wan arrived. Apologies for my tardiness. I had some matters to attend to. Is there a joyous occasion today, given the lavish meal? Before anyone could respond, Ma Long promptly interjected. It is the first day of school. After all, we must uplift our comrades, my dear. Come. Sit here. Ma Long had prepared a place for Shang-Wan, who smiled gently as she took her seat beside him. Now in her third year, Shang-Wan radiated feminine allure. Each glance and smile carried a distinct charm. Despite having been in a relationship for a year, their bond remained genuine. Once Sheng arrived, Ma Long ceased to engage with the others. Fortunately, Li Hao and the others had grown accustomed to this behavior, yet for some reason, the beef on their plate suddenly seemed less appetizing. At that moment, two more individuals approached with their trays, searching for a place to sit. The lively chatter in the cafeteria, which had been booming, instantly lowered a few decibels, giving way to hushed whispers. It was indeed Shou Neiyi and Yi Tong. The news of Yi Tong's arrival at Tianjing mechanized warfare spread like wildfire. Her popularity was exceedingly high, and she was one of the most anticipated newcomers of the year. Many believed that given her prowess and combat style, she would choose NUP. Truth be told, NUP could offer more favorable conditions. Yet, she chose Tianjing instead. Zhou Neiyi spotted Li Hao and said, "Xiaodong, let me have a brief word with Li Hao. It won't take long. Since we've run into each other, let us dine together," Yi Tong suggested. Zhou Neiyi was indifferent, and the two approached. Yi Tong walked directly to Zhou Xiaodong's side and smiled gently. "Senior brother, could you make some room?" Zhou Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback, quickly springing up. "Of course, please take a seat." Holding her plate, Yi Tong settled beside Li Hao, while Zhou Neiyi positioned herself across from him. The others were perplexed about the intentions of these two. Sheng Man, confident and amiable, greeted them. She was from the journalism department and was well acquainted with Zhou Neiyi, showing a keen interest in Yi Tong. "Li Hao, Principal Long has reformed the selection process for this year's mechanized warfare competition. I will be part of one of the chosen teams. Would you like to participate?" Zhou Neiyi inquired. The table fell silent, and Li Hao was momentarily stunned. "Me? I think I'll pass. Having Musashi in our dormitory is sufficient. What if Principal Long personally designated you to participate?" Zhou Neiyi gazed intently at Li Hao, trying to glean something from his expression. The old principal had transferred him from the journalism department to the mecha department, and now Principal Long was offering him this opportunity. With Long Danny's character, it was evident that it was not merely out of favor for anyone, but rather, there was something significant about Li Hao. Is it possible to refuse? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, pondering which direction this was heading, and he couldn't help but wonder if, for some inexplicable reason, Zhou Neiyi sensed that Li Hao was evading something. Since yesterday, when she had proposed to assist him with his training, a careful reflection revealed a certain lack of interest in his demeanor, a distinct air of indifference. Indeed, it was a palpable apathy that left Zhou Neiyi feeling somewhat uneasy. This was not permissible. It was a direct order from the principal. Participation was mandatory, and whether one could remain would depend on one's performance. Zhou Neiyi stated resolutely. Li Hao shrugged in resignation. "Class monitor, I can participate, but you are aware of my circumstances. I often work late into the night, so my availability for training may be rather inconsistent." Beside them, Yi Tong seemed to have an unexpected reaction, her eyes narrowing slightly as she sharply tapped her plate, instantly capturing everyone's attention. With a smile, Yi Tong remarked, "Senior, I eagerly anticipate being your teammate. With great power comes great responsibility. Sometimes, taking the initiative can yield better outcomes." Yi Tong's words were laden with implication, yet who was it directed towards? Li Hao? It appeared he was quite adept at concealing his true self, often projecting an image of disinterest in everything. When had he formed an acquaintance with Tong Shun? Sheng Man inquired with curiosity. The personalities of the 4396 group were quite distinct. Wu Zong was a martial arts enthusiast, entirely absorbed in training and self-improvement, to the extent that Sheng Man had once introduced her close friend to him, only for him to decline the invitation altogether. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaodong was a seasoned homebody, yet remarkably gifted in shooting. As for Li Hao, he was the most inconspicuous of them all. Yet it was difficult to overlook him. Perhaps it was due to his inexplicable confidence and nonchalance. Yi Tong gazed at Li Hao and remarked, "It seems that they are oblivious to your true identity. After all these years, your character remains unchanged." Zhou Neiyi and the others set down their chopsticks, turning their attention to Li Hao and Yi Tong. "Are you familiar with the Apocalypse Youth class of the solar system?" Yi Tong inquired. Who isn't aware of that? The youth class has nearly become a legend, the only instance where the four federations united for a common cause, producing top-tier powerhouses. However, it seems a major incident occurred, and it was never held again. "Quite the prestigious title," Ma Long commented, noting that many of the formidable participants in this year's mecha martial arts competition hailed from that very class. "Li Hao, shall I disclose this? Or would you prefer to share?" Yi Tong said with a teasing smile. Li Hao, momentarily taken aback, chuckled helplessly. "What do you mean by that?" "Yes, I did participate in that youth class, but after some events transpired, it was disbanded. That was several years ago. Clang. Ma Long's spoon clattered to the plate as the entire table stared at Li Hao in astonishment, especially Zhou Nei, who had once aspired to join that class. Ordinary individuals might not grasp its significance, but the higher-ups of the federations placed immense importance on it. She had participated in the testing, only to be eliminated in the first round. You mean to say that you know the Lunar War God, Maxis? You are acquainted with the Celestial King, Van Levitt? And you were classmates with the Martian Wolf King, Basta? Through the sincere communication among the five of us, he ultimately confessed that he was a wealthy second-generation landlord from Shanghai, caught in a predicament from which he could not escape. Our subsequent university days became quite prosperous. Chapter 7. The Gold Medal 567. Lo and behold, after a year in the same dormitory, we only knew him as the esteemed delivery person for Rainbow Pizza. It is no wonder that if he were the principal, he would undoubtedly transfer Li Hao from the journalism department to the mecha department. But wait, why did he even choose journalism? Zhou Nei also grasped the situation, suspecting that Li Hao must have committed a grave mistake, significant enough to pique Principal Long's interest, yet also instill a sense of caution. As everyone speculated, their expressions a mix of deep concern and perplexity, the subject of their curiosity merely shrugged, indifferent to their scrutiny. What were they doing? Making it seem as if they were observing a stranger. He had been fortunate to be selected back then. Later embroiled in a conflict with the Lunarians, an incident long past that they had all forgotten. It was the most perplexing task assigned by Bleem. He genuinely had no idea what Bleem intended, compelling him to take action within the youth class. Fortunately, he seized an opportunity that was not truly an opportunity. Li Hao spoke with a casual indifference, yet those who listened found it impossible to relax. Back then, the Moon People took the lead, responsible for both the venue and all funding, as the four federations selected the most outstanding young talents to execute an apocalyptic plan, the specifics of which remain shrouded in mystery. At that time, the entire alliance of the solar system chose only a little over 5,000 individuals, with a mere 600 officially entering the youth program, and the elimination rate was exceedingly high. Even those who were eliminated were top-tier figures in their respective fields, which at the very least indicated that Li Hao not only qualified, but also persevered. Ma Long licked his lips, feeling somewhat parched. What field did you initially qualify for? If I recall correctly, it was in the direction of starships and mechs. Li Hao took a bite of meat, surreptitiously sliding a piece to Zhuo Xiaodang. At that moment, the others at the table found themselves at a loss for words. It was inconceivable that Li Hao could be at the bottom, even with his eyes closed. Haha. Everyone is here, so I need not search any further. A hearty voice rang out, as a group of individuals appeared beside Li Hao and his companions. Nai, I wish to speak with you. Gao Yufeng, the captain of the Tianjin representative team, was in his 4th year of mecha warfare studies. Prior to the solar system's mecha competition, he was undoubtedly a prodigy, destined for a bright future in any career he chose. However, this year's overall disappointing performance had a significant impact on him, making this a crucial opportunity for redemption. Gao Yunfeng, if you have something to say, just come out with it. After the last competition, Zhou Nai had withdrawn, her thoughts utterly divergent from Gao Yunfeng's. Their paths were too dissimilar to align. Gao Yufeng was momentarily taken aback, yet his tone remained gentle. Nai, the matter we are discussing is of utmost importance, as it pertains to the future of Tianjin. Hai Yunfeng, it would suffice for you not to jeopardize Tianjin's future, Ma Long interjected without reservation. What a disgraceful performance in the S competition. You have become utterly cowardly. Were I in your position, I would have withdrawn from school long ago. Ma Long regarded Gao Yunfeng as a rival, having once pursued Sheng Man as well. Initially, they seemed evenly matched, but upon discovering Gao Yunfeng's notorious history, Sheng Man decisively chose Ma Long. Over the past year, Gao Yunfeng had frequently exploited his privileges as the student council president to undermine Ma Long, such as dismantling his photography club by scattering its original members, forcing him to recruit sufficient newcomers lest the club be disbanded due to a lack of members. Ma Long, how should one address a senior? Have you not learned your lesson after the last beating? Zhao Jihan taunted, his gaze fixed on Yi Tong. Yi Tong, engrossed in her meal, remained oblivious to the underlying tensions among them. If a fight is what you seek, I shall gladly oblige, Musashi declared, rising with a serious demeanor. Zhao Jihan felt a twinge of apprehension. The petite powerhouse had forged an impressive reputation within the mecha department over the past year, known for her fierce and reckless nature. Musashi, this does not concern you. Step aside. If Ma Long is a man, he should face me in a one-on-one duel. I am always ready for that. Zhao Jihan shouted, his bravado betraying a hint of trepidation. A duel? What shall we compete in, appearance? You'd best consider cosmetic surgery. Even genetic modification may not save you. Gao Yunfeng also noticed Yi Tong and intervened to prevent Zhao Jihan from losing his temper. He was aware that this was the newcomer the principal had been keenly cultivating. With a slight smile, he addressed her. You must be Yi Tong, the esteemed junior. I sincerely hope you will join my team, so we can unite and form the strongest Tianjing battle squad. Nai, there were some missteps last time, and our disagreements were merely the banter of teammates. I implore you to reconsider joining the team. This year, we shall surely redeem ourselves. As a senior, Gao Yufeng was not easily provoked, for he needed to prevail in the use to secure his spot. Yi Tong, Zhou Nai, and Musashi were all pivotal assets. After savoring a piece of beef and wiping his rosy lips, Yi Tong suddenly turned her gaze towards Li Hao. Li Hao, which team do you think I should join? Gao Yufeng and the others looked at the seemingly inconspicuous Li Hao. Li Hao? Is there such a person in the Tianjing Mech Warriors? Yi Tong. You may choose whichever team you desire. If you seek my counsel, the class leader would be a better source. All right, I shall heed your advice, Yi Tong replied nonchalantly. Gao Yufeng furrowed his brow, perplexed by this unexpected deference from Yi Tong. Li Hao, you may join my team alongside Yi Tong. You must understand that this is an immense honor, which will greatly benefit you after graduation. If Yi Tong is willing to join, I can make an exception for you. Before Li Hao could respond, Ma Long chuckled. Do you even know what you're saying? That disgraceful team of yours is hardly an honor. Are you aware that Li Hao is a member of the Solar System's Apocalypse Youth class? A full-fledged member. Gao Yufeng and others were left speechless. And soon Zhao Jihan burst into laughter. If he is indeed from the Tianqi Youth class, then I must be the Chancellor of the Solar System Alliance, he exclaimed, bewildered. Come on, boss, stop wasting your breath on them. You've already shown great patience. The truth was, he was indeed from the Tianqi Youth class, but you were not. Yi Tong, with her innocent large eyes, remarked, her gaze akin to that of someone observing a fool. The cafeteria fell into an abrupt silence. The Tianqi Youth class had become synonymous with many of the formidable individuals emerging from the solar system, and the presence of a boss in the Tianjing Mechanical Warfare Institute was astonishing. Others might lack persuasive power, but Yi Tong's status carried weight. Gao Yufeng cast a deep glance at Li Hao and declared, let us depart. A group hastily left. It must be said that the reputation of the Tianqi Youth class was indeed formidable, and even Gao Yunfeng dared not act arrogantly without thorough investigation. Dear brothers and sisters, must you treat me this way? That's all ancient history now. You're misinterpreting the situation, Li Hao lamented. It's all old news. We made mistakes during that group fight and face consequences. Let us not dwell on that. Things are well now. Class leader, I want to be a hindrance. But my free time is quite limited, Li Hao chuckled. Yi Tong continued to observe Li Hao. The details of that incident were classified, known only to a select few. And she happened to possess some knowledge, making her somewhat of a participant. Li Hao nodded. Yi Tong, there wasn't anyone by that surname back then. Especially since it's quite unique and associated with use. It's strange not to have recognized you. During a meal, news emerged from Tianjing's military academy regarding the existence of a fallen prodigy from the Apocalypse Youth class, a revelation that stirred quite a commotion. It is worth noting that the Apocalypse Youth class is a relic of the past, and the saga of the injured genius is hardly an isolated incident. Had they truly been exceptional, they would have soared to prominence long ago. Despite the excitement, with the new semester just commencing, Zhou Nai and Yi Tong found themselves preoccupied with numerous responsibilities. Musashi's training regimen was sacrosanct, impervious to any distractions. Meanwhile, Ma Long and Xing Man were reveling in their newlywed bliss, which undoubtedly involved many unmentionable moments. Li Hao was equally busy. Li Hao, 2 seafood pizzas from Zone 96. And 5 Orleans chicken leg pizzas. Hurry, you are our ace. Understood, boss. Mission accomplished, gold medal 567, setting off immediately. At that moment, Li Hao was already suited up, expertly boxing the freshly baked pizzas. He donned his helmet and stepped outside to a slightly battered second-hand electric scooter. Boss, when can we upgrade to a better model? This delivery scooter is far too old and frequently loses power. Wait until you become the boss, the bald proprietor retorted, waving a fork dismissively. All right, boss. With that, Li Hao swiftly proceeded with his delivery, truly embodying the essence of a diligent worker. In Chapter 8, titled The Puppet God, a post quietly ascended to prominence on the EMP Virtual Mode Forum of Tianxuan, engaging in fervent discussion. The post, authored by the user Kepler Pirate King, posed the question, Does the puppet god in the virtual zone possess the capability to challenge the real zone? The forum has already amassed numerous discussions, and the username Puppet has gained considerable notoriety within the virtual battlegrounds. With thousands of battles under his belt and an impressive score, despite the account being set to private, Puppet has encountered many opponents over time. They all share their insights on battling against him. He is indeed formidable, proficient in a wide array of mechs, and there are no records of his defeats. Many experts in virtual modes have succumbed to his prowess, and to this day, no one has claimed victory over him. This raises a question. Is he merely a player seeking entertainment? If entertainment is his sole motive, then there would be no need for him to conceal his identity, as winning would simply be a means of boasting. However, no one has ever engaged in conversation with Puppet, nor does anyone have him on their friends list. I had once predicted that this deity of puppetry would inevitably transition to real combat modes, as he has exhausted all challengers in the virtual realm. He possesses undeniable skill, perhaps stemming from a military academy's dimensional assault training, which might explain his reluctance to make his talents public. In truth, I hold a certain disdain for such behavior. If one possesses genuine ability, they should demonstrate it within their own domain rather than venturing into the virtual realm to prey upon novices. It is rather pedestrian. Devoid of merit for discussion, do we not value our dignity in the virtual arena? In the dormitory, Kepler, the self-proclaimed pirate king, lounged with a casual air. Observing a group of individuals engaging in frivolous banter, a smug smile gracing his lips. You novices lack my insight, he mused. Meanwhile, Zhuang Zhou, a freshman in the Tianjin Mech Warfare News Department, aspired to enroll in the mech engineering program but fell short of the required scores, thus settling for a second choice that would allow him to be in close proximity to these mech combat deities. The virtual realm and the real world are entirely distinct domains. Those who dominate the virtual sphere, once they have inflated their egos, often seek to validate themselves in the real world. However, the harshness of reality frequently shatters their illusions, leaving most in a state of disarray. This is the prevailing situation in the virtual realm, not limited to use but prevalent across other federations as well. Zhuang Zhou typically oscillates between the real mode and the virtual mode. When the former becomes too exhausting, he retreats to the latter for respite. Though his prowess in the preparatory class is not exceptional, his win rate in the virtual mode remains commendably high, particularly when he relishes the opportunity to best overconfident experts, which invigorates him immensely. That is, until he encounters the puppet. Indeed, it was nothing short of a nightmare. At that time, he was piloting a lightweight super mech from NUP, boasting formidable performance, while his opponent employed an armored dragon. Yet, he was utterly dismantled, and that battle left him with a profound psychological scar. Nevertheless, he only perceived victory, which, in truth, was trivial. Any moderately skilled military academy student could execute dazzling maneuvers. As the saying goes, one should not challenge a profession with mere hobbies. However, Zhuang Zhou discerned a subtle anomaly, color disparity, in the mech. His prominently displayed golden genes were somewhat lackluster, akin to a woman's sixth sense, occasionally reliable yet often not. He sensed something amiss, prompting him to scrutinize and compare repeatedly, until he ultimately identified the underlying issue. The two primary modes of EMP exhibit subtle differences. The virtual mode predominantly focuses on entertainment. Thus the mech's colors should be bright and striking. In all of Puppet's matches, the color scheme of his mech diverges ever so slightly from that of his opponents, resembling more closely the hues of the real mode. Initially, Zhuang Zhou found himself mocking the absurdity of it all. Such a notion seemed illogical. Is there truly a masochist in this world? However, after half a year of observation, he realized it was not an illusion. The color disparity was indeed real. This indicated that someone was engaging in the real mode while competing in the virtual mode. He attempted to replicate this phenomenon, but was met with nausea. Although not at the level of the mech category, he considered himself a proficient player in the virtual realm. The shift in dynamics evoked a sense of impending doom. What kind of madman would employ the real mode against the virtual? What could be their motivation? Such an anomaly could only signal something sinister, and at that moment, Zhuang Zhou felt his blood boiling. This puppet was undoubtedly problematic. He watched closely every day, even glancing at the screen during late-night bathroom trips, fearful of missing something significant. Until yesterday, he finally witnessed it, a battle in the real mode. The first opponent was identified as the Eternal Star of Light, a name he recognized immediately despite the data being restricted. As a seasoned enthusiast of EMP, he recognized this as the training account of Feynman, the vanguard of the NUP Celestial Mecha. Expecting a fierce contest, he could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the once glorious Feynman, renowned in the mecha combat competition, being utterly dominated by the puppet. Was he truly witnessing a divine revelation? Zhuang Zhou was exhilarated, for the puppeteer was likely a member of use. Within his mech, the prevalence of medium-sized mechs belonging to use suggested a subconscious preference, as the motivations for such choices among others in the Federation were considerably weaker. Zhuang Zhou found himself deeply intrigued by this individual. Might the outcome of the previous competition have been different had such a person participated? Noticing the forum posts had reached a saturation point, he activated Tianquan, summoned the operating interface, and released his second post, Puppeteer S True Mode. Highlights of 7 victories. With his arms crossed behind his neck, reclining in his chair with an air of nonchalance, he crossed his legs. He eschewed flamboyant antics, sometimes opting to plant subtle hints for others to unearth, believing that such discoveries would be far more engaging. Should no one notice, he would utilize a secondary account to offer commentary. For now, he decided to let the situation unfold. The resources available on Tianji were truly exceptional. Can you guess who I encountered today? Who? Zhuang Zhou excelled at building anticipation. The trio of Tong Shun, Yijia, and senior sister Sheng Man appeared together, 3 goddesses in a single frame, each exuding a unique charm, yet maintaining the same high standard, utterly mesmerizing. The mere mention of beautiful women, especially those renowned for their allure, sent a wave of excitement through the first-year students. Zhuang Zhou, however, remained largely indifferent. Although many in the journalism department gravitated towards gossip, he refused to engage with a gaggle of youngsters. He possessed aspirations of his own, and his sixth sense hinted that he had stumbled upon a significant opportunity. It was still early, and Bleem's nature had allowed him to amass 3,000 points. Not that this was his goal, for he suspected that greater missions lay ahead. Having already traversed more than halfway to uncovering the truth, he felt unperturbed about accelerating his progress. After a casual meal to replenish his energy, Li Hao arrived at the EMP building. With the commencement of the new semester, the atmosphere within the EMP building was undeniably vibrant. Typically reserved for the mecha and starship departments, the EMP building was bustling with activity, while others seeking entertainment had to venture outside, where the EMP experience was generally limited to virtual modes. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Li Hao secured a training room. The EMP system rewarded players with points for victories, with consecutive wins yielding additional bonuses. However, the challenges became increasingly formidable as one progressed. Achieving a score of 3,000 was no trivial feat, yet Li Hao aimed to maintain a sufficient number of matches in his schedule, having roughly assessed that it was manageable. Upon logging into the system, a cacophony of notification sounds erupted, prompting Li Hao to frown in annoyance. Most notifications were either friend requests or duel invitations, which he promptly discarded into the trash bin before disabling the duel and friend request features. He sought nothing more than a quiet session to accumulate points, hoping for an opponent of comparable skill. Puppet player, you have entered matchmaking mode. Please be patient, the system announced. Li Hao closed his eyes to meditate. Meanwhile, on the moon, in the introductory mecha course at Tianqing Academy, Feynman resembled a boiled lobster. A young prodigy who had gained admission to Tianqing and become a member of the battle team, achieving remarkable success. His accomplishments were indeed worthy of the phrase riding the spring breeze with swift hooves. Despite Alzi's advice to reconsider, it had proven utterly futile, reflecting Feynman's straightforward disposition. As Feynman sprinted ahead, he deftly logged into Tianquan to enter the match, though the odds were slim. However, having faced off against his opponent the previous day, there remained a glimmer of probability. All that was left was to pray. Oh God, if you can hear me, grant me this opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhuang Zhou, who was still engaged in idle chatter with his roommate, instinctively glanced at his Tianquan, a habit of his, and noticed that the icon had illuminated. He quickly donned his holographic glasses, announcing to his friends, "Guys, I have something to attend to. Enjoy yourselves." Li Hao, feeling somewhat perplexed, wondered about the situation. Where is everyone? Why the delay? With the popularity of EMP, finding an opponent should have been straightforward. Yet, the system detected something unusual regarding Li Hao's circumstances, albeit aligning with EMP's mechanics, thus causing a slight delay. Eventually, Li Hao's opponent was confirmed, the eternal light of the stars. In an instant, the Tianqing machine let out a primal roar, and with fervor, he exclaimed, "By the heavens, if I don't obliterate you, I shall bear your surname." Chapter 9. The Despairing Reaper's Triple Strike. Third update. A countdown timer for 3 minutes began as Feynman dashed into the EMP building. As a prominent figure within the Tianxing machine, he had access to a dedicated training room, paving a seamless path as he logged into Tianxuan. During this brief waiting period, over 2,000 spectators had gathered to witness the match. While this number might seem insignificant compared to certain streamers, it illustrated the vast industry surrounding EMP, particularly in its virtual mode, which was extensively developed. This infrastructure enabled the league to secure sufficient funding to host the Pan-Solar System tournament, with all financial backing provided by the league itself, resulting in substantial prize money. The profession of a streamer is quite popular. However, Li Hao's situation is rather unique. Due to his lack of certification as a streamer and the prohibition on adding friends, the only individuals who can discover and observe him are predominantly his competitors or those recommended by them, resulting in a chain of referrals. These individuals are the first to arrive. Zhuang Zhou is among them. Upon witnessing that the puppet had once again matched with the esteemed Feynman, he knew this match was destined to be explosive. Although they had won the previous round, one must admit that luck played a considerable role, and it did not truly reflect Feynman's capabilities. At that moment, Feynman discarded his outer garment, revealing a fierce determination, radiating an aura of intent. Such opportunities in life are rare. Als, who was attending a class, found it somewhat perplexing to see Feynman charge out so recklessly, despite their unique circumstances. It was indeed a bit exaggerated to show such disregard for the teacher. Nevertheless, upon seeing the situation unfold in the live broadcast, Als could not help but exclaim and rush out, leaving behind an awkward classroom atmosphere. One must commend the teacher, who, with considerable experience, merely tapped the blackboard and continued the lesson, clearly recognizing that these two students had encountered an extraordinary event. By the time they reached EMP, Tita had already arrived, and they were all gazing at the large screen outside. This was a request made by Feynman himself. Tita chuckled, noting that this fellow's straightforwardness was beyond imagination. He had a remarkable ability to rise again after each fall. While that was commendable, it was unnecessary to announce it so broadly. Everyone trusted in his abilities, and the remarks were more of a jest rather than a genuine belief in any decline in his prowess. Captain, let's take this opportunity to see who this person truly is. Feynman is evidently serious about this. In a state of authenticity, both parties proceeded to the mecha selection. Feynman opted for his signature NUP Gale Zero, a formidable contender that had shone brightly in the mecha competition. The Gale Zero boasts a configuration of a medium-sized mecha, weighing in at 75 tons, powered by a dual-engine nuclear fission drive. Its arsenal includes guided missiles mounted on the left shoulder, an alpha photonic laser gun, and the Zero-style Dragon slashing blade. This particular model is a flagship of the NUP New Era series, showcasing an exceptional power system and a remarkable weaponry setup. Most notably, the Zero-style Dragon blade is crafted from a newly discovered element on Kepler 22b, enhancing the combat prowess of the titanium blade significantly. Previously, the predominant weapons were titanium blades and laser swords, each with their pros and cons. The titanium blade offered superior tactile feedback, while the laser sword excelled in agility. However, the incorporation of this new element has allowed the titanium blade to evolve, greatly enhancing its resilience and strength without compromising its feel. This advancement has been thoroughly validated in the Solar System Championship and is set to be widely adopted in NUP's regular forces. Meanwhile, a formidable adversary appeared on the puppeteer's side, the armored dragon fighter. Zhuang Zhou felt a jolt of apprehension. While casual play might be an option, Feynman was clearly in earnest, and he hoped the puppeteer would not tempt fate. This choice already seemed to indicate defeat as an inhabitant of Earth. He longed for someone to rise and school the arrogant lunar attendants. Puppeteer versus Eternal Starlight, Armored Dragon Fighter versus Gale Zero. The number of spectators dwindled by half in an instant. The situation seemed so dire that it might be better to concede outright. Two agile warriors made their entrance in the familiar arena, where Feynman's teeth ground together audibly. In this same location, under the same conditions. What could be more perfect for revenge? The Zero-style dragon-slaying blade was unleashed with a resounding crack, followed by the emergence of the titanium blade. The arena was filled only with the deep, resonant hum of mechs, while in the holographic scene, everyone felt the terrifying pressure exerted by the Gale Zero style. As the Gale Zero style advanced, it drew upon the lessons learned from the previous battle. Feynman remained remarkably composed, refraining from reckless maneuvers that could grant his opponent an opportunity. Instead, he approached with an impressive intensity, fully aware of his opponent's formidable close combat skills. However, he was confident that if the battle turned into a fierce melee, His experience and the advantages of his mech would guarantee victory. Upon entering the complete attack range, Feynman summoned all his strength, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. The mech emitted a heavy thud with each step as he executed a small leap slash, a powerful, linear attack that left no room for his opponent to retaliate. Once contact was made, he intended to strike until his opponent was defeated. The Zero-style dragon-slaying blade descended like Mount Tai, and at the level of the armored dragon's titanium blade, a direct clash might result in a severing blow. In that moment, the best strategy would be to create distance and leverage his own advantages. Did the armored dragon possess any advantage over the Gale Zero style? In that instant, all minds were blank. Such a choice of mech seemed to lead to a dead end. Even wielding a laser sword would have been an improvement. Suddenly, 3 distinct, thunderous sounds pierced the air, followed by an explosive. Puppeteer wins. All spectators were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding events. What in the world just happened? The entire EMP building of the Celestial Star Machine was enveloped in an eerie silence. Was this a phantom occurrence? In the blink of an eye, the Gale Zero had been decapitated. In mech combat, a decapitation signifies a crushing victory, a stark declaration to the opponent. You are inadequate. All eyes were fixated on the large screen, while the onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the nonchalant armored dragon and the convulsing Gale Zero on the ground. Should someone say something at this moment? Or perhaps within each person's subconscious, there lingered an expectation that the puppet should utter a word. However, as the arena dimmed, the opponent was swiftly eliminated. At this juncture, Feynman stared at the screen displaying the message of his removal from the duel, and with a sharp sound, he struck himself across the face repeatedly, his eyes bloodshot as he frantically tapped to challenge again. How could this be happening? Else, keep him quiet. He mustn't embarrass himself. Tita furrowed her brow, noticing Feynman's apparent loss of composure as he began to smash things around him. Failure is not terrifying, but losing control is unacceptable. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, all spectators within the EMP were engaged in similar disbelief. How could this be possible? The titanium blade would surely shatter upon clashing with the Dragon Slayer blade. The performance of the mechs was vastly superior, leaving no room for hope. A slow-motion replay ensued. The Gale Zero, upon closing the distance to 7 or 8 meters, suddenly executes a powerful leap strike. In such a scenario, the opponent is left with 2 choices, to confront head-on or to retreat. However, with the formidable attributes of the Gale Zero, it can relentlessly pressure its adversary into submission. Yet, the armored dragon is not so easily subdued. It sidesteps with its right foot, meeting the attack with its titanium blade, not in a rigid clash, but with a deft sliding maneuver. As sparks fly, it not only deflects the assault but also pivots, delivering a reverse strike that absolutely dominates the Gale Zero. The momentum of the Gale Zero is rendered ineffective, leaving it unable to execute any further actions. In that fleeting moment, the titanium blade has already maneuvered out of harm's way, and with a swift reverse motion, it delivers a decisive blow to the Gale Zero's head. The despair of a threefold death strike unfolds. It seems unbelievable until witnessed, and even more astonishing upon reflection. Who is this individual? If the opponent were not Feynman, it might not be so remarkable, yet the sheer magnitude of this overwhelming display is beyond comprehension. At the final moment of engagement, Feynman anticipates his opponent's every move, predicting their actions while simultaneously harmonizing his operational prowess with the mech's capabilities. How is such dominance achievable? It appears deceptively simple, yet something feels amiss. Observers have begun to notice. It is the footwork. Consider the subtle movements of the armored dragon. True masters of combat understand that whether in close quarters or ranged engagements, the most challenging aspect is footwork. Mastery over one's footing is the prerequisite for executing any form of attack. The armored dragon's minimal operational shifts, combined with the mech's rotational agility, represent the pinnacle of human-machine synergy. This individual is a top-tier operator of the armored dragon, possessing combat experience and depth that surpasses imagination. Someone of such extraordinary skill does not seem to hail from Earth. Chapter 10. Targeted by the Eye God in the realm of Tianjing's mechanized warfare. Zhuang Zhou licked his lips, a triumphant and satisfied smirk gracing his face, tinged with a hint of mischief. Something monumental was about to unfold. The puppet deity was poised to transcend boundaries. With a swift and decisive strike, the puppet deity annihilated Feynman in a breathtaking display of skill, a stunning execution. The Moon People were not as formidable as they seemed. Our true masters had yet to reveal themselves. Who dares to claim that the virtual realm cannot produce true legends? The puppet school teaches the art of humility. As discussions erupted throughout the virtual domain, overshadowing various unique streamers, it became evident that while the virtual arena could dazzle with its flair, everyone knew it was merely superficial. Spectators yearned for genuine skill, especially in confrontations with other federations, which unfolded almost daily, yielding victories and defeats alike. Yet ultimately, it was in vain. In the critical reality zone, participants from UZ were exceedingly cautious, even in battle. Spectators were strictly prohibited, for a loss could lead to scathing criticism, a palpable pressure of reality. Some renowned competitors faced online outrage, often students from military academies, bearing an immense burden. Moreover, the familiarity of mechs and combat styles made them susceptible to scrutiny and analysis by opponents. This battle for the puppet deity was the most gratifying encounter since the conclusion of the Solar System tournament, pitted against a well-known NUP contender. And it was executed with exhilarating finesse. It truly served as a cathartic release. In the grand scheme of things, a mere skirmish seemed trivial. However, against such a backdrop, it ignited into a fervor that spiraled out of control. At this moment, Li Hao found himself somewhat helpless, having only just begun when he was inundated with a series of calls. First came Musashi, followed closely by the squad leader, and soon after, Zhou Xiaodong and others joined in, all clamoring for a gathering of the team members to convene a meeting for the establishment of their squad. Zhou Nei and Yi Tong held considerable influence, and Principal Long was known for his decisive nature. Zhou Nei had secured a dedicated training ground, allowing for independent squad training. Upon Li Hao's arrival, he found that everyone else had already gathered. Zhou Nei, Yi Tong, Musashi, and to his surprise, Zhou Xiaodong was also present, along with Tang Yu and Shui Gang, all of whom were from the same year. Shui Gang was also from Class 16. While Tang Yu was a formidable talent from Class 18, it appeared that Zhou Nei intended to build the foundation of their team upon this cohort. At the center of the training ground stood a combat platform, where Zhou Nei and Musashi were engaged in a friendly bout. Musashi, known for his serious demeanor, approached combat without regard for gender, focusing intently on the exchange. Coming from a family steeped in martial tradition, Musashi had undergone rigorous training from a young age, ensuring a solid foundation. Their spar was merely a means of exploration rather than a contest to determine a victor. Each exchanged punches, followed by a flurry of kicks, maintaining a respectful distance. Musashi remained unfazed, while Zhou Nei's presence was slightly more intense, yet entirely under control. This was Musashi's realm of expertise. And though he exerted only 70% of his strength, he still found himself slightly outmatched by Zhou Nei in terms of comprehensive skill. Nevertheless, Zhou Nei had chosen to engage in Musashi's strongest domain, showcasing a level of composure that earned Musashi's respect, sufficient qualification for a team leader. Li Hao, have you taken a wrong turn? This is our internal training, Su Gang remarked nonchalantly, revealing his disdain for Li Hao without reservation. Zhou Nei smiled gently, responding, Su Gang. Li Hao is also one of our team members, specifically appointed by the principal, a former member of the Solar System Apocalypse Youth class. This assertion served as a powerful introduction, as Li Hao had little else to contribute, thereby alleviating some of his teammates' grievances. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Li Hao remarked, Class leader, please refrain from broadcasting this. I'm beginning to feel like an exhibit in a zoo. Su Gang paused, staring at Li Hao in bemusement. You are indeed that foolish boy who fell short of expectations. Sister, that is rather unkind of you. Given his abilities, he would likely prefer to forget this incident for eternity. Should this be magnified, he might become a stepping stone for those desperate for fame. And that would spell disaster for Li Hao. Su, unable to resist, teased, the Apocalypse Youth class is impressive, yet not every individual emerging from it is remarkable. Many fade into obscurity. One cannot merely focus on the strongest among them, as such a reputation can often be a heavy burden. Let us see if Li Hao is truly worthy. It is your turn, come forth. With a lithe figure clad in form-fitting attire, Zhou Nei beckoned Li Hao. Class leader. I just want to be myself. Come on, brother Hao. Everyone must face a match. We have all done so, lamented Zhou Xiaodong, his left eye slightly bruised. An expression of innocent dismay on his face. He too was perplexed as to why he had been chosen, particularly questioning why, as a sniper, he was expected to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Upon discovering that Li Hao was once a member of the Apocalypse Youth class, even if he had become somewhat obsolete, Zhou Nei felt an impulsive urge to engage. With keen interest, she scrutinized Li Hao, her curiosity piqued by the peculiarities of Principal Long and Yi Tong. Was it merely the prestigious title of the youth class that aroused such intrigue? Li Hao was well aware that evasion was futile. This was evidently a decisive moment for Zhou Nei to affirm her position as captain. Aspiring to lead and foster cohesion within the team required more than just the principal's word. It necessitated winning the hearts and minds of the members. Li Hao ascended the combat stage, suggesting, "Class monitor, perhaps you should take a moment to rest?" Zhou Nei, with a slight smile, responded, "No need, let us begin." Li Hao nodded, standing still as the atmosphere grew tense. Observing Li Hao's languid posture, devoid of any semblance of defense, Zhou Nei felt a spark of irritation. Suddenly, she stepped forward, charging at Li Hao and executing a whip kick. Li Hao swiftly dodged by twisting away, instantly relocating to the other end of the arena. Agility, a hallmark of femininity, allowed Zhou Nei to pivot seamlessly, landing a kick on Li Hao. His body recoiled, but Zhou Nei pressed on with a sweeping leg motion. Li Hao hastily leapt aside, and she followed up with a diagonal kick. Once more, Li Hao evaded, retreating to the opposite side. Zhou Nei deftly regained her footing, adopting a ready stance, yet the gazes surrounding them grew increasingly fervent. Li Hao pointed at Zhou Nei and declared, "Class monitor, we are ready to commence." Zhou Nei's garment had torn open beneath her left armpit, revealing a glimpse of pristine white skin. The surrounding onlookers were captivated, almost as if their eyes would penetrate through her. Zhou Nei's face flushed crimson as she declared, "I shall change my attire. Musashi, you and Li Hao should engage in a sparring match. It appears our classmate Li Hao possesses considerable skill." Musashi, being well-versed in the art, recognized that although Li Hao had been predominantly on the defensive during their recent exchange, he maintained composure under Zhou Nei's pressure, indicating a commendable level of proficiency in combat. Mismanaging such a distance could indeed lead to a swift knockout. "Very well, Captain, Brother Hao, let us spar," Musashi asserted, advancing without further ado. Zhou Nei excelled in leg techniques, while Musashi was adept in both punches and kicks. After a brief assessment, he acknowledged Li Hao's competence and unleashed a flurry of aggressive attacks. Li Hao considered protesting, but today seemed to be an inexplicable series of events where no one afforded him the opportunity to voice his thoughts. What of human rights? What of humanity? The two combatants on stage were engaged in a fervent exchange, with Musashi holding a significant advantage, leaving Li Hao largely to defend and evade. Before long, Zhou Nei emerged from her change of clothing, casting a glance at the entranced Yi Tong. "Does he align with your thoughts?" They had shared profound conversations, and Yi Tong's eyes shimmered with an unusual light, unwaveringly fixed on Li Hao. "He surpasses my expectations. He has not neglected his training these past years." Musashi reveled in the contest, continuously intensifying his strikes, yet regardless of his efforts, Li Hao managed to defend against each assault. With a resounding thud, he executed a kick, and Li Hao crossed his arms defensively, pushing outward to create distance between them. "Wow, class leader, what's going on? Am I just a substitute? Or has it become my own show?" Li Hao exclaimed, feeling perplexed. "Li Hao, this is where you went wrong. You've been hiding your skills while sparring with your dorm brothers." "Musashi, I don't know what your temperament is, but if it were me, I couldn't tolerate it." Yi Tong suddenly interjected. Musashi was taken aback, glancing at Li Hao, who inwardly cursed, wondering what this girl was up to, always seeming to be at odds with him. "In truth, I have always struggled to describe female characters and depict romantic scenes. To compensate for this weakness, I have watched numerous idol dramas and Korean series, hoping to have made some progress, and I would appreciate any guidance from the great Psyduck." Chapter 11. I am a finance major, Yi Tong. "There's no need to sow discord like this. Brother Hao, don't worry about me. Give it your all," Musashi said in a deep voice, taking a deep breath as his pupils suddenly constricted. "Be careful." With a resounding thud, Musashi stepped forward, causing the fighting platform to tremble. He unleashed a powerful punch, the Zhongjing fist. This strike was devoid of any embellishment, leaving Li Hao no avenue for retreat. Li Hao had no choice but to meet the blow with his right hand, his body forced backward. Musashi followed up with a knife hand strike to Li Hao's ribs, prompting him to swiftly pivot and dart to the other side. At this point, it became evident to everyone that Li Hao was not exerting his full strength. Although these movements appeared effortless, there was an unavoidable technique, and Li Hao was now lying on the ground, awaiting medical assistance. Musashi furrowed his brow, refraining from pursuing further. "Brother Hao, do you look down on me? I hope you can take this fight seriously." Everyone in Class 16 knows that Musashi's fervor has surged. He is a martial arts enthusiast with few other interests. Recently, he encountered a fascinating opponent, a senior from the mecha department, and shadowed him for an entire week, even accompanying him to the restroom. Ultimately, they engaged in a match. Li Hao is aware of this situation. If Musashi is not satisfied, life becomes unbearable. With a resigned shrug, he accepts this reality. Musashi's body gradually tenses, muscles rippling, veins bulging as he slowly adopts a bow stance. Having sensed that conventional attacks lack the power to impose control, he realizes he must unleash the true techniques of the Wujia. Step by step, Musashi advances, maintaining an oppressive stance to shorten the distance. The moment he enters the range of absolute dominance, his body, akin to a top bow reaching its maximum arc, suddenly propels forward. With a roar reminiscent of a tiger descending a mountain, a thunderous shout erupts from his core. His footwork seamlessly aligns with the twist of his waist, delivering a punch that seems to instantaneously reach Li Hao's face. The Wujia Tiantong fist. Yet, in that seemingly inevitable moment of victory, Musashi abruptly stiffens. In an instant, cold sweat cascades down his body, his pupils constrict violently, and his previously steady breath collapses into rapid gasps. Li Hao has maneuvered to his side, their bodies nearly touching. And with his right hand poised on Musashi's throat, he realizes that had this been a life-or-death struggle, Musashi would have already met his demise. In the training grounds, silence reigned. The Wu family is a renowned ancient martial arts lineage in Asia, once in decline, but gradually rising again with their mastery of the golden genes, serving as a vital force within the use and producing numerous elite military personnel. Each generation of the Wu family has boasted a martial arts guest instructor in the Tianjin military district, a testament to their strict family education and solid foundation, perpetuating a legacy of martial fervor. The profession of a soldier is indeed tailor-made for them. The first-year student, Musashi, has already proven to be the cornerstone of the resurgence of Tianjin's mechanized forces. While there exists a layer of operation and diversity in mechs and combat, Musashi is undeniably a master of martial arts. However, Musashi's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and Li Hao, having lowered his hand, casually draped an arm around Musashi's neck. "What is going on, buddy? It's merely a sparring session. Your family truly excels in swordsmanship. Every field has its specialties." Clap, clap, clap. Yitong had begun to applaud, prompting a frown from Li Hao. "Yitong, what are you doing?" Others also felt that Yitong was somewhat targeting Li Hao. Yitong looked at Musashi. "Brother Musashi, there is no need to feel disheartened. Being defeated by the second brother is an honor." "Second brother?" Li Hao was taken aback, staring blankly at Yitong, a youthful image suddenly surfacing in his mind. You're little fatty?" Yitong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently bit her lip, huffing in indignation. "Second brother, is it only now that you recognize me?" Li Hao, feeling a mix of embarrassment and nostalgia, chuckled. "Haha. It's not that. Back then, you were just a chubby little thing." How quickly one transforms into adulthood. Others were left in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't Li Hao an orphan? How could he suddenly have a sister? Sensing the collective confusion, I gently patted Yitong's shoulder. "She is the sister of one of my companions from the youth class and was initially a reserve member." "So, your full name is Yitong." I had always thought it was Nangong Tong. Officially, there were only a little over 600 individuals selected for the youth class, yet a significant number remained as reserves, among whom Yitong was one. She would occasionally visit them for play. Yitong nodded, leaning softly against Li Hao, while everyone else remained dumbfounded, astonished to witness such a reliant side of the illustrious Tong god. Musashi observed the pair and suddenly recalled an incident from several years ago that had sent ripples through the upper echelons of the Solar System Alliance. It occurred within the Solar System Youth class, where the Alliance's intentions were commendable, gathering elites and allowing them to hone their skills, thus unleashing the latent power within their genes. However, a fierce conflict erupted between the Earth faction's leader, Nangong Yuhang, and the lunar representative, Syrian Moriphus. For reasons unknown, the previously neutral Martians suddenly sided with the Moon, leading to a catastrophic defeat for the Earth faction. Nangong Yuhang was killed on the spot by two lunar individuals. What others did not know was that Yitong was directly involved. On that fateful day, Li Hao was absent. It was Yitong who alerted him when the lunar individuals made their move. By the time Li Hao rushed over, she had been blocked at the door, and the door was locked. When the guards finally opened the door, the two assailants who had killed Nangong Yuhang were already dead, and Syrian Morafis had sustained severe injuries. Had the guards not arrived in time, he likely would not have escaped death himself. The Nangong family is one of the 5 ancient martial arts families, wielding considerable influence and reputation within the Yus military. However, the Maleficus family of the NUP is even more formidable, serving as the shadowy masterminds behind the Lunar Federal Reserve Council. In the wake of Nangong Yuhang's demise, with the 2 assailants having been killed on the spot by Li Hao, only a breath remains for the hope pinned on Syrian by the Maleficus family. For the higher-ups, further investigation is no longer feasible. Ultimately, Li Hao became the scapegoat. Although his actions were defensible as excessive self-defense, he was sentenced to a year of imprisonment, after which he faded into obscurity, leading to the dissolution of the Apocalypse Youth class. Yi Tong is the younger sister of Nangong Yuhang, taking her mother's surname, Yi. The Yi family is also one of the ancient martial arts clans, and the union of the 2 families represents a formidable alliance. The untimely death of Nangong Yuhang was a significant blow to both families. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce my second brother, my hero, my idol. I ask for your continued support. As she spoke, she wrapped her arm around Li Hao's. A year of imprisonment. This outcome is somewhat unexpected and also feels prolonged. However, Li Hao chose not to appeal, as he had not held any expectations from the beginning. Yi Tong, you have grown, Li Hao remarked sincerely, unable to deny that the current Yi Tong was hard to reconcile with the chubby little girl she once was. Here we go again, with that old-fashioned attitude of yours. At this rate, you'll remain single for life. Yi Tong laughed. Can you believe it? He spoke like this even when he was just a teenager. Li Hao, with a touch of indulgence, contemplated ruffling Yi Tong's hair, but Yi Tong cleverly evaded, insisting, "Come now, I'm not a child. Captain, shouldn't you express your gratitude towards me?" Li Hao, possessing remarkable prowess, understood that if he integrated his combat abilities into mecha warfare, he would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. With a smile, Li Hao elucidated the situation to everyone, recognizing that clarity was essential to avoid further complications. However, he only touched upon the specifics, candidly mentioning that the chaotic skirmish had led to undesirable consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite some time since then, and I have no desire to stir up trouble. I trust that you will keep this matter confidential. Also, class monitor, I am but a ticking time bomb. I can serve as a sparring partner or something of that nature, but competing in official matches would certainly pose a problem and could jeopardize the entire team. Zhou Neiyi and the others were diligently processing this revelation, unable to fathom that the much-discussed dissolution of the Solar System Youth class was linked to the individual before them. The Maleficus family was an entity well known to all of humanity. They had once been the dominant force behind the NUP currency reserve, one of the 3 prominent families of NUP. Now, with the gradual establishment of NUP's supremacy, the Maleficus family's status had undoubtedly ascended alongside it. Li Hao nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. I studied financial management in preparatory class. Even Yi Tong was left speechless. Li Hao shrugged his shoulders in resignation, saying, "Alas, I chose this path after careful consideration. As you all know, I am in need of funds. This major is quite promising, offering a broad perspective on managing operations, stock trading, and wealth advancement. Yet, they simply do not disclose to me the origins of my assets." Observing Li Hao's foolish expression, the group could not help but burst into laughter. After all, the youth class was a distant memory, and Li Hao remained the same Li Hao. Chapter 12. Kepler, 22b. With the unexpected surprise of Li Hao, Zhou Nai's venture began to take shape. Apart from their own team, Gao Yunfeng's squad continued to be a popular choice. Although their previous performance was subpar, it was relative. They still represented the standards of Tianjin mech warfare. Moreover, it was widely believed that the experience gained from defeat would prove beneficial. Naturally, given Principal Long's character, he would not place all his eggs in one basket. In the morning, there was a class on interstellar geography. Li Hao stifled yawns. Having evaded 3 inquisitive souls early on, men indeed have their share of troubles. Shortly after, Ma Long arrived, taking a seat beside Li Hao. "Brother Hao, let us delve deeper into yesterday's discussion. I must tell you, an opportunity has presented itself. Yi Tong clearly harbors feelings for you. Do not speak carelessly. We have known each other for quite some time. It is merely the excitement of old friends reuniting. You should feel fortunate to have a brother like me. Am I unaware of your aspirations? What dreams do you indulge in? It is merely a flicker of affection. The issue lies in the fact that your past actions undoubtedly left a profound impression on her. Women, especially those of striking beauty, tend to remember only what matters to them. Otherwise, not even a biological brother can sway their hearts. Among a lifetime of for brothers. Do not blame me for my warnings. If you do not act decisively with such a beauty, she will vanish within a month. Li Hao shook his head. Ma Long appeared increasingly anxious. You, Musashi, and Zhu's shouting are all formidable challenges, particularly you. Musashi is passive, suited for mature women, while Zhu's shouting is an aficionado of the two-dimensional realm. Only you remain an enigma, even to an expert like myself. Regardless of your preferences, Yi Tong is the pinnacle of your existence. The son-in-law of the Nangong and Yi families is a remarkable prospect. I shall count on you to elevate my status. Li Hao covered Ma Long's mouth. His incessant chatter was overwhelming. Zhu Xiaodang and Musashi chuckled, knowing that even without Ma Long's prodding, Li Hao would still have plenty to say about them. It would be a waste of talent if Ma Long were not to play matchmaker. Once he freed himself from Ma Long's clutches, Li Hao began to doze off, thoroughly exhausted from the previous day's antics. Ma Long seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of energy. Today was Dr. Yin Nan's class, and Professor Yin never called attendance, possessing a temperament that was remarkably amiable. Currently, the total economic scale and technological prowess of the NUP have ascended to the pinnacle of the Solar System Alliance. However, the U still maintains considerable influence in various domains, particularly in the realm of space navigation rights, including the rights to develop several exoplanets, which the Lunar Federation seeks to contest in its forthcoming endeavors. Historically, such circumstances have often been accompanied by warfare. Presently, the stance of the ROM remains ambiguous. Their motivations are not to support Earth, but rather to prevent the Lunar Federation from monopolizing power. In recent years, not only has the NUP made significant strides, but the development of the ROM should not be underestimated. In terms of foundational strength, I hold a greater appreciation for the ROM. Given its advantageous geographical position and abundant mineral resources, though its population poses a certain drawback. Dr. Yin Nan took a sip of water. Li Hao. Yes, Li Hao, who had just slipped into slumber, nearly leapt to his feet, prompting uproarious laughter from the audience. It was indeed a rare occurrence to doze off during Dr. Yan's lecture. Do you think there is a possibility of civil war within the Solar System Alliance? Dr. Yin inquired, recalling the student who consistently attended, yet frequently succumbed to drowsiness. This time, it was truly intolerable. Professor Yin, in truth, the internal conflicts within the solar system are not of paramount importance. Our principal adversaries lie beyond, Li Hao replied. Dr. Yin paused momentarily, intrigued. Please elaborate. We have ventured into Kepler 22b, reaping substantial rewards, yet we have also encountered extraterrestrial assaults for the first time. The peculiar nature of those creatures leads me to suspect a conspiracy. Humanity's arrival on Kepler 22b has essentially unleashed Pandora's box, and the most significant threats now emanate from external sources. Li Hao remarked that Kepler 22b represents humanity's greatest achievement in interstellar exploration, even before humanity ventured to the moon. This bountiful Earth-like planet had captured the imagination of many. Now, in their generation, they had finally claimed it. Kepler exceeded expectations, yet shortly after their landing, humanity's advance team narrowly escaped a cataclysmic assault from a horde of silicon-based giant worms that seemed to emerge from nowhere. This was a grand lecture attended by over 200 individuals, and as soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted, particularly at the sight of Li Hao's earnest expression, which only added to the humor. Before Yin Nan could speak, someone stood up and said, Li Hao, it seems you are still half asleep. Our current technological prowess undoubtedly ranks at the pinnacle of the galaxy. Completely dominating the Milky Way is merely a matter of time. Kepler 22b is a gift bestowed upon humanity. As for those worms, they are hardly our adversaries. Eradicating them is simply a question of time. You exhibit too much timidity. Indeed, this world belongs to the brave. Beyond lies a vast expanse of stars and oceans, replete with boundless opportunities. What do we strive for if not to realize the value of humanity? A chorus of voices erupted, swelling with pride. Although humanity had gleaned some understanding of extraterrestrial civilizations, the overall sentiment was one of disappointment. Their combat capabilities were somewhat formidable. Yet when faced with humanity's combined land and air assault, defeat was inevitable. If humanity truly possessed a superior civilization, would it not have revealed itself by now? Should they cower in inexplicable fear, resigning themselves to a corner? That would be tantamount to awaiting death. Li Hao's words ignited a fervor among the audience. For this was Tianjing's mecha division, a gathering of elites. This sentiment resonates throughout the entirety of the Solar System Alliance. Humanity harbors a profound confidence in its current capabilities. Li Hao is not fearful. He too advocates for exploration, recognizing the necessity of venturing forth, albeit with caution. It is imperative to avoid the narrow-mindedness of a frog at the bottom of a well. Brother Hao, you are being overly timid. What lies beyond is opportunity. My admission into the Starship Department was fueled by the aspiration to one day pilot my own vessel, leading a crew to conquer the cosmos. Every man's dream, right, Xiaodang? Marlin whispered, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Perhaps one day I shall secure a fief on Kepler, becoming a lord. How delightful that would be. My dream is to attend an ARTHS concert. The tickets. Ah, look at your lack of ambition, Musashi. Surely, we should share the same aspirations. Musashi glanced at Li Hao. Brother Hao, do you believe there is something amiss with my combat skills? I have pondered over it all night and still cannot decipher the issue. Is there a flaw in my training method? Li Hao rubbed his nose, contemplating the question. Musashi's techniques and fundamentals are commendable. However, his situation is rather unique, lacking comparability. Yet, such truths cannot be articulated. Musashi nodded. Perhaps Li Hao possesses the ability to fight, but his guidance seems somewhat lacking, requiring ample experience and elevated perspective. Marlin sighed, exasperated by the two fools. In this technological era, combat is indeed beneficial, yet it is not paramount. Besides, even in a mobile unit, what value does individual strength hold? Hence, he chose to study the Starship Department. While mechs may appear thrilling and heroic, they lack practicality. Does it not sound splendid to be a captain of a starship? Oh, let us envision a romantic interstellar journey with Man-Man as his first mate. Life is indeed a tapestry of dreams. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, and the reverie lingered in the air, leaving everyone slightly unsatisfied. Li Hao was also preparing to depart when, to his surprise, Professor Yin Nan remembered him and gestured for him to come over. Realizing the significance of the credits for this course, he promptly followed her. In the faculty lounge adjacent to the classroom, Professor Yin Nan polished her glasses, revealing a hint of a smile. You, despite your youth, exhibit a remarkable maturity. I have perused several of your papers, and they resonate with a profound sense of concern. Is there a particular reason for this? Li Hao shrugged. Professor. Kepler, 22b boasts a diameter 2. For times that of Earth, with an average temperature around 21 degrees Celsius, abundant in oceans and forests, essentially a larger, more perfect Earth. Additionally, it harbors several rare elements absent on our planet. Even after extensive exploration of the solar system, we have yet to encounter such an idyllic locale. Previously, the only constraints were the 600 light-year distance and our nascent wormhole technology. However, with recent advancements, the flares from the stars surrounding Kepler have provided us with coordinates, enabling our inaugural wormhole leap. Moreover, the conditions on Kepler surpass our expectations. Professor, everything seems too perfect. The emergence of the giant worms is peculiar, and their silicon-based life forms raise questions. Might there be factors we have overlooked, such as the existence of another civilization fishing in the cosmic sea? Professor Yin Nan nodded. Have you perused my paper from 2 years ago titled Barriers of Interstellar Civilizations? Having reviewed the matter, Professor, I am in complete accord with this perspective. It is conceivable that a spatial barrier exists between star realms, preventing advanced civilizations from indiscriminately invading lesser ones. Wormholes, akin to fishing rods, suggest that upon our arrival at Kepler, humanity's coordinates were simultaneously unveiled. With this step taken, we must temper our optimism. This is not merely the musings of Li Hao, but rather a reflection of the impact brought forth by Bleem. Within the dreamscape of Bleem, numerous training scenarios revolve around combat on Kepler, 22b. And as far as we currently comprehend, Bleem's endeavors are far from aimless. Those recognized as rudimentary, non-civilized silicon-based life forms, resembling colossal worms, have left a profound impression. They are not as primitive as they may seem. In fact, many scientists share this viewpoint. However, the assistance derived from Kepler for humanity is undeniably significant. I have had the privilege of accessing certain internal documents, which indicate that it could facilitate a century's leap in technological transformation. NUP's current conversion is exemplary, and the recent performance of a new class of weaponry can be attributed to the novel element K23 from Kepler, often dubbed the God element in material science. Such fervor is entirely understandable, and I welcome any thoughts you may wish to share with me. Professor Yin Nan gently patted Li Hao, noting that humanity, on the whole, is in a state of blind optimism and inflated self-regard, which prevails as the mainstream sentiment. Li Hao nodded in agreement. If extraterrestrial civilizations indeed lurk in wait, then our solar system is a veritable prize. Conversely, if none exist, humanity may well be the chosen ones. The videos and information regarding Kepler 22b are trending topics, representing a place that one cannot help but yearn to visit. If one were to seek a fitting term to describe it, it would undoubtedly be paradise. Chapter 13. Are you from CN? Currently, the Solar System Alliance has deployed conventional forces, tasked with both repelling the incessant emergence of lower-order silicon-based life forms and comprehensively studying this planet. After all, it possesses fundamental distinctions from Mars, the Moon, and Titan. The former trio is merely dependent on human technology for their construction, akin to a self-built abode with a clear architecture. Whereas Kepler 22b necessitates an ample investment of time and patience from humanity to be truly explored. However, in one regard, Li Hao suspects that the Alliance's assertions might be a blend of truth and falsehood, particularly concerning the purported ease of eradicating the gargantuan silicon-based creatures, which likely is not as effortless as envisioned. It is noteworthy that the unlikely duo, one elderly and one youthful, managed to uncover a wealth of common topics. After Li Hao's departure, Yan'an fell into a contemplative silence, which struck him as peculiar. Although there was nothing amiss with Li Hao's remarks, the formation of certain viewpoints necessitates a profound understanding of the core of Kepler 22b, a perspective accessible only to those engaged in relevant fields within the Solar System Alliance. Yet, Li Hao's gaze, ablaze with intensity, suggested a first-hand experience. As he pondered, Yan'an found himself smiling, recognizing his own flights of fancy. It is not unusual for the youth to possess peculiar imaginations. It simply happened to align with his own. The fishing metaphor he mentioned today indeed resonated deeply within him. Kepler 22b is astonishingly perfect, so perfect that it drives one to madness. Upon stepping outside, Li Hao discovered a charming figure awaiting him. Occasionally, passing young men would engage her in conversation, but when she finally spotted Li Hao, the usually impatient Yi Tong revealed a genuine smile. Li Hao, you have finally emerged. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Li Hao responded with a slight smile. Xiao Tong, do you have something you wish to discuss? Yi Tong grinned softly. Second brother, may I treat you to a cup of coffee? In Tianjin's Jiwowood district, a street lined with shops is particularly beloved by young women for its quaint coffee houses. As they savored their drinks, Li Hao felt an immense sense of tranquility and joy. It was indeed a splendid day. Second brother, you have changed so much, Yi Tong remarked, setting down her cup. I have always been like this, Xiao Tong. You fluctuate between calling me Li Hao, senior, and second brother. It's quite confusing. Could we perhaps settle on a consistent form of address? Yi Tong flashed a mischievous smile, revealing a small dimple. What would you like me to call you? I'm indifferent. Li Hao shrugged. Then I shall decide based on my mood. If I am displeased, I will call you senior. If I am content, I will call you Li Hao. And if I am particularly joyful, I shall refer to you as second brother. Li Hao rubbed his nose, realizing it was a futile conversation, perhaps a quirk of girls. All right, let us discuss serious matters. You did not come to Tianjin merely to reminisce, did you? Li Hao, Syrian Morphus, is making a comeback. NUP possesses the finest gene technology. He fully recovered 3 years ago and deliberately kept this news under wraps until recently. Yi Tong articulated each word with precision. Observing Li Hao's silence, Yi Tong offered a faint smile. Second brother, do not overthink it. The events of the past are now concluded. It can only be said that he was fortunate. My sole intention is to fulfill my brother's long-held aspiration and elevate Yus to the pinnacle. Li Hao gazed at Yi Tong and remarked, then you ought not to come to Tianjin Jiwu. The opportunities at the North Carolina Military Academy are considerably greater. Presently, the North Carolina Military Academy holds the top position in the comprehensive rankings of use, and Yi Tong's qualifications are undoubtedly sufficient. Yi Tong shook her head there. I possess no freedom. I must forge my own path. Second brother, your support is essential. Li Hao nodded, uncertain of the extent to which he could assist. Yet he vowed, I will do my utmost. Yi Tong beamed. Second brother, what have you been occupied with these past years? Why have you not found a girlfriend? Li Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. It is not that I have not sought a girlfriend, but rather you should inquire why my girlfriend has yet to come looking for me. At the sight of Li Hao's helpless expression, Yi Tong burst into a melodious laugh. In her childhood, her greatest delight was teasing her brother. During lunch, amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, Yi Tong remained unfazed by their scrutiny. On the training ground, the two, now clad in training attire, stood on the combat platform. Yi Tong had already unleashed her full force in her initial attack. In this realm, her prowess surpassed even that of Musashi. Her flexibility, speed, and agility provided her with a distinct advantage. Such physical attributes enabled her to execute strikes from every conceivable angle, performing various high-difficulty maneuvers. It is no wonder she bore the nickname Goddess of Eyes. This genetic endowment, combined with lightweight mecha, indeed rendered her a formidable weapon. Li Hao, be cautious. Knight's pupils suddenly contracted. Her body propelled forward, executing a swift kick that traversed 3 meters to arrive before Li Hao. As Li Hao raised his right hand to block, a resounding thud echoed upon impact, swiftly followed by her elongated, graceful leg, striking like a lethal scythe aimed at him. In an instant, a flurry of 18 kicks surged toward Li Hao's head, ribs, and calves. Li Hao, retreating while defending, found Knight had entered a state of complete combat readiness. Seizing the moment as he fell back, she suddenly lunged forward, targeting the center with an elbow strike. Bang! Li Hao caught her strike with his left hand, pushing outward, stepping half a pace, and leaning into it. Thud! Knight's golden genetic attributes began to reveal themselves with her growth. Her remarkable flexibility and agility did not overshadow her astonishing strength and resilience. The Nangong and Yi families had invested considerable effort in her, laying a solid foundation. The two sparred for half an hour before taking a break, both maintaining composure and steady hearts. It must be said that Knight had found an excellent and patient training partner. Having a solid foundation in combat does not necessarily make one a skilled pilot, but it certainly allows for greater efficiency compared to the average individual. Our team is in dire need of experts, Li Hao remarked with a smile. Indeed, second brother, discussing money can dampen our spirits. Besides, with 2 stunning beauties accompanying us, what a delight it is, something others can only dream of, Knight teased. As Malong would say, a man who tries to reason with women is the most foolish. If he loses, it's bearable, but if he wins, the defeat is even harsher. Li Hao made an excuse to leave, leaving only Zhou Nei and Knight in the training room. Xiao Tong, do you genuinely believe that Li Hao can take on the role of a vanguard? His EMP performance is somewhat lacking, and even with a foundation in combat, becoming a master in just a few months seems quite arduous. Furthermore, if the mecha pool is relatively shallow, he may easily become a target. Sister Nei, second brother, is exceptionally strong. To defeat him, I must exert my utmost effort. The time wasted over the past few years is truly regrettable. Given his talent, as long as we supervise him diligently, there should be no issues, Yi Tong remarked, having come with a sense of obligation to repay a debt of gratitude, unwilling to let Li Hao continue his downward spiral. Zhou Nei could not help but smile, feeling a twinge of envy. Xiao Tong, do I sense a hint of affection for him? Yi Tong chuckled. I do have a slight fondness, but it hasn't reached that level. Second brother is commendable in many ways, yet he is rather oblivious. If anyone were to date him, romance is not something to expect. By the way, Sister Nei, are you a CN? Zhou Nei was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush gracing her fair complexion, as the conversation took an unexpected turn. What is there to be shy about? We are both girls. Judging by your appearance, I would say you are. I am as well. Have you noticed where all the exceptional young men have gone? Perhaps we should post on the campus forum. 2 cabbages available. Who wishes to pluck? Yi Tong jested, gesturing towards Zhou Nei's chest. Not one to be trifled with. Chapter 14. Martian old man. At this moment, Li Hao had satisfactorily finished his dinner, devouring a quantity equivalent to 3 or 4 times that of an average person. This voracious appetite only exacerbated his already precarious financial situation. If possible, he would like to apply for a big eater's relief fund. As night fell, a satiated Li Hao hurried towards EMP, fully aware of the importance of the Bleem mission. Upon entering the EMP building, he was greeted by a chorus of fervent shouts and curses, which delighted him, an indication that vacancies awaited. Even amidst a crowd, they were relatively unbothered. As members of the mecha combat team, they enjoyed priority access. At that moment, a live broadcast studio on Mars lit up with a fervent emblem, featuring the segment Guiding Neighbors to Progress, hosted by the charismatic Mars Old Man. A part-time streamer, his appearance was unpredictable, yet his style was notably distinct. He relished stirring chaos in the high-ranking zones of use with an aggressive combat style. With just 3 consecutive victories, his popularity soared to over 500,000, especially after decisively defeating a top-tier contender from the North American region's Los Angeles Military Academy. resulting in a significant surge in viewership. Brothers, long time no see. Today, I shall ensure you all have a thrilling experience. Mars Old Man roared. His ID, Mars Old Man Rom, a student from the A-Class Military Academy, Stein, was a third-year participant in the S-10 Solar System Mecha Combat Tournament, currently boasting a score of 1659 at EMP. Among the four federations, it was widely acknowledged that the prestige of NUP exceeded that of ROM, which in turn surpassed Hughes and Titan. There isn't a formidable contender among them, he scoffed, scanning for any challengers. Can't we have someone of real substance step up? His disdain for use was palpable, not out of contempt for the institution itself, but rather because it was, in his eyes, utterly inept. Though the first three were A-class academies, they were merely novices, ill-prepared for the arena, while renowned experts from use refrained from participating, overly cautious of their reputations. When selecting a combat zone, EMP may choose either their own territory or a designated area. However, it is imperative to exercise caution during live broadcasts, as missteps can occur with alarming ease. A cacophony of challenge invitations inundated Stein, eliciting a furrowed brow. Those with EMP scores below 1500 were deemed inconsequential, given the caliber of use. One would require a score of at least 2000 to be worthy of a duel. Within use, contenders who reach such scores are typically star players from prestigious institutions, who seldom grace the live broadcast arena. Victory would be commendable, yet a defeat could result in substantial reputational damage. There exist formidable experts capable of besting Stein. Yet engaging in such a mismatch would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Defeating a lesser opponent would be expected, bordering on unsportsmanlike, and a loss would obliterate a hard-earned reputation. After scrutinizing the challenge list for an extended period, Stein noted a lack of familiar names. Fellow Earthlings, it appears there is a touch of timidity among you today. It seems there are no formidable adversaries, he mused. I have team training shortly, but let us engage in one final random match, in hopes of encountering someone of merit. A flurry of gifts ascended on the Tianquan screen, including a magnificent offering of Olympus, valued at 10,000 federal coins. As the matchmaking commenced, Mars Old Man versus Puppet. Stein's brow furrowed again at the mention of Puppet. What was that? He relished the opportunity to occasionally dominate in use, yet he was no fool. He was well aware of the most renowned IDs within the community. But Puppet? That was perplexing. Logic dictated that a novice should not even be matched in this arena. Moreover, upon encountering the Puppet, his popularity surged from over 500,000 to more than 70,000 in a remarkably swift manner. Earthlings, meanwhile, the live streaming area, once the domain of Martian critics, was now inundated with an overwhelming influx of terrestrial combatants, unleashing a veritable barrage of firepower. Stein chuckled, recognizing that this Puppet was likely a well-known streamer, thus providing a source of amusement. At that moment, Zhuang Zhou gritted his teeth and spent $100 to enter the live stream room, enabling him to witness the holographic battle. The EMP truly proved to be a lucrative endeavor. The cost of holographic battle viewing varied based on popularity, ranging from $10 to over $1,000 per match. However, for the sake of the Puppet deity, the expenditure was justified. Almost all supporters of the Puppet hailed from the virtual realm, and within the use's celestial communication zone. A dedicated section for the Puppet had emerged, along with specialized fan groups that exchanged notifications, united under a singular title, Puppet vs. Martian Grandpa. Among them were two lunar individuals, Als and Feynman, who had found these past few days particularly arduous. Even closing their eyes conjured images of their own demise. Had it been anyone else, it might have been bearable, but the thought of a detestable Puppet haunted Feynman. He lamented that he could not even close his eyes in peace. Although Stein boasted ostentatiously, his prowess was undeniable. If he were to employ the armored dragon, he would be severely overpowered by the Martian beast's formidable strength. Als remarked, "Not necessarily. What is the matter? Have you been intimidated? Strong as he may be, mecha combat demands experience. This individual has only participated in a handful of high-stakes matches and may very well be a novice facing Martians for the first time. The combat styles of each planet exhibit significant differences, particularly in their mech designs. On Mars, the most popular form is the beast-style bionic mech, characterized by its ferocity and emphasis on dominance. Martian team tactics are equally fierce, inspired by a wolf-like mentality where packs strike ruthlessly, leaving no survivors. Feynman fell into silence, yearning for an encounter with his adversary, yet an instinctive awareness cautioned him of impending defeat. He resolved to identify the opponent's vulnerabilities. After all, being human entails possessing weaknesses. The captain's assertion rang true. Discovering those weaknesses would signal his triumph over the puppet. In the arena, the Tianling V6 Beast-type mech, weighing 80 tons, boasted dual-engine nuclear fission and a 4-axis drive, equipped with retractable laser guns and titanium claws. Meanwhile, the puppet's choice was confirmed as the Armored Tiger Fighter, a first-generation heavy mech. Weighing 120 tons, driven by dual-engine nuclear fission, armed with laser guns and a titanium overlord gun. This revelation ignited a frenzy in the barrage zone, with Martians erupting in laughter. Is that the Fat Tiger? My goodness, it's been years since I last saw it. Is this a relic from the past? Has it not been phased out? Huh. The disgrace of Earthlings. Behold the titanium weaponry once more. How impressive. What is this puppet thinking, selecting such clunky, obsolete machinery against beast-style mechs? Surely, a mistake has been made. Huh. How clever, even crafting excuses for failure. The most cowardly are the Earthlings. I wager the battle concludes within a minute. The Martians recklessly unleashed a barrage of messages, while on Earth, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. A multitude of Earth supporters surged forth, partly incensed by Stein, who had provocatively ignited the situation by referring to himself as Earth's godfather. On the other hand, there was a glimmer of hope for the puppet, as they had previously triumphed. However, the choice of the Armored Tiger, a mech that made even Earthlings blush at its mention, raised eyebrows. One must note that Earth had relatively few heavy-duty mechs. After all, larger does not necessarily equate to better. Initially, there were high hopes for the Armored Tiger, boasting balanced handling and equipped with a formidable heavy titanium gun, adorned with a grandiose name. Yet, the reality was disheartening. The mech was excessively cumbersome and relied on firearms. Mech combat is not merely a contest of strength, and the adage of an inch longer, an inch stronger does not universally apply. Throughout various tests, the Armored Tiger consistently found itself overwhelmed, relegated to confronting only the colossal titans. This model has since ceased development, leaving only the first generation. In contrast, the beast form mechs suited the inherent wildness of the Martians, with their 4-axis drive allowing for more agile maneuvers and formidable control. Had they not been countered by the lighter mechs of the Lunarians, the Martians would undoubtedly have reigned supreme. Yet, when it came to battling Earthlings, it was akin to a father chastising his son. As the mobile warriors entered the arena, some Earth fighters had already retreated. Among them were those who had expended their holographic viewing rights, who would willingly seek humiliation. However, using the celestial messenger to observe a loss was one thing, but experiencing it through holography was an entirely different ordeal, truly a costly invitation to insult. Zhuang Zhou remained unfazed. Although the choice of the puppet god seemed to originate from the depths, he sensed there was substance beneath it. He held his breath in anticipation. Within the arena, the celestial wolf mech exerted its limbs with vigor, the machinery resonating with a thunderous roar. The complexity of the quad-axis control posed a significant challenge, placing a considerable burden on the pilot's physique. However, once mastered, it facilitated an omnidirectional assault without any blind spots. In all honesty, this cumbersome model struggled to respond swiftly. The arrival of the Armored Tiger mech was striking, its aesthetic design undeniably impressive, exuding a robust and formidable presence. With a swift extension of its right arm, the titanium overlord gun was unleashed with a resounding clamor. This once heroic entrance had tragically transformed into a source of embarrassment for Earthlings. Apart from its striking appearance, it possessed little else of merit. Li Hao, having not utilized it for quite some time, maneuvered the Armored Tiger mech, causing the overlord gun to whirl gracefully in his grasp, angled towards the ground. This action incited a barrage of mockery in the comments, yet his adversary, Stein, was momentarily taken aback, his vigilance heightened. The streamer was merely a pastime for him. He was, in fact, a qualified contender in the Solar System's Mecha Combat Championship. Despite his opponent merely testing weaponry, Stein discerned a hint of something peculiar in the air. Regaining his composure, Stein's celestial wolf mech executed a sudden crouch, showcasing strong control and pressing forward with the beast mode variation step. Chapter 15. The Tiger-style Overlord Gun. The distance between the two combatants shrank to a mere 15 meters. The performance of the beast mode mech surpassed that of its counterpart, reaching the optimal attack range. The celestial wolf mech erupted with the sound of metal scraping against metal, executing a swift lateral maneuver to the right. Upon landing, it propelled itself forward with even greater speed, its steel claws launching forth in a seamless motion that took less than a second, arriving at the flank of the Armored Tiger. The beast mode executed a right-angled lateral shift. The transformation into a beastly form, accompanied by a sharp lateral movement, elicited applause even in the mecha competitions. Yet this astounding maneuver was witnessed in the ordinary skirmishes of EMP. The Martian audience was on the verge of ecstasy. Following this sequence of actions, the Celestial Wolf secured absolute priority in its assault. Once ensnared by the titanium claws, the fate of humanity seemed grimly inevitable. The holographic livestream resonated with roars, cries of "tear him apart, kill him," flooding the screen with a barrage of exclamations. Suddenly, a thunderous crack reverberated, and the once dense stream of comments instantaneously transformed into a blank void, leaving the livestream in a haunting silence. On the battlefield, the armored tiger fighter had launched an attack without anyone noticing how it had done so, while the titanium overlord gun impaled the approaching Celestial Wolf fighter. The 80-ton Celestial Wolf was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground and rolling several times, sparks erupting from its wreckage, its chest obliterated. With a deft motion, the titanium overlord gun was retracted, its tip vibrating as the muzzle flash whirled. The elegant choreography of the titanium overlord gun, once a source of shame for all Earthlings, was once again on display. In this moment, glory was palpable. The holographic livestream remained eerily silent. However, mere seconds later, the barrage of comments erupted, predominantly from Martians. A deluge of question marks inundated the screen. What is this? What on earth is happening? The stunned Earthlings finally comprehended the reality. It seemed they had triumphed. Astonishingly, the armored tiger had defeated the Celestial Wolf V6, and it had done so with unparalleled flair. At this moment, the popularity of the live stream hosted by the Martian Elder has surged by over 1 million, drawing a massive influx of Earthlings. This individual had engaged in numerous escapades on the use side throughout the previous year, and now he has finally been apprehended by the people of Earth. With a spirit of retribution and grievance, how could he possibly remain unscathed? Martian offspring, kneel and call him father. Greetings. Rich in local color from various regions of Earth, began to inundate Stein. The resilience of Martians under pressure far surpasses that of Earthlings. Although Stein has faced defeat before, he has never endured such humiliation. Just as Stein contemplated re-engaging in the battle, his opponent casually delivered a kick. In the midst of the live broadcast, the expression of Stein, who had just opened his mouth, gradually contorted, much to the delight of the Earthlings, who unleashed a barrage of greetings once more. As the foremost admirer of the puppet, at least Zhuang Zhou considers himself as such, he promptly released an analysis video. The title read, "In this round, you thought the puppet god was in the basement, but in reality, he was on the top floor. Dreamlike tiger-style overlord gun." The entire match unfolded swiftly, within a minute. It transpired just as most had anticipated before the competition, accurately predicting the timing but misjudging the outcome. Zhuang Zhou did not underestimate Stein. Despite his obnoxious demeanor, his combat prowess was formidable. The opening beastly variations and angular movements were not mere ostentation, but rather a display of vigilance. The seamless execution of his actions and relentless assault indicated that Stein took this encounter seriously, and all of his maneuvers were particularly lethal to the heavily armored tiger. The slow turning and sluggish strikes were indeed the Achilles heel of the armored tiger. In slow motion, the armored tiger fighter was showcased with a dual perspective comparison. During a right-angle displacement, the armored tiger displayed a sideward premonition, leading to an astonishing scene. As the speed slowed to 0.25 times, the armored tiger's movements became apparent. The mech twisted, and the tyrant gun in its grasp spiraled forth with an overwhelming force, reminiscent of a force that could consume mountains and rivers. With a single shot, it pierced through the Sirius fighter, while the airborne Sirius V6 remained utterly unresponsive. An unexpected phenomenon, where strength corresponded to size, emerged. Not only did it manifest, but it exuded an indescribable dominance, akin to the slaughter of a mere dog. In no time, Zhuang Zhou's analytical video gained popularity, receiving system recommendations. On the Martian side, there were certainly experts in this domain, their editing skills even surpassing others. Initially, they aimed to identify flaws, yet upon viewing, it seemed as though there were no issues at all, as if Stein was somewhat lacking, having been easily seen through and foolishly offering himself as a target for attack. Feynman and Owls exchanged glances, pondering the required force. Feynman licked his lips, remarking on the absurdity of the situation. "At least an 8-fold gravitational load, I would say." Owls replied, "I believe it could be 10-fold, or even more. This individual must be exceedingly robust. Stein underestimated his opponent. To assume that a flashy technique could secure a decisive victory against a master is tantamount to courting death. One cannot entirely blame Stein. After all, there is also a formidable opponent here. Als nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was a power-oriented fighter, likely a product of enhanced golden genes, standing over 2 meters tall, with formidable and vigorous muscles. Yet, such a sniper would excel at punishing this type of opponent. At this moment, Li Hao was resting with his eyes closed, as it is customary to reflect briefly after the conclusion of a battle, given his circumstances. He found great pleasure in utilizing heavy armor. However, his opponent was rather weak. Perhaps the environment of the arena was not conducive to such agile maneuvers. As he opened his eyes, Li Hao prepared for his second match, hoping for a more exhilarating experience this time. His inbox remained inundated with notifications. As numerous challengers sought to engage him, he was disinclined to peruse them, as he had little knowledge of who these individuals were. And thus he opted to jump directly into combat, confident that his opponents would only grow stronger. Stein had directly invoked his challenge privileges. Within the EMP, competitors boasting over 1,500 points could send conspicuous challenges to their adversaries, limited to once per week at a cost of 5,000 credits each. Should the opponent decline, they would be unable to initiate another challenge for an entire month. Just as Li Hao was about to enter matchmaking, a prominent challenge materialized in his field of vision. He paused momentarily, surprised to see it was from his previous adversary. It seemed he had not afforded that individual an opportunity to truly showcase their skills. So he readily clicked to accept. In that instant, the viewership of Mars Old Man's livestream surged to 1.8 million, while the audience for the puppet reached over 200,000. Although 200,000 may not seem substantial in the realm of live streaming, the case of the puppet was entirely different, as his viewers could only observe. There were no links or official entrances available. The audience comprised either those who had previously battled the puppet or individuals who had been directly recommended by someone who had fought him, and even then, only to their friends. Thus, the majority of those able to watch were actively waiting for their turn. Upon casually glancing at the view count of the puppet god, Zhuangzhou was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the implications of this. He was not alone. There were many others like him. Perhaps most of them were ordinary individuals, but did that truly matter? My friend, share this, quickly, before you regret it for a lifetime. Zhuangzhou promptly sent a message recommending it to his roommate. What is this nonsense? I'm not interested. I'm currently on a date. Out in the world. Who would want to come? There are plenty of beauties here, and a big shot is treating us. Haha. Zhuangzhou, have you really started peddling now? And you can only spectate? Such unworthy content should not be promoted. After all, we are from Tianjin Jiwu. Zhuangzhou had no time for lengthy explanations, for the battle was about to commence. At the moment the opponent accepted, Stein let out a sigh of relief. If rejected, it would not merely cost 5,000. It would be enough to drive him to despair. Although he was unaware of the opponent's origins, at least he was not a coward. As the selection phase began, Stein remarked, "Kid, I'll give you some credit. Do you dare to replicate the previous match? Picking oneself up from where one fell is the Martian spirit." Li Hao casually confirmed the Armor Tiger Generation 1, and Stein chose the Wolf V6. The battle arena was selected by the challenger. Li Hao opted for the Martian battlefield. A flurry of question marks filled the screen. Suddenly, he felt a jolt within. Just how much disdain did they hold for him? At that moment, the large screen at the A-Class Military Academy of OS displayed a live broadcast, an occurrence that normally would not take place. However, with the popularity surpassing 2 million viewers, it was automatically pushed. Once the attendees of OS grasped the situation, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Had Stein lost to the Armored Tiger? Was he blinded or limping? What? The opponent was merely an obscure junior? Fortunately, there was still a second match to anticipate. Meanwhile, the peculiar and unconventional style of the puppet continuously reshaped everyone's perception of him. This was rather audacious, wasn't he? Who could adapt better to the Martian terrain and gravitational environment than the Martians themselves? Particularly in the match between the Armored Tiger and the Celestial Wolf. A significant portion of the audience had not witnessed the first match and had come merely to join in the excitement of this popular event. Chapter 16, A Strike to Shatter the Firmament, Part 3. Two mobile fighters entered the Martian landscape, where the gravity was approximately less than half that of Earth. Through planetary terraforming technology, Mars currently offered about 80% of Earth's gravity. While this might seem effortless in reality, mobile fighters would prefer a battlefield with slightly higher gravity for ease of operation. Although the reduced gravity lessens bodily strain, it complicates the intricacies of maneuvering, necessitating a body attuned to reverse thinking. In such conditions, heavy armor mechs require a considerable degree of proficiency. Does the puppet possess such skills? Upon the emergence of this choice, the onlookers were indeed engulfed in a wave of anxiety. As supporters of the puppet, their hearts must possess remarkable resilience. For individuals like Zhuangzhou are acutely aware that the puppet had previously engaged solely in virtual modes and had only recently ventured into the realm of reality. This encounter with Martian terrain must be its inaugural experience in such a setting. Although the puppet may have undergone training in this regard, the reality of combat is likely a novel challenge. The audacity to select the armored tiger for this battle is astonishing. Theoretically, lighter mechs should offer a superior advantage. Stein was rendered speechless. I do not know whose alternate account you are. But if I do not defeat you so thoroughly that even your mother would fail to recognize you, I shall withdraw from the EMP livestream. Taking a deep breath, Stein focused his energy. This was the key to gaining traction. It was time to deliver on the hype. The Wolf V6 could maximize its potential within the familiar terrain, akin to a fish in water. With a swift motion, the automated laser systems on the shoulder of the Wolf fighter were activated, and a barrage of fire erupted, rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. As the mech surged forward, the laser fire crackled, initiating a surrounding long-range assault on the armored tiger. Both the Martian livestream and the spectator area erupted in a cacophony of shouts and jeers. "Where's your face?" they exclaimed. Even in such dire circumstances, a long-range strike was attempted? It was evident that under the slightly reduced gravity, the agility of the Wolf was brought to its zenith, and Stein's maneuvers were indeed commendable. The fluidity of the surrounding firepower served to suppress the cumbersome armored tiger, possibly exposing a flaw or two. While one might argue that the approach was somewhat unsporting, the Martian disposition is one that values outcomes over processes. The armored tiger fighter performed as expected, proving to be the correct choice. Li Hao maneuvered the mech with precision, raising the tiger's shield on his left arm. Stein's seemingly agile attacks were effortlessly thwarted by the armored tiger. However, as emotions intensified, vulnerabilities began to emerge. Stein, like a patient wolf, soon discerned that the armored tiger's turning movements had slowed. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. The celestial wolf fighter abruptly executed a controlled halt, causing the entire machine to drift ominously. As the dual shoulder lasers discharged simultaneously, the wolf's maw opened wide, releasing 3 missiles in quick succession. The armored tiger could only defend itself, while the drifting celestial wolf executed a graceful roll, once again charging toward the armored tiger from behind. This was the epitome of speed, the wolf-style dilemma of life and death. The outcome was decisive. Thunderous explosions erupted as the missiles struck the armored tiger, engulfing it in a maelstrom of flames. In this chaotic transformation, the armored tiger's cumbersome flaws were magnified to an extreme. The system notification chimed, "Puppet wins." The Martians were left in disbelief. What was happening? Victory at the cost of one's life? This was utterly unfathomable. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a shockwave dispersed the flames, revealing a colossal figure emerging. With a massive shield in his left hand and the tyrant's spear in his right, it was once again armed. Not only the Martians, but even the Earthlings were momentarily stunned. The wolf-style dilemma of life and death was Stein's signature move in the mech competition. He must not be allowed to execute it. If he did, it would certainly result in a deadly exchange. The long spear of the armored tiger fighter was suddenly swung, casting the damaged wolf fighter aside. With a swift action, the spear was retracted, and the mech's head tilted slightly to observe the scene. Yet, once again, Stein was kicked out. In this familiar environment, Stein opted for the most prudent strategy, leveraging his superior speed to strike his opponent. Although laser fire was not the wolf's forte, it possessed sufficient disruptive capability. If the long-range defense was lacking, the armored tiger could indeed falter. It must be said that the armored tiger performed admirably, utilizing its large shield for defense combined with precise movement to effectively counter most attacks. However, Stein did not rely solely on this. He sought a flaw. Then, the screen revealed that opportunity. A shot was delivered unopposed, striking the leg of the armored tiger and impeding its mobility. "Deliberate," exclaimed Feynman and Owls in unison. This shot ignited a surge of fervor in Stein, who had been tightly wounded in search of an opening. In the following moment, he unleashed his renowned technique. The execution was flawless, as the laser fire from his shoulders formed a net-like barrage, effectively blocking escape routes. While missiles launched from the wolf's head compelled the opponent to defend, his marksmanship may have been average, but when paired with the wolf's characteristics, it proved exceedingly practical. Although Als, a top-tier sniper, looked down upon his opponent's lack of finesse, he could not help but offer a measure of respect. The key lay in the seamless combination of landing and attacking. Stein executed this maneuver with remarkable skill, launching himself from the most challenging angle for a heavily armored mech. How could one defend against this? There was not a hint of error. This was the epitome of the wolf's assault. Even at this moment, the armored tiger fighter had yet to respond. It could either flee or choose a side, yet the armored tiger remained indecisive. In that fleeting instant, the massive shield of the armored tiger was raised to absorb the missile's impact, while simultaneously, the tyrant's spear struck with lethal precision towards the Sirius. A single blow, victorious. Victorious? Yet, the barrage of comments erupted instantly on the screen. Fake. There must be a catch. How could this be possible? How could one deliver such an accurate and forceful strike while under missile assault? This is beyond human capability. Subjectively, how could one concentrate amidst the lethal threat of missiles? Objectively, even with shield defense, the force of impact was undeniably real. How could it possibly penetrate the moving Sirius V6? What about the impact force? The only conceivable scenario would be in virtual mode, akin to a game, but this was undeniably the real mode. The number of viewers in the live stream swelled by over 100,000. Were Earthlings resorting to tricks, clandestinely employing virtual mode? No, this was a high-score match. Such a thing was inconceivable. Zhuang Zhou finally resolved the mystery. In the instant the battle's outcome was determined, his mind was filled with a cascade of questions. The title read, Tiger King Reborn, Dominating the World. There was merely a second of dynamic analysis, that is, the final moment. The armored tiger did not remain still. Instead, it arched its entire form, actively tilting towards the missile, absorbing the impact against its shield. Suddenly, the armored tiger surged forth as if shot from a bow. The right hand wielding the tyrant's spear unleashed its fury, and amidst the cacophony of explosions, the ears perceived only the sound of hypervelocity slicing through the air, as the tyrant's spear seemed to vanish. By the time it was visible to the naked eye, the Sirius fighter had already been reduced to mere fragments. A localized perspective reveals that this single shot transcends merely shattering armor. The formidable transmission of vibrations instantaneously obliterated the Sirius V6 mech. This explains why the final sight of the Sirius fighter was one of devastation, while the armored tiger appeared virtually unscathed. The pilot, through extraordinary skill, absorbed a portion of the force while also redirecting some of it. This is the essence of heavy armor, mastering power, unleashing the gun like a dragon, and shattering the heavens with a single strike. Chapter 17. The Fry Brothers Zhuang Zhou's video was immediately featured on the official recommendations, and shortly thereafter, it gained traction on Mars. The Martians were rendered utterly speechless, while Earthlings had already commandeered the live stream of Mars Patriarch. No need to watch, Martian infants. You shall not grasp this. Do you see? This is the true tyrant's gun. Who else could rival me? The puppet deity reigns supreme. Yet, having won just once, he has become unrecognizable. Where did this individual emerge from? I have never heard of such a skilled marksman before. Nonsense. The armored tiger is an obsolete model, and this individual is genuinely formidable. When did Use produce such a master? A significant influx of players surged into Mars Patriarch's realm, as the pent-up frustration since the solar system competition finally found an outlet. Against all odds, the weaker side emerged victorious, displaying a remarkable prowess that was truly exhilarating. Recently, the atmosphere within Use has been rather stifling. While the defeat to NUP in the Mecha Warfare tournament was not entirely unexpected, losing to ROM was indeed a shocking upset, an eventuality that had not even crossed the minds of Use. Conversely, the victorious Martians are in a predictable state, their inherently extroverted nature radiating what can be described as passion, though less charitably, one might call it arrogance. Li Hao paused for a moment of respite. Lately, he had been randomly assigned several vintage mechs from Use. Ding dong. The laziness that had enveloped Li Hao dissipated, replaced by a subtle smile as he noticed a notification for a Bleem email. Bleem Task 128. Only Use armored mechs may be utilized. Li Hao blinked in surprise, his gaze momentarily drifting as he accessed his mech repository. A sigh of relief escaped him. Within were a few small cats, yet the three armored brothers, armored dragon, armored tiger, and armored leopard were indeed present. It was not that the system consistently assigned him armored types. Rather, his mech repository was quite limited. Mechs in the EMP are not provided free of charge. As a competitor in the Earth battle zone, the 3 armored brothers were a gift, eternally free, supplemented by a few mechs earned through various events. Purchasing mechs? Absolutely out of the question. Previously, he had been able to experiment with a variety of mechs solely due to the free rotation in the mech repository, allowing him to engage in any battle without cost. However, in the ranked matches of the real zone, there was no such concept of free rotation. What peculiar scheme is Bleem concocting now? While it is understandable to aim for 3,000 points in the EMP, likely in preparation for subsequent tasks, why restrict him to just these 3 models? Could it be a reflection of his financial constraints? Assuming humanity is the rightful owner, the technology exhibited by Bleem is fundamentally beyond our current capabilities. If humanity were to possess such technology, one must ponder why they would engage in such trivial pursuits. Conversely, if it does not belong to humanity, then this civilization is treating it as a mere experimental subject. However, the explorations, assassinations, and various tasks undertaken this year are strikingly purposeful, and the language and tone of the emails are remarkably humanized. Engaging in play or experimentation does not adhere to this paradigm. Lost in thought, Li Hao found himself disinterested in continuing further. To quell the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, he sought a surge of vigorous exercise. As the avatar of the puppet dimmed, the discontent of the over 200,000 spectators was palpable. At that moment, seizing the opportunity to educate these Martian denizens about Earth's profound heritage seemed imperative. What incited greater ire were the Martian competitors. Since the establishment of the Martian Federation, their ambition has been to lead the entire Solar System Alliance. They regard not only Earthlings, but also Lunarians with disdain, firmly believing that Martians ascending to supremacy is merely a matter of time. They have always been the provocateurs. How could they tolerate being challenged? Who would have imagined that this Earthling would act so shamelessly, striking and then fleeing? Stein was equally incensed. He had persistently sent out invitations for a rematch, unwilling to accept defeat, convinced that the previous outcome was merely a fluke. Yet, his opponent had already logged off, disregarding him entirely. Just then, a notification chimed on Stein's device. A message read, "Stein, the Flame Wolf team has no need for the weak. You are hereby expelled." Stein's pupils dilated, echoing with the hysterical roars emanating from the training room. Recently, Feynman and Owls had also become engrossed in the study of puppetry, a characteristic trait of the lunar inhabitants. It is noteworthy that the personalities within the 4 great alliances exhibit significant disparities. The lunar folk are proud yet reserved, meticulous in their endeavors, always considering 3 steps ahead as they explore the unknown. In contrast, the Earthlings are characterized by a prideful conservatism, often overestimating their capabilities and resisting change. Martians are indulgent and extroverted, reveling in adventure with aspirations of leadership. The Titans, once followers of the use, now stand as staunch allies of the NUP, idolizing the strong. Although Feynman faced defeat and endured several days of despondency, he now felt invigorated by the revelation of his own vulnerabilities. Was it a matter of sound judgment or merely a fortunate gamble? Feynman could not resist inquiring. Who knows? Utilizing leverage in a virtual environment may yield higher operational success, yet the stakes are perilously high in the real world. Al scoffed, firmly unconvinced. Else, you are mistaken. From the moment he deliberately allowed Sirius to strike, to the final execution of his plan, everything was meticulously calculated. A cool voice interjected. Tita had arrived, a figure both dangerous and audacious. In the dormitory of the Tianjin Mech Warfare Institute, Zhuang Zhou looked contentedly upon his creation. His followers had surged from a mere 500 to over 10,000. As a freshman in the journalism department, this was a remarkably commendable achievement. His new creation has been completed, and Zhuang Zhou is also a bearer of golden genes. Regrettably, his dominant trait does not lie in the realm of combat. In truth, he harbors a secret aspiration to be a master pilot. Typically, dominant traits are easily measurable, but his is rather peculiar, an intuition. It seems he possesses a certain predictive ability, though it is not akin to predicting lottery numbers. Rather, it manifests as an inexplicable daydream or conjecture that is often correct. He is uncertain whether it is mere luck or something else entirely. He first experienced this sensation the moment he laid eyes on the puppet, and he has grown accustomed to following this instinct, which continually leads him to delightful surprises. Previously, this was the case, but with the puppet, it has amplified. The wallpaper of the celestial message has been successfully set. It depicts a war-torn Martian battlefield, featuring the imposing figure of the first-generation armored tiger wielding a tyrant gun, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the distant remnants of the Sirius. Despite being a cold machine, it exudes an air of regal disdain that resonates with all onlookers. This is precisely what the people of Earth desire and yearn for they are all inhabitants of Earth. No matter how they may fall, their pride remains indelible. Suddenly, a bold thought surged through his mind. Is the puppet a human from Earth? Who is he? A master of the mobile forces? A military academy student? A pure civilian expert? Zhuang Zhou's heart raced with excitement. Since the puppet's emergence, his battles have predominantly occurred at 7:12 p.m., coinciding with the open hours of the Earth Military Academy's EMP. At that moment, the dormitory doors swung open violently. What the heck, Zhuang Zhou? What did you send? Is this guy your friend? Incredible, plus, he's taking off. Indeed, how remarkable it is that such a prodigious figure was not introduced to us sooner. Henceforth, he shall be my idol. My goodness, this image is absolutely breathtaking. I too desire the wallpaper from that very day. The pose and gaze of the armored tiger fighter at that moment are simply too cool. Zhuang Zhou also finds it impressive. Yet he never anticipated that this image would ascend to the EMP trending topic. This would have been inconceivable in the past. It seems that the defeat in the mecha combat tournament has left humanity yearning for a victory, even if it is a trivial amateur match. Li Hao certainly engaged in some athleticism, though his capacity is somewhat superhuman. After exercising, he found himself hungry once more and could only indulge in a late-night snack, feeling that ultimately his wallet would be the one to defeat him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ma Long was standing on a chair delivering a presentation. I must say, you two are squandering your lives. Women are the most exquisite beings in this world. Today, I shall impart to you the essential secrets of courting women, the 4-character mantra strong, alluring, playful, and dramatic. Do not read them in sequence. Strong. Musashi, conceal your muscles. Such attributes only attract the attention of men. The essence of strength lies in one's attitude. Xiaozhua, you must pay particular attention. Do not be overly eager. A sycophant possesses nothing. When interacting with women, one must have conviction. For instance, when dining together, do not inquire about their preferences. Simply choose a distinctive option. Strengthen your resolve. Women are inherently indecisive, and it is crucial to exhibit a robust demeanor. This is what we call being strong. Musashi and Zhua Xiaodang listened attentively, akin to earnest elementary students. Both were ordinary individuals. To claim they had no interest in the opposite sex would be a fallacy. The challenge of interacting with women was undeniably daunting, although they did not vocalize it. They held deep admiration for Ma Long's effortless charm and ease in female company, as if he thrived in such interactions. It was a natural gift that often led Musashi to ponder whether Ma Long's genetic traits were particularly appealing to the fairer sex. Moreover, there was the matter of allure. Put away that lascivious grin. This form of allure is different. It's a harmonious blend of strength and softness. Do you understand? A man must know how to be endearing. That is true skill. Musashi remarked with a playful flourish of his fingers. Is that so? He mused, bursting into laughter alongside Zhua Xiaodang, while Ma Long's brow twitched in exasperation at their foolishness. That is merely perverse. At the right moment, revealing a touch of childish dependence on a woman can evoke her nurturing instincts and compassion. Just then, Li Hao entered, resuming his philosophical discourse. Second, this is a matter of talent. Haha, Brother Hao, your talent is remarkable. Rumor has it you're involved with Yi Tong now. Do share with the brothers. Ma Long teased. Chapter 18. Is sleep sufficient? Brother Hao, EMP has produced a phenomenal player. Have you seen it? Absolutely exhilarating. They utterly crushed the Martian dogs. Can you imagine? Using the armored tiger to obliterate the celestial wolf E6, it's said that Fellow was left in despair. I've heard that the flaming wolf team of OS has eliminated Stein. What a triumphant year, Zhua Xiaotang exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he shared an image via Tianxuan, depicting the striking pose of the armored tiger. Doesn't it radiate an air of supreme dominance? It's incredibly cool, as if one has surged forth from the heart of 1,000 warriors. Li Hao found himself in a state of bemusement, pondering the extent of theatrics involved in what was merely a battle. Musashi, however, maintained a semblance of composure. Gentlemen, shall we gather at my home this weekend? My grandfather has extended an invitation. Certainly. May we bring our girlfriends? One inquired. Having heard that the Musashi family possessed the most ancient residence in Tianjing, a perfect opportunity to broaden their horizons. Ma Long was particularly intrigued. Of course, he replied. After all, for Li Hao and Zhou Xiaodong, as long as there was food, they were content. What is the essence of the 2 points you mentioned, Ma Long? Zhou Xiaodong queried. Ma Long, brimming with excitement, eagerly responded, demonstrating his potential as a student worthy of guidance. In their dormitory, he monopolized the conversation, sharing his vast knowledge and experiences from theoretical insights to practical examples, enlightening his companions. Yet, there was an underlying sense of boasting, though the other 3 listened with rapt attention. In this domain, Ma Long truly excelled. The following morning, many skipped breakfast to avoid nausea during the upcoming cosmic biology session. Li Hao, Ma Long, and a few others arrived early, engaged in conversation when Zhou Nei and Yi Tong made their entrance. These 2 had recently risen to prominence, their newly formed team garnering considerable attention. Zhou Nei, with her ponytail, and Yi Tong, sporting a chic short haircut, immediately drew the gaze of everyone present. The 2 had been inseparable lately, clearly united by a common purpose and shared interests. Upon spotting Li Hao, Yi Tong's eyes lit up, and she promptly pulled Zhou Nei over. Ma Long, displaying his understanding, readily offered a seat, nudging Zhou Xiaodong aside. How did you sleep, dear brother? Yi Tong inquired. Drawing nearer to Li Hao, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted from Yi Tong, prompting Li Hao to instinctively touch his nose, causing a ripple of curious glances from those around him. What? Sleep? What do you mean by sleep? Do not create disturbances. Li Hao found it utterly impossible to decipher the thoughts of the plump girl, who seemed to revel in teasing others. Yi Tong and Zhou Nei exchanged gentle smiles, sparing him from further attention. Such captivating images were irresistible to the surrounding young men. The male-to-female ratio at Tianjin Institute of Technology is approximately 6:4, with a slight predominance of males. Outstanding females often find themselves besieged from the moment they enter as freshmen, even if their peers remain oblivious. Upperclassmen are ever present. Throughout her freshman year, Zhou Nei was frequently presented with flowers, a situation that persisted for several months before her suitors finally retreated, realizing the futility of their pursuits. As Marlon aptly put it, most girls fear being hounded, yet those like Zhou Nei, with clear intentions, are exceptions. Now, with Yi Tong in the picture, the stakes have risen. Her approach is decidedly more aggressive than Zhou Nei's. Should one wish to pursue her, overcoming her formidable defenses is the first step, evidenced by the numerous suitors currently resting in the infirmary, who have finally begun to relent. After all, the prowess of Tongshan is not to be underestimated. As Professor Nijkins entered, the once boisterous classroom fell into a hush. Following the butcher's customary practice, this large lecture, which included freshmen, would likely feature a dissection demonstration. Nijkins, a professor of astrobiology, earned the moniker of the butcher due to his penchant for dissecting various organisms in class. The course primarily focuses on the integration of genetic technology with the human body, encompassing natural selection and dominant traits across different planets within the solar system. Now, it also incorporates the study of silicon-based lower life forms from Kepler 22b, making it one of the most sought-after research topics across the solar system's institutions, representing a genuine exploration of extraterrestrial life and stirring considerable enthusiasm among the students. Moreover, as a premier military academy on Earth, Tianjin Military Academy is indeed exemplary. Observing the packed auditorium brimming with 300 students, Niggins felt a profound sense of satisfaction, his iconic mustache curling upward in delight. Dear students, especially the freshmen, today I shall unveil the gateway to a new realm, filled with surprises. Laughter erupted from the audience, with some expressing their disbelief. Why should this be so? Those who gained admission to Tianjin Military Academy, particularly in the military discipline, possessed commendable psychological resilience. Niggins activated the Tianjin system, showcasing invaluable data on Kepler 22b. Isn't it magnificent? The Kepler planets are a divine gift to humanity, offering a natural environment more exquisite than Earth, abundant in water and mineral resources, and incredibly habitable. Its atmospheric composition closely resembles that of primordial Earth, with gravity slightly more than double ours, making terraforming remarkably feasible. This planet contains vital elements that currently hinder our advancement into the galaxy. Certain information remains undisclosed to the public, yet the breathtaking landscapes, vibrant colors, and extraordinary flora and fauna profoundly moved everyone, igniting a fervor in the classroom. The prospect of exploring Kepler, regardless of one's identity, signified boundless opportunities. Niggins smiled, his mustache quivering slightly. Beautiful, isn't it? Now, let us explore another facet. What followed were harrowing images, steel-forged bases easily torn asunder, swarms of colossal insects invading. The surface of these massive creatures shimmered with a silver gleam under the radiant sun of Kepler, their crimson hue, a stark reminder of humanity's blood. Simultaneously, images of space were presented, depicting the ground and the starship system in operation. One might feel fortunate that the Air Force offers substantial benefits and minimal danger. Here lies the condition of the fleet in space. In the imagery, blue orbs traverse the dense atmosphere of Kepler, soaring into the cosmos. Upon reaching a certain proximity, these orbs seemed irresistibly drawn towards the warships, whose energy shields provided inadequate protection. One by one, the vessels succumbed to flames. Small rescue crafts were launched into the sky. Yet the majority of individuals perished before they could even board the lifeboats. Nigel observed the expressions of his students and rapped the blackboard to regain their attention. This is the true essence of Kepler. It is far from a vacation spot, so everyone should remain alert. Today, we shall discuss genetics. It must be noted that the stark contrast between these two states immediately calmed all students, prompting them to attentively engage with Nigel's lecture. Genetics primarily revolves around the natural adjustment of the event gene. The term golden gene is merely a label. Anyone capable of integrating with the Tianjin mechanized weaponry possesses some degree of it. Therefore, there is no need for complacency. Currently, the field of genetics anticipates the emergence, or perhaps the existence, of two types of perfect genes, the first being perfect adjustment and the second being perfect reversion. Who among you is familiar with this? Nigel inquired, looking at the raised hands. All right, Yitong, please share your thoughts. The professor explained that the first scenario involves the combination of exceptional genes, giving rise to offspring that inherit these admirable traits. When a certain threshold is reached, a perfect adjustment occurs. The second scenario presents a fascinating phenomenon where individuals' bodies reject modified genes. As genes undergo natural selection, superior natural genes emerge to replace the adjusted ones, a process known as atavism. When this state reaches its peak, a perfect atavism manifests. Night Pupil captivated everyone's attention. An outstanding girl naturally draws focus, and she had grown accustomed to it. Importantly, these two scenarios are not entirely isolated. They continuously alternate in the human body in a remarkable manner. This duality represents humanity's advantage and is indeed a gift from the cosmos. Nigel gestured for Night Pupil to take a seat. Leaning closer to Li Hao, she whispered, "Brother." Syrian exemplifies the first scenario. The Morphis family has devoted themselves to this pursuit. However, I believe the latter scenario is more potent. The former is chosen by man, while the latter is chosen by divinity. Li Hao felt a slight itch in his ear, realizing she was blowing gently towards it. "Class is in session," he declared, surrounded by envious gazes. A group of spirited young men could hardly contain their frustration, questioning why Li Hao received such attention. Night Pupil playfully provoked him, leaving Li Hao with the distinct impression that her actions were intentional, albeit lacking concrete evidence. Niken continues to relay the content from Tian-san, commencing with an introduction to several formidable giant insects. Some among you may very well confront such situations in the future. Our mission to develop Kepler necessitates a paramount assurance of safety, requiring a capacity to endure gravitational forces more than twice that of the norm. This calls for elite maneuverable warriors and a stellar fleet. Thus, the majority will be selected from the military and existing military academies. As your instructor, my foremost hope is for your survival, or at the very least, to extend your days. Here are the 5 most prevalent types: the razor giant worm, the corrosive giant worm, the lurker, the flame bomb giant worm, and the high-energy worm. The razor giant worm, weighing between 5 to 20 tons, possesses razor-sharp claws reminiscent of a mantis, capable of effortlessly tearing through mechanized armor. The corrosive giant worm, approximately 50 tons, can expel a deadly corrosive acid that dissolves metal and exhibits mimicry abilities. The lurker, weighing around 30 tons, is equipped with a pair of pincer claws and 6 pairs of legs, excelling in burrowing. It boasts mimicry capabilities on its back and can launch barbed claws to drag all prey below the surface. The flame bomb giant worm, exceeding 200 tons, can emit high-energy flames, while its exterior is infested with explosive parasites that are ejected upon the approach of an enemy, generating an explosive force equivalent to 1 ton of TNT. Lastly, the high-energy worm, also surpassing 200 tons, resembles a colossal worm, moving sluggishly. Its interior can facilitate biological nuclear fission, adorned with two radar-like antennae atop its head, capable of unleashing high-energy projectiles. Upon humanity's initial arrival at Kepler, we encountered attacks from the high-energy worm, resulting in the destruction of over a dozen warships. The high-energy insects possess interstellar strike capabilities, meaning their high-energy projectiles can penetrate the atmosphere and directly target celestial objects, equipped with a certain level of exploratory aptitude. Though the specifics of their targeting mechanisms remain elusive to us, following this, an analysis of the colossal insect's anatomical structure will be presented, with further discussions on their methods of attack to follow. At this juncture, it is evident even to the most naive observer that these gigantic insects, despite their primitive appearance, exhibit certain traits that rival those of humanity. You are fortunate. Just a couple of days ago, a live specimen arrived. And now we shall proceed to the laboratory for a visit. Chapter 19. The Rampage of the Colossal Insects. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Most had only ever dissected deceased specimens, and this was their first encounter with a living one. A group of eager individuals made their way to the laboratory. Musashi, what are you so thrilled about? Are you planning to take on the insect one-on-one? Malin chuckled. If given the opportunity, I would indeed like to try, Musashi replied. You're insane. Where do you think you're going, little fatty? Malin exclaimed, grabbing hold of the escaping little fatty. His round face contorted in discomfort. He retorted, that thing is utterly revolting. Even the dead ones are terrifying, and the living ones are even more so. I think I'll pass. Come on, little fatty. You're part of the mecha department. Anyone can be afraid, but not you. You must go. Li Hao chimed in. The three of them dragged the unfortunate little fatty towards the laboratory, while Zhou Nai and Yi Tong behind them could only shake their heads in bemusement. It seems that such a timid individual could enter the mecha department. One can only attribute it to extraordinary talent. However, little fatty's timid nature must be addressed. Otherwise, no matter how skilled he is, it will serve him little purpose on the battlefield. Upon entering the laboratory, one is greeted by the sight of a colossal razor bug, languidly sprawled on the ground within a towering iron cage. Encasing this creature is a perimeter of tempered glass, and it seems that the giant insect can hardly endure much longer. A throng of observers leans against the glass, scrutinizing the creature with great intensity, some even excitedly flexing their biceps. Yet, should the razor bug muster any strength, it would be insufficient to fill the gaps between its formidable mandibles. Its claws are exceedingly sharp, equipped with barbs, and the mechanized suits offer only partial protection against its assaults. The battlefield is notably devoid of survivors. Humanity appears to be quite to the creature's liking. Nijins begins a practical explanation for the crowd, initially brimming with enthusiasm, but it soon turns to a sense of queasiness. It is imperative to carefully observe the movement patterns of these giant insects within the EMP. The data collected has come at a great cost, and a diligent approach may enhance their chances of survival. However, for the students, the prospect of engaging in battle feels quite distant, for the solar system remains tranquil, and Kepler is indeed far away. Li Hao surveys the razor bug before him, recalling his dissection class from his freshman year. The structure of the giant insect mirrors that of his dreams, yet this is his first encounter with a living specimen. It seems that the half-dead creature has sensed the gaze of the crowd, slowly lifting its head. Its four immense compound eyes flutter open, instantly capturing the surrounding world in their view. Suddenly, it perceives something amiss, and the four colossal eyes fixate intently on a singular point. Do not be deceived by its mere four eyes. Each eye is densely populated with sensory cells, and each compound eye comprises over 20,000 individual lenses, truly offering a panoramic vision devoid of any blind spots. It can be asserted that even within the dense jungles of Kepler, once one enters its domain, concealment becomes an impossibility, rendering any hope of evasion futile. A target locked by its gaze is enveloped in an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to being scrutinized by countless monstrous insects, leading to the mental collapse of those with even the slightest wavering resolve. At this moment, Li Hao remained utterly still, having been marked. The razor-backed giant insect, previously on the brink of death, suddenly surged towards the iron cage. The alloy-constructed cage, subjected to several violent impacts, ultimately fractured, followed by a collision with tempered glass. The entire laboratory erupted in alarms, and simultaneously, low-temperature nitrogen surged through the ventilation system. The giant insect exhibited remarkable resistance to gases such as those inducing hypnosis. Only extreme cold could diminish its capabilities. Yet, this time, It was evidently a miscalculation. As the giant insect relentlessly battered against the glass. Scatter. Withdraw immediately. Niken shouted, sensing the lethal intent of the creature. The laboratory descended into chaos. And before anyone could react, the tempered glass shattered, allowing the razorback giant insect to burst forth. The scene was one of utter disarray, with many injured by the flying shards of glass. In that moment, two figures emerged, Yi Tong and Zhou Nai, hurling an adjacent table aside. However, with a swift swipe of its claw, the razorback giant insect cleaved through the obstacle and charged towards Zhou Nai, with all four of its enormous eyes wide open. Zhou Nai, who had been poised to flee, found herself paralyzed, surrounded by an overwhelming multitude of eyes, akin to a nightmarish vision, as she succumbed to unconsciousness. With a swift motion, a figure darted forth. Li Hao shielded Zhou Nai, narrowly evading the lethal strike of the razor beetle. Yet, the formidable insect loomed before them, its massive blade poised to descend. The laboratory erupted in screams, but suddenly, the razor beetle seemed to lose its vigor, its eyes fixated on its prey. Before it ultimately collapsed, its sharp mandibles oozing a pool of green liquid. Soon after, its body began to fissure, releasing more of the viscous green substance. Nijins breathed a sigh of relief, though his expression remained grim. Fortunately, this razor beetle had sustained severe injuries. He glanced at the torn alloy steel columns and the shattered tempered glass, bewildered by the scene. Hadn't they assessed that this creature was on the brink of death? How could it have suddenly gone berserk, especially when the low-temperature nitrogen had proven ineffective? Li Hao paid no heed to his surroundings. Instead, he promptly laid Zhou Nai flat on the ground and began to apply pressure to her chest, performing artificial respiration. After several attempts, her breathing gradually steadied. A normal individual, unprotected by mechanized armor, would have their spirit crushed and breath stifled under the gaze of the giant insect, and experience Li Hao knew all too well. Before long, the school's medical personnel arrived, their response swift, yet they were fortunate this time. The laboratory was still undergoing sanitization, with dozens of injured students receiving treatment. Had the giant insect not exhausted its last ounce of strength against the tempered glass, it was likely there would have been no survivors. Long Danny gazed intently at the surveillance feed, her expression serious, flanked by Nijins and experts on the insect. Professor Niken, did we conduct an inspection when this colossal insect entered? Such oversight is absolutely intolerable. Has the Tianjing mechanized warfare descended into such absurdity? This thought enraged Long Danny. Replay the footage. What could have provoked it? A room full of over 10 individuals fixated on the screen. As the slow motion revealed the once feeble razor insect suddenly agitated at a certain moment. Listen, Professor Niken, can you ascertain if it locked onto a target? Long Danny abruptly inquired, pointing at the screen. Niken was taken aback. The razor insect had a precise target, and from the angle, it was Li Hao. The insect's target was evidently Li Hao, and the direction of its charge after shattering the tempered glass was also directed at him, albeit momentarily disrupted by the table thrown by Zhou Nai and Yi Tong. One must commend the quick reflexes of these two young women, their timely interference. Though lacking in offensive power, effectively interrupted the insect's momentum, causing its ferocity to wane significantly. Then there was Zhou Nai, standing motionless, awaiting her fate, a state well understood by those present as a nightmare scenario against the insect, akin to a psychological oppression experienced by soldiers on the battlefield. At that moment, Li Hao, having appeared from who knows where, hastily intervened to save Zhou Nai just as they were presumed doomed. While the life of the razor insect drew to a close, at the very least, he seemed unaffected by the insect's influence. Was it mere coincidence? Or had the insect already exhausted itself? Professor Niken, please follow up on the subsequent matters. We must provide the students with an explanation, but first and foremost, ensure that the injured are well cared for. Yes, Principal. After the others departed from the principal's office, Long Danny dialed Tianqiuan to summon Li Hao. Long Danny sat in silence. Those who have endured the ravages of war do not easily become flustered by trivial matters. They address issues as they arise. However, it was evident that this incident was not merely a lapse on the part of the laboratory, but rather the emergence of certain factors beyond her understanding. Should she engage Li Hao, a member of the Solar System Youth class? Even at Long Danny's level, caution was paramount. While waiting, she replayed the video. She had visited Kepler before, devoid of mechanized protection. The giant insects, akin to demons for humanity, evoked fear, and the students' panic was a natural response. Thus, she felt a surge of delight at the reactions of Zhou Nai and Yi Tong. They exhibited both courage and strategy. Clearly, Yitong remained unperturbed despite the suffocating pressure from the giant insect, while Zhou Nei faltered slightly, though this was understandable, as Yitong was among the rare few possessing a golden zone. Li Hao's swift maneuver to rescue Zhou Nei was impressively agile, yet he had not confronted the threat head-on. No, she had fallen into a habitual error. When the giant insect attacked Zhou Nei, all of its compound eyes were fixated on Li Hao. The video slowed down, and Long Danny stood up abruptly. Every compound eye of the giant insect was trained upon Li Hao, though he seemed to lunge towards Zhou Nei in that fleeting moment. His gaze was directed at the razorback insect. The video froze, capturing Li Hao's expressionless face as he stared intently at the creature, while the razorback insect's myriad eyes were equally fixated on him. Chapter 20. The LSP who loves to administer rescue breaths? Long Danny sat upon her chair, gently tapping the table. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, causing her brow to relax. Come in. This was Li Hao's inaugural visit to the principal's office, where he encountered the legendary Principal Long. As their gazes met, Li Hao promptly saluted. Good day, Principal. I am here to report. Long Danny smiled softly. Li Hao, there is no need to be overly formal. Your performance during the recent incident was commendable. You bravely saved your classmates, and the school will recognize your efforts. Report, Principal. This was merely my duty. In truth, it was classmates Zhou Nei and Yitong who reacted more swiftly, Li Hao replied, standing tall. They are both commendable as well. You all embody the pride of Tianjing's mech warriors. You and Zhou Nei are both from Class 16, correct? Long Danny observed Li Hao with satisfaction. Indeed, Principal. The class monitor has always looked after me, he responded. Mutual assistance among classmates is essential. I experienced the same during my student days. How did you manage to slay the giant insect? Long Danny inquired, as casually as sharing pleasantries. It was. Li Hao suddenly paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Principal, you are mistaken. I did not slay it. I thought I was going to perish, and then it simply fell. Long Danny chuckled silently, noting the young man's heightened vigilance. She continued to observe him, while Li Hao maintained an innocent demeanor, his expression impervious to scrutiny. After a moment, he shrugged. Principal, this was clearly a stroke of good fortune. Am I to believe I could merely glare it to death? Principal, you are aware of my past. I have made mistakes before. I am uncertain about what has transpired. You have taken action and faced the consequences. Now, you are a member of the Tianjing Mechanical Warfare, and you belong to me. Your sole responsibility is to eliminate those who obstruct the glory of Tianjing Mechanical Warfare. I will handle everything else. Spoke Long Danny with commanding authority. Li Hao smiled faintly and nodded. Some matters are best left unspoken, yet he was eager to assist Nai and the others. Moreover, there is another matter. I have an exchange student here, someone with connections. You are tasked with managing her. She can go wherever she pleases and do whatever she desires. But the principle is to ensure her safety. As for everything else, do not take the initiative, nor refuse. Do you understand my meaning? Long Danny inquired, gazing intently at Li Hao. Li Hao hesitated. Principal, I am not particularly adept at socializing. Perhaps you could assign someone else? Long Danny furrowed her brow, seemingly considering his point. Please recommend someone. The associated costs can be covered by the school. Principal, after some thought. Since you are entrusting me with this task for the first time, I believe I should embrace the challenge. I am confident that I can manage. At that moment, amidst the boundless darkness on the far side of the moon, a well-lit underground base stood. In the laboratory, two gigantic carbon-based razorbugs fixated intently on the humans before them. Though their bodies were tightly bound, it did not hinder their compound eyes from exerting suppressive power. Even a battle-hardened warrior would crumble under such mental assault within mere seconds. The young man before them appeared utterly unfazed, the light in his eyes intensified. In the next instant, the bodies of the two giant bugs began to ooze green liquid, followed by two explosive sounds as the creatures burst apart, leaving the ground in disarray. The laboratory doors swung open, and the staff, clad in protective suits, entered in an orderly fashion, expertly tidying up the aftermath. A young man wiped the green liquid from his face, a faint smile gracing his lips. Compared to the former principal's demeanor, Li Hao found himself more drawn to the current Dragon Danny, who emanated a certain lethal aura that resonated with him. After all, it was merely a matter of attending to a well-connected individual, a trivial task. Upon arriving at the infirmary, he discovered that Zhou Nei had already regained consciousness, with the rest of the class having visited her in waves. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute, class leader. Are you feeling better? Li Hao inquired. Zhou Nei's complexion still bore a hint of pallor. Her initial rush to intervene had included thoughts of retreat. Yet she had not anticipated the monstrous creature's capacity to instill such terror. It felt as though her body had plunged into an abyss until Li Hao's timely rescue. "Thank you. No need to be so formal. You have always looked after me. I won't be polite either. Once you recover, treat me to a meal." Truth be told, it was your efforts that ultimately vanquished the creature. "You both are the true heroes," Li Hao chuckled. "Brother, next time I find myself in peril, I expect you to act with equal decisiveness." "Humph," Yi Tong remarked, slightly displeased. "Even if artificial respiration is required, you could have called me. I could have made a difference in those crucial seconds. Does that mean you, deep down, are also a LSP?" Li Hao had no choice at the time. It was not merely about performing artificial respiration, but also about lifting her from the grip of her nightmare. Zhou Nei had not undergone such training, and a mere second's delay could have resulted in her being forever trapped in slumber, a fate far more severe than mere physical harm. Li Hao ignored Yi Tong. The class monitor and the principal had just stated that they would grant you rewards and advised you to rest well. Not long after, the doctor entered and asked everyone to leave, emphasizing that Zhou Nei needed rest above all else. Li Hao dragged Ma Long and the others away, while Zhou Nei gazed at Li Hao's departing figure, feeling a strange sensation within her heart. Although she was a military academy student and had undergone some training, this was her first encounter with life and death, a completely different feeling. In comparison, Li Hao and Yi Tong exhibited better composure under such circumstances. Was this considered a first kiss? At times, Li Hao found the existence of Bleem rather comforting, for at least someone still thought of him. The EMP 3000 score he had calculated was indeed substantial. One must earn points diligently. The EMP building was more crowded on weekends. The girls were alluring. Yet not everyone had the privilege of charming companions. Just as he reached the entrance, Li Hao received a message. "Senior Li Hao, I am a yo-yo. Is it convenient for us to meet now?" A yo-yo? He recalled that she was the principal's connection. "I am at the EMP building entrance, preparing for some training. Will you join me?" Li Hao felt he could not ignore her. "All right, senior. I'll be there shortly." With no other option, Li Hao waited at the building's entrance, idly kicking small stones. As he did so, a girl approached from a distance. Li Hao sensed her gaze. It must be a yo-yo. After all, it sufficed to engage with her a time or two to satisfy the principal. "Excuse me, are you Senior Li Hao?" the girl inquired, gazing up at the somewhat towering figure before her. "Senior?" Li Hao felt his heart pounding uncontrollably, a sensation even more intense than when he had first encountered Bleem. The girl before him appeared rather ordinary at first glance, seemingly unadorned with makeup. A few faint freckles adorned the area near her nose. Yet, there was an undeniable charm about her. Her large eyes sparkled with beauty, and her smile radiated a vivacious spirit. With Li Hao's heightened perception, he sensed an entire cosmos within her gaze, an enchanting depth that could easily ensnare one's soul. It dawned on him what Ma Long had meant when he spoke of how a girl's eyes could communicate. "Yes, I am Li Hao. Are you? IOU?" "Senior. My name is IOU, not IOU," she replied playfully, her heart-shaped red lips causing Li Hao's heart to race once more, his body temperature rising. Observing his dazed expression, the girl stuck out her tongue. "Senior, I was just joking. Principal Long mentioned that I could ask you for assistance with anything, so please take good care of me." In that instant, Li Hao felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. "Dear Principal, I misjudged you. You are indeed a good person. IOU. Is there anything you wish to do or something you would like to eat?" As soon as he uttered those words, Li Hao regretted them, mentally chiding himself for his foolishness. Calm down, he reminded himself, recalling Mr. Ma's teachings about, what was it? Hard milk. Never mind. Looking at the girl before him, he felt that indulging in such thoughts was utterly disrespectful. "Senior, you are too kind. It is I who am intruding. I am an exchange student, having just arrived a couple of days ago, and I was curious about what everyone usually does." IOU observed the somewhat awkward and flustered young man standing before her. "I am from the mecha department, preparing for EMP training," Li Hao said instinctively. "That sounds great. I am quite interested in EMP as well. May I join you?" IOU smiled gently. Li Hao would certainly not decline. Together they entered the EMP building. If it had been with Yi Tong or Zhou Nai, they would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. However, IOU was rather unremarkable, not unattractive, but certainly not stunning. In Tianjing's mecha realm, most would simply glance past her. This is simply a matter of personal preference. After scanning the QR code, Li Hao discovered that he had been granted secondary access to the EMP building, which meant he would have access to a dedicated training room at any time. Principal Long truly was a pragmatic individual. Glancing at the eager Yuyo beside him and contemplating the exclusive training room he was about to acquire, Li Hao felt a profound sense of dedication to Principal Long Sr. You go ahead with your training. I shall remain in the lobby and await your return. Yuyo said with a smile. She understood the importance of not being too intrusive. For those in the mecha department, training was a deeply personal matter. Li Hao nodded, realizing he could not train for too long today. Logging into the EMP system, he noted his score stood at 960. While the winning streak bonuses in the real-world zone were beneficial, they were not sufficient. He needed to exert more effort. As for the mecha selection, since Bleem prohibited the use of anything outside the armor category, he decided to configure it accordingly to avoid any accidental selections. In executing missions, there was no room for chance. Errors were unacceptable, a truth Li Hao understood better than anyone. Restricting the mecha repository to solely utilize the Armored Brothers is rather reminiscent of the Potato Brothers. During his time in the virtual realm, Li Hao experimented with a myriad of mechas. To him, aside from a few intriguing models, most were quite similar. However, the usage of the Armored Brothers has witnessed a decline over recent years. The Armored Dragon remains somewhat acceptable, often recommended to novice users embarking on their journeys, while the Armored Tiger and Armored Leopard seem to have been forgotten, overtaken by the grass of neglect. In Chapter 21, Raging Lion Roby, the ranking match commences. The opponent hails from use, yet Li Hao harbors a preference for battling external competitors, whose styles are more distinctive and engaging. The strategies employed by Use tend to be overly conventional and often lack the thrill, as they predominantly comprise subordinate players. On the Earth side, the atmosphere is lively with over 300 spectators. However, there are no streamers, and without friends in the game, notifications cannot be set. Surprisingly, the most vibrant scene is not on Earth, but rather on Mars, where the EMP has granted a special column to the puppet, even attracting the attention of ROM's premier commentator, the Fireman. This individual was once a mobile warrior in the ROM Federal Army and transitioned to commentary after retirement, becoming one of the earliest in the field, unexpectedly rising to fame and becoming a veteran figure in Martian commentary. The reason for this fervor is singular: Stein's defeat. Although Stein cannot be classified as a top-tier expert, he possesses a certain degree of renown and has even participated in the Mecha Warfare Championship. This has become a source of solace for a significant portion of Use's fan base. Ironically, Martians are known for their resilience. They can endure much, but they will never swallow their pride. In the words of a Martian, it has always been about asserting dominance over others. Many individuals in the forum have already mentioned that a challenge was issued to the puppet, yet that coward dares not accept. Among the challengers are skilled practitioners from various prominent military academies on Mars, including competitors from the Mechanized Warfare Grand Tournament. Due to an extended hiatus from EMP battles, their scores have significantly dwindled, hovering around a mere 1,000. Thus, the puppet's prowess is not particularly remarkable, yet he revels in an ostentatious fighting style, presenting himself as if he triumphs over stronger opponents with flair. However, the puppet has garnered considerable attention, particularly on platforms like Use and ROM, where he is noted for his vintage main armor, the dragon and the tiger, exuding an air of a quirky internet celebrity. When the opponent, Robbie from the Cougar A Military Academy, appeared, the Use community erupted, not due to the puppet but because of Robbie. Generally, names as straightforward as his reflect a certain confidence. In the Cougar A Military Academy stands as the foremost military institution in South America. Robbie is a prominent figure from that region, and if we were to categorize competitors, he would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier A-class contender. His bold and fierce personality has made him a focal point, especially after the initial rounds of the Mechanized Warfare Grand Tournament, during which Use's competitors appeared somewhat bewildered, leading to a rather cautious overall strategy, one of the significant reasons for their defeats. Robbie, however, has proven to be the most daring and tenacious among them, thus attracting considerable attention. Yet, it raises the question, how could his EMP score be so high while being matched against the puppet? The puppet is anticipated to have a score around 1,000, whereas even if Robbie's score has diminished slightly due to the tournament and training, it would not be low. It can only be concluded that the puppet must possess some hidden score or exceptional attribute to be paired with such an outstanding warrior. Li Hao gazed upon the name, a faint smile gracing his lips. Robbie, it has been a long time. The two entered the arena, where Robbie had just concluded a month of rigorous training. The defeat at the Mechanized Combat Championship had left an indelible mark on the younger elite of Use. A collective breath held in anticipation. It must be acknowledged that while personal shortcomings played a role, the lag in tactics was equally significant. In terms of physical prowess and combat skills, the gap was not as substantial as it seemed. Rather, it was the comprehension of mech's proficiency and mutual counter-strategies where NUP held a distinct advantage, an aspect that Robbie and his peers needed to bridge. Puppet. Such a peculiar name. Typically, at this level, one encounters few who choose such whimsical monikers. It resembles something from the virtual realm. The selections commenced. The puppet had already determined its choice, the Armored Dragon 3. Robbie chuckled, for in contests of this nature, no one would make the first selection, as it would merely expose vulnerabilities to the opponent. In the past, Hughes had scarcely regarded this nuance, but this time at the Mechanized Combat Championship had truly imparted a lesson in humility. When strength is evenly matched, the intricacies of mech counters, particularly those honed through extensive training, yield significant advantages in real combat. The greater the number of participants, the higher the probability of such outcomes. Robbie opted for the Dragon God E-type, an upgraded variant of the Armored Dragon series. This mech boasted a slightly larger frame, superior materials, and, most crucially, enhanced mobility, which eased operational complexity and reduced strain. The primary focus of modern mechs lies in augmenting functionality while minimizing the burdens on their pilots, thereby maximizing the inherent advantages of humanity. Armored Dragon Fighter 3. Use. Configuration. Medium fighter, 80 tons, nuclear fission drive, standard laser gun, titanium blade, left arm small shield. Dragon God E-type. Use. Configuration. Medium fighter, 76 tons, nuclear fission drive, laser gun, shoulder cannon, laser sword, left arm small shield. Puppet versus Robbie. Li Hao and Robbie have both been confirmed. In this situation, the countdown is set to begin in 30 seconds. Yet unexpectedly, it has turned into 3 minutes. In the dormitory, Zhuang Zhou and others have collectively spent money to enter the holographic viewing. Fortunately, they are not professional streamers. Otherwise, given the current fervor, prices would surely escalate. Since the last battle's dominance, the four friends abandoned their girlfriends, forsook trivial matters, and even canceled weekend plans. Without needing Zhuang Zhou's insistence, Puppet certainly deserves support. How is this matchmaking even possible? The ferocious Robbie is a true A-class contender, arguably the finest user of the Armored Dragon to date. Is this akin to disturbing the high powers? Zhuang Zhou, Puppet seems a tad too ambitious. The Armored Dragon is also on the verge of obsolescence. I sense a potential mishap. We won't be wasting our money, will we? This seems rather impulsive. My girlfriend will surely have my head for this. The forum has rapidly surged in popularity. With the impending clash between the fierce Robbie and the internet sensation Puppet from the virtual realm, Zhuang Zhou is a devoted supporter of Puppet, yet currently, Puppet's viewership stands at merely over 10,000, while Robbie's popularity far exceeds that, clearly not on the same level. The last encounter, too, was against Mars. A united front against a common enemy should not dilute their support. Zhuang Zhou, what expression is that? You can't possibly believe Puppet will emerge victorious, can you? The brothers in the dormitory erupted in laughter. Zhuang Zhou chuckled lightly, suggesting that they would see how things unfolded. Should victory be theirs, he would establish a streaming channel. Within him, a peculiar premonition lingered, one he struggled to articulate, yet it had grown increasingly potent of late. He was uncertain of what this intuition sought to convey. As the match commenced, two armored dragon fighters entered the arena. Robbie stretched his neck, indifferent to his opponent, eager to conclude the encounter swiftly, taking advantage of the weekend. He aimed to challenge a worthy adversary and simultaneously assess the fruits of his extensive training. As his body transitioned into combat mode, he felt a surge of adrenaline. He had no desire to squander time against a novice. With a swift motion, the laser sword was drawn, aimed at the opposing armored dragon. Yet, the adversary remained motionless, merely gazing at him. Could it be a fan? Robbie grinned, dismissing the thought as irrelevant. The engines roared to life, and the Dragon God fighter charged towards its opponent, maximizing both speed and momentum. The laser sword sliced through the air, targeting the foe with utmost directness. When facing the weak, the simplest approach is often the most effective. But then, emptiness? In an instant, cold sweat dripped down Robbie's brow. Almost instinctively, he braced his left shoulder, relying solely on his experience to deflect the opponent's punch. Just as he prepared to regain control and pull back, his mech suffered a heavy blow, the violent shock sending Robbie's armored dragon fighter spiraling away. He managed to regain control, reversing the engine to create distance. Yet his opponent did not seize the opportunity to attack. After merely one exchange, the entire spectator area fell into stunned silence. Robbie had nearly been toppled in their initial encounter. Robbie grimaced, cursing under his breath. He had encountered a formidable opponent, masked beneath a rather unassuming name. As he became fully engrossed in the battle, the aura of the mobile warrior transformed entirely, resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce upon its prey, the armored dragon fighter. His approach was characterized by a relentless offensive strategy, favoring attack over defense. The dragon god fighter roared to life, surging forward once more. Its laser sword slicing through the air with ferocity, this time denying the opponent any opportunity for reprisal. The clash between the laser sword and the titanium blade was fierce. The dragon god, being marginally lighter due to its innovative materials, was adeptly maneuverable, coupled with Robbie's aggressive combat style. He maintained a firm upper hand unless the opposing mech was superior or their combat styles mismatched. In similar categories, he consistently dominated. A rare occurrence when facing a mech with inherent disadvantages. What remained was to strike until the adversary was reduced to a mere explosion. Under the relentless barrage from the dragon god, the armored dragon was left in a state of utter defensiveness, unable to retaliate. Indeed, as I had foreseen. This was the overwhelming advantage of machines within the same series. Robbie possessed an intimate understanding of the armored dragon. It was unnecessary to flaunt one's skills in such a manner. Robbie epitomized the blend of brawn and finesse, being one of the elite combatants from our U's faction. The puppet pilot had grown overly complacent, and this time, disaster loomed. The performance of the armored dragon was woefully inadequate. The dragon god was slightly larger, yet possessed a lighter mass. In a contest of masters, a minor discrepancy could lead to a significant downfall. And the momentum seemed to have shifted. Zhuangzhou was incredulous. He believed the puppet pilot should triumph. Yet, the battlefield presented raw realities, and Robbie was no mere novice. His extensive experience in grand competitions often dictated that victory hinged on fleeting moments. With a resounding roar, the mecha thundered, and the brilliance of the laser sword illuminated the scene. Maintaining his aggressive stance, he felt an invigorating surge of energy. With a powerful strike, the laser sword staggered the armored dragon fighter, followed closely by a heavy stomp from the mecha, causing the ground to erupt with a deafening sound. The laser sword descended once more. The titanium blade attempted to block. Boom. The mecha retreated again, and the armored dragon fighter lost its balance. Robbie stepped forward again, unleashing his third strike. This was the infamous 3 knocks of death, a devastating blow from the heavy sword. In an instant, the two mechas created distance between them. Robbie took a moment to steady his breath. It was the first time he had been so toyed with in a match. His opponent had not lost their position and seemed to be performing theatrically. Who the hell is this guy? He had encountered formidable bodies before, as well as skilled techniques. But this individual possessed both physical prowess and skill, coupled with experience, all while observing him closely. Robbie reflected, feeling that he had made little progress over the years. Chapter 22. The reverse flight of the swallow. A voice resonated within Robbie's mecha, unfamiliar yet assertive. Given his current standing as one of the 6 dragons of use, it had been a long time since anyone dared to be so arrogant before him. Seeking death. Are we? Robbie replied sternly. The two mechas were clearly engaged in some form of communication, utilizing the internal voice system of the mechas, rendering it incomprehensible to outsiders. This left the spectators feeling a sense of intrigue, yet it was evident that the conversation was far from amicable. The dragon god fighter slightly hunched, its laser sword raised steadily, preparing for the next move. It was clear that the furious lion Robbie was not to be trifled with. On the other side, the armored dragon fighter remained nonchalantly still. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the dragon god fighter charged forward with great haste. With Robbie's deft control, he could have executed a variation to disrupt his opponent's predictions, yet he opted for the most straightforward assault instead. The collision of the laser sword and titanium blade erupted in a fierce clash, sending sparks flying. Although the speed was not overwhelming, the force was markedly more substantial. The dragon god fighter maintained a dominating position, and this time, Robbie afforded his opponent no respite. He anchored several attacks to ensnare his foe and immediately unleashed the deadly Reaper's triple strike, leveraging the advantages of his mech and physique to forcefully suppress his adversary. The 3 sudden, heavy blows rendered the armored dragon fighter noticeably sluggish, its frame creaking under the strain. At that moment, the dragon god fighter executed a commanding maneuver. Its engine roared with explosive intensity as it soared into the air. The dragon god mech flipped over the armored dragon's head, while simultaneously, the laser sword descended menacingly toward the armored dragon fighter's head. Instantly, the breath of all onlookers seemed to vanish. This was Robbie's signature move, the Dragon Goddess flying return, which he had attempted but failed to complete in the Mech Warrior Championship. Who could have anticipated witnessing such a technique in a casual match? This was a definitive killing move, perfectly complemented by the Reaper's triple strike, a lethal technique for close combat. Most would find it difficult to react to such a formidable attack, yet the armored dragon fighter appeared to leap in an attempt to evade. Futile. The mech erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the prowess of a top-tier pilot executing a lethal maneuver in the blink of an eye. The audience for the puppet spectacle has exceeded 20,000, yet at this moment, the overwhelming majority merely sigh in resignation. To have pushed the rampaging Lion Robbie to this extent using the armored dragon is undoubtedly a first in competitive matches. However, a loss is still a loss. And the streak of victories has come to a halt. A sense of emptiness lingers in everyone's hearts, including Zhuang Zhou, who until the very last moment clung to the hope for a miracle. Yet, upon witnessing the fully realized dragon god Yanfei's return, despair engulfed him. For this exemplified the crushing superiority of mecha performance. Only the latest generation of mechas could achieve such feats. And the most terrifying aspect of rampaging Lion Robbie was that he executed maneuvers typically reserved for light mechas using a medium mecha. It remained flawless. Is this the might of a top-tier combat expert? Meanwhile, the supporters of rampaging Lion Robbie erupted in cheers. To be honest, it was somewhat nerve-wracking to watch, but thankfully, the rampaging lion remained true to form. The defeat in the Mecha Warfare Championship has evidently propelled him to new heights, such as the nature of the strong, as setbacks only serve to fortify them. This characteristic is inherent to Earthlings, as they tend to swell with pride in favorable conditions yet unleash extraordinary potential in adversity. This explains why every time the NUP achieves 2 consecutive victories, they are invariably toppled. A 3-time champion is what constitutes a dynasty, otherwise, it holds no merit. The Martians, however, were not pleased. Their live streaming room was bustling with over 300,000 viewers tuning in to hear the fireman-esque commentary. Remain calm, remain composed. Failure is a natural occurrence. Such pretentious individuals are bound to falter eventually. Unfortunately, it did not fall into the hands of our ROM. From my military experience, the true elite, system notification, puppet victory. The explosive flames dissipate, and the indistinct figure that lands is not the Dragon God Battle Mecha, but rather the Armored Dragon 3. Countless bullet comments pierced through the live stream, leaving the fiery warrior momentarily stunned, though only for a fleeting second. To his surprise, the puppet emerged victorious. It seemed I had overestimated the capabilities of humanity. After executing the Death God S3 knocks, his physical stamina was insufficient to maintain control over the return of Yanfei. I had previously stated that a signature move, by its very nature, requires a level of proficiency and control, otherwise, it devolves into mere ornamental display. This allowed the puppet to narrowly escape disaster. Now, let us observe the final blow and what transpired. I dare assert that the issue lay within Robbie's own attack. The spectators supporting the puppet were nearly incredulous, unable to believe their own eyes and ears, that similar silhouette was not that of the dragon god, but rather that of the armored dragon. Why was this? Simultaneously, within the EMP hall of Tianjing, gasps and murmurs of confusion echoed, including from AU, who pondered whether victory was still possible. Although not a professional, she had diligently watched numerous matches, and the ferocious Lion Robbie was indeed a key player for use, reportedly a former member of the Solar System S Elite Youth Squad. Robbie's attack was flawless. The Death God S3 short knocks, while evidently insufficient for an immediate kill, nonetheless created ample space for a powerful strike. Robbie's return of Yanfei was truly unexpected and executed flawlessly. However, a scene unfolded that left everyone astounded. As Robbie performed the return of Yanfei, the armored dragon did not leap to evade but instead executed a reversed Yanfei return, an even swifter and more ferocious reverse Yanfei return, a maneuver that countered with lethal precision. From the execution to the awareness, the overwhelming ferocity of the Lion Robbie left him utterly defenseless, as he was struck down midair without any semblance of a defensive stance. In the VIP holographic arena, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, and the expenditure felt remarkably worthwhile. Shortly thereafter, the space was filled with a cacophony of cheers, gasps, and applause. Zhuang Zhou gaped in disbelief. He realized he was mistaken to ever doubt his puppet deity. The thoughts of a god are not to be frivolously speculated upon by mere mortals. The reverse Yanfei return, what a divine intervention. At that moment, the EMP hall of the Cougar Military Academy was shrouded in silence. The match featuring the fierce Lion Robbie was undoubtedly a focal point of observation at the academy. It could be stated that Robbie had unleashed his full potential in this bout. Yet what on earth was this reverse Yen Fei return? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that it was executed using the armored dragon aircraft. Who was this individual from use? What was this idea of puppet? Everyone racked their brains, unable to identify a comparable expert. Not only was there no one like use, but no other federation possessed such prowess, such maneuvering, such an aura. How could it possibly belong to an unknown individual? This battle catapulted the puppet into the limelight within use. Winning once is trivial, but to triumph over Robbie with the armored dragon, employing the reverse Yen Fei return, transformed the situation into an entirely different narrative. And now, all the information emerging from the virtual realm? How could that be? Are you jesting with me? This maneuver, this physical endurance, instantly withstanding at least 6 or 7 times the force of gravity, perhaps even more. A deity has emerged from the masses. ISNT, it said that many ancient martial families within use are awakening due to genetic powers. Are you serious? That mecha is formidable, yet it cannot be so unfathomable. Is it from Nangong, the Yi family? Or perhaps the martial family of Tianjing? At this moment, the fierce lion Robbie sat in the cockpit, lost in contemplation, not of defeat, but rather reflecting upon a certain phrase. Robbie, you have made little progress over the years. Such a person had only crossed his path once in his lifetime. Not during the mecha warfare competition, but rather 5 years ago at the Apocalyptic Youth Academy in the solar system. Even now, that figure remained etched in his memory. In that dire moment, when the Moon and Mars joined forces to launch an unexpected attack, despair had overtaken them as they helplessly watched Nangong Yu hang lifeless. Their dignity as Earthlings trampled into the grave. It was only when the door opened and that individual emerged that dignity was restored, only for the door to close again, leaving him to bear the consequences of the calamity in silence and obscurity. It had to be him. Only he could be the one. Robbie's heart raced wildly before he finally regained his composure and sent a friend request to the puppet. Chapter 23. A step Li Hao concluded the match. And though Robbie exhibited some improvement, his persistent flow remained. He focused solely on his own performance, disregarding his opponent entirely. This could be seen as both a strength and a weakness. Whether Robbie would come to understand this was entirely up to him. Ding dong. A friend request? Typically, Li Hao would not have paid it any mind, but having just finished a match with Robbie, he instinctively opened it. As expected, it was indeed Robbie, prompting a faint smile from Li Hao as he clicked to confirm. Second brother? Robbie sent a message, his excitement palpable. Although he suspected it could only be the second brother, the latter had vanished for 5 years. Was it mere coincidence? Robbie was ecstatic. Indeed, it was the second brother. Still maintaining that aloof demeanor, Li Hao said little, entering the match. He needed to act swiftly, as it would be rather awkward to play too aggressively against familiar opponents, ultimately wasting precious time. Ding dong. The opponent has been matched. Puppet, Use, versus Taurus Beast God A-Class Military Academy ROM. At this moment, Zhuangzhou had already pinned a post in the special zone, announcing the opening of his live stream, under the ID Puppet Super God Special Session. Note, I am a small streamer, only focusing on the Puppet God. Zhuangzhou had gained a modest reputation in both the Use virtual and real zones, having produced several insightful analysis videos, particularly a striking screenshot of the armored tiger, which had become a screensaver for many. Should it appear in the mecha combat tournament, it would undoubtedly elevate him to legendary status. Everyone hoped Puppet could ascend continuously and achieve new breakthroughs. However, Zhuangzhou was not particularly confident, as this was his first time as a streamer, a novice without resources or promotion. Nevertheless, he did not mind. His intention was simply to create a live stream space for those who admired Puppet. Hello everyone, I am the Pirate King of Kepler, currently a student at the Tianjing Mecha News Department, and I have been a follower of Puppet God for quite some time. Please show your support. Zhuangzhou felt somewhat anxious. Typically, a newcomer would be fortunate to attract dozens, perhaps hundreds of viewers, but he had only 3, his 3 roommates. Damn, this was even worse than he had imagined. Despite his decent mental fortitude, he felt a twinge of frustration. Could he not break into double digits? What the hell? Zhuangzhou, have you not unlocked it? A buddy of mine said he couldn't get in? Ah, I forgot. Zhuangzhou frantically adjusted the permissions, allowing non-followers and non-friends to enter. As the number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically, the dormitory mates were left in astonishment. Within mere minutes, the figure had surpassed 60,000. Goodness, Zhuangzhou, are you about to take off? They exclaimed. Quick, keep chatting, don't stop. You're a streamer now, astonishingly. Our dormitory has produced its first broadcaster. Zhuangzhou, already somewhat renowned for his distinctive style and early interest in puppetry, had garnered immediate attention upon entering the streaming realm. There was no hesitation. The audience eagerly followed, particularly after the remarkable performance by the puppet deity, which struck like a bolt of lightning. What more could be said? They were captivated. The fireman paused momentarily, his face brimming with confidence and a smile. With flowery techniques, he mused, Robbie, after deploying the Death God S3 strikes, had exhausted his strength. He forcefully executed the Swallow S return, but it was merely a fade, a show without substance. At this point, a single strike could secure victory for anyone quick enough to respond. I can only say this was a match of novice encounters. Some viewers exclaimed, what an exhilarating competition. But if you haven't witnessed the virtual arena, you've yet to see a true Master S battle. Wherein lies the need for such cumbersome maneuvers? Is this a marketplace? Close combat demands an eye for weaknesses, a decisive blow. Overextending can lead to being sniped on the battlefield. Thus, speed, precision, and ruthlessness are paramount. This is where we Martians excel, unlike the Earthlings and Moon Dwellers, who often exhibit numerous flaws and a penchant for ostentation. Here comes Torres. Splendid. It's time to demonstrate what we're capable of. I believe I need not elaborate further on Torres. Torres, a first-year student at the A-Class Military Academy of the Beast God, is a newcomer who has garnered considerable attention. Ranking among the top 3 in this year's preparatory academy and being specially recruited by the Beast God, the academy is captivated by his fierce and audacious spirit. And he has already amassed over 300 points, although such scores do not truly reflect his prowess. The EMP Hall in Tianjin is abuzz with chatter, without a doubt. At this moment, everyone stands in favor of the puppet. Even though the puppet is not of Earth, he is undoubtedly aligned with Use. His mech exhibiting a strikingly retro style reminiscent of Use aesthetics. Torres is exceptionally formidable. It is rumored that he was once an underground fighter on Mars, having witnessed bloodshed, and was discovered due to his remarkable skills. The Martian cage fights are notorious for being the most brutal combat competitions in the solar system, often resulting in fatalities. The governance of the Martian Federation differs significantly from ours, particularly in its gray areas, which are virtually unregulated. These individuals are genuinely ruthless, and Mars is determined to seize the S11 championship this year. The puppet must triumph. Ah, look, our school's journalism department has launched a special live broadcast featuring the puppet. A yo-yo stands quietly in a corner, observing the lively discussions around her. She has heard of the puppet, a player from the virtual zone who later ventured into the real zone. Currently on a winning streak and having engaged with warriors of comparable caliber from the 4 major federations. But why does he opt for the armor type? Wouldn't a more powerful mech be preferable? 2 mobile warriors are already prepared. In the arena, it will be Puppet versus Torres. The Armored Dragon versus the Wolf V6. This is not the first encounter for the Puppet God against the Wolf V6. Previously, he utilized the heavily armored Tiger. Now, with the Armored Dragon in play, the absence of the overwhelming force may raise questions about its effectiveness. Esteemed spectators, the Puppet God has faced the Wolf aircraft before, relying on the Armored Tiger's brute strength to secure victory. This time, however, he commands the Armored Dragon, which boasts enhanced mobility but diminished suppressive power. In terms of mech performance, the Wolf aircraft holds a slight advantage. Yet, our pilot is none other than the Puppet God. And I believe he will conclude this battle within a minute. Zhuangzhou expressed this without boasting, as he does not perceive Torres to be significantly superior to Stein. Meanwhile, the fireman also made a prediction, asserting that the battle will indeed end within a minute. The Armored Dragon's agility surpasses that of the Armored Tiger. Yet it is more fragile. Some might say Stein's defeat was somewhat disgraceful, but the circumstances differ. Stein is a renowned competitor, and his techniques have been extensively utilized in mech tournaments. Such tactics have been thoroughly analyzed and countered. Frankly, I suspect there may be something amiss with this puppet. It could be a deliberate ploy aimed at our Martian team. However, this time the opponent is Torres, who lacks any data for them to reference. I firmly assert that within a minute, Torres will prevail. Is he perhaps a fool? An easy target? There is no reason for Torres to hold back. With strong control and the roar of the engine, the Wolf V6 ascends into the air to strike at its adversary. Such aerial maneuvers, however, carry significant vulnerabilities. The Martians are slightly apprehensive, for the puppet is no novice. Can he truly exploit such a considerable opening? Even the average person could conceive of it. How could Torres remain oblivious? He was deliberately probing, leaving an opening in the high altitude. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the opposing Armored Dragon remained unresponsive. As the distance between them shrank to a mere 5 or 6 meters, the Wolf warplane suddenly plummeted, landing prematurely. Upon touchdown, it exerted its limbs, the engine roaring to life, propelling itself towards the armored dragon with lightning speed, its titanium claws already extended. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. And at last, the armored dragon stirred. It was retreating. Torres gritted his teeth. At this juncture, attempting to flee was futile. He was going down. Boom. The two mechas intertwined, the Wolf warplane tumbling to the ground. How did his own titanium claws embed themselves in his own body? Torres felt a pulsating throb in his head. While the realistic mode's 90% efficacy was sufficient to leave him dizzy, he bit down hard, forcing his focus. As the Wolf warplane sparked, trying to extricate the titanium claws, the armored dragon loomed closer. In that moment, despair engulfed Torres. A colossal shadow obscured his vision. Boom. The head of the Wolf warplane was crushed into the ground. Chapter 24. Our era, whether on Mars or in the live broadcast room on Earth. Silence reigned, evidently subdued by the puppeteer's tactics. The armored dragon stood at a 45-degree angle, gazing ahead, its feet planted on the sparking Wolf warplane. At this instant, Zhuangzhou and the others felt a fervent warmth in their hearts. This was the imposing grandeur they had longed for, what humanity, as the origin of Earth, ought to possess. Victory for the puppeteer. Brothers, let us cheer for the puppeteer, for he can manifest all our imaginings. Zhuangzhou opened his arms and roared, so magnificent, so cool, so exhilarating. This is a form of victory that he could only feel, yet never conceive. Most of the viewers in Zhuangzhou's live stream were virtual players. And at that moment, they were completely ignited. The battle soon felt devoid of technical complexity, but it was sheer delight, an indescribable thrill. I can assert that the puppet god is indeed a terrestrial being. I shall reserve the details for later elaboration. Here, I must mention that although Torres may not be widely recognized, his prowess is formidable. He stands as a powerful representative of the new generation in the realm of Ram, and has recently achieved an astounding 35 consecutive victories. However, upon encountering our puppet god, one could simply state that such a level of skill does not warrant the puppet god's intervention. Resolving matters with bare hands is more than sufficient. Let me exclaim, incredible! Zhuangzhou bellowed, reveling in the moment. Despite it being his first experience, he fell in love with this public expression, particularly with the countless supporters and the barrage of comments. If one were to consider that Zhuangzhou previously merely existed, his admission into the Tianjin military news department was a source of joy for his parents. A reassurance that he would not face unemployment at this moment, he truly felt the essence of life. Observing the barrage of comments not only chanting for the puppet god but also praising him, Zhuangzhou realized he was no longer an indistinguishable passerby. He genuinely grasped the significance of existence. Meanwhile, in South America, Roby showed no signs of the despair of defeat, a faint smile gracing his lips. Second brother is indeed remarkable, he mused. Initially, he believed that time and mechanization would hinder his abilities, yet now he recognized his overthinking. The moment second brother appeared, he immediately recognized Roby, merely toying with him. The thought of second brother's past sent a shiver down Roby's spine. The Martian youth may be unaware that Li Hao is their ancestor. This approach stems from past events. The Martians are duplicitous, maintaining neutrality while staging ambushes, and they harbor the deepest disdain for this behavior. The live stream of the fireman is in disarray, the defeat inexplicable. Clearly, Torres has been overly complacent, and the circumstances are dire, with the opponent's luck proving to be excessively fortuitous, allowing them to bask in unwarranted glory, which is profoundly irritating. The fireman internally curses the situation, bewildered by the intelligence provided by his assistant, which touted Torres's prowess, proclaiming him formidable. In truth, he is nothing but a featherweight, a disgrace compared to the previous competitor, Robbie. Yet, his demeanor remains composed and unruffled. As a broadcaster, he knows precisely how to navigate such turmoil. Panic is unwarranted. A crisis in live streaming? Non-existent. A decisive moment is at hand. Such misfortune is truly remarkable. The fireman privately berates the sheer bad luck of the Torres player, who, despite his youth, will certainly learn from this setback. However, it is imperative to address the lack of decorum exhibited by the puppet. He harbors prejudice against our Ram warriors. There are myriad ways to secure a final victory, yet he chose the most demeaning method, trampling. Here, I call upon the Martian warriors to rise and vanquish him. I, the fireman, shall remain steadfast in this confrontation until one of us is no more. Suddenly, the live stream is inundated with gifts, and the number of followers is skyrocketing. It must be acknowledged that he has struck a chord with a significant portion of the Martian populace. Is Torres truly of any consequence? It may not be of great significance, yet he is a Martian, and Martians are regarded as the most esteemed beings in the entire solar system. To put it plainly, the majority of Martians perceive Mars as the very epicenter of the universe. The actions of the fireman have essentially overshadowed everything that preceded them. Notions of victory or defeat have become trivial. Do you look down upon Martians? How can such individuals survive in an EMP environment? Meanwhile, the puppet has effortlessly dispatched his opponent, a routine maneuver, yet following the fireman's display, it has taken on an extraordinary significance in the eyes of the Martians. As the live stream enters a brief intermission, the fireman lights a cigarette, reclining with his legs crossed. In just 5 minutes, the donations have surpassed an entire week's earnings, with his popularity soaring to over 2.8 million, a truly unexpected boon that he intends to capitalize on further. In the training hall of the Cougar A-Class Military Academy, Robbie's team is engaged in fervent discussion. Initially, they were focused on training, but upon hearing of their captain's defeat, they gathered to witness the match, astonished by the ease of victory. While they relish the triumph, it lacks the thrill they experienced during Robbie's previous battle. Particularly the stunning reverse maneuver executed by Yen Fei. Boss, is Torres truly that weak? Several of Robbie's teammates ponder. They had initially worried that Robbie might be disheartened by a loss, yet he appears to be in high spirits. Shaking his head, Robbie asserts, Torres is by no means weak. In our ranks, as a newcomer, he could potentially challenge Yato. Is that so? I sense that he oscillates between seriousness and a more casual demeanor, yet his fortune seems unmatched. He even managed to injure himself with his own rebound titanium claws. Los. How many EMP matches have you played? Over 5,000 matches, so what? Ross inquired, a look of bewilderment on his face. Have you ever encountered such fortuity? Robbie remarked, lightly tapping Ross on the head. In close quarters combat with mechs, what holds the utmost significance? Many factors: speed, proficiency, mech compatibility, endurance. Ross began. But Robbie shook his head. It is the sense of distance. This has been my most profound realization from my encounters with the NUP. Lightweight mechs excel in this regard, resulting in us exhausting considerable stamina in battle without exerting sufficient pressure on the opponent. The others furrowed their brows, partially grasping the concept. Certainly, mastering distance is crucial, however. It is influenced by various factors such as speed and agility, and it was evident that Robbie was not alluding to these. He referred to a pure sense of distance, founded on an acute perception of the adversary, which is where the true terror of the second brother lies. Had he been present back then, they might not have dared to engage at all. This mastery of distance in combat is indeed an essential training for any skilled fighter, yet when applied to mech warfare, only a select few can truly achieve it. Robbie continued, controlling distance is the true hallmark of an experienced pilot. It demands a wealth of experience and innate talent to cultivate such a sense of distance. That instinctive retreat is the pinnacle of the celestial wolf's assault. And what he did not articulate is that the angle of that kick is crucial in executing a counterattack. He refrained from mentioning this, for even he could not accomplish it. Brothers, stop dawdling. Let us train. S11 undoubtedly marks the dawn of our use era, our era. We cannot afford to lag behind. After the conclusion of S10, Robbie's inherent pessimism became apparent. It is not merely about NUP. Even ROM is teeming with talent, and the average standard on Earth is commendable. However, in terms of elite training, we have already fallen behind. We lack the technical prowess of NUP and the ruthless competitiveness of ROM. Even the Titans are beginning to unveil their remarkable gifts. How can one hope to obstruct NUP in S11? With what means? With mere fur? Even if some resistance is mounted, it would likely be from ROM. The entire use has only produced a handful of experts, none of whom are capable of leading the masses. Robbie certainly does not hold any admiration for the others. Yet, the circumstances have changed. With the second brother making his return, how could he afford to lose face? Ah, those few. Never mind, they will eventually come to realize it. It is time to practice harder. After a brief respite, Li Hao prepared to continue his battle when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the account in the upper left corner. His eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Why does my EMP account show a balance of 2,500? Has it been stolen? Could this be a stroke of fortune, with someone sending money? Upon further inspection, he discovered that it was a payment for accepting a challenge, granting him half of the challenge fee. Suddenly, Li Hao felt as though he had missed out on millions and deeply reflected on his own arrogance. The once annoying notification sound that he had been unsure how to silence now seemed melodious. Li Hao sifted through the challengers, sorting them by score, and selected the top contender. The third battle, Puppet vs. Dark DJ, ROM. Upon accepting the challenge, the opponent boldly proclaimed in the public channel, "Puppet, do you dare to face me in the Martian caverns? If you lack the courage, let this match be forgotten, and remember to be more humble in the future. The world is vast, and you are but a speck within it." Chapter 25. Fire Spider. This proclamation instantly ignited a heated debate in the live stream, involving both Zhu Yingzhu's and Fireman's audiences. The Dark Reaper was no obscure figure. Despite his anonymous ID, he was quite renowned in ROM. He was a third-year student at the Martian Gate A-Class Military Academy, an institution distinguished by its focus on navigating various unique terrains, particularly the extensive cave systems found on Mars. This specific Martian topology is such that only those familiar with the environment can truly harness their potential. The Dark Reaper specialized in this combat setting. While he might be classified as a B-tier player in an open battlefield within the Martian caverns, he undoubtedly ranked as an S-tier competitor. Even many players boasting scores of 2,000 on Mars would hesitate to engage him in such surroundings, earning him the colloquial title of Regional Warrior. The live stream of Fireman erupted in cheers, praising the audacity of the challenge, eagerly questioning whether Puppet was indeed a formidable contender. Fireman calmly observed his audience, a group of used minions extolling the virtues of fairness and justice, unable to suppress a chuckle at their naivety. The Dark DJ is a person of genuine character. Some viewers may be unaware that he is a regional warrior specializing in the topography of Martian caves. His daily training and studies are conducted in such combat environments, which makes his demands entirely reasonable. After all, what justifies spending money to engage in a challenge? Is the purpose of EMP combat merely victory? The Fireman chuckled, then shook his head. Of course not. That is merely vanity. The true aim is to achieve personal growth through battle, and the effort put into training is intended to minimize bloodshed on the battlefield. The essence of this particular combat lies primarily in the choice of the battlefield, and thus, viewers must understand this, although it may not resonate with everyone. It must be said that Fireman supporters are remarkably steadfast, completely endorsing this perspective. If one is to engage in battle, it is imperative to deliver a performance that reflects 100 effort. Otherwise, what is the point? Many viewers from Use were infuriated by this grandiose rhetoric, questioning who would even train in such a limited environment. Perhaps Martian academies have some relevance, but if the Puppet hails from Use, he may have never encountered such a combat setting at all. How does one fight in such circumstances? However, this contemplation did not last long, for the Puppet had already made his choice. Combat environment: Martian cave topography. Mech type: Armored Dragon 3. Zhuangzhou was momentarily taken aback for over 10 seconds. The terrain of the Martian caves was exceedingly rugged and dim, with temperatures on the higher side. It remained uncertain whether the Puppet God had undergone any training. However, this was not a concern, as seasoned experts possess remarkable adaptability to their surroundings. Yet, if memory serves me correctly, the night vision system of the Armored Dragon mech is of a standard type, which would face considerable limitations in an environment like the Martian caves. At the very moment the Puppet made a choice, the opponent, Dark DJ, promptly selected his mech, ensuring that no opportunity for reconsideration was afforded to his adversary. Even in the event of a misstep, one must accept their fate. The Fire Spider mech, a specialized combat unit of the ROM Federation, was designed specifically for various dark and subterranean environments, standing as a paragon among beast-type mechs. This exquisite creation by the renowned Martian mech designer Long Mo mimics a cave spider, featuring an 8-legged structure and elastic claws, enabling it to traverse the rugged darkness with the grace of walking on level ground. Its unique mode of movement deviates from the conventional, making it challenging to master. However, once perfected, it becomes a formidable weapon in the depths of caverns. Dark DJ, ranking among the top 5 users of the Fire Spider in the EMP, seemed to have chosen his mech with audacity. Had the Puppet God made an erroneous selection? This was utterly shameless. Even if victory were attained, it would hold little merit. A call for a restart echoed through the hall of Tianjing EMP, where fervent voices clamored for a do-over. Any military academy student with a modicum of common sense would recognize that this was not a mere competition, but rather a form of torment. In an unfamiliar environment, facing the overwhelming dominance of mech types, there was no viable means of combat. Surrender was the only option. Struggling would only result in being led in circles. A UU could not comprehend why everyone was so agitated. In the same environment, each had chosen their preferred mech. Perhaps the surroundings were somewhat unfamiliar. But could the difference be so profound? However, the moment she stepped onto the battlefield, she understood. Within the Martian caverns, there was an utter absence of light. The dim illumination emanated from the thermal energy minerals of Mars, which severely interfered with the outdated infrared night vision system of the Kaling 3. It could be said that in this realm, the Kaling 3 was akin to a blind entity. Robbie and the others, originally prepared for training, halted in their tracks. Robbie could not help but rub his forehead. He had never doubted his brother's prowess, yet the Kaling 3, it was utterly despairing. He had trained in the dark caverns with the Kaling 3 before, let alone combat. When he accelerated, he would merely crash into walls, potentially causing his own demise. The auxiliary system of the Kaling 3 appeared particularly obsolete in such an environment. If the night vision system were engaged, the moving objects would merely appear as blurs. Kaling 3 versus Fire Spider ROM configuration, lightweight mech, 65 tons, 8-legged, red-eye night vision system, nuclear fusion-powered, 360-degree spiral laser cannon at the head. For short and 4 long legs. The 4 long legs support the movement of the main body, while the 4 short legs assist in mobility and offense. With titanium blades at the tips. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is about to commence. Please inform your friends nearby that a certain arrogant individual, blissfully unaware of the fact that the Kaling 3 is merely blind in the Martian caverns, must seize this opportunity. For next year on this very day will mark the anniversary of the puppet's demise. Today, the Dark DJ is set to stage a performance against the blind. Robbie and his teammates exchanged glances, for any rational mind would not make such a choice. Not to mention the 3rd generation of the armored dragon. Even the dragon god would find this environment exceedingly unpleasant. Thus, in the context of the mech warfare tournament, this could only be classified as a singular event, primarily reliant on proficiency. Unless there were defensive necessities, who would train in such a setting? The rest could be overlooked. But the 3rd generation of the armored dragon truly faced insurmountable challenges. All held their breath, wondering if a miracle might occur. 2 mobile warriors ventured into the Martian cavern, where dimness, elevated temperatures, and high humidity prevailed, accompanied by flickering fire crystal mines, all contributing to an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The armored dragon unit took a few steps, clearly losing the superlative stability it possessed in the arena. Here, the terrain was not only uneven but fraught with perilous stalactite-like formations of fire crystal. At that moment, the first-person perspective of the 3rd generation armored dragon and the fire spider appeared before the VIP audience. Instantly, a collective gasp echoed within the fire spider's view. The dim environment was distinctly layered, while the armored dragon appeared vividly clear. Conversely, within the armored dragon's perspective, everything in the cavern was blurred, and the flickering red light was disorienting. A palpable air of despair began to permeate the atmosphere. With a sudden movement, the fire spider struck. Clearly at ease in this familiar terrain, moving with remarkable agility across the rugged landscape, swiftly closing in on the armored dragon. In a flash, having successfully landed a blow, the fire spider recoiled. The Dark DJ, drenched in cold sweat, was astonished that the opponent could retaliate under such circumstances. As the fire spider evaded, the titanium blade of the armored dragon was unleashed, yet it failed to find its mark. In such an environment, the fire spider exhibited remarkable agility. While the Dark DJ was undoubtedly well prepared, he had observed the battles that transpired before the puppet. This individual possessed exceptionally formidable close combat skills, yet his arrogance knew no bounds. Caution was still imperative. With a rhythmic sound echoing through the cave, the fire spider moved in a serpentine manner, refraining from launching an immediate attack. While the armored dragon had ceased its movements, clearly indicating that remaining still was the only viable option at that moment. Suddenly, amidst its circling, the fire spider launched an attack from the side, its 2 short legs striking with sudden ferocity. It was essential to note that even with short limbs, its maximum reach surpassed that of the titanium blade. For the armored dragon to retaliate, it required precise movements to enter the attack range, predicated upon accurately anticipating the opponent's maneuvers. Otherwise, it would be relegated to a position of passive defense. The clash of titanium blade and claws resonated with a series of crisp sounds, prompting the fire spider to swiftly disengage, unwilling to linger in combat. Once contact was lost, the armored dragon became effectively blind. The puppet had to pay the price for its arrogance. It was evident that it relied on sound and blurred vision to ascertain its position, albeit with a modicum of experience. However, the Dark DJ would not allow it to prevail. This was a dark hunt. The fireman regained his confident smile, looking down with an air of calm satisfaction. This encapsulated the attitude of the great fire star. In the midst of the battlefield, the enigmatic DJ of darkness continuously weaves and moves, launching attacks with unwavering precision. Each strike is devoid of lingering engagement, yet has yielded remarkably commendable results. The right arm of the armored dragon aircraft has been severed in a moment of misfortune, sparking a cascade of brilliance, leaving the machine to wield its blade with the left hand. Thus far, the seemingly invincible puppeteer has not even allowed their opponent a single touch. The live broadcast room of Zhuangzhou has succumbed to an utter silence, while the EMP hall of Tianjing Mech has fallen into a tranquil stillness. Many have departed, some for training, others to enjoy their weekends. Initially, it was believed that the puppeteer possessed some training in this regard, or at least a semblance of strategy. However, the reality reveals a gross overestimation of capabilities. Merely a social media sensation, who does he think he is? The armored dragon igniting the fire spider? Or perhaps lurking in the dark caverns of Mars? Such recklessness is beyond comprehension. Chapter 26, Masters never look back at explosions. Numerous individuals, frustrated by the lack of progress, departed in disillusionment, leaving only a handful of spectators before the large screen, those who wished to await a conclusion, seeking clarity even in demise. Among them was a Yu. She awaitedly how, for when she first beheld the situation from a first-person perspective, she sensed an unfathomable absurdity. For any individual with rational thought would never make such a choice. At the Cougars Military Academy, a team member remarked, "Boss, this individual seems excessively audacious." He pointed to his head. Even the strongest individuals, if they harbor contempt for their adversaries, are unlikely to progress far. This has been amply demonstrated in the recent mecha warfare competition. Yu's underestimated the lightweight mechs of NUP, as well as the formidable beast suits from Mars. Historically, Yu's has adopted a triad approach: light, medium, and heavy mechs, culminating in a predominant focus on medium units. However, this battle has prompted Yu's to re-evaluate its strategy, realizing it must cultivate its unique style rather than attempting to master every facet. Robbie silently shook his head, withholding his words, yet a flicker of doubt lingered within him. It seemed out of character for him. Could it be that time had altered everything? At that moment on the battlefield, the fire spider fighter launched an attack from behind, akin to striking a blind target. This disruptive tactic perpetually heightened tension, where breaching a critical threshold could skew one's judgment. Simultaneously, two short legs lunged towards the back of the armored dragon. At that instant, the armored dragon fighter unexpectedly soared into the air, its titanium blades slicing through the air in a swift counterattack. The attacking fire spider fighter instantly abandoned its offensive, its four long legs abruptly folded, allowing it to descend rapidly and evade the sudden strike from the armored dragon, while simultaneously creating distance at half height. A chorus of lamentations filled the screen. What a splendid opportunity! Had the fire spider exhibited even a modicum of negligence, it could have secured victory with that strike. Such vigilance was paramount. A sinister smile crept across the lips of the dark DJ, who mused that attempting a sneak attack was rather naive. Having meticulously studied this puppet, he recognized its adeptness at psychological counterattacks. After several failed attempts at decisive strikes, he had grown wary, noting that his opponent was swiftly acclimating to the dark environment and becoming familiar with his attack patterns. Nevertheless, he had underestimated the warriors of Mars. The chaotic cacophony permeated the battlefield, rendering auditory localization futile. The fire spider's attacks were demonstrably effective, placing the armored dragon fighter at a disadvantage. However, just as the fire spider seemed poised to press its advantage, a resounding crash reverberated as it was violently hurled backward, stumbling to regain its equilibrium. The dark DJ felt a tumultuous upheaval in his chest. What manner of creature was this? It had audaciously seized upon the point of contact with its weapon to ascertain his position. Had he not reacted with sufficient alacrity, he would have been in dire straits. The fire spider, being a lightweight mech, relied on agility and technical finesse. The armored dragon remained stationary once more. Zhuangzhou and his comrades held their breath, acutely aware of their near miss. Their adversary was exceedingly cautious, instantly creating distance at the slightest disturbance. This was characteristic of the Martians. The wolf was their totem, embodying both ruthlessness and cunning. Such opponents proved the most formidable. The dark DJ recognized the imperative to deny his adversary respite. A skilled combatant's acclimation to darkness would only improve with time. Should he fully grasp his attack patterns, the outcome would be uncertain. The fire spider resumed its percussive movements, this time circling the armored dragon fighter without engaging, maintaining complete control while the armored dragon could only bide its time. Amidst the collective gaze of all, The fire spider ascended while maneuvering, abruptly scaling the apex of the cavern, hovering above the armored dragon mech, which remained oblivious to its surroundings. Throughout the preceding assaults, most originated from the flanks or the rear, even employing a half-body attack stance. Yet this time, the fire spider unfurled all 8 limbs, descending from the sky to reap its prey. Boom! The armored dragon stood resolutely, its left arm raised high with the titanium blade, upon which was impaled a colossal fire spider mech, the blade having penetrated deep into its abdomen. With a swift motion, the titanium blade was wrenched free, tearing through the fire spider's midsection and casting the mech aside. Thunderous echoes resonated as the fire spider collided with the cavern wall, its form grotesquely contorted, sparking with flames. How could this be possible? All were left dumbfounded, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Fireman's live stream had erupted into chaos, disbelief flooding the air. This was inconceivable. Fireman, embodying the fervor of a protagonist, abruptly ceased his impassioned exclamations, while the dark DJ, now bereft of concern, realized the mech was on the brink of explosion, having fortuitously struck the engine. Yet there remained one final chance. The tilted head of the fire spider mech began to rotate, a crimson glow emanating forth. Yes, it sought mutual destruction, not merely to strike the armored dragon. But a mere spray of fire would suffice to incite an explosion, thus rendering the encounter a draw. In the VIP lounge on Earth, a cacophony of languages erupted. The Martians, as shameless as ever, marveled at the unfolding spectacle. This was indeed permissible? On Mars, the audience erupted with fervent approval of the Dark DJ's response, ingenious and decisive. At that moment, a flash occurred. With a swift motion, a titanium knife was precisely embedded into the head of the fire spider. Boom! The puppet triumphed. Zhou Zhuang, having suppressed his excitement for far too long, raised his arms and roared with uncontainable joy, while his roommates leapt and cheered. We won. We won. Well done, puppet god. Astonished exclamations filled the air. Incredible. I had lost all hope, yet this comeback is nothing short of miraculous. From this day forth, the puppet god shall be my only true deity. This heartfelt jubilation ignited Zhou Zhuang's live stream, as his audience surpassed 1 million for the first time. Meanwhile, on Mars, the fireman's broadcast exceeded 3.5 million viewers, yet he found no joy in it. A deluge of Earthlings inundated the chat with scathing remarks, rendering the Martians nearly incapable of rational thought. The crucial question loomed. How could they possibly lose? This was utterly absurd. No, something was amiss. The previous attack should have seen the fire spider strike the armored dragon first, yet somehow, it was the armored dragon that struck the fire spider first. Moreover, in that environment, how could a titanium knife possibly hit the fire spider's head? Even with lasers, such precision was improbable, let alone when throwing a knife. Not only the casual viewers were perplexed, even skilled military academy experts like Roby were equally bewildered. What on earth had transpired? The EMP hall in Tianjin had unexpectedly come alive once more, with individuals bursting forth from the training rooms. What? Who won? The puppet? No way. That must be a joke. What? Victorious? Truly victorious? A throng of people surged forth. Among them was a yo-yo, as a girl and a non-combatant. She had watched some matches but struggled to comprehend them. Yet at this moment, she seemed to grasp the emotion, a miracle in the face of despair. There were no exceptions. The Dark DJ had been eliminated. The fire spider was ascending towards the cave's apex. The sounds were distinct yet chaotic, yet the elite could still discern the nuances. The issue lay not there, but rather in the sudden stillness of the imagery, as a red circle appeared, marking a specific location. As the play resumed, everyone realized that the armored dragon had shifted, rising to a higher vantage point. Though its overall elevation remained unchanged, its legs bent. Consequently, the attack distance was misjudged entirely, resulting in a swift demise at the hands of the armored dragon. It could be said that all the fire spider's strategic maneuvers were anticipated by the armored dragon. The most skilled hunters often masquerade as prey. The combat environment was passive, the mecha's performance was passive, and in this unchangeable situation, they could only await the prey to present itself. Terrifying. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The match was still ongoing. The fire spider attempted a mutual destruction, but the focus shifted to the armored dragon. The armored dragon effortlessly hurled the titanium blade. The screens in both live broadcast rooms fell into an eerie silence. What astounding precision was this? Was this a knife-throwing expert? Most astonishingly, after the blade was thrown, the armored dragon's gaze had already strayed from the target. The close-up on the large screen was exceptionally impressive, showcasing a display that sent shivers down the spine. The live stream on Earth has erupted in a fervor, with viewers unable to contain their enthusiasm any longer. This is not a mere simulation. It is an authentic experience. The influencer who has emerged from the digital realm is not just a celebrity, but a true deity, an authentic warrior capable of standing tall. Yet, the unexpected revelation is that this individual is merely a player from the virtual domain. Li Hao rubbed his face and yawned. It seemed his score was still too low. As these opponents displayed little skill, often resorting to petty tricks, he needed to devise a method for swift scoring. The EMP offered various special training ratings, which could accelerate progress, much like how Left Shouting managed to escape the bottom of the leaderboard, leaving space for him. However, something felt amiss. Suddenly, he exclaimed in disbelief. He had completely forgotten about Yu, leaving her waiting alone outside for an hour. He felt utterly foolish. Chapter 27. Not behaving well. As they noticed the puppet's avatar dimming, the audience felt a blend of satisfaction and regret, wishing for more. Nevertheless, today's 3 battles had been exhilarating, enough to determine the outcome. The puppet was indeed a divine being. Zhuangzhou glanced at the results of his first live stream, which peaked at an impressive 18 million viewers, earning him the title of Super Rookie. However, that mattered little. The victory of the puppet god was paramount. His journey had only just begun. These 3 battles held numerous implications, and he needed to deliberate carefully. He was now convinced that the puppet god must be a terrestrial being, with a high probability of hailing from the Asian region. Incorporating previous virtual combat scenarios, the puppeteer deity's demeanor towards Yu's adversaries is relatively mild. Inupi exhibits sharpness, yet displays a sense of disdain towards Ram, while remaining indifferent to Titan. This certainly aligns with the individuals of Yus. The reference to the Asia-Pacific region stems from the distinctive combat style, which exudes a sense of composure and restraint, qualities that markedly differ from those of the Americas and Europe, although it cannot be stated with absolute certainty. Zhuangzhou trusts his intuition. This is the extent of utility his golden genes provide. Furthermore, audacious conjectures must be cautiously validated. In the Asia-Pacific region, there are but a handful of esteemed military academies, with the Tianjin Military Academy being the preeminent institution. Bang, bang, bang. Zhuangzhou's heart raced fervently. Wait a moment. How could Tianjin Military Academy possibly harbor such prodigious talents? Neither Gao Yunfeng, nor Zhou Neiyi, nor even Yi Tong could attain such a level of expertise. This seasoned composure undeniably emanates from a kingly aura accrued over time. Frustratingly, he feels as though he is on the brink of uncovering the truth, only to have it elude him once more. Zhuangzhou is plunged into profound contemplation. Meanwhile, at the American Lion Academy, Robbie wears a smile, while others find it astonishing. He comprehends that this is merely the standard level of proficiency. The recent trio of victories, each remarkable in its own right, stands in stark contrast to the previous exploits of the Armored Tiger. This time, it is the dazzling maneuvers of the Armored Dragon that have captured attention, utterly disregarding the environmental factors and the variance among the mechas. It is worth noting that in the early days of mecha emergence, such scenarios were relatively commonplace, where sheer skill and physical prowess often prevailed. However, with the advancement of the 4 federations, the evolution of strategies and tactics, and the refinement and coordination of mechas, the disparity in operational intensity has significantly diminished, leading to a decline in the number of peculiar individuals like puppets. Senior, have you completed your training? A Yu bounced over, her eyes sparkling. Your EMP seems so lively. Can you pilot a real mecha? She gazed at Li Hao with eager anticipation. Tianjin Mecha Academy, being the foremost mecha institution in the Asia-Pacific region, indeed boasts a commendable mecha repository, though access to the mechas is strictly regulated, particularly during weekends when they are typically under maintenance. However, as Lord Dragon once suggested, one should neither take the initiative nor refuse. It is a rare opportunity to possess a privileged status that should not be squandered. Yu, how bold are you? Li Hao inquired suddenly. Yu paused, biting her lip. Senior, my only merit is my audacity. Li Hao led Yu to the mecha storage facility of Tianjin Mecha Academy, though not through the main entrance. Senior, how do we get in? Yu asked, her enthusiasm undeterred by the circumstances. We shall climb through the window. Li Hao pointed to a window more than 5 meters high. Yu surveyed the smooth surroundings, lacking any foothold, feeling uncertain about how to ascend. Come, I'll carry you. Hold on tight. Li Hao crouched down and pointed to his back. A Yu glanced at him before climbing onto his back. The softness and the alluring fragrance enveloped Li Hao, stirring his senses. He gently tugged at a Yu's small hand, urging her to wrap her arms around his neck. I will make a lateral jump to gain momentum. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Close your eyes. With those words, he leaped down. They landed softly, having entered the mecha warehouse, illuminated only by dim lights and the rhythmic sound of a Yuyu's heartbeat. Senior, it seems you are not a model student, she remarked. Neither are you, Li Hao replied, a smile gracing his lips. A Yuyu's laughter rang out, bright and clear. Devoid of any hormonal influence, to Li Hao, it was genuinely beautiful and melodious. Can we take it for a spin? She asked eagerly. Watch me. Li Hao extended his hand. A Yuyu's expression remained unchanged, yet a slight blush crept up her neck as she leaned closer. Li Hao swiftly ascended the Dragon Armor 3, opening the cockpit and flipping himself inside. As the cockpit sealed shut, the mecha's eyes illuminated. Boom, boom, the mecha roared to life. Taking its first steps, the cockpit was designed for one, and despite a Yuyu's slender figure, it felt a bit cramped, a situation neither had anticipated, creating an unexpectedly intimate atmosphere. However, considering it was their first meeting, Li Hao made every effort to create space for a Yuyu to enjoy the experience, assisting her with the controls. Feeling his consideration, a Yuyu, who had initially been a bit tense, gradually relaxed. The sensory helmet was equipped with various support systems, guiding the control stick to move forward. While the simulator beneath their feet required slight coordination, all it took was a little relaxation. After several thrilling maneuvers, a Yuyu was drenched in sweat. This level of control posed little challenge to Li Hao, yet he too felt a surge of heat coursing through him, his heart racing uncontrollably. The beauty of Yuyu, though not striking in the conventional sense, captivated Li Hao profoundly, particularly due to an inexplicable aura that drew him in fiercely. The two could sense each other's breath in that confined space, prompting Li Hao to instinctively draw closer. Yuyu, feeling the heat, leaned back slightly and said, Senior, it's a bit warm. Perhaps we should step outside? Ah, indeed, it is rather warm. Let me set you down first and return the mech to its position. If Melong were present, he would undoubtedly berate Li Hao for missing such a golden opportunity, for the key to winning a girl's heart lies in the 3-day theory. All right. Li Hao opened the cockpit, extending his right hand towards the cockpit entrance. Yuyu, please stand upon it. Taken aback momentarily, he nodded, if that is permissible. Yuyu activated the communication system, illuminating the surroundings as a gentle melody began to play, accompanying the music. She danced gracefully atop the colossal hand of the armored dragon mech. Though Li Hao had little understanding of dance, beauty transcends comprehension. The ethereal figure before him moved fluidly on the steel giant, her skin radiant like jade. Time seemed to suspend, leaving only the two of them in the universe. With a magnificent spin, Yuyu lifted her elongated right leg high above her head, then swept it down, her body twirling as her arms ascended like a blooming lotus. Her fair legs traced a beautiful arc in the air, glistening with an ethereal glow. Li Hao was enraptured. For the first time, he realized the existence of such beauty. The grace and poise akin to dance and martial arts were palpable, as effortless as breathing. Every glance and movement captivated Li Hao's heart and mind. At that moment, a yo-yo was equally absorbed. In an unprecedented state of relaxation, her body leapt into the air. Yet, in her exhilaration, she forgot that this was not the ground. And with a startled cry, she began to plummet. In the split second before impact, Li Hao surged forward, catching a yo-yo midair, and in a fleeting instant, they were perilously close to the earth. His only course of action was to pivot a yo-yo to shield her with his body, as they descended heavily onto the ground. A resounding thud echoed as pain radiated through him. At this height, they were relatively unscathed, yet in his desperate attempt to reach a yo-yo, Li Hao had exerted himself entirely, resulting in a forceful crash that nearly left him breathless. A yo-yo, terrified, realized she was unharmed. But the sight of their altitude brought tears to her eyes. Senior Li Hao, please wake up. She shook him frantically, fearing he had succumbed to unconsciousness. And without a moment's hesitation, she pressed against his chest, ready to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Suddenly, Li Hao's eyes fluttered open, their faces mere inches apart, both acutely aware of each other's fervent breaths. A yo-yo instinctively recoiled, yet her gaze remained filled with concern. Senior, are you all right? Li Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. The impact he felt was merely a fleeting moment. Yet, in the presence of a yo-yo, he found himself inexplicably reluctant to open his eyes. However, he did not anticipate that a yo-yo would. This. Opening his eyes was an instinctive reaction, but truthfully, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. It's fine. You forget, I am a mecha warrior. Such impacts are trivial. Li Hao patted his chest and stood up. Are you a dance major? Although I don't quite understand. It's truly impressive. Seeing that Li Hao appeared unscathed, a yo-yo breathed a sigh of relief. The senior was indeed remarkable, while she wasn't entirely knowledgeable. Ordinary pilots lacked such resilience. Their eyes met, and suddenly, they burst into laughter. It had been an eternity since Li Hao had laughed so heartily. Perhaps he had never experienced such joy. From the moment he laid eyes on a yo-yo, he sensed within her the missing piece of himself. Suddenly, Li Hao's ears twitched. Someone was approaching. Hold on to me. Chapter 28. Oh dear. At that moment, the door swung open, and the beam of a flashlight swept across the room. It was the warehouse patrol officer. Could it be an illusion? I distinctly heard a sound just now. How strange. Perhaps it was a rat. Who would come here at this late hour? Could they possibly steal a mecha? Let us move along. Indeed, this was Tianjing mecha warriors. The two patrol officers chuckled as they walked away, while the two individuals hiding within the mecha dared not breathe a word. Senior, I feel as though I have just accomplished the boldest act of my life. A faint smile graced Yo-Yo's lips as she spoke. Thank you, Senior. Tonight is an exceptionally special evening that I shall remember forever. Her gratitude extended beyond mere words. It encompassed Li Hao's courteous demeanor. Despite several unavoidable moments of intimacy, Li Hao had been remarkably considerate. This was, indeed, one of her happiest nights. Life had its delightful surprises. Li Hao chuckled heartily. Perhaps his peculiar remarks elicited a suppressed smile from a yo-yo. Senior, may we take a photograph together? The moon is quite beautiful tonight, she said, gazing at the starry sky. Although the two walked leisurely, seemingly oblivious to the bustling students around them, their destination loomed ahead. Of course, Li Hao and a yo-yo stood side by side, their backs to the moon. A yo-yo activated her messaging app, triggering the automatic imaging mode. 3, 2. Suddenly, as they merely stood together, a yo-yo gently linked her arm with Li Hao's. Piu, a flash of light. Releasing her hold, she said, Goodbye, Senior. As she headed towards the girls' dormitory, a yo-yo waved her arm at Li Hao, who reciprocated with a wave, watching her figure fade from view. Upon reaching his dormitory, Li Hao promptly dialed Ma Long's messaging app. After a few rings, the call was answered. Li Hao, what is up so late? You're cutting into my workout time. Haha, Ma Long replied. Ahem, I have a few matters I would like to consult you about, Li Hao responded. Across the way, Ma Long suddenly perked up. No way. How go? Have you finally had an epiphany? Who are you trying to pursue, Yi Tong or Zhou Nei? You've hit the nail on the head. In matters of the heart, I, Ma Long, claim the second spot. No one dares to challenge my prowess. Come on, what nonsense. I just met a junior today. How should I put it? It was love at first sight. How can I ask her out tomorrow without seeming abrupt? How go, first of all? There is no such thing as being too abrupt when it comes to liking someone. Share the details with me. What is she like? What is her personality? Ma Long was quite enthusiastic. At his core, Teacher Ma truly enjoyed imparting wisdom. Li Hao briefly recounted the events, of course, omitting certain details. Goodness, how go? You are driving me to distraction. You've had at least 20 golden opportunities to seize the moment. Where else can you find such favorable conditions? She has rejected you. As a man, you must take the initiative to bridge the gap. Otherwise, that fleeting feeling will dissipate. And she'll categorize you as merely a friend or a nice guy, and that would spell your game over. Ma Long lamented, exasperated that after a year of mentorship, Li Hao had yet to grasp this fundamental lesson. Li Hao hesitated, but isn't that a bit inappropriate? This is only our first meeting. Love isn't a marathon. It's about feelings, sensations, and the thrill of that very moment, you understand? Li Hao felt somewhat perplexed, yet a glimmer of understanding emerged. But what if she rejects me? Wouldn't that obliterate any chance I have? I must say, heed my words. This is the wisdom imparted by Teacher Ma. A truth I shall not share with outsiders. Firstly, it is evident that the girl harbors a favorable impression of you. What constitutes rejection? When a girl displays indifference or distaste as you approach, that is rejection. A stern refusal, articulated as no, it cannot be, signifies a true impossibility. However, if she hesitates or shyly suggests, perhaps not, or maybe not, it implies an openness, an invitation to proceed. Such opportunities, as Ma Long eloquently expressed, are exceedingly rare. Although Li Hao extolled the girl's beauty to the heavens, Ma Long remained unconvinced. There are no such beings among the students of Tianjing Jiwu. From the senior sisters to the junior sisters, one can only conclude that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. The name Ayu. It hardly resonates as a name befitting a Tianjing native. Shall I invite her to dine with me tomorrow? Certainly, as she is an exchange student. I shall take her to explore the unique locales of Tianjing. Remember, Do not linger in one spot for more than an hour and a half. Traverse various places, dining, sipping coffee, watching a film at Yunding Center. It is imperative to create lasting memories. Moreover, do not be foolish. You must take the initiative to bridge the distance. Although not in an animalistic manner, but rather by expressing your affection. Ma Long's words were filled with enthusiasm, and Li Hao nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom therein. Let us execute this plan diligently. Do not forget to report your outcomes tomorrow. And should there be any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult me. Teacher Ma is always available, barring unforeseen circumstances. Li Hao lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. While it was easy for Ma Long to speak, what should he say? After pondering for nearly an hour, he finally sent a message. A Yu, would you like to explore together tomorrow? Ding dong. A photograph captures the moment shared by Li Hao and a yo-yo, where a yo-yo appears strikingly beautiful and exudes an aura of captivating purity. Senior, I have plans tomorrow and will be busy for the next few days. I apologize. I will inform you as soon as I manage to carve out some time. She messages. At this moment, the 69th and 70th floors of the Tianjin Cloud Peak Center have been entirely booked by a mysterious client. The Seoul Presidential Suite on the 70th floor offers a panoramic view of the night skyline of Tianjin. A figure stealthily opens the door, peering in, only to find someone standing at the entrance. A yo-yo. A woman's voice, tinged with urgency and a hint of anger, exclaims. A yo-yo sticks out her tongue, responding, Annie. I acknowledge my mistake. It won't happen again. I'm merely seeking inspiration for work. Do you even realize what time it is? And why did you silence the notifications? I nearly contacted Long Danny. See you scolds the oblivious a yo-yo. You must be more cautious. I fear you will give me a heart attack. You cannot return to the Tianjin Military Academy. I will speak to Principal Long. You know your family disapproves of your current career. If anything goes awry, I will be powerless to intervene. I understand. You are the best, Auntie, a yo-yo replies with a smile. Since we're here, how about we hold a small special fan meeting in Tianjin? A yo-yo is her nickname, known only to her family. The young woman before us is ARTHS, who has come to Earth seeking inspiration for her new album's music video. Ever since the military competition, she has been refining her work, yet something still eludes her. Earlier, I mentioned that you seemed disinterested, didn't I? So you inquired cautiously. I am indeed somewhat indifferent. Yet my aunt has treated me with such kindness that I feel compelled to consider your needs as well. Moreover, this time, I have troubled Principal Long, remarked to you. So you nodded, a knowing smile gracing her lips. You have finally matured. Let me make some arrangements. We'll limit the number to 5,000. However, it is impossible to restrict it solely to Tianjin. The focus will primarily be on the Asia region, and it will undoubtedly incite fervent competition among all. I shall grant Long Danny 2 tickets as a gesture of goodwill. May I continue to seek inspiration in Tianjin, the cradle of humanity with its ancient roots? Ayu sat before the mirror, diligently applying her makeup. Her previously dull complexion transformed into one as radiant as jade, and her freckles faded away. Her slightly prominent forehead became smooth and polished. You should rest early. There are schedules to adhere to tomorrow. Suyu departed after confirming that Ayu had nothing pressing to attend to. After removing her makeup, cleansing her skin, and drying her hair, Ayu settled into the sofa, gazing at the nightscape outside, unable to stifle a chuckle. How silly my senior is, yet when he rushed down to rescue me, he appeared so dashing and warm. If it were Arthas, I am certain many would act similarly. However, at that moment, I was merely Ayu, at best. The adorably awkward Ayu. Yet, I must keep this from my aunt, for it could lead to significant trouble. Even a small gathering would require at least 10 days to half a month to prepare, providing me with ample opportunity to slip away. Ayu maintained a highly disciplined routine, yet tonight, sleep eluded her. She opened Tianxuan and dialed her cousin's number. Ah, Yuyo, how's Tianjin? Is it beautiful? I have yet to visit. On the other side of Tianxuan, Dita had evidently just completed her training and taken a shower, draped in a white towel. Her body glistening with a radiant sheen, undeniably alluring. Dita, your figure is so captivating it stirs my heart, I remarked. At 5 in the morning. Chapter 29. The Wu Family of Tianjin. Oh, to receive praise from our family's goddess. From where has the sun risen? Speak. What has transpired? Dita inquired with a smile. Nothing much. Tianjin is remarkable. It has evoked numerous sentiments within me. The cradle of humanity possesses a depth that our moon lacks. Ah, how quickly one can be swayed. I heard you ventured into Tianjin's mech warfare. The academy standards are rather ordinary, With so many esteemed institutions like NUP and countless experts, why did you choose that place? What does it have to do with music? Dita asked curiously. In truth, the news that Arthas needs inspiration for a theme song for mech warfare is not a secret on the moon. Many have volunteered, and those many are quite significant. NUP has its own unique qualities, but ours tends to be overly extravagant, somewhat esoteric. My music and MV need to be more grounded, seeking to resonate with the desires and aspirations of ordinary people, as well as the elements of mech warfare that truly move us. That puppet was quite intriguing. I watched it today. Did you see it? Yuya lay on the bed, clad in an adorable nightgown, her little feet restlessly swinging back and forth, clearly still brimming with excitement. Do not mention it. Feynman is on the verge of a breakdown. I worry that his relentless training may overwhelm him. Tita remarked with a shake of her head. Oh, is he truly that formidable? Aren't we at NUP the epitome of excellence? Ayu inquired with curiosity. The term formidable scarcely captures his prowess. If he indeed hails from US mechanized warfare program, this year SS-11 will present a formidable adversary. His close combat skills are of S-class caliber. Certainly, we are strong and destined to prevail against anyone, yet he is a worthy opponent, Tita replied, her confidence unwavering. Wow, yes, that impressive? It would be wonderful to find him. I believe he must have an intriguing story. Ayu exclaimed. What is your fascination with him? Does creativity intertwine with this? While his skills are commendable, we possess individuals far superior. I can only imagine how eagerly Maxis and the others would rush over at your mere mention, Tita chuckled, bemused by her cousin's charm. That's not the point. We are not in the same realm. Strength is but one aspect. I seek a narrative. Do you not find him extraordinary, mysterious, powerful, and brimming with personality? Tita laughed again, perplexed by Ayu's desires. I fail to comprehend what you truly seek. The puppet's battle yesterday has already caught the attention of the elite. Ram has suffered a significant embarrassment and will not let this slide easily. Such skill cannot remain concealed for long. Those proficient in armored warfare on Earth are few. Once he faces a familiar opponent, he will inevitably be recognized, and you may find yourself disillusioned. Mystery brings forth anticipation and fantasy, however. Tita is acutely aware that one cannot venture far within the confines of EMP's ambience. Perhaps, but I believe he shall continue to triumph. Ayu swayed her delicate little feet, her tiny toes, reminiscent of spring onions, restlessly dancing. A day brimming with happiness has commenced. This afternoon, a visit to the Musashi family awaits. Li Hao has procured some fruit, as etiquette must be observed. Yet, a sliver of concern lingers. For Malong once remarked that courting a girlfriend entails expenditures. One cannot perpetually dine and revel without contributing. An official email from EMP has arrived, extending an invitation to the puppet for participation in the EMP broadcaster program, presenting two options. One, for the puppet to become a broadcaster himself. The other, to authorize EMP to stream his matches. Li Hao has little interest in the former, as it seems he would need to seek permission from the school, which appears quite cumbersome. The latter option, however, piqued his interest. Upon seeing the potential earnings, Li Hao broke into a grin. The guaranteed monthly income is a substantial 10,000 yuan, augmented by bonuses based on streaming performance and gifts. While he cannot control the bonuses, the assured 10,000 is tangible, especially with an advance of the same amount upon signing. What is there to hesitate about? Li Hao promptly signed the contract. And just 5 minutes later, a delightful sound echoed, his earnings entering. Ah, indescribably melodious. Ding dong. Senior, are you free this afternoon? My plans have been cancelled. Upon reading Yuyu's message, Li Hao nearly leapt for joy. Oh, I was planning to visit a classmate's house this afternoon. Would you like to join? It is Yuyu, not merely an exclamation. If it is not an imposition, I would be most delighted. Certainly, I shall inform Musashi. His family hails from an ancient lineage of martial arts, characterized by its distinctiveness. This situation may prove troublesome. The matter can be swiftly confirmed. Musashi, of course, will have no qualms. Yet he harbors curiosity as to why Brother How would accompany a female rather than a group of males, which would seem more conventional. On the other hand, Ayuyu is quite delighted. With policies in place, strategies emerge from every direction. Although it is dubbed a small fan meeting, the mere dissemination of the news transforms it into a major event, necessitating extensive security, publicity, and various other considerations that will certainly keep CU occupied. The crux of the matter lies in the intricate social relationships that must be balanced, making it improbable for him to divert his attention to Ayuyu. Nevertheless, the bodyguards remain stationed at the entrance. However, She underestimates Ayuyu. The bodyguards rotate shifts every hour, and one of them, possessing a penchant for smoking, often sneaks away to the corridor for a quick cigarette, indulging his craving for a fleeting minute or two. This window of opportunity is sufficient for Ayuyu to slip away unnoticed. Typically, in times of heightened scrutiny, one might exercise restraint, but given the current circumstances, it is hardly an issue, and he is unable to resist. Thus, Ayuyu seizes this chance and swiftly makes her escape. Upon stepping out of the hotel lobby, she experiences the exhilarating sensation akin to a bird released from its cage, utterly liberated, with even the air imbued with sweetness. Meanwhile, the affluent Li Hao feels particularly empowered today, believing he can now invite Ayuyu to take the city train with him. Yet, Li Hao finds this opportunity slipping away, as Musashi's family has arranged for their chauffeur to await them at the school gate. Although Musashi does not exhibit the ostentation of a character like Ma Long, he undeniably belongs to the ranks of the affluent second generation, with wealth passed down through several generations, though he remains disinterested in such matters. Indeed, Musashi is quite the hospitable soul, and besides, we are friends, after all. Li Hao felt a touch of unease. Of course, Ayo's laughter was filled with joy, her heart-shaped lips undeniably enchanting. Li Hao took a moment to regain his composure, pondering whether he had been bewitched. Upon a thorough and objective analysis, he concluded that Ayo could not be classified as an extraordinary beauty, yet he found her irresistibly alluring. Was it mere infatuation? Ahem, that could hardly be the case. Such matters of the soul cannot simply be reduced to infatuation. With a private car at their disposal, the two conversed amiably. As seasoned workers, they navigated the streets on his electric scooter, traversing both the affluent and impoverished districts of Tianjin with remarkable familiarity. After departing the city center, the vehicle journeyed for over half an hour before arriving at their destination, a serene manor, enveloped by lush vegetation and surrounded by tranquil waters. It was indeed a splendid place, far more breathtaking than he had envisioned. As the gates swung open, the car continued for another 10 minutes, revealing a stately, antiquated residence. Musashi awaited at the entrance, visibly pleased to see Li Hao and Ayo. Wow, Musashi, your home is incredibly lavish. Come, allow me to introduce my friend and our junior, Ayo. Musashi. This is my buddy. Lavish? It has been passed down through generations. My grandfather cherishes tranquility. I rarely reside here. You are most welcome. Please, come inside. Evidently, Musashi seldom welcomed friends to this abode. This was indeed a first. The spacious hall was adorned with a classic and elegant arrangement, exuding a retro Chinese charm. Even someone as unversed as Li Hao could sense the grandeur. The meticulous layout spoke volumes of its significance. Ayuyu was also quite intrigued, for such furniture and decorations are exceedingly rare, likely possessing a history spanning over a century, if not more. However, I am not very knowledgeable. It must be over a millennium, remarked Musashi. The steward served tea to the three of them, and Musashi felt somewhat embarrassed. Brother Hao, my grandfather wishes to meet you. If he makes any excessive demands, please do not take offense. Simply refuse him without hesitation. Ah, what is the matter? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. I mentioned our sparring match to my grandfather, and he insisted on meeting you, Musashi admitted, feeling quite shy. Huh? What do you mean by losing? It was merely a friendly exchange. You were undoubtedly holding back to avoid injuring me. There is nothing to discuss, Li Hao chuckled lightly. Youth. Excessive humility is a form of pride, remarked an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair, yet vibrant and rosy-cheeked, who approached, scrutinizing Li Hao intently. Upon seeing Ayuyu, he paused slightly but quickly dismissed the thought. I am Wu's son. Although this lad Musashi lacks remarkable skill, he does not exaggerate. If you were able to defeat him, your prowess must indeed be exceptional. I have no other interests besides engaging with the youth. Let us not beat around the bush. How about a friendly match? Just the two of us? Wu-san proposed. Grandfather, I have a friend visiting, Musashi began, but upon receiving a stern glare from Wu-san, he fell silent. Merely exchanging glances with Li Hao. Li Hao gazed at Wu-san, who, despite his age, radiated an exuberant vitality and energy. For certain families adept in ancient martial arts, genetic technology serves as a key to unlock the doors of mystery, providing them with superior methods to harness their powers, thus complementing one another. Li Hao had only heard of it and was genuinely intrigued. I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed elder. Ah, I do appreciate forthright young individuals. Change your attire. I shall await you at the dojo. Beside them, Ayuyu beamed with delight. Senior, do exercise caution. You mustn't inadvertently harm the elder. Gratitude is extended to the discerning critiques of brothers to Jioshin 101 and Imozun Lu Xing, who succinctly encapsulated the emotional essence of the Storm trilogy. This installment is somewhat distinct. The characters introduced harbor hidden motives and backgrounds. Fear not, there shall be no cruelty. The aim is to render humanity more authentic and complete. As for that imposing figure who caused the disappearance of all female characters constantly rolling about in mechs, he is adaptable, whether in combat or emotional contexts. This chapter marks a transformation unlike its predecessors. Preferences will ultimately be judged by the audience. Chapter 30. A Clash of Masters Nearby. Musashi chuckled wryly. Brother How, just give it your all. My grandfather, well, let us say, you must exercise caution. He can be unpredictable. Half of my injuries were inflicted by him. Haha. Your grandfather is merely honing your skills. An elder of his caliber can certainly control his strength with finesse. Li Haodong's Taoist robe. Emblazoned with a prominent character for martial, the origins of which remained a mystery. Its bold strokes exuded a sense of strength and self-assuredness, embodying an indomitable spirit. A Yu, clad in her own Taoist attire, appeared more like an inquisitive child, her curiosity piqued by the surroundings, including the prospect of combat. Despite her sheltered upbringing, she was aware that the Wu family stood among the 5 ancient martial clans, having contributed numerous talents to the military, including the S2 champion of Ur, who was Wu Zhang's cousin. Flanking the dojo were weapon racks, and Wu Sun, seated in a meditative posture, raised his gaze and gestured towards the side. Wu Zong and Yu adhered to proper decorum, settling in a corner, while Li Hao took his place opposite Wu Sun. A faint smile graced Wu Sun's lips, revealing the spirit of battle within Li Hao. Seizing the rare opportunity to receive guidance from such an esteemed elder, Li Hao felt a thrill of excitement. Wu Sun nodded, initially believing that Wu Zhang's apparent lethargy at school would render him vulnerable to defeat by outsiders. However, he now recognized the hidden talents within Tianjing's martial community. Admitting his earlier misjudgment, have you accustomed yourself to wielding a wooden sword? Li Hao inquired with a smile. I have practiced a bit. It is manageable. Haha, young man. Such boldness. Manageable is commendable. One must embrace their youthful exuberance. Wu Zong, I encourage you to learn the rules, yet do not suppress the fierce spirit within you. Your classmate is capable. The steward presented a wooden sword with reverence before retreating respectfully. Upon grasping it, Li Hao immediately discerned that this wooden sword was unlike any other. Its weight comparable to that of steel. As the two individuals rose to their feet, once they entered the battlefield, the distinctions of age and status became obsolete. To respect one's opponent meant to unleash one's full potential. A Yu felt a slight difficulty in breathing, prompting Musashi to quickly position himself before her. A grave expression on his face. What was grandfather intending? Why had he even summoned his battle intent? Most individuals would have crumpled under such pressure. Yet, in the face of Wu Xuan's formidable aura, Li Hao remained remarkably composed, his gaze fixed on Wu Xuan as he absorbed the essence of this power. Indeed, it was a presence forged through relentless refinement, intriguing yet still inferior to that of Razor's ego. It was far from sufficient to subdue him. With a fierce roar, Wu Xuan transitioned from wielding the sword with one hand to grasping it with both, his snow-white brows elevating, akin to a wrathful deity. As an imposing force bore down upon Li Hao. Nevertheless, Li Hao remained unmoved, the tip of his sword steadfastly aimed at Wu Xuan. And the two appeared locked in a stalemate. Musashi's forehead beaded with sweat. He recognized Li Hao's strength but never anticipated it to be of such magnitude, capable of resisting his grandfather's terrifying pressure. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Wu Xuan and Li Hao advanced simultaneously toward the center of the arena, their wooden swords clashing with a resonant sound, reminiscent of metal striking stone. Crack, crack, crack. Wu Xuan's physique belied his age. He was entirely in an offensive state, his body a canvas of explosive muscle, particularly in his thighs. Their footwork intertwined continuously. Each encounter of their wooden swords produced a thunderous sound. Suddenly, Wu Xuan executed a rapid series of 3 small steps, launching his wooden sword with a swift, fierce strike. Li Hao instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. His shirt was torn asunder, revealing a crimson line etched upon his skin. Young friend, without demonstrating some genuine skill, one cannot hope to step beyond this threshold. Fortune may not favor you so favorably next time. Wu Sun pointed the tip of his sword at Li Hao. Li Hao moistened his lips, sensing the metallic scent of blood, and a peculiar smile spread across his face. Senior, I shall not hold back. with a swift motion. He drew his sword from his chest, allowing it to glide along his left arm, while his right hand brandished the wooden sword, gradually assuming an offensive stance. Wu Sun, however, remained steadfast, gripping his sword to guard the central gate. With a sudden advance, Li Hao unleashed his wooden sword with astonishing speed, as if it had instantaneously elongated towards the center. This illusion of attack was a result of his coordinated footwork and the extension of his limbs. The clash resonated as Wu Sun, seasoned from countless battles, blocked the central gate with his wooden sword, executing a swift spin that sent his weapon spiraling towards Li Hao. Strike after strike, their movements intertwined, embodying a seamless unity of man and sword. Li Hao could only defend against the relentless onslaught. Each maneuver flowed effortlessly, with each step imbued with formidable force. The most critical aspect was the near-identical angle of attack on each swing, rendering defense an arduous task for Li Hao. His footwork was meticulous. Though it appeared to be a complex spiral, he covered nearly a meter yet unleashed 18 strikes, culminating in a final blow of monumental weight. The wooden swords collided with a thunderous roar, and Li Hao's body stiffened noticeably, while Wu Sun's hand, poised for a decisive strike, was about to connect when he suddenly clenched his fist. With a heavy thud, Li Hao was propelled backward, as if forcibly ejected. The Wu family's cohesion shattered. Wu Zong leaped to his feet in astonishment, never anticipating that his grandfather would resort to such lethal force. Yet as he rose, he was immediately overwhelmed by an immense pressure. With merely a fleeting glance, Wu Sun remained enveloped in a state of combat readiness, an overwhelming aura suffusing the dojo. Observing the spot where Li Hao had crawled, he remarked, "My young friend, cease your pretense. Such an assault is hardly sufficient to keep you down." The Wu family's Cun technique emanates a lethal intensity that even the most formidable physique, honed by superior genetics, struggles to withstand. It either rebounds, collides, or permeates. Yet, the force of that recent strike felt as though it had plunged into the depths of the ocean, stirring not a single ripple, unprecedented. Li Hao, rising with a swift motion, quipped, "Senior, your strike is decidedly formidable." His abdominal garment lay in tatters, revealing a slight reddening of his skin. In a fluid motion, he tore away the remnants of his clothing. His muscles, while not as explosively defined as Musashi's, held a different kind of merit. For a warrior, muscles are not merely for display. Lifeless bulk serves no purpose. What is essential is resilient, adaptable musculature capable of enduring and mobilizing energy effectively. Musashi stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed someone absorb a Cun strike with such composure. Wu Sun's gaze narrowed slightly. It is uncommon for a warrior to remain standing so easily. Yet the lack of visible impact from that blow was unexpected. "Senior, it is now my turn," Li Hao declared, extending his right hand to grasp the wooden sword. His body coiling with purpose, an aura surging forth. Wu Sun, unyielding in his steadiness, held his sword with both hands, the tip angled towards Li Hao. In an instant, Li Hao seemed to vanish, reappearing before Wu Sun, delivering a thrust that was as swift as lightning. Wu Sun's expression hardened as he prepared to parry, but a powerful force struck him, causing his body to sway violently. Li Hao had already closed the distance, executing a decisive hand strike aimed at the center, swiftly followed by the Cun bang. With a resounding crash, Wu Sun staggered back 5 steps, while Li Hao's assault had already commenced. The wooden sword remained pointed at the center gate, delivering a powerful and forceful strike. Wu Sun was propelled outward, seemingly on the verge of colliding with the wall. In midair, he twisted his body and forcefully pushed off the wall, akin to a hawk swooping down towards Li Hao's lower body. A fleeting shadow. As Li Hao leaped back, his wooden sword sliced through the air with a thunderous crack, executing a swift counterattack. Wu Sun seated himself cross-legged, placing his sword on the ground, mimicking Li Hao's gesture of respect. Wu Sun's imposing aura dissipated, yet his gaze remained fixated on Li Hao. Musashi and a Yu held their breaths, a Yu having witnessed the training of masters before, practicing body, muscle, and strength, but this level of combat was a first for her. NUP often proclaimed their supremacy in mechanical warfare, yet Earth still harbored certain secrets in hand-to-hand combat, which contributed to the early dominance of use. NUP was adept at leveraging strengths and compensating for weaknesses, with the elite of the 5 ancient martial families having been frequently recruited over the years. Musashi, still somewhat apprehensive, rose to his feet, only to nearly stumble upon hearing Wu Sun's words. "If only you were my grandson, you could live for several more years," Wu Sun lamented. Li Hao, facing him, wore a look of bewilderment, caught off guard by such unexpected fortune. Chapter 31. In love, Wu Sun was genuinely moved and impressed. His demeanor was neither arrogant nor impatient. The murderous intent and battle spirit were under his complete control. Such mastery could only be achieved through 30 to 40 years of exquisite honing. Yet, he found himself witnessing this in a child of his own grandson's generation. Truly, it was astonishing. Senior, you are too kind. Musashi has taken great care of me at school, Li Hao replied. Li Hao is not being modest. Musashi's character is inherently reserved. Though he may appear aloof and taciturn, he embodies a classic exterior coolness paired with an inner warmth. Wu Xuan nodded, acknowledging that with age comes the need for rest after even a brief exertion. You all go and enjoy yourselves, he said. Musashi, relieved that his grandfather was not concocting any schemes, felt that it was perilous for a classmate to experience such antics on their first visit. Yet, it was evident that Brother Hao possessed remarkable strength. Once they exited the dojo, the trio gasped for breath, particularly a yo-yo, who exclaimed, "That was incredible. I once thought the aura was mere illusion. Is what you did akin to striking a cow from across the mountains?" Li Hao chuckled lightly and gestured towards his head. It's not as exaggerated as that. Genetic enhancement not only fortifies the human body, but also enables adaptation to various environments. It also enhances cognitive function. Generally speaking, the utilization of the brain has increased, which can lead to a transformative mental fortitude for warriors. A yo-yo stuck out her tongue, unable to fully grasp the concept, yet sensing its significance. Musashi nodded, explaining that the brain constitutes approximately 2 of human body weight, but consumes around 25 of bodily energy. Following genetic modifications, this power can be further amplified. The practice of martial arts is about harnessing this potential. But is this beneficial when operating a mech? A yo-yo inquired with curiosity. Li Hao and Musashi exchanged knowing smiles. Absolutely. A mentor introduces the path, but the journey of cultivation is personal. Oh my, I had no idea you were an exchange student. Li Hao teased playfully. Indeed. Ayuyu, I was born on the moon. However, my ancestors hail from Earth. Thus my lineage is quite pure. Earth is truly beautiful, unlike the barren expanse of the moon or its overly artificial ambience. From the moon, Earth appears as a vibrant sphere, reminiscent of paradise. Due to the perspective, Earth seems like a magnificent basketball, splendidly captivating. Most native NUP citizens harbor a profound envy for Earth, which motivates them to strive tirelessly, aspiring to surpass those blessed with the advantages of Earth. If it were just Li Hao and Musashi, they would likely resort to playing games out of boredom. Yet with Ayuyu present, Musashi felt compelled to honor the occasion by sharing the illustrious history of the W family, including that of his elder brother, a proud figure of use who currently commands a military district and serves as Musashi's idol. After dinner, Musashi arranged for the driver to take Li Hao and Ayuyu home before proceeding to the dojo, where Wu Sun remained seated. What do you think of today's sparring? Wu Sun inquired, his eyes opening slightly. Li Hao is formidable, but grandfather is even more so, Musashi replied, glancing at his grandfather, hoping he would refrain from exerting undue pressure on his classmates. Wu Sun remained silent, his stern gaze fixed on Musashi, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Your dedication to training is commendable, yet you must not be overly rigid. Today, I concede defeat, Wu Sun stated calmly. Your classmate is no ordinary individual. Musashi was taken aback. It seemed to him that the match ended in a draw, and given Wu Sun's experience and prowess, it was evident he had not exerted his full strength. Wu Sun pointed to the ground, which bore cracks, a testament to his own force, while his opponent had left no such mark. In a single sentence, Musashi understood, and although he had not exerted his full strength, it was evident that Li Hao appeared to be at ease. Grandfather, Li Hao was once selected for the Tianqi youth class. Wu Sun nodded. I am aware of that matter. He has faced injustice. This young man possesses a lethal aura, yet lacks malevolence. He knows when to advance and retreat, and carries a sense of righteousness. Thus, I feel reassured. Upon hearing this, Musashi revealed a faint smile. Clearly, Wu Sun was pondering other matters regarding Li Hao, especially since he wanted to personally witness his grandson's character, not merely his prowess. That girl is quite remarkable as well, Wu Sun suddenly remarked. Musashi was momentarily taken aback. His face flushed crimson. Grandfather, well, I have yet to encounter the right one. Haha, my boy, love is also a form of cultivation. To achieve greatness, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are indispensable. Poor Musashi began to endure Wu Sun's ramblings. Back in my day, when we were the most handsome in Tianjin, our popularity rivaled. Musashi's face contorted in embarrassment, feeling as though enduring 3 days and nights of battle would be less agonizing. Meanwhile, Zhuang Zhou was not idle, particularly after receiving an astonishing piece of insider information. It turned out that someone from Tianjin had once been a member of the Tianqi youth class from the solar system. This news circulated for a few days before quickly subsiding. It was evidently a case of a fleeting genius. After all, if one truly possessed talent, how could they remain obscure? It was rumored that this individual had also run afoul of the law, which only solidified the notion, leading to a general lack of interest in the matter. In truth, not only ordinary students but even individuals like Zhou Nei paid little heed to the matter. Yitong had some awareness, yet she had not witnessed it firsthand. After all, it had transpired 5 years ago. Time has the power to alter many aspects. But both Zhou Nei and Yitong remained convinced that Li Hao possessed an exceptional foundation in combat and would undoubtedly excel in mecha piloting, given a modicum of time. However, this information reached Zhuang Zhou's ears, and it took on an entirely different significance. Regardless of the circumstances, an investigation was warranted. Zhuang Zhou was a member of the Dark Web, an entity akin to the hackers of yore that existed within the 4 federations, where various forces intertwined, including elements of darkness, gray areas, and religious factions. Nevertheless, the flow of information was remarkably agile. The absence of this news on Tianxuan was to be expected, as it was an official channel. The fact that Zhuang Zhou uncovered nothing was indeed troubling. If Li Hao had been formally selected, there ought to have been a rationale for any subsequent elimination, rather than a complete void of information, indicating a deliberate suppression. The plot thickened, as the Dark Web merely reported that a significant incident had occurred years prior, involving prominent figures from 3 parties. It was said that an agreement had been reached, and the principal offender had been punished. Thus, the question arose, if there were wrongdoers among those eliminated, perhaps there were others involved. Coincidentally, Li Hao also fit these criteria. In an instant, Zhuang Zhou's heart ignited with fervor. Though seemingly unrelated, when pieced together, the matter became intriguing, albeit fraught with challenges. Li Hao's academic performance was notably lackluster. Originally enrolled in the journalism department, he was later transferred to the mecha engineering department. Throughout the academic year, he remained an unremarkable student, with mediocre EMP scores and frequent absences from the school. Zhuang Zhou examined the materials at hand, continuously circling and annotating. Regardless, he resolved to investigate further. If unsuccessful, he would alter his approach. He firmly believed in a destined connection between himself and the puppet deity, a conviction rooted in his 6th sense. As Li Hao made his way to the EMP hall, Yu was engaged in a conversation with her aunt, clarifying that she had not been wandering aimlessly, but rather residing in the school dormitory. As an exchange student, it was impractical to remain in a hotel indefinitely, especially given the exemplary security at Tianjin Mecha Academy, located in a city renowned for its safety. At that moment, Suyu was in North America, far removed from the Emperor's gaze. Having observed Yu's well-being through video, she could only relent, repeatedly cautioning her not to reveal her identity. Yu concurred, fully aware that exposure would spell the end of her exchange experience. Living on the moon afforded her a freedom that would be impossible to replicate elsewhere. Opening the Tianjin drawing board, Yu began to create. Since her introduction to mecha engineering, she had long harbored the desire to compose a song and simultaneously produce a music video. This ambition was not a novel idea. It had been brewing for quite some time. Merely participating in mecha competitions was insufficient. She aspired to encompass the 4 major federations and, ideally, visit Kepler, a place she deeply yearned to explore. Li Hao was well aware of this dynamic. With a day free of obligations, he resolved to adopt a more diligent approach. At this moment, Zhuang Zhou could certainly not be absent. His live streaming room had garnered millions of viewers, earning him the title of the luckiest rookie broadcaster. Initially, he seized the opportunity by being among the first to follow the puppet show. While EMP officially signed a contract with the puppets and granted Zhuang Zhou the rights to stream, along with promotional support, allowing him to soar to success. Naturally, Zhuang Zhou was also required to sign a contract with EMP. This involved a sophisticated commercial mechanism. As long as Zhuang Zhou streamed the puppet competitions, a portion of the earnings would be allocated to the puppets, and of course, his streaming room had also been verified. Yu's dormitory was a single room. Initially, she intended to find a classmate to share it with, but Long Danny vetoed the idea. Long Danny, prioritizing convenience over a Yuyu's comfort, clearly did not idolize any celebrities. Perhaps the songs were pleasant, but they failed to pique her interest. For someone like her, who had faced the battlefield, such melodies were merely trivial sounds. The reason she allowed Arthas to come over was due to personal connections and various considerations, whether in the military or as a principal. One must maintain balanced relationships to secure greater benefits for the institution. However, she did not wish to make this matter public. Tianjing Jiwu did not need to rely on this for fame. Yuyu completed her makeup removal and shower in one go, with Tianxuan right before her, swinging her little feet. She had been staring for a while, feeling quite perplexed. It was indeed strange, the first moment she laid eyes on Li Hao. She wondered if she was unwell, as her body inexplicably developed a sense of familiarity. It felt as though they had known each other for a long time, yet had been separated for ages, evoking both joy and apprehension. Yuyu typically refrains from getting too close to others, whether it stems from her family background, childhood experiences, or her current profession. Maintaining distance is a fundamental requirement. However, whenever Li Hao approaches, an inexplicable joy ignites within her. It's quite peculiar. Am I too clingy? Will the senior perceive me as an oddity? Yuyu muses to herself. Chapter 32. On hold, it's not merely about looks. The essence of attractiveness is measured by NUP. The sensation Li Hao evokes in her is genuine, vivid, and accompanied by an ineffable allure, brimming with vibrant vitality. Yuyu, you have seen the world. Do not allow others to look down on you. She reassures herself. It's nothing significant. We are all classmates, just engaging in conversation. Besides, I have also sought the principal's assistance. Senior, are you busy? I am quite happy today. Li Hao almost instantaneously halted his ranking match, promptly removing his head sensor. Me too. Oh, when you have some free time, I'll take you to see the ancient architecture of Tianjing. It undeniably embodies the essence of human civilization and symbolizes our origins. That sounds wonderful. I came to Tianjing precisely to understand and learn about this. As well as the unique singing style of Tianjing, known as Jingqiang, it's exceptionally melodious. Ah, you can dance and sing? Li Hao inquired, astonished. In her dormitory, Yuyu scrunched her adorable nose, displaying a proud demeanor. Indeed, I am an arts major, and singing and dancing are fundamental skills. Wow, impressive. I am merely skilled in combat. You are truly remarkable. After all, senior, you have even saved my life. I haven't forgotten. I simply wish to express my gratitude in a more memorable way. Yuyu remarked, her face brightening with a smile as she spoke. At that moment, she was genuinely terrified, while Li Hao stood protectively in front of her. I was truly delighted, filled with anticipation for the surprises to come. Li Hao was equally overjoyed, finding immense happiness even in mere conversation. In the past, I had looked down upon Teacher Ma for spending hours on the phone, but youth often breeds such impulsiveness. The two of them entered an infinite mode, completely lost in each other, a phenomenon familiar to anyone with a modicum of romantic experience, akin to a theory of relativity regarding time. Meanwhile, the puppet remained suspended for over half an hour, much to the chagrin of Zhuang Zhou and the audience, who were left bewildered. What was happening? Had the puppet malfunctioned? Was it a case of a disconnection? Were aliens preparing to invade Earth? At that moment, far away in South America, the Puma Military Academy was not watching the match. They were engaged in a training competition. Each prestigious military academy boasts a top-tier team, often referred to as the school team, supplemented by reserve teams for practice and training. Training is divided between internal drills and competitive matches, where each student selects one or more opposing academies for friendly contests, typically avoiding rivals from the same federation. The opponent in Puma's training match was the esteemed Tianjing Jiwu from NUP, a renowned institution that had also made a remarkable showing in S10. With Captain Tito Wan is hailed as one of the brightest stars of the new generation. The most humiliating aspect was that, immediately following their crushing defeat, Tito proposed a change of opponents. While the Lunarians were not as direct as the Martians, they were equally decisive in such matters. It went without saying that if Tianjing Mech Force truly abandoned the Cougars, the latter would find themselves in dire straits. Moreover, it was almost certain that under these circumstances, the Cougars would struggle to find a respectable adversary within the NUP. The Dragon A-Class Military Academy of the ROM, known for its ostentatious displays and competitive spirit, would undoubtedly follow suit, further exacerbating the Cougars' predicament. A team's progress cannot be achieved in isolation. It requires formidable opponents. Robbie, these training matches no longer serve our purpose. Tita stated, I apologize, but this is the collective decision of our team. I believe you've sensed this as well. Her final words left Robbie somewhat resentful. If one were to consider physical attributes alone, the disparity was not so vast. Why, then, did such overwhelming dominance manifest in mech combat? This was not only Robbie's question, but also a dilemma faced by many youth academies. Addressing this issue necessitated continuous engagement in combat, seeking out vulnerabilities in opponent strategies. However, their counterparts were now unwilling to continue the exercise. Tita, we all share a common goal in S11. You must select an opponent from the youth teams. The other academies already have their established partners. It would be difficult to find someone else if you don't choose us, Robbie pleaded. Compelled by his responsibility as the team captain, a position that demanded more than mere posturing, Tita frowned and replied, better to have none than a poor one. Robbie, I apologize. The damage inflicted was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly cutting. Robbie nearly choked on the words, but as the captain, he was acutely aware that his counterpart spoke the truth. After all, the opposing captain bore responsibility for the training standards. Just as the other side was about to terminate the communication, Robbie suddenly called out to Tita. Captain Tita, our Jaguar team possesses a secret weapon. I had not intended to reveal it so soon, but given the circumstances, it seems futile to conceal it any longer. However, should you lose, you must promise to keep it confidential. Tita paused for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. Captain Robbie, you truly have a knack for humor. However, this revelation has piqued my interest. There is no better day than today for a decisive encounter. We shall settle this matter in a single battle. I grant you half an hour to prepare. With that, she decisively ended the communication. Tita was a person of resolute action. The Starfall team certainly needed a worthy adversary. But the Jaguars were not the right fit. They could seek other opponents. Even if it meant a delayed schedule, a battle every fortnight was far preferable to squandering time. To claim victory in the S Championship, understanding and identifying the right opponents was essential. Naturally, this was a common aspiration among all teams, and the rest would depend on fate. As the captain of Starfall, Tita had her sights set on a specific goal. Although NUP had attained commendable results in S10, she was not satisfied with her team's performance. They needed to grow stronger. Meanwhile, in the training room of the Jaguar Mech Warriors, an intense silence prevailed as all eyes were fixed on Robbie. The past few days of training had rendered the team members taciturn as they diligently studied their opponents. The troubling aspect was that the adversary was also advancing in their understanding of the Jaguars. Having become familiar with their maneuvers and thought processes, the opposing team had indeed managed to keep the Jaguars firmly under their heel. The captain suddenly made a provocative remark, yet the others felt no exhilaration, for they harbored the sentiment of despair. Should they falter once more, their honor in battle would be irreparably tarnished. The defeat in S10 seemed to have severely undermined the confidence of many team members, casting doubt upon their mechs, their strategies, and even their physical prowess. Robbie fell into a moment of silence before speaking. Please, give me a moment. At this juncture, fortune was their only ally. He accessed the EMP contact list, aware that if his second-in-command was unavailable, their hopes would dwindle. To his relief, the second-in-command was online and in a non-combat state, prompting Robbie to hastily send a message. Second-in-command, do you have a moment? I require your assistance. After dispatching the message, Robbie could only await a response, feeling no need for excessive elaboration. The events of the past weighed heavily on everyone's conscience, an enduring sense of guilt buried deep within their hearts. If all else failed, they would have no choice but to concede, though he did not perceive their skills to be so lacking. Rather, their spirit had been sapped, leaving them devoid of the warrior's fervor. Li Hao was engrossed in a lively conversation with a Yu, blissfully unaware of the passage of time, until a notification from a friend on EMP broke his reverie. He had only Robbie as his friend, and upon glancing at the message, he furrowed his brow slightly. He knew Robbie's character well enough to understand that he would not seek him out unless in dire straits. Oh dear, my friend needs my assistance with something. Let us continue our discussion later. All right, senior, I shall await your return. A Yu contentedly closed the messaging app, her adorable little feet swaying as she hummed a tune. Oh, how delightful it sounded. Just then, the messaging app chimed again, and instinctively, a Yu answered, Senior, so soon? What senior? What fast or slow? It's me, Tita, came the voice from the other end. A Yu, what are you up to? There is some demonic energy. Chapter 33, Shaddai, Part 5. Ah, sister. I'm in the dormitory. I was just consulting the senior about a few questions. What is the matter? A Yu hurriedly replied. Didn't you want to observe a team battle? We're about to face the Cougars, and I'll grant you access to see how we crush our opponents. It should inspire you, Titus said, not wanting to linger on the previous topic, primarily to show off a bit. Meanwhile, Robbie had also contacted Li Hao through the messaging app, explaining the situation. All right, provide us with your Team S training account, and I'll take a look. Li Hao nodded. Sure thing, second brother. What position do you want? Robbie clenched his fist excitedly. Sniper, I suppose. Your melee combat is decent, but that position is rather weak. Li Hao remarked, aware that he had indeed watched the mecha warfare competition. The Cougars were overly specialized. They had a respectable pool of light, medium, and heavy mechs, yet their sniper capabilities were severely lacking. Currently, the mainstream approach favored a balanced attack and defense, with most preferring to showcase their skills, while snipers required a more understated presence, filling in the gaps for the team, a challenging role to master. Having closed the messaging app, Robbie vigorously waved his arm. Brothers, prepare for battle. As the time arrived, the members of the Tianqing Jiwu team were punctual, and both sides of combatants entered the training chamber. However, the members on Robbie's side remained somewhat uninspired. Naturally, being summoned by the captain indicated that they were indeed skilled individuals. Without unnecessary chatter, both teams swiftly immersed themselves in the combat scenario. The standard format for team battles comprises a 5v5 setup, featuring diverse environments such as urban warfare, desert confrontations, and the expansive jungles of Kepler. Typically, the training focuses predominantly on urban combat. The team positions are as follows. Position 1 serves as the heavy assault role, Position 2 as the light to medium vanguard, Position 3 as the light to medium core role, Position 4 utilizes functional mech suitable for specialized terrains, and Position 5 is designated for the sniper. The opponents randomly parachute into one end of the city, and as time progresses, the safety zone of the city gradually diminishes. Failure to advance promptly results in immediate elimination, a measure designed to prevent both sides from simply seeking the advantages of defensive counterattacks. In such circumstances, it is customary to hasten to the city center to establish a favorable position, as remaining passive yields scant opportunities. This brings forth a notable advantage for NUP's light mechs, which are adept in this regard, typically reaching the central area swiftly unless they land in an exceptionally adverse location. The Tianqing Jiwu team employs a highly proactive 22,235 formation. Feynman, Position 2, Typhoon 0, Medium, Prince, Position 2, Silver Fox Fighter, Light, Configuration, Light Mech, 60 tons, Dual-engine nuclear fission propulsion, portable dual short laser rifles, curved titanium blade. Tatura, Position 2, Silver Fox Fighter, Light, Tita, Position 3, Typhoon 0, Medium, ALS, Position 5, Eagle Eye Fighter, Medium, Configuration, Medium Mech, 70 tons, Dual-engine nuclear fission propulsion. Eagle-type Babret Heavy Sniper Titanium Blade. Cougar Squadron, Formation 22335. Anku, Position 2, Silver Fox Fighter, Mill Sandman. Position 2, Silver Fox Fighter, Robbie. Position 3, Dragon God E-Type, Lursus. Position 3, Typhoon 0, Li Hao. Position 5, Grey Reaper Fighter, Configuration, Medium Mech, Nuclear Fission Propulsion. Use, Grey Death M5 Heavy Sniper Titanium Blade. Brothers, this battle will be commanded by Position 5, Robbie declared. The group fell silent. What was this? Out of nowhere, a sniper was to lead the entire squad. The name Grey Reaper sounded formidable, yet the advantages and disadvantages of this mech were rather pronounced. The benefit was the heavy sniper's power indeed proved formidable. However, the compatibility between the heavy sniper and the mech posed certain issues. The recoil significantly impacted precision, suggesting that a heavy armored mech would be a superior choice, albeit at the cost of mobility for a sniper-type mech. Furthermore, the fluidity of continuous firing was relatively poor. In contrast, NUP's Eagle Eye fared considerably better. Indeed, the proficiency in piloting mechs is paramount. This is nothing surprising. The team believes the captain is merely being courteous, given that he is an external aide, just a matter of showing respect. However, silence ensued. Does it signify agreement? Time is of the essence, and capturing the central zone remains imperative. Just as everyone prepared to charge, the voice of Unit 5 echoed. There is no need to rush. A steady advance will suffice. The atmosphere within the team grew peculiar. What does it mean to not rush? Time equals life. Is this a jest? Moreover, snipers require advantageous positions. He too sensed a hint of disorientation. Yet, in the next moment, Robbie cast aside this notion. After all, when one is already in dire straits, one might as well gamble for a transformation. Better to risk it all than to start anew. The opposing team has chosen a rather feeble mech. How amusing. Are they attempting to teach me a lesson? Als couldn't help but chuckle. Is this what they call disturbing the peace? Als, focus, Tito admonished. Men are creatures prone to inflation, particularly those who are immature. Worry not, Captain. I shall forever disdain the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically. Amidst their banter, the 5 mechanized warriors of Tianjing advanced with remarkable training and speed, their formation impeccable. 3 light mechs flanked the perimeter, forming a triangular shield to guard against sudden assaults. As skirmishes arose intermittently, the luck of the Cougar was rather unfortunate. The landing positions of both sides were precisely diagonal to one another. The speedier celestial machine had swiftly secured a favorable position in the central area, while Als, under the cover of famine, rapidly occupied the high ground. He was eager to see what tricks this seemingly brainless bunch of cougars could conjure. He gently licked his lips, silently hoping they would not disappoint him. Robbie, too, felt a twinge of concern. Both sides were familiar adversaries, well acquainted with one another, while Brother Hao remained oblivious to these dynamics. Should the celestial machine gain the advantageous terrain, the experience would be quite unpleasant. Yet, at this juncture, seizing the initiative was futile. The initial landing had already predetermined their disadvantage. The Cougar team could not merely mimic the strategies of others. Adhering entirely to someone else's tactics would only result in being mercilessly pinned down. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Li Hao remained silent, the entire topographical map vividly etched in his mind, with several strategic high points of the central area coming into view. As they drew nearer, he signaled a deceleration to maintain formation, instructing Position 2 to remain vigilant and prepare for battle. Robbie made his move, attempting to create a diversion. Who the hell are you? Are you out of your mind? Making the captain a target? The 3 male members of the team could no longer contain their frustration. Damn it, we were already skeptical about this unknown individual parachuting in. But now he's showing off with a pathetic combat machine. What good is that? And now, absurdly suggesting that the captain should sacrifice himself? It is universally acknowledged that this is an enticing assault, and it would be prudent to reveal the position of the sniper. However, such a simplistic notion presumes the opponent to be a fool. Moreover, Alzi is a renowned marksman. Even the captain would find it challenging to escape unscathed. Once ensnared by the enemy's vanguard, death is inevitable, a fact proven countless times in prior skirmishes. The dilemma lies in the audacity of a newcomer requesting the captain to serve as bait. What audacity! A heavy silence enveloped the team, with the atmosphere thickening as the weight of failure and the presence of this inexplicable individual began to unbalance their morale. Li Hao remained silent, recognizing his lack of influence within the team. Further words would be futile. Robbie also chose silence, opting instead for action. At the moment the Dragon God fighter surged forward, the rest of the team fell silent. Alzi, now positioned at the high ground, chuckled. How bold indeed, to utilize such a pivotal position as bait. Given Robbie's prowess, there exists a chance he might evade my shot, yet under my interference, any member of the Tianjing team could easily eliminate him. The enemy aims to discern my location through Robbie, it seems. Such audacity, such arrogance. Alzi laughed, exhilarated by the thrill of the moment, as his heavy sniper rifle took aim at the Dragon God, with his teammates also springing into action. Chapter 34. The beauty of team battles in the central area. 3 favorable positions were available. Upon observing the enemy's choice to deploy the Grey Death Fighter, he opted for the most suitable building, Building A, to withstand the onslaught of the Grey Death M5, rather than the towering clock tower, which could easily be penetrated by the M5's formidable power. Here, even if they were discovered, it would be of little consequence. Captain, the target has been locked. We can engage. Als observed the erratically darting Dragon Gotti. Robbie was indeed formidable, but alas, brother, your movements are all too familiar to me. Tita calmly assessed the situation. The enemy's intentions were unmistakable. Yet they had failed to consider their own capabilities, particularly Al's foresight regarding their strategy, which was fortuitously accurate. Feyman, Prince, engage and neutralize Robbie first. Boom, boom. The 2 Vanguard fighters deliberately roared their engines to draw Robbie's attention, suddenly emerging from 2 alleyways. However, it was evident that Robbie's focus was not yet on them, and the most lethal strike had yet to be delivered. Boom. Although Robbie was mentally prepared, he nonetheless tensed up as the Dragon God fighter swiftly executed a strong evasive maneuver. Yet the blow never landed. No, That sound was not from the Eagle Eye sniper. It was the Grey Death M5. At that moment, Al's Eagle Eye fighter suddenly swayed, his heart plummeting to icy depths. Damn. He had anticipated the enemy would attempt to exploit the Grey Death's penetrating power, thus choosing the impenetrable Building A. However, the opponent had never intended to eliminate him directly. Instead, they sought to destroy his Babaray heavy sniper. They executed the most subtle of predictive probing. Truly a master. Retreat swiftly. Too late. Who is Robbie? He is charged directly at Prince, who is no match for him. More critically, the deadly sound of M5 has echoed for the second time. Prince, piloting the Silver Fox, shows no fear of snipers. His focus remains solely on Robbie. As he faces Robbie's laser assault, he swiftly evades to the side. Boom! A headshot. The Silver Fox collapses, and Feynman's Stormfighter has already arrived. At this moment, Robbie's heart is ablaze with exhilaration. This is the thrill he has longed for. With his titanium blade, he retaliates fiercely, executing a swift counterattack. Boom! The third shot rings out. Feynman senses the impending danger. The mech is engulfed in red light as alarms blare. His leg is struck, and the mech's movements falter in midair. Boom! Robbie reaps his reward. In the blink of an eye, the Celestial Star mech is left with 2 dead and 1 disabled. A Hawkeye without a long-range sniper is but a mere shadow of its former self. Meanwhile, the 3 men from Mir have advanced, never experiencing such elation before. They decisively eliminate Owls, thinking, how dare you challenge me with that puny blade? Anku and Lursis have entangled themselves with Tita. Tachula must be dealt with. Tita's voice is icy as a moment of collapse unfolds. Before Robbie arrives, Tita, with remarkable skill, has severely wounded Anku. Lursis receives orders, entangle, do not engage directly. Robbie is on his way. Meanwhile, Tachula has located the enemy. This wretched foe, the Silver Fox fighter, bursts around the corner, unleashing a barrage of dual short-range laser fire. I will reduce you to a sieve. In the fleeting moment of engagement, the Grey Reaper fighter jet executed a swift lateral maneuver in midair. The Grey Death M5 unleashed its attack. The thunderous explosion resonated as Silver Fox instinctively evaded, narrowly avoiding the shot that had gone awry, causing his adversary to falter. Just as Tachula contemplated launching a pursuit, the mech collided with the wall in the constricted urban terrain. However, in that minuscule window of time, the Grey Death struck again. Tachula watched in disbelief as his customary wall breach maneuver led him directly into the path of a bullet, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. In mere moments, the Celestial Star Mecha unit was left with only Tita standing. As a standout of the new Big Dipper, in UP, she remained unfazed in a 2-against-1 confrontation. Robbie proved formidable. Yet delivering a decisive blow was proving to be a challenge. The odds of 2 against 1 were not in his favor. It was evident that he and his deputy, Lysis, had yet to achieve seamless coordination, as Tita executed a sudden spiral slash that severely damaged Lysis. Robbie's advance was thwarted when Tita, at the cost of her left arm, managed to block his attack. Not one to linger in battle, Tita promptly retreated. Prolonging the skirmish would yield no favorable outcome. Despite being alone, she still harbored a chance for victory, capable of guerrilla tactics, but first, she needed to neutralize the opposing sniper. Robbie grimaced, feeling disrespected. Did they think he would simply allow her to escape? The capabilities of the Dragon God were not to be underestimated, and he was determined to pursue Tita relentlessly. 30 seconds later, Tita's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of tension. A sense of impending danger loomed. Based on the intelligence she possessed, the Grey Death aircraft had suffered no significant damage. It was now highly likely that she was under the enemy's fire coverage. With nerves taut, she anticipated an imminent strike within the next 5 to 6 seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, boom. It was not a sniper, but Robbie, one of the few melee experts within the use. If he could not sense that his opponent's attention was entirely diverted from him, he would truly have no place in this arena. His frenzied assault breached Tita's defenses, and most crucially, at the moment when her focus wavered. She had overlooked the fact that the left arm of the Gale Zero had already been compromised. Robbie's full-force strike landed within those 5 seconds. The titanium blade had plunged into the chest of the Gale Zero. Tita's mind buzzed. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Until the very end. The sniper had not made a move, yet she was certain that her adversary had locked on to her. The Cougar team emerged victorious. The members of the Cougar team in the operations room were momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening? Was this truly the celestial machine that had dominated them with a 15-game winning streak? How had it suddenly faltered? The cheers erupted, jolting the team back to reality. as the substitute players roared with excitement. Throughout the entire ordeal, everyone had been watching, and none had anticipated the battle concluding in such a manner, with such an outcome. This was no mere sniper. This was a deity. At that moment, Li Hao logged out of his account, feeling there was nothing more to say. He was merely a substitute player. Teaching was a task that Master Ma relished. He hoped that Ioya was not too anxious. The mountain lion roared in celebration. Yet only Robbie noticed Li Hao's absence, filled with profound sentiment. His brother remained unchanged, time having no effect on him. The opponents were not as formidable. They were merely human, two shoulders carrying a single head. It was they who had lost their faith, confidence, and courage through continuous failures. Captain, who is that sniper? He's absolutely incredible. Is he from our academy? Wow, with such prowess, our academy is bound to thrive, exclaimed the onlookers. His precision is impeccable, and his technique is extraordinarily refined, simply remarkable. Robbie shook his head. No, he is just an ordinary friend, here to lend a hand. This battle has revealed that the Heavenly Star mechanism is not invincible. They too possess vulnerabilities. It is our own combat skills that require fortification. Every advantage and disadvantage is relative. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Star mechanism was enveloped in silence, baffled by their own dismal performance. They had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, facing relentless assaults. Their efforts thwarted before they could even take flight. Dita felt a deep sense of frustration, caught off guard and targeted by their adversaries. The opposing sniper was indeed proficient. Yet he merely leveled the playing field rather than displaying any extraordinary prowess. A well-laid ambush, Captain Robbie. When did we acquire such a sniper? Are we looking at a best of 3 or a best of 5? Dita inquired. Robbie couldn't help but chuckle. It was too real. Previously, he had been contemplating how to arrange a match, nearly begging for assistance, and now it had been presented to him on a silver platter. Captain Tita, I apologize. In truth, this is our secret weapon. As mentioned earlier, had it not been for our partnership, I would not have intended to reveal it. There is ample time ahead, so let us conclude for today and schedule another meeting. Robbie smiled as he spoke. Tita, being quite straightforward, accepted the defeat gracefully. Such an opponent deserved a modicum of effort from them. And NUP did not concern itself with trivial rivalries. Just as Tita was preparing to delve into some analysis, she suddenly received a message. And upon seeing it was from a yo-yo, her expression turned somewhat exasperated. Truly, it was ironic that after winning 100 matches, she remained oblivious. Yet upon losing this one, she was all too attentive. Sister, it seems the opposing sniper is rather formidable. Your performance was quite poor. Is this how it ends? Tita's lips twitched. Was that truly formidable? Chapter 35, Not a Sniper. This wretched girl was also quite adept at delivering the final blow. Defeat is an integral part of training. Although carelessness played a role, this sniper was undoubtedly exceptional. In a moment, you may observe our post-battle analysis. Tita was gentle with a yo-yo, but Alzi and the others had already sensed the murderous intent radiating from Tita's gaze. Nevertheless, the team members paid little mind. The variables in mech warfare were too numerous, and chance played a significant role. Even the mightiest could stumble. While this battle was indeed won by the opponent, it did not imply that Tianqing mech was weak. In terms of overall strength, they still believed themselves superior. Of course, with the captain's pride, they would not court misfortune. The Puma and Tianqing are engaged in similar pursuits, observing the panoramic perspective of the battle. Although they cannot hear the internal communications of the opposing team, they can still deduce tactics from formations and other aspects. It is evident that Tianqing's attention is primarily focused on the sniper. Surprisingly, they are not contesting our speed. Else, this Grey Reaper is heading straight for Building A. He has anticipated your chosen position, Feynman remarked. The clock tower is unsuitable, and while Building B is tall, it lacks adequate cover. Only Building A is appropriate. Als nodded, acknowledging the strategic acumen displayed. His tone still carried a hint of arrogance. Achieving such insight indicated a certain level of proficiency. The Puma's advance was unembellished, yet the positioning of the Grey Reaper was intriguing. Look, Robbie's launch position is somewhat skewed, with obstructions on both sides. This means that Als, stationed at Building A, must adjust his position to take a shot, yet no matter how he adjusts, he will inevitably enter the Grey Reaper's predicted zone, Tita remarked. Als, this time your positional choice is problematic. Indeed, Captain, I sense that this situation was not spontaneous. Could it be that Robbie deliberately ambushed us, allowing us to lower our guard before executing this maneuver? Als felt a pang of discomfort. Previously, it was others who were called out, as he was the most reliable member of the team. Shifting to the perspective of the Grey Reaper, One might consider it sheer luck to land a shot. The Grey Reaper's M5 fired, resulting in an unexpected outcome. It did not strike Al's sniper rifle directly, but rather penetrated a wall before ultimately hitting Al's weapon. In other words, the opponent merely attempted to strike, but it went awry purely by chance. The spectators expressed their regret. It is truly unjust to blame Alzi. His choices and ambush were executed with precision, leaving no opportunity for the adversary. Tita paused the video for a moment, taking a breath. This was orchestrated by the sniper, and Robbie evidently placed immense trust in him. However, judging by the movement of the other mechs, it seemed the team members were experiencing some emotional turmoil. When Robbie charged forth, it appeared to be a desperate gamble. One could only say that their fortune was indeed remarkable, and Alzi's performance was commendable. As the captain, Tita could not attribute the outcome to luck. Although their position had been anticipated, it was, in fact, the most advantageous one. Seizing it was imperative, and Alzi had not been careless. Let us continue to observe. Tita nodded slightly. She feared not failure, but could not condone her team members' arrogance, a principle she had consistently emphasized as a captain. Yet, Alzi frowned. There was little to be said about Alzi's elimination. The proximity of the opponent's mech was significant. The Puma was no subpar team. They were indeed a contender in the S-League. The subsequent shots from that sniper were nothing short of precise, yet lacked tactical significance. A scenario Alzi had frequently faced before. Without interference from the opposing sniper, accuracy could indeed yield freedom of action. However, how was Tatura defeated? The relentless assault from the Grey Death would inevitably reveal his position, and once Tatura's Silver Fox drew near, whether in close-range firepower or hand-to-hand combat, it should not have been something a Grey Death could withstand. As the video played, the members of the Tianqing mecha team collectively furrowed their brows. In the absence of adversaries, the engine of the Grey Reaper emitted a persistent roar, indicating that the mech was undergoing a powerful energy accumulation, akin to the explosive launch of a sports car. The moment Tachalo appeared, it deftly maneuvered sideways to evade the concentrated fire of the charging laser. The first shot went astray, yet it seemed to effectively lock the position of the Silver Fox fighter. The inertia of the mech could not be entirely defied, and the second shot, delivered upon landing, was the true lethal strike. Completely immobilizing the opponent's maneuverability, it unleashed a merciless blind shot. At that instant, the entire Tianqing mecha team fell into a profound silence. For if defeating Alzi was a matter of fortune, and hitting the other competitors was a display of precision, this was simply extraordinary. Could it be that he was awaiting my arrival? Tachala's mouth felt parched, his frustration palpable. It was an affront for a lightweight mech to be eliminated under active attack by an opponent. He found himself cursing that damned wall. No one uttered a word. The ensuing scene was even more bizarre. After dispatching Tachala, the Grey Reaper hastened to support Robbie, and Tita's judgment proved astute as she entered the sniper's range just then. The Grey Reaper had locked onto Tita, yet, much to everyone's bewilderment, this individual did not pull the trigger. It was disconcerting. Why not? Out of bullets? A substitute team member suddenly remarked, reminiscent of an ill-timed joke. Tita let out a gentle sigh, reflecting on the reasons behind the defeat in this battle. The failure lay with me. My command was lacking. This sniper was orchestrating the fight against the Puma team, controlling the battlefield from start to finish, playing psychological games. By targeting Alzi first, he aimed to convey that in such an environment, whoever neutralizes the sniper first gains control. Tatura, he was merely awaiting your approach. This individual possesses immense confidence in his marksmanship. As for why he did not target me, if my assumptions are correct, he anticipated my ability to gauge his timing, deliberately applying pressure to distract me and allow Robbie to conclude the engagement, thereby instilling confidence in the Puma team. The impact on morale when a sniper resolves the conflict differs significantly from when Robbie does. Captain, the shot that struck me was likely not mere fortune. This person must possess a profound understanding of the Eagle Eye fighter and the Barrett sniper rifle. The barrel of the Barrett is somewhat longer, and most users tend to extend their aim. I once had this habit, but I have since corrected it. However, Robbie's position was less than optimal for a shot. I needed to advance further. If I am not mistaken, the enemy had orchestrated Robbie's placement, waiting for me to reveal a flaw. The penetrating damage of the M5, while insufficient to threaten the mech, could certainly destroy the Barrett. The adversary had meticulously calculated this. We have encountered a top-tier sniper. Als had reached a profound understanding at this juncture. He was engaged in a contest against an S-rank sniper. A top-tier marksman must possess an in-depth comprehension of both their own and their opponent's mech performance and characteristics, subsequently devising targeted strategies. Precision is merely the fundamental expectation. At a certain level of competition, the game becomes psychological. He comprehends our thoughts entirely, while we remain oblivious to his. Should this individual belong to the Pumas? The Puma team would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force in the S competition. The pinnacle of a sniper's mastery lies in self-control and the ability to dominate the opponent. Although it may appear as a 10-person battle, the other 9 are mere puppets. This is a game solely orchestrated by him. Even if there exists an element of calculated intent versus unintentional oversight, Al still felt compelled to offer the highest praise to his adversary. This individual likely reveled in the pride of his achievements that day. Al's mood was not overly dismal. He had been the most vocal opponent of the Pumas as adversaries. For those in his position were utterly lacking, unable to fulfill even the most basic levels of competence, thus providing him with no opportunity for growth. However, the circumstances had changed. Feynman and others remained somewhat skeptical, questioning whether the situation was truly so dire, wondering if Als was merely seeking an excuse for himself. In the case of the Cougars, a similar situation unfolded. Following their victory, the players reveled in their triumph, mistakenly attributing their success solely to their own prowess. Unlike Als, the Cougar sharpshooter lacked discernment, whereas Robbie, a notable figure within use, possessed a keen eye, despite sniping not being his forte. From beginning to end, the match was under Li Hao's meticulous control, as if he had woven an intricate web, seemingly issuing no commands yet orchestrating the efforts of each teammate while simultaneously suppressing the adversary. This exemplified the command authority that a captain aspires to possess. The team members exchanged whispers, questioning, who is this esteemed individual, Captain? Could he possibly be a veteran from the Special Forces? That's truly remarkable. Indeed. They hoped he would mentor them, believing their skills would undoubtedly soar under his guidance. Such a sharpshooter would be a prized asset in any military unit. At that moment, Robbie came to the realization that Li Hao was not merely a sniper. Chapter 36. How adorable. 5 years had elapsed, and he had thought that even if he were not as formidable as Li Hao, he would at least be of the same caliber. Although he had lost their previous encounter, that had not represented his full capabilities. For students representing military academies, their performance in EMP was markedly different from actual combat scenarios. This team battle had been an eye-opener for him. It seemed that Ergu was now also a military academy student, likely in his second year, as he had not attended during his first year. If he were to enroll this year, Use would certainly become more intriguing. Was he feeling proud? At this moment, Li Hao was engaged in a conversation with the Yu, who was brimming with excitement as she animatedly described a spectacular team battle she had witnessed, featuring the legendary teams Use and NUP. Senior, that player was truly remarkable. They could command their teammates to outmaneuver the opponents through tactical prowess. Is this the pinnacle of mech warfare? After a vivid recounting, a Yu inquired. Li Hao scratched his nose, feeling slightly flustered. Perhaps he hadn't contemplated it as deeply. That's impossible. True masters should embody a cold, profound demeanor, with piercing gazes and meticulous thoughts. Oh dear, you've watched too many movies. You, with your charming disposition, ought to indulge in more romantic dramas, Li Hao remarked. By the way, if you wish to pilot a mech, I could request the principal's permission. I'm quite familiar with her. After saying this, Li Hao felt a flush of embarrassment. How boastful of him. Nevertheless, it shouldn't pose much of an issue, considering it was a task assigned by the principal herself. Is that all right? Am I intruding? A Yu on the other end of the line sounded pleasantly surprised. I would be delighted to assist. The two conversed for a while longer before reluctantly ending their call. Li Hao felt invigorated, pondering why a mere chat could bring such joy. His childhood experiences had once led him to believe that life was merely mundane. But the director was right. Life's splendor extends far beyond its beginnings. When fate calls, it is unstoppable. Glancing at a multitude of challenge notifications, Li Hao felt a reluctance to engage. Perhaps he could embark on a challenge of his own. The EMP is divided into two components. One pertains to combat, while the other pertains to testing. For instance, a character like Swa Xiaodang significantly elevated their score with a mere A on a test. Often, high test scores are held in greater esteem. A commendable test result can greatly enhance one's EMP score, and the rarity of such a score amplifies the improvement. For example, if the majority of participants receive a C and one attains a B, the elevation is substantial. Conversely, if most individuals achieve an A, obtaining an A oneself yields minimal rewards. The EMP encourages both challenge and innovation. While most participants withdrew upon the puppeteer's disconnection, only Zhuang Zhou remained steadfastly patient, sensing that the puppeteer would not conclude matters so easily today. Indeed, he was right. A challenge training session? It resembles a battle royale. Meanwhile, a Yu found herself restless, tossing and turning in bed, resembling an adorable egg-shaped being. Was this truly endearing? Shouldn't such a sight appear rather unappealing? A Yu muttered to herself, confident in her disguise skills, which she had acquired during a cameo in a film. Even the familiar Su Yu perceived her as unremarkable, thus avoiding attention. She believed this praise to be genuine, for beyond her exterior, a Yu possessed a beautiful soul. Gazing at the unique moon outside her window, she felt increasingly elated. All test challenges are categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The division is quite straightforward, yet the content is anything but simple. The term beginner does not refer to mere foundational training. Rather, it signifies a level that possesses genuine practical challenges. As for the intermediate level, it emerges from the various difficulties encountered by humanity during the formidable journey of interstellar navigation. In contrast, the advanced level encompasses the exceedingly perilous aspects that prove exceptionally challenging for human adaptation. Essentially, the advanced category serves as a lesson for the arrogant and impetuous youth, as well as a platform for elite experts to demonstrate their prowess. Zhuangzhou, too, harbors great anticipation for this endeavor. The puppet opted for the advanced difficulty Kepler retreat mission. Initially, when the puppet made its appearance, its popularity was over 10,000. As it began selecting training grounds, its speed of improvement was rather average, reaching around 50 to 60,000. However, once the Kepler Nightmare Escape was introduced, its popularity soared at an astonishing rate. The name Kepler Retreat Mission sounds rather conventional, which is characteristic of training tests. Often, the more mundane the name, the more bizarre the challenges. This advanced test is colloquially referred to as the Nightmare Battle Royale. The Kepler planet is currently an undeniable sensation, and any tests associated with it instantly attract eager challengers. Yet, the harsh reality is that those seeking to experience exotic thrills often find themselves schooled by colossal insects. Many even speculate whether EMP intentionally escalated the difficulty. How could such lowly creatures possess such formidable strength? The Kepler Retreat mission stands out among this series of tasks. Its challenge is not merely a matter of scoring, but lies in the fact that no one has yet succeeded in overcoming it. And here is the puppet, daring to take on this formidable challenge? Since the last time when the fiery man skillfully shifted the topic and garnered a substantial wave of followers while cleverly outmaneuvering the puppet, he has savored the sweetness of success. How could he possibly be absent during such a pivotal moment? The once tranquil live streaming room suddenly erupted. It seems someone attempted to display bravado inappropriately. Haha. Unfortunately, they remain oblivious to the training mechanism, as high difficulty training cannot be interrupted. Gentlemen, let us anticipate the breathtaking performance of the puppet master. The fiery man's backhanded compliments swiftly attracted a flurry of admiration. Observing the favorable response and generous gifts, he naturally did not hold back his praise. Recently, Hughes has placed considerable emphasis on the puppet, and today's live broadcast even featured a dedicated recommendation link. However, the puppet may have felt bashful, for it seemingly flaked out at the last moment. Now that it has suddenly reappeared at such a late hour, it surely intends to unveil a grand move. It is quite simple to show off in the training arena. Just select a secondary account, practice diligently, and then emerge feigning that it is the first successful attempt. Alas, fate has its own designs. The unfortunate selection of Nightmare Escape has occurred. As the saying goes, to flaunt oneself is to invite calamity. Zhuangzhou and others witnessed this unfolding scene. It appeared to be an intention to cancel, yet cancellation seemed impossible. What was happening? At that moment, EMP sent a notice to Zhuangzhou and the fiery man, informing them that the EMP officials wished to connect with both of them. As a newcomer, Zhuangzhou was genuinely unprepared, while the fiery man was a seasoned veteran, having participated in similar events before, particularly in contests against NUP streamers. Esteemed senior fiery man, I am the novice streamer Zhuangzhou. I humbly request your guidance. Zhuangzhou greeted courteously, recognizing that while opinions may differ, basic politeness must always prevail. The fireman had little knowledge of Zhuangzhou, only aware that he was a newcomer specializing in live streaming puppetry. Haha, I am quite renowned on Mars for my affinity for the youth, since it is an official requirement. Let us witness the puppeteer's performance as he ventures into the Kepler Nightmare Survival Challenge, a feat yet to be accomplished by anyone. Do you think he can succeed? Fireman inquired casually. After pondering for a moment, Zhuangzhou replied, I believe he can. Fireman was taken aback for a moment. Are you certain you are not speaking in jest? Senior, I cannot claim to be the foremost expert on the puppeteer. Yet his every action cannot be assessed by ordinary standards, Zhuang Zhou stated with utmost seriousness. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Fireman's mouth, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, allow me to offer you a piece of advice to advance in the profession of streaming. One must first learn to manage one's words, and secondly, possess a wealth of knowledge and sound judgment. Do you know the success rate for the Kepler Nightmare Survival Challenge? Zhuang Zhou nodded. I do, it is 0. I believe the puppeteer is here to shatter that record. And I am confident that it will not merely be a simple pass. He will set a standard for others. Haha, are you certain you haven't been drinking? Oh, by the way, the records indicate you are a student at Tianjin Mechanical Warfare. Is your school truly that surreal nowadays? No wonder. Fireman did not finish his thought, implying that the current performance of use was lacking. Chapter 37. The Kepler escaped. Two streamers engaged in animated conversation, igniting fervor among their audience, who eagerly followed the thread of their discourse. The official poll had presented a choice to the fans, success or failure. Zhuang Zhou was uncertain about the outcome. His previous lack of unwavering faith had led to regret. Having made his choice, he resolved to pursue it relentlessly. He began as a streamer due to the influence of his puppet, and should the puppet's journey conclude, so too would his own. This was the nature of cause and effect. As he embarked on the Kepler retreat mission, he was prompted to select a mobile warrior, with the system recommending the use of a light mech. Conventional weaponry was expressly forbidden for this task. Li Hao nonchalantly selected the armor dragon. And the atmosphere in the streaming room of Fireman and Zhuang Zhou became electrifyingly vibrant. Their combined viewership skyrocketed to over 2.5 million. 1% believed they could succeed, while 90% deemed failure inevitable. However, upon the selection of the armor dragon, the 1% quickly dwindled, leaving only theoretical supporters. Witnessing this choice, Katie and her companions were rendered speechless. While combat was one thing, opting for the armor dragon, did he even know how to write the character for death? Utilizing the Silver Fox fighter would have been far more suitable, having been tested by NUP. Though evading the subsequent ambushes remained a formidable challenge. Yet, choosing the armor dragon seemed utterly excessive. Was this individual solely versed in armored units? Was he an antiquated relic? Regardless of who it was, no one entertained even a glimmer of hope for success, especially those who had attempted this challenge. The design of the EMP had never intended for participants to prevail. At this moment, not only the Academy of Cougars, which has had prior interactions with puppets, but also several institutions from Tianjin Academy, Mars, and renowned academies from the 4 federations are keenly observing this contest. Previously, the puppet was merely a minor internet celebrity, but now it has garnered a certain level of recognition within the community. The armored dragon fighter is fully prepared, and the countdown begins. 10 seconds remain. With a thunderous roar, the armored dragon fighter plunges into the colossal jungles of Kepler. The planet, having undergone terraforming, maintains a gravitational force akin to that of Earth, facilitating large-scale colonization. However, it is evident that Kepler has not been transformed. The gravity imparted by the EMP is over twice that of Earth. For the present warriors, this is not exceedingly challenging. Yet there exists a distinction. Adaptation and combat are two disparate concepts. Even though the mecha possesses a certain capacity to endure, such conventional gravity will still result in extraordinary consumption. Upon entering this environment, the pilot is granted 3 seconds to acclimate. Only after the second countdown concludes does the true battle commence. The Kepler Nightmare Battle Royale is essentially a frantic escape by an unarmed maneuvering warrior, traversing a singular direction without a map or destination. It is rumored that an end awaits at a human base, yet no one has ever laid eyes upon it. At this moment, more than a dozen pairs of luminous green eyes emerge from the surrounding jungle, belonging to razorback beetles. Upon their arrival to Earth, their eyes were gray. But here on Kepler, they are a deep green, ominous as if they were denizens from the underworld. These over 10 razorback beetles have already encircled the armored dragon fighter. This implies that in 3 seconds, the armored dragon will first confront the encirclement of these frenzied razorback beetles, necessitating the utilization of speed to evade their entanglement. Otherwise, succumbing to such a predicament would be inevitable. The scene erupted as 12 razorback beetles surged forth from the dense forest. 3 seconds proved ample for the armored dragon fighter to prepare its engine for a swift advance, a pivotal moment to break free from the encirclement. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Despite apparent gaps in the trajectory of the mission, the armored dragon fighter barreled toward the nearest beetle head-on. The beetle, wielding its colossal claws, slashed with lightning speed, capable of cleaving the mech in two should it connect. The armored dragon fighter deftly evaded the strike, soaring into the air, and delivered a powerful punch to the beetle's head. With a swift succession, the mech traversed through 3 beetles, dark green fluid spraying in all directions as they collapsed to the ground. Yet, the remaining 8 closed in from all angles, intent on encircling the fighter. Instead of waiting for the trap to close, the armored dragon fighter kicked aside one of the fallen beetles, diverting attention away and dodging incoming attacks, before plunging its claws directly into the head of another beetle. In combat against these colossal insects, targeting the head proved most effective in disabling their central functions. Once a beetle perished, its body would harden into a silicon-like state, leaving the armored dragon fighter with an exquisitely sharp, curved claw. Amidst the chaos, 3 irate beetle carcasses obstructed the path, while one became frenzied, gnawing at the remains. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, the armored dragon fighter plunged into the fray, its razor-sharp claw harvesting life. As 4 razorback beetles lunged simultaneously, the armored dragon fighter did not shy away. Instead, it met their assault head-on with its dual claws. The clash resonated with a metallic cacophony as the mech surged forward, propelling the closest beetle away while retracting its claw. In a moment of aerial grace, it rebounded, soaring through the air with unparalleled finesse. Upon slicing open a colossal insect, another monstrous creature surged forward, colliding with the armored dragon aircraft, sending it into a tumultuous spin. In a swift motion, the head of yet another giant insect was severed. The maneuver executed, the aircraft plummeted, releasing the 2 curved claws from its grasp. With a resounding thud, the 2 insects, poised to deliver a final strike, fell to the ground, each impaled by a claw. The livestream descended into an eerie silence, while the viewer count surged to an astonishing 3,500,000. Meanwhile, the elite members of the military academy were left utterly astonished. Was this not a test of escape? Could one truly counterattack in such a manner? Was this the intended use of the flying return double strike? The armored dragon aircraft, seemingly unfazed, rose, surveyed its surroundings, retrieved the 2 claws, glanced at the indicated direction, and commenced its advance. At that moment, the comment sections of various live streams erupted with fervor. My titanium alloy eyes are blinded. Please, turn me into a puppet for the great deity. Martian sons, do you see? This is what a use warrior embodies. This has utterly shattered my understanding. Who would dare fight in such a manner? This individual is far too reckless, too exaggerated. Achieving an S-rank flying return double strike demands an immense expenditure of stamina. Impressive, yet ill-advised. The difficulty of this test is exceedingly high, particularly in the latter stages. After such a depletion of energy right from the start, what will happen next? Remarked the fireman with a calm demeanor. This statement is erroneous. The failure of this test largely stems from the relentless pursuit of the Razor's ego. Even the speed of a light mech in Kepler would find it nearly impossible to evade entirely, ultimately leading to encirclement by these Razor's ego. I believe the method proposed by the puppet god offers a viable approach, though most individuals are incapable of confronting 12 Razor behemoths. Zhuangzhou launches a direct counterattack. Pleasantries have already been exchanged, and it is time to get to the crux of the matter. Who cares? Supporters of the puppet god revel in the excitement. While young Zhuangzhou appears somewhat timid, what's there to fear? Let us engage. The armored dragon fighter swiftly maneuvers through the Kepler jungle, and in a brief moment, the second wave of attacks commences, with numerous Razor behemoths encircling from both sides. In actual combat, these gigantic insects serve as a unique form of communication. Akin to our radio signals, they are reinforcements. The armored dragon fighter cannot afford to be ensnared in such an endless entanglement and must maintain its relentless advance. Suddenly, it executes an urgent lateral maneuver. Whoosh! A sharp, gray spike erupts from the ground. It has entered the territory of the burrower, the most repugnant of the behemoths encountered in Kepler, possessing both tunneling and camouflage abilities. Its back can launch sharp spikes capable of penetrating mechs directly, and its speed is astonishing. As the armored dragon fighter performs an evasive maneuver, its engine roars mid-air, executing a 360-degree aerial drift. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another spike emerges from the ground, while simultaneously, 2 more protrude from the trees. Camouflaged among the colossal flora, 2 lurkers lay in wait, their forms seamlessly integrated into the environment. The coordinated assault, designed to be a decisive blow, was narrowly evaded by the armored dragon fighter, though a particularly perilous strike managed to graze its armor, leaving a deep, incisive gash. With a rapid, hissing sound, A barrage of spikes erupted from the earth and the flanks, yet the armored dragon maintained its forward momentum, weaving adroitly from side to side. Its curved claws slashed and parried the unavoidable projectiles, the fighter's velocity undiminished by the onslaught. With a resounding splash, the ground became a charred expanse. Acrid smoke billowing from a circle of over 10 meters, utterly consumed by intensely corrosive liquid. The armored dragon, with the fluid agility of a beast, executed a series of rolls and leaps, escaping the corrosive behemoth's reach. But respite was not yet at hand. The ground began to tremble violently, the temperature soaring as flames engulfed the surroundings. Within the mech, the temperature climbed as well, threatening to overwhelm the pilot's concentration and, if prolonged, induce unconsciousness. Despite the protective measures in place, this was the domain of the flame bomb bugs, a gauntlet that demanded the utmost haste to traverse. It was at this juncture that all previous test subjects had faltered. While undoubtedly some possessed the skill to proceed, the cumulative attrition from earlier trials, coupled with the lack of suitable armaments, left them physically depleted. A single misstep here meant certain demise. Braving the searing heat, the armored dragon pressed onward. Amidst the crimson glow, a dozen dark shapes descended like a macabre shower of petals, the explosive parasites of the flame bomb bugs, each carrying a devastating payload. The armored dragon fighter suddenly retreated, abruptly falling back 7 or 8 meters. A cacophony of explosions erupted, flames shooting forth. Yet the armored dragon fighter surged forward before the chaos subsided. This strategic retreat served as a precursor to an advance. After the first wave of concentrated bomb insects was deployed, the subsequent wave would be significantly reduced, creating a crucial opening for escape. However, 5 seconds into the maneuver, several dark specks appeared in the air, pursuing the armored dragon fighter. The fighter darted forward, swerving laterally for 5 or 6 meters, temporarily deviating from its trajectory. Yet 2 bomb insects continued to tail it. Everyone knew the peril of contact. A mere touch would trigger an explosion, and in this training exercise, being struck by a bomb insect meant certain defeat. At that moment, the armored dragon fighter's movements had become entirely predictable, leaving little room for maneuvering. And some had already closed their eyes in resignation. The popularity of Zhuangzhou's live interaction with the fireman had inexplicably surged to 450,000 viewers. The fireman twitched at the corners of his mouth, genuinely believing this to be madness. The individual before him was not of sound mind. Achieving this level of prowess was indeed impressive, yet he had chosen the wrong opponent. The armored dragon fighter seemed to abandon evasion, yet its claw unexpectedly lunged forward. With a series of swift motions, 3 bomb insects collided with the claw without detonating, instead being redirected into other trajectories. The barrage of questions flooded the comment section. Why did they not explode? Zhuangzhou too felt a twinge of confusion. After a moment of silence, the fireman contemplated the explosive mechanism of the bomb insect, which operates on collision and carbon-based substances. Metals and silicon-based materials do not detonate immediately. From the previous actions, it appeared that a particular soft force had been employed rather than a hard impact. Yes, it dawned on me. We discussed this in biology class. Zhuangzhou clapped his hands in realization. In fact, experts in the barrage had already provided the answer, as there are indeed many skilled individuals in the community. However, everyone understands a fundamental truth. Such matters are often easier to articulate than to execute. The armored dragon fighter jet was on the verge of breaking through the colossal jungle. With victory within reach, when a formidable chasm appeared before it, there was no doubt it had to surge forward. This posed no challenge for certain high-performance light mechs, as some of the top-tier mechs from the 4 federations possess a degree of hovering capability. Unfortunately, the armored dragon was not among them. However, pausing to devise an alternative was not an option, as a dense throng from the jungle was rapidly closing in behind. Without hesitation, the armored dragon fighter accelerated, determined to burst through in one go. Everyone held their breath, hearts racing, for the human base was already visible ahead. To cross meant achieving the first victory of this training glory. Failing to do so would render everything meaningless. Approaching triumph? It mattered not. Would it succeed? Suddenly, a massive sphere of light descended from the sky, a high-energy projectile from the high-energy insect, capable of obliterating interstellar warships with its terrifying area of effect. This left no room for pause or contemplation. The armored dragon fighter ascended into the sky, lunging forward, when suddenly 2 entities resembling colossal razor insects emerged from the air. One to the left and one to the right. The astonishing aspect was that these creatures possessed wings. Were they a new breed of giant insects? The armored dragon fighter, undeterred, hurled 2 curved claws from its hands. One of the giant insects was struck directly in the head and fell with a resounding thud, while the other, evidently more cunning, abruptly halted its wings to evade the attack. This maneuver adversely affected the fighter's maneuverability. What could have been a smooth passage now led it perilously toward the abyss. With a thunderous crash, the mech's hands clamped onto the cliff's edge, staving off its descent, granting a glimmer of hope for an ascent. Yet, another flying giant insect was already poised to pounce on its prey. Victory seemed within reach. Yet it was met with an even greater despair. Had they known this would be the outcome, it might have been better to have never entertained hope. The supporters of the puppet found themselves at a loss for words to describe their feelings. It was over. Even divine intervention seemed futile. Suddenly, the menacing flying insect came to an abrupt halt, a mouthpart protruding from its maw, seemingly not its own. A curved claw was embedded in the back of its head. It was a miraculous escape. A wave of ecstatic relief surged through all who witnessed the scene. They were finally going to make it. What kind of mad test was this? The roller coaster of emotions was exhilarating. The armored dragon fighter steadily ascended, and all the puppet's supporters raised their arms in jubilant anticipation of a cheer, when, abruptly, a piercing spike emerged, probing forward. In an instant, everyone was petrified. Could it be that there were still infiltrators here? Let's be civilized. Boss, do you need a warm bed? Chapter 38, The Acquisition of a Little S. The armored dragon fighter jet surged onto the shore, leaving the audience utterly astonished. This was undeniably a maneuver executed with foresight. Boom. Dark green liquid splattered as the exposed infiltrator, stripped of its thrust and camouflage, proved remarkably fragile, exploding under a single stomp in its impotent rage. Clearly, this was an extreme test of psychological resilience, a culmination of all the extraordinary challenges faced. At the critical moment of impending victory, when humanity's vulnerabilities are most pronounced, a chilling, contrary strike was delivered. Yet, the armored dragon fighter jet was acutely aware, whether through instinctive judgment or continuous observation during its leap. It recognized the potential dangers on the opposite shore, possessing a profound understanding of the colossal creatures. Furthermore, it was equipped with the unparalleled precision and multi-threaded mental capabilities of elite pilots. The large screen froze. EMP network-wide announcement. ID Puppet successfully completed the Kepler retreat mission, achieving an S-rank score. All online EMP players across the 4 federations, whether in virtual or real modes, received this notification, impossible to overlook. Roaring, Zhuangzhou disregarded his image entirely, leaping up and pounding his chest, proclaiming, "Puppet God, truly invincible." At this moment, the popularity of Zhuangzhou's Fireman livestream surpassed 5 million, and with the system announcement, that number continued to soar. An incredible and miraculous first completion. The fans of the puppet have completely lost their composure, especially since many hail from the virtual realm, where control is even more elusive. This is precisely what they desire. Who claims that the virtual domain is devoid of value? The puppet deity stands as their emblem, a singular figure sufficing. A remarkable amalgamation of extraordinary performance, capability, wisdom, and experience. My goodness, this individual is truly a whirlwind of activity. This evaluation is not a solitary endeavor, it is a collective test. And as long as one person emerges victorious, that suffices. Yet, your approach jeopardizes the prospects of others. However, it is only through such means that one can attain the exceedingly stringent S rank, signifying to all that this is the benchmark, the zenith. The puppet's inaugural testing journey culminates in perfection. Li Hao has already removed the apparatus from his person, his breathing steady and his complexion nearly restored. While there has been some expenditure of energy, it is not to a debilitating extent. He merely harbors a disdain for the colossal insects and Kepler. This is a realm where hell and paradise intertwine. Most perceive only a fragment of paradise, whereas Li Hao, having benefited from the guidance of Bleem over the past few years, has garnered profound insights into the infernal aspect. It seems as though he is destined for that wretched place. Fortunately, lacking funds renders such a journey impossible. No one can assist him there. What a nuisance. He finds himself famished. Famished? A late-night snack? Suddenly, Li Hao experiences an epiphany and hastily dials Tianxuan. The other end picks up almost instantaneously, and a gentle voice resonates. "Oh dear, are you hungry? Craving a midnight snack?" "Sure, senior, I find myself a bit hungry as well." A Yu, however, is far from sleepy, yet feels that a girl should not be overly proactive. What does it mean to share common aspirations and understanding? Since the emergence of a Yu, Li Hao's world has begun to flourish with vibrant colors. Perhaps this is what Master Ma often refers to as fate. Although the puppet has been taken offline, the EMP world has suddenly come alive, with the previously dwindling online rate skyrocketing. Nowadays, every first clear is a sensation, as the easier challenges have long been exhausted. The S-level first clear is bound to be explosive, especially with the currently popular Kepler Battle Royale. Upon hearing this news, the first reaction was one of disbelief. Even a system notification was hard to accept. How could this be possible? The notion of a solo clear only deepened the suspicion of a system error. Musashi was training when he received a message from Zhou Nagi. "Captain, what is the matter?" Musashi wiped his sweat. Li Hao's performance had greatly motivated him. He was such a straightforward boy, easily focused. "Musashi, the Kepler Battle Royale has been cleared by someone with an S rating." "What? Is it Maxis or Van Liu?" "The puppet." Musashi was left speechless, staring blankly for a while. The Alliance opened the EMP section of the message board, which was already buzzing with excitement. It attracted not only many military academy students, but also numerous players from the virtual realm. In the past, the real world had seemed unattainable to them. Many had attempted to challenge it, but ultimately, all their flashy attempts were crushed by the experts. Yet now, the puppet emerging from the virtual zone not only stood its ground but also set a record, fostering a natural sense of affinity and creating a massive wave of supporters. In the vibrant commercial street outside Tianjin's mechanized arena, the nightlife was just beginning to unfold. Open-air barbecue restaurants offered mouth-watering grilled meats paired with refreshing beer. A delightful indulgence in life. A colossal screen showcased the ongoing mecha battles, as Li Hao and a Yu enjoyed their beer and chicken nuggets. Observing a Yu's adorable demeanor, Li Hao couldn't help but feel uplifted. "Oh my, is this your first time trying beer?" he teased. A Yu playfully scrunched her little nose, exclaiming, "This tastes awful." "It's merely a matter of technique," Li Hao replied confidently. "You need to take a hearty swig to truly appreciate the exhilaration." He downed half a glass in one gulp. A Yu decided to give it another try, and indeed, the flavor was less unpleasant. A sudden rush of vitality surged through her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. "Here, have another one of these," Li Hao said, extending a piece toward her, though internally he was quite flustered. A Yu hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth, realizing that the taste had indeed transformed. Just as they were engrossed in the excitement, the broadcast abruptly cut off mid-peak. Given its proximity to the mechanized arena, most dining establishments and bars were showcasing mecha battles. The screen then switched to the latest live stream, a detailed analysis of the Kepler Battle Royale's first clear video. It took a little while to commence, as both the official team and various skilled players needed to prepare. Instantly, the crowd's interest was piqued, particularly since this was the official EMP analysis. Simultaneously, the live streams of Zhuangzhou and Fireman continued unabated, attracting an impressive audience of 7.5 million viewers. A Yu's enthusiasm was palpable. "Wow, this is amazing." Li Hao smiled slightly. "You're aware of this quest?" "Humph. Senior, I detect a hint of mockery in your tone." A Yo blinked, displaying a touch of defiance. "How could that be? I was merely praising your extensive knowledge across disciplines." Li Hao, not one to be easily fooled, quickly waved his hand in denial. "Yet, the senior has indeed complimented me. I have a keen interest in visiting Kepler, hence my prior research. There is nothing particularly remarkable about Kepler. If possible, it's best to avoid it. Safety comes first." Li Hao remarked as he took a sip. "This is not merely a primary passage. It is an S-class primary passage. At the outset, when nearly everyone seeks a means of escape, the puppet opts to first eliminate the 12 razor giant worms. This involves specialized knowledge, for upon death, the giant worms undergo a silicious hardening reaction, rendering their bodies exceptionally tough. And the claws of the razor giant worms become extraordinarily sharp, an advantage that the puppet god fully exploited. Zhuangzhou elaborated, noting that they utilized the official analysis video provided. While the junior, Xiao Zhuang, though a newcomer, was fortunate enough to become an officially contracted broadcaster. When the screen displayed the return of the twin swallows, the entire restaurant erupted in cheers, and, swept up by the exuberance, a Yo joined in the celebration. The move was simply too impressive and stylish. Naturally, executing such a maneuver in the Kepler Grand Escape is generally frowned upon by most experts due to its high stamina cost, yet someone dared to do just that. Musashi and Zhou Nagi were watching from the VIP livestream room, both pondering how such a performance could be followed up. After swiftly overcoming the Razor Beetle, the team faced a second wave of ambush from the Lurkers and the explosive bomb beetles. Although the retreat during this phase was manageable, It ultimately failed to resolve the predicament, leading to a perilous encirclement. The techniques employed had grown stale, and the mech found itself incapable of evading the bomb beetle's assaults. The tension was palpable, and all eyes widened in disbelief at the seemingly inescapable doom. Yet, when the razor claws made contact with the bomb beetle, an unexpected twist occurred. There was no explosion. Was it a glitch? Not only did it fail to detonate, but it was also flung away. The question lingered. Why? At that moment, the camera zoomed in, accentuating the intricate movements of the hands. Remarkably, the armored dragon aircraft manipulated the claws with mere finger movements, executing an inward rotation that allowed the bomb beetle to collide without any impact. The spectators were left in awe, for during the initial slow-motion replay, they had only observed the sweeping motion of the arms, entirely oblivious to the rotation of the claws within the grasp. What an astonishing maneuver! Those who study Kepler professionally would understand that the bomb beetles detonate primarily upon contact and impact. They are highly sensitive to non-silicon-based materials, exploding upon the slightest touch, while requiring a more substantial force to react to silicon-based substances. Clearly, the puppet master was well versed in this phenomenon, skillfully maneuvering the claws to evade a lethal strike. Beyond the term impressive, I find it challenging to encapsulate such brilliance. What say you, esteemed fireman? Zhuangzhou inquired, eager to engage in dialogue. Fireman's expression remained inscrutable. Yet he coolly remarked, "It's acceptable. I see he was somewhat prepared." Chapter 39. Solitude. Having evaded this wave, the physical exertion for an ordinary individual has already been substantial. In the case of a team assault, cooperation among members could mitigate the strain. However, in solitary combat, there exists no alternative but to press on. The armored dragon fighter plunged into the cliff face with a precise hand strike, securing its grip with a motion that epitomized cold-blooded resolve, exuding an ineffable aura of lethality. It ascended, one deliberate movement after another. As for the fourth wave, everyone assumed that the infiltrator was camouflaged as a rock. It was only upon slow-motion playback that they realized there was nothing above. The infiltrator lay concealed amidst the rugged terrain, utterly invisible, a testament to the tactical acumen of a warrior. This appeared deceptively simple, a stroke of fortune. Yet, only military academy elites like Rabi, Tita, Musashi, and Zhou Nei comprehended the sheer terror embodied in a person who, after enduring such myriad challenges, could maintain such vigilance. What sort of training must one undergo to develop such instinctive muscle reactions? Thus, when the armored dragon fighter finally ascended the shore, there were no cheers, no jubilations, nor the ecstatic celebrations typical of record-breaking achievements. However, when the colossal screen displayed the S-rank first completion record, the entire dining hall erupted in applause. Glasses were raised in celebration, remarkable indeed. Moreover, it was rumored that this puppet was a product of use, making it even more deserving of a toast from all present. This battle has firmly thrust the puppet into the public eye of the use. It is inconceivable for someone specializing in armored mechs not to be a part of the use, especially considering the disdain that the denizens of the Moon and Mars hold for Earth's mechs. Li Hao raised his cup, ready to toast with a Yu-Yu, only to find her staring vacantly at the screen, her eyes slightly reddened. "A Yu-Yu, what is the matter?" Li Hao inquired with curiosity, sensing something unusual in her reaction. He paused, gradually lowering his cup, captivated by a Yu-Yu, this spirited girl, feeling himself ensnared. In the live stream, Zhuangzhou did not conceal his excitement, exuberantly commenting throughout the event. This was not mere boasting, it was indeed impressive. He had been narrating the entire journey, finally rendering Fireman speechless. "Fireman, would you care to summarize?" Zhuangzhou challenged, eager to retort. Fireman nodded, a faint smile gracing his face, allowing his opponent to share the limelight for a moment. However, the opponent was too inexperienced. The performance was commendable, suggesting that the puppet had come well prepared. "I must admit he has talent. Yet I still find it difficult to appreciate this person. He is excessively arrogant, often striking poses and showing off at the slightest hint of success. It is well known that we Martians value authenticity and genuine character." Zhuangzhou was momentarily taken aback, incredulous at the situation. Is not celebrating merely an act? And what are those who do celebrate? Are they then seen as arrogant? It is worth noting that Fireman indeed resonates with the Martians' tastes. Observing the barrage of comments, Zhuangzhou felt a surge of frustration. Across the entire solar system, who is more pretentious than the Martians, the self-proclaimed center of the universe? Simultaneously, the EMP authorities seized the opportunity to unveil a new breed of colossal worm, the Flying Reaper, within the Kepler training camp. The Reaper, although smaller than the razorworm, boasts formidable aerial capabilities, exhibiting remarkable agility and sharpness, making it a challenging adversary. In the Alphalia Basin on the Moon, an exclusive territory owned by the Molarphus family, a prominent dynasty, their status as the largest shareholders of the NUP Federation is widely recognized. The history of the Molarphus family's ascendancy is indeed peculiar. They initially spearheaded lunar immigration, a venture fraught with substantial risks. However, the Moon harbors abundant helium-3, which has emerged as the principal energy source in the solar system, supplanting petroleum. Thus, the Molarphus family's rise to prominence was inevitable. Yet, this ascendancy incited apprehension from various quarters, ultimately leading to violations of antitrust laws, resulting in the forced disintegration of the Molarphus family's energy enterprises. Nevertheless, the separated entities continued to flourish, leveraging the technological advantages of NUP, gradually establishing themselves as industry leaders, with the Molarphus family remaining the principal shareholders. Unbeknownst to many, this has fostered the emergence of a colossal conglomerate thriving throughout NUP. The NUP Federation represents merely the surface of their empire, their wealth rivals that of nations. The current head of the family is Hillian Molarphus, whose parents perished in a laboratory accident 3 years prior. It was after this incident that Hillian awakened from a coma, leading to various rumors suggesting a significant connection between him and the event. In the vast laboratory, Sirian was orchestrating the intelligence system to extract materials. It was he who had discovered an active substance from the extracts of the colossal insects, a substance that held the potential to instigate a technological revolution in mecha. The automatic door slid open, yet Sirian remained engrossed in his experiments, oblivious to the middle-aged man who entered and stood quietly to the side. After a brief flurry of activity, Sirian rubbed his forehead and finally noticed the newcomer, nodding slightly before resuming his work. "My lord," began Mal, "I have some rather unfortunate news. Maxis, Van Lywit, and Tita have declined your invitation. Should we apply some pressure?" Mal inquired calmly. Sirian's expression remained composed. "It's of little consequence. It was to be expected." Mal Molarphus, a loyal retainer of the Molarphus family, had served them for generations, bearing their surname with pride. His demeanor took on a more serious tone. "They are integral to your plans. If it weren't for your backing over these years, they would not have enjoyed such smooth sailing." Sirian smiled faintly, contemplating the fragile and selfish nature of humanity. "It matters not. It does not affect me. A truly great being must first transcend the base desires of biological existence. It is only the weak who yearn for understanding." "And what of that individual?" Sirian inquired softly. "I have gathered information," Mal replied. "He has been incarcerated for a year. Use has not been lenient. He is currently in preparatory classes, but the authorities have prohibited his involvement with mecha. He enrolled himself in the journalism department, only later to be specially recruited by the former principal of Tianjin Mecha for the mecha program, where his performance has been rather mediocre." Mar said. The mere thought of that individual seemed to evoke a lingering pain in Shulian's chest. "Currently, the principal of Tianjin's military academy is Long Danny, correct?" "Indeed. She is also a pivotal force within the younger generation of the US Federation military. Given the passage of time, should I make arrangements regarding him?" Mar suggested, his arrangement naturally implying an orchestrated accident. Shulian pondered quietly for a moment. He had yet to fully contemplate the outcome for that individual, so he decided to set it aside. "How are discussions with Kepler progressing?" "Rest assured, we have reached a preliminary understanding. The corpses of the giant worms are primarily intended for use in the laboratories of various military academies within the Federation. We are eager to acquire them at a high price, much to their delight." The channels must be secure. We should not shy away from taking a few extra detours to ensure that no trace is left behind." "Yes, sir." Additionally, the feedback on the new weaponry has been quite favorable. The military is willing to make substantial purchases to update their mechs. Shulian nodded, as this was anticipated. The body of the giant worm contains a unique element capable of enhancing weaponry, yet it harbors an even greater secret and significance, one that could transform humanity entirely. He must undertake an endeavor that no one has ever attempted before. Early Monday morning, Li Hao was startled awake by two curious little ones peering over his bedside. "What are you two up to?" Li Hao pulled his cup closer. "Oh, how go, look at you." Quietly charming a girl without a sound. "Come on, spill it. How far have you two gone?" The gossip-loving Marlin had been buzzing with excitement all weekend. "I heard you even took her to the Musashi residence. Is this the beginning of a romance?" Malong wore a mischievous grin. Fly, you big-headed ghost, he quipped, but Li Hao's thoughts of Yu brought forth a knowing smile, revealing his vulnerability. You haven't merely fallen for her. You've succumbed entirely to her gentle trap. Do you have a photo? What does she look like? Both Malong and Zhou Xiaodang were quite curious. Musashi had encountered her before, but his opinion could be readily dismissed. She's a very gentle girl, Musashi remarked. What do you know, you inexperienced fool? Allow me, an expert, to take a look. Show the photo, Malong replied with a hint of disdain. I only have one picture. Li Hao said, opening a chat app to reveal the photo he had taken with Yu under the moonlight. Malong and Zhou Xiaodang scrutinized it, as if they wished to examine it with a magnifying glass. Not bad. She clearly has a good character, but she doesn't seem as beautiful as Yitong. Malong noted with slight disappointment, observing her rather ordinary complexion, though she appeared quite genuine, not like a typical flirt. Brother Hao, are you considering sacrificing your looks? I'm counting on you to support me, he jested. Feeling that emotions have deepened compared to before, those brothers and sisters with a hint of flavor. Please leave a small collection, so you don't get lost in updates. Chapter 40. Combat position. Li Hao playfully tapped Malong on the forehead. Relying on you to support me seems more dependable. As he spoke, he couldn't help but smile again at the sight of Yu in the photo, reminiscing about the joyful conversations they had the previous night. Oh my, this is too intense. Could this be your first love? Malong teased. Everyone look. Brother Hao has already begun to grin foolishly. Of course, he and Xingman were not each other's first loves, though everyone holds their first love in vivid memory. Ahem. Teacher Ma, could you share a few exquisite techniques for courting young ladies? Li Hao inquired earnestly, for among his acquaintances, Ma Long was unrivaled in matters of romance. Well, we are all brothers in the same circle. Since you have an interest, we shall certainly support you. The essence of pursuit is, after all, a reasonable expenditure of funds. Ma Long cleared his throat. That seems rather materialistic, doesn't it? Left Xiao Tang protested slightly, asserting that love ought to be pure. Spending money hardly equates to affection. Xiao Pang, awaken to reality. Even the idols you admire require financial investment, Ma Long replied. Girls naturally gravitate towards romance and surprise. Do you think that attraction simply falls from the sky? One must invest both time and money. When I pursued Xingman, I dedicated an entire week to various romantic gestures. Spending money is not merely about handing over cash. I poured a month's living expenses into it. And that was under the circumstance of mutual affection. If you lack sincerity and romance, what could a girl possibly see in you? If you are unattractive, unkempt, and unrefined, don't speak to me of love at first sight. It is merely lust at first glance. That sounds rather absolute. I believe there are always exceptions, Left Xiaotang countered. Still unconvinced, Ma Long shot him a disapproving glance. Do not mind Xiaozhua. Listen to me, Hao Ge. Even if the girl harbors some fondness for you, you must create romantic moments to swiftly amplify that affection. You need to transcend the boundaries of friendship. Otherwise, with the passage of time, she will undoubtedly categorize you as merely a good friend. Entering that realm is easy, but escaping it is quite another challenge. Akin to the difficulty of passing the Tianjin martial arts examination. Never fall for the notion that love develops over time. That is merely the fate of a backup plan. The more attractive a girl is, the more unpredictable she becomes, and the harder she is to win over. According to your assertion, beautiful women are inherently unreliable. Yet, why pursue them? Musashi glanced at his impressive biceps. Brother, it's not that beautiful women are untrustworthy. Rather, they face numerous temptations. Therefore, one must be strong in character. As long as one remains exceptional, everything will be fine. My friends, take a cue from me, Malong declared proudly. Ultimately, it's up to you to decide. If it were my choice, it would still be Itong. Isn't she enchanting? We are childhood friends. Nonsense. We are not in that kind of relationship. By your logic, I should avoid her altogether. Let us not digress. It's time for class. Li Hao quickly shifted the topic, sensing Malong's enthusiasm suggested a hint of matchmaking. Oh my heavens. God. Zhou Xiaodang suddenly spiraled into the air, startling everyone. Zhou Xiaodang, have you lost your mind? You're making a scene. My heart is about to leap out. Zhou Xiaodang, uninterested in engaging with Malong, continued. Arths is hosting a small special fan meeting in Tianjin, and it's trending. There are only 8,000 spots available. Oh, how wonderful it would be to secure one. It would be worth a lifetime. Your life seems to lack value, Malong retorted, rolling his eyes. Last year, when I discovered Zhou Xiaodang was an ardent fan and spent her living expenses on limited edition merchandise, I advised her against it. but to no avail. You don't understand. This is the closest I will ever be to Arth's. I will wait outside the venue for her, Zhuo Xiaodong replied, beaming with joy. Even Ma Long, an avid fan, finds it difficult to comprehend the level of obsession displayed by Zhuo Xiaodong. However, there is no doubt that Zhuo Xiaodong is a genuine admirer. Let me see if I can procure a ticket for you, he said. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xiaodong's joy was palpable, his buck-toothed grin nearly bursting forth. Brother Long, is that for real? You are my eternal favorite. Hey, watch the drool. Keep your distance. I can't guarantee I'll secure a ticket, but I know a scalper quite well. I'll inquire and see what I can find out. No worries, no need to go inside. Just a spot at the outdoor rally outside the venue will suffice. In matters of fandom, Zhuo Xiaodong has always exhibited remarkable humility. The morning began with mandatory classes. Li Hao and Luo Xiaodong were both majoring in sniping within the mecha engineering department. The primary training routine for a sniper revolves around marksmanship. Today's training remained as monotonous as ever, divided into two segments, one focused on mecha design and the other on piloting. While the roles of pilot and mecha may differ, ultimately it is the human who controls the mecha. A profound understanding of one's specialty is essential, which gradually merges with the mecha to form a unique offensive style. For 2 hours, they practiced their shooting stance, lying prone on the ground, motionless, balancing a cup of water on their heads and another on the barrel of the sniper rifle. Any slip would mean bearing an additional weight of 10,000 meters. This was particularly challenging for Zhuo Xiaodong. It wasn't fear that troubled him, but rather his slightly plump physique, which made him prone to sweating, a factor that could easily lead to mistakes. This was also a reason for his fluctuating scores. However, during actual combat, Zhuo Xiaodong demonstrated exceptional accuracy, which is why Zhou Nei continues to select him. After the morning class concluded, Li Hao and Zhuo Xiaodong received a message from Zhou Nei indicating that the team would have a training session in the afternoon. As members of the school team, they were entitled to opt for training in lieu of certain mandatory courses. After lunch, Li Hao, Wu Zong, and Zhuo Xiaodong arrived at the training ground, where Zhou Nei and the others were already present. Greetings were exchanged, but Yutong merely shot a glance at Li Hao, her demeanor indifferent. Li Hao, perplexed, felt as though he had not provoked her in any way. While the others seemed unfazed, Yutong frowned, clearly unimpressed by the ineptitude of Marco Polo's second team, which dared to act with arrogance. Yutong, do you have a solution? Your reputation certainly carries more weight than ours, Zhou Nei remarked, fully aware of the situation yet feeling powerless due to her team's lack of notoriety. The skilled players hardly paid them any heed, while Gao Yufeng, being the emblem of Tianjing's mech warriors and a participant in S10, was particularly significant at such a juncture. With a resigned shrug, Yutong responded, I came to Tianjing after a fallout with my family. If I were to intervene, it would only complicate matters further. We must first excel in our own endeavors. Good wine needs no bush. Li Hao affirmed, Zhou Nei, you are right. I will assign positions according to the federal standard configuration. Team positions were designated as follows. 1. Heavy assault and defensive role 2. Light to medium vanguard 3. Light to medium core 4. Functional mechs suitable for specialized terrains 5. Sniper Wuzong would alternate between the first and second positions, while Shui Gang would assume the second position alongside Yutong in the third, Tang Yu in the fourth, and was shouting in the fifth. Li Hao also took the fifth position. Does anyone have any objections? He inquired. Zhou Nei glanced around, having been quite occupied during this period. At last, she had completed all the necessary procedures for the battle team and secured the right to utilize combat mechas. Principal Long was highly supportive of her, yet she understood that this was a strategic game. Some believed that Gao Yunfeng's team was lacking, but it was still a team from S10, capable of contending with the top teams of NUP. Although they had faced defeat, it did not imply a lack of competitiveness in the Asia region. In Tianjing, only one team could represent the city in battle. Captain, could we allow Hao to try the vanguard position? I believe he is more suited for it, Musashi inquired. Well aware of Li Hao's prowess in close combat and his competence with mechas, there is some overlap in positions. Yutong can also oscillate in the vanguard role. Our sniper position, however, presents issues. Zhuo Xiaodong has distinct strengths and weaknesses and requires a reasonable complement. Li Hao, what do you think? Whatever the class leader arranges is fine. My major is in sniping, and I excel at it. Li Hao readily agreed, appreciating the lesser responsibilities that came with the sniper role. Moreover, he needed to juggle part-time work. Having met a Yu, he felt a pressing need to earn money, resonating with the wise words of teacher Ma. Although he was uncertain of what constituted true romance, He was more than willing to bring joy to the junior sister. Observing Li Hao's infatuated expression, Yi Tong could not help but smirk. "Senior Li Hao, you seem a bit distracted." "Not at all. I have been nurtured under the class leader's guidance, firmly adhering to her directives. Wherever the class leader leads, I shall follow. Wherever she directs me to go, I will go." Zhou Nai chuckled softly. "You might not realize, but at times, he can be quite slick. Our positions are not fixed. The focus must be on the team's progress. We must quickly devise a set of strategic tactics to cultivate our unique style. Formal training begins tonight, and any team with skill can schedule a match. Familiarity with squad tactics is commonplace, yet when 5 individuals come together, it may appear simple. But it is indeed quite complex. A harmonious style leads to exceptional performance. If there is no coordination, it can hinder each other's efforts. In team battles, it is not only about personal styles but also about the choice of mechs, which heavily relies on a pilot's mech pool. Even for Yi Tong, whose personal abilities are formidable, success in team battles cannot be achieved by charging in alone. Currently, the team composition should be either 12,335 or 22335. After the meeting, as Yi Tong and the others departed, only Zhou Nai and the versatile substitute, Li Hao, remained to tidy up the training grounds. "What happened to Yi Tong? Is everything all right?" Li Hao inquired casually. Zhou Nai laughed softly. "You don't know?" "Know what?" Li Hao replied, perplexed. "I heard you encountered a girl you like and are pursuing her fervently." Li Hao was taken aback. "It's not that exaggerated. I did meet a girl who caught my interest." "How did you find out?" Zhou Nai couldn't help but chuckle. It was Ma Long who mentioned it. Chapter 41. Instructing new recruits. I must commend your rapid progress over the weekend. Regarding other matters, I shall remain indifferent. However, I implore you to take the matter of the team with utmost seriousness and diligence. Please bear in mind the team match scheduled for 7 p.m. this evening." She emitted a gentle sigh. "What troubles you?" "The matter of suitable adversaries for our practice matches. Without worthy opponents, it is simply impossible to assess the team's capabilities, much less discern a fitting style of play." Zhou Nei, in her inaugural role as captain, initially felt exhilarated. However, upon assembling the team, she came to realize that it was not merely a matter of prestige, but also a formidable undertaking. She was compelled to concede that Gao Yunfeng was not as inadequate as she had initially perceived. "Ah, I see. Allow me to inquire with a friend of mine. Their skill level should be quite satisfactory." In the afternoon, they attended a comprehensive tactical lecture delivered by Professor Meng Yi, a renowned expert in the field of mechs and a staunch advocate of the use mech style. He does not believe that the current disadvantage is a problem with the direction of mech development. Use has always adhered to a balanced approach. As the birthplace of mechs, equilibrium remains at the core. However, the recent performance of the past 2 years has exerted considerable pressure from all quarters. Nevertheless, Meng Yi remains steadfast in his conviction that the style itself is not flawed. Rather, the issue lies with the pilots themselves. Currently, the predominant mech series in use is the Dragon God series, which has superseded the Kai series, Dragon God Medium, Dragon God T Heavy, and Dragon God C Light. These mechs boast enhanced performance capabilities while maintaining a seamless transition. The mainstream usage yields exceptionally fluid results. NUP has continuously expanded the capabilities of lightweight mechas, recently developing an aircraft endowed with stealth and mimetic abilities. While some experts may perceive these features as rendering the mechas somewhat fragile, their effective application proves otherwise. ROM primarily focuses on beast-like mechas, directing their research towards an intricate integration of neural systems and mechas, striving for a true synergy between human and machine. This endeavor aims to maximize the multifunctionality of the mechas, as humanity itself is a remarkably perfect creation, possessing formidable compatibility and adaptability. Given sufficient space, humans can thrive. However, this research has faced ethical opposition, which Martians disregard. Conversely, TAS emphasizes their strength advantage, concentrating on the development of heavily armored mechas while also initiating appropriate modifications to the pilots' bodies, not through genetic alteration, but by optimizing within the safe limits of current genetic adjustments. TAS leverages the unique natural environment and ecological elements of Titan to enhance physical strength. Listening to Meng Ye's lectures is quite inspiring. He does not merely boast, but genuinely believes in the balanced strategy of use. I understand that especially for newcomers, there may be some lingering doubts, particularly in light of S-Team's underwhelming performance, which has sparked self-doubt. For instance, a noteworthy competitor recently emerged in EMP, known as Puppet. Meng Yi remarked that after watching his debut in the Kepler escape, he noticed something intriguing. This individual has exclusively utilized armored mechas recently. Suddenly, the entire classroom was filled with enthusiasm, a rare occurrence of late. Have you noticed that the armored suit, which we once scorned and deemed a hindrance, now emanates a sense of a formidable mech in his hands? What could be the reason behind this transformation? Is it the mech itself, or have our perspectives been flawed? This individual merits our attention, though I assure you, I am not promoting him. Meng Yi concluded the afternoon class with a smile. This puppet is quite extraordinary. The class leader and I have observed some of his competitions, showcasing remarkable versatility. Musashi remarked, impressive, with a solid foundation and exceptional agility. The decisive maneuvers he executed in actual combat, upon reflection, were indeed the most astute choices. This is his true strength. Musashi nodded, adding that engaging with someone of such caliber would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Let us go. We have a team match soon, so we must hurry. The three swiftly finished their meal and arrived at the training ground, where Zhou Nei was engaged in a conversation. And judging by the expression, the other party had agreed. Shortly thereafter, Yitong, Shui Gang, and Tang Yu arrived. Their training match opponents were the second team of Marco Polo Academy. The terms established were that a victory would exempt them from training fees, whereas a loss would incur a fine of 1,000 yuan, a concession made possible by Yitong's presence, as otherwise, they would have been unwilling to agree. Although merely a second team, Marco Polo Academy's level of play is notably high, and they have been a well-established team for many years. While their own squad is newly formed and uncertain of its future viability, Zhou Nei was still somewhat exhilarated. Let us commence. We shall train through combat. First, identifying issues and strategies. In our initial match, we will engage with 2-2-3-3-5. Left Xiaodang, you take the lead, while Li Hao and Tang Yu observe. Team Tianjing, 2-2-3-3-5 Musashi Dragon God E Shui Gang Dragon God C Zhou Nei Dragon God E Yitong Storm 0 Left Shouting Grey Reaper Dragon God C Light Mecha Configuration, Lightweight Fighter. 60 tons, Nuclear Fission Propulsion, Dual Short-Range Laser Guns, Titanium Blades. Team Marco Polo, 1-2-3-5-5 Andaluo Dragon God T AI Ka Dragon God C Huya Storm 0 Sophia Eagle Eye Fighter D Babaluo Eagle Eye Fighter Dragon God T Heavy Mecha Configuration, 120 tons. Dual-engine nuclear fission propulsion, shoulder-mounted automatic laser, titanium overlord gun, titanium war axe optional. Both teams entered the urban battlefield, parachuting into roughly equivalent random positions, simultaneously advancing towards the central area. Andaluo served as the main heavy armored vanguard, maintaining competitive speed, showcasing the adaptability of heavy armor in combat with exceptional physical prowess. On Tianjing's side, confidence was high. Although Zhou Nei was meticulous and somewhat conservative, the team boasted the presence of Yitong, a newcomer whose combat capabilities had been validated, albeit lacking in experience. The internal communication within Team Marco Polo remained relatively jovial. Brothers, let us show Yitong a taste of the real world. Welcome this young lady into the realm of adults. All right, we are certain to secure this victory. Angelo observed keenly, restraining himself. Ike, the sniper across, lacks experience. He appears to be a recluse. If we can secure our positions, we shall eliminate him first. Sophia and Dababa will control the field while I assess the prowess of the young lady from the Nangong family. The group responded with fervor as the Mets launched into a full-scale assault. Although Tianjing is considered one of the premier academies in the Asia region, it can only be regarded as first-rate within the broader context of use, not top-tier. Zhou Nei's performance in S10 was also rather unremarkable. Despite their second team lacking qualification for the competition, they served as the primary sparring partners for Team Marco Polo, accompanying them until the S tournament. Moreover, there exists a potential for promotion and demotion between the first and second teams, ensuring that their skill levels reach a commendable standard. As the match commenced, Marco Polo adopted an aggressive strategy, initiating a heavy armored advance without hesitation. Zhou Xiaodang made his move. Such a golden opportunity could not be overlooked. A connoisseur of the Grim Reaper aesthetic, Zhou Xiaodang unleashed precise attacks. However, Long Shinti had already prepared, deploying a massive shield to deflect the sniper's fire, maintaining a stable center of gravity. After absorbing a hit, he swiftly found cover and changed direction to continue his advance. Huya leapt into action, unleashing a barrage of fire and challenging Yi Tong over the public frequency. Who is Yi Tong? One who has never known fear. The Mets clashed in a cacophony of explosions and laser fire. Zhou Nei steadied her mind. As the captain, she must remain composed. Musashi, Shuigang, locate their sniper. Zhou Nai surveyed the battlefield, sensing an unsettling dissonance in the air. Hoya was vociferously calling out, yet remained at a distance. Musashi found himself ensnared by heavy armor, while Shuigang leveraged his agility to evade. However, upon making his initial move, he fell victim to a sniper's bullet, his body awkwardly maneuvering, leading to an erratic response. Another shot rang out, and he was struck down. The dual sniper strategy employed by Marco Polo proved lethal. Just as Shuigang descended, an explosion erupted on the opposite side, claiming the life of Zhou Xiaodang. The sniper's aim was exceptionally precise, adept at hitting moving targets, but this was no mere practice range. Despite swiftly changing positions after the first shot, he was nonetheless accurately predicted by the opponent, and Long Shenxi effortlessly dispatched Zhou Xiaodang with barely any resistance. On the other side, Yitong was equally frustrated, feeling utterly exasperated. Her solo duels had been prolonged, and team battles were not part of the preparatory curriculum. In this chaotic world of team combat, the adversaries had myriad strategies to encircle her, making it nearly impossible for Yitong to exert any oppressive force. Huya was no novice. The more anxious she became, the less effective her performance. Meanwhile, Musashi, facing the opponent's heavy armor, exhibited commendable skill, as his medium-sized aircraft relentlessly assaulted the heavy defenses. Yet, it proved futile. The opposing heavy armor was evidently adept at defense, exhibiting remarkable patience and composure, steadfast in their strategy, and when necessary, utilizing the terrain to fortify their position. Brothers, it's time to impart a lesson to the newcomers. With Hoya's command, the snipers commenced their coordination on the front lines. In less than a minute, Yitong fell, utterly helpless against the seamless synergy of the adversaries. The snipers anticipated their movements, while Yitong was forced into position by an all-out attack from the enemy, caught completely unprepared. Similarly, Musashi faced the lethal tactics of Dragon God T, where evasion was the only option, yet mutual destruction seemed improbable. Musashi's attempts to dodge were met with the relentless strikes from a double sniper assault, leading to his swift demise. The remaining Zhou Nei evidently had no room for maneuver and fell victim to the encirclement by Hoya and Ek. The sudden annihilation, a staggering 0-for-5 exchange, rendered the training hall silent. This served as a crushing blow to the ambitious Zhou Nei and Yitong. Chapter 42. The rivalry between Team 1 and Team 2. In the subsequent 2 matches, Zhou Nei endeavored to alter the lineup, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Even with the prowess of Yitong and Musashi, they failed to secure a single kill. The seasoned team exhibited remarkable fluidity in their strategic transitions, yielding when necessary and embracing aggression without hesitation. The overwhelming strength displayed in the first match left Zhou Nei and his team at a loss, leading to indecision in assessing the situation. Particularly in the third match, the randomly assigned landing position was exceptionally advantageous. However, this geographical edge was swiftly dismantled by the opposing team, whose adept team fighting skills exemplified true cooperation. Musashi, Zhou Nei, and Yitong possess a balanced level of skill. However, the significance of tactical arrangements becomes exceedingly pronounced when faced with competent adversaries. They adeptly exploit psychological nuances, and when Yitong attempts to secure solo kills through personal prowess, she often finds herself either delayed by opponents or ensnared in ambushes. Furthermore, her competitors are acutely aware of her situation, frequently manipulating her mindset rather than engaging in a straightforward contest of technical superiority. To be candid, Shuigang's individual capabilities fall slightly short. Zhou Xiaodang demonstrates commendable accuracy, yet precision alone is insufficient in the arena, especially considering that his accuracy is relatively speaking. The Marco Polo second team represents a true competitive squad, whereas the haphazardly assembled Tianjin second team resembles a disjointed collective, brimming with ambition but fraught with challenges. The score of 3-0 reflects the current state of the Tianjin second team. Post-match, Hoya exhibited a lack of interest, dismissing formalities and departing with his remuneration. Bullying the inexperienced is a pastime reserved for amateurs. Although they are a secondary team, each member possesses the opportunity to ascend to the primary squad. Every aspiring mech pilot harbors dreams of participating in the S tournament. Standing on that grand stage is the aspiration of all, regardless of success or failure. To represent their academy, and indeed use itself, is an immense honor. Of course, there are those who remain stagnant. Li Hao and Teng Yu observed 3 matches. Yet Zhou Nei seemingly forgot their presence, not due to invisibility, but rather an absence of thought regarding substitutions. Each time, she believed they could still contend for a chance. Yet the outcomes were ever more disheartening. The atmosphere within the entire team has grown rather bleak. This situation transcends mere failure. It has become a form of devastation. No one has summarized the situation. If a summary were to be made, it ought to possess persuasive power. This time, Yitong remained silent. The young girl's spirits significantly dampened. Although her teammates had issues, she too bore her own shortcomings, despite securing a few victories. Her impatience led to her being exploited by the adversary. Though she articulated these thoughts, Zhou herself found them hard to believe. She had always understood the disparity between individual and team battles, yet she had not anticipated such a considerable gap. Only after assuming the role of captain did she grasp the intricacies of leadership, and she lacked experience in this domain. Why not hire a coach? Observing the dejected expressions of her teammates, Li Hao suddenly suggested, I believe our team possesses commendable individual skills, yet our execution is somewhat chaotic. On several occasions, we were merely a fraction away from seizing opportunities. The others turned their attention to Li Hao, realizing there was indeed a substitute present. Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. Li Hao, I almost forgot. You should have been the one substituted in. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively. That is not my intention. The top teams often have excellent coaches or even coaching staffs who analyze opponents and devise strategies. As a new team, we particularly require such guidance. Our opponents have likely honed their skills over a considerable period, while we are merely at the outset, having yet to establish formal synergy. Thus, the recent disparity does not accurately reflect our potential. I propose that we engage a coach. Isn't there one available from Gao Yunfeng's side? Musashi, invigorated by the discussion, remarked, I concur. During our encounters, I sensed that our opponents were not as formidable as they appeared. In a one-on-one scenario, I would be confident in my abilities. However, we were heavily constrained by tactics. Attempting to balance individual confrontations with teamwork only led to confusion. Where shall we find a coach? Zhou inquired. When faced with difficulties, seek guidance from the leader. Principal Long always has a solution, does he not? Since time immemorial, it has been said that the child who cries will receive milk. Class monitor, you and Yitong should go together and show a little charm. I assure you, rewards will follow. Li Hao chuckled. Zhou exchanged glances with Yitong. Although they were not accustomed to such antics, the current situation indeed called for tactical guidance. Very well, let us conclude here for today. It can be deemed a fruitful endeavor. I shall take care of the remaining matters. Zhou willingly assumed responsibility. Li Hao was delighted, for he cherished individuals who bore responsibility. Musashi, Xiaotang, let us head to EMP. Musashi, do not solely focus on honing your physical skills. Engage in some light-hearted competition and rediscover the thrill, Li Hao suggested. We shall join as well. I hope everyone participates more in team battles moving forward. To cultivate a sense of collective combat, Zhou proposed. In truth, freshmen primarily engage in one-on-one duels, as the mecha pool requires expansion and familiarity. Solo matches are more suitable for understanding performance. Typically, the emphasis on team battles intensifies after the second year, with the third and fourth years predominantly focused on collective confrontations. This, of course, applies to the general student body. The group marched toward EMP, fortuitously encountering Gao Yunfeng's team as they emerged from their match. Nady, Yitong, you have arrived as well. I heard you scheduled a match against the second team of Marco Polo. The captain of the first team mentioned it to me. I told them that we are all friends and would facilitate your endeavors. How did it go? Gao Yunfeng inquired, harboring a flicker of hope. Recalling fondly the merits of his senior only after encountering obstacles. Judging by their expressions, it was evident they had achieved considerable success. Their spirits were high. Though whether they possessed the requisite skill remained uncertain, did they truly believe themselves to be the chosen ones? Zhao Jihan mockingly remarked. Could it be that he has been shaved bald? Zhao Jihan, can you even speak like a human? You are the bald one, Shui Gang shouted. Oh, isn't this the unwanted Shui Gang? Apart from barking, what else can you do? I could defeat you with my eyes closed. All right, Jihan, we are all on the same side. Nai, Yedong, I reiterate that our opponent is formidable. We must unite. I hold your abilities in high regard, and you are always welcome to join our team. No need, Zhou replied coolly, her eyes radiating determination. Gao Yunfeng merely smiled nonchalantly, maintaining his usual elegance, casting a meaningful glance at Zhou before departing with his companions. Damn, this is so infuriating. Shui Gang expressed indignation. recalling that he had once been a substitute and was now following Zhou Nei. This person seems decent. Why the strong objections? Yitong inquired. By this point, her mood had stabilized. She was no longer easily disheartened. In one-on-one situations, she could gauge her opponent's level, but she needed time to adapt. Having never participated in team battles before, as a newcomer, despite the trio's losses, she had begun to find her footing. Perhaps, rather than playing the third position, she should assume a more proactive role as the second. Shui Gang and Tang Yu glanced at Zhou Nei. Historically, all male team members are required to pay a team fee. Failure to do so results in expulsion. Moreover, Gao Yufeng, with his charming demeanor, has acted like a Casanova, showing a preference for having junior female players accompany him, with several having undergone abortions as a consequence of their involvement with him. Last year, during the S tournament, he persistently pursued the captain, who ignored his advances. Why doesn't anyone report such individuals to the principal? Zhou Xiaodang was left speechless, as this was a realm he had never encountered before. There is no evidence. The financial transactions were orchestrated solely by Zhao Jihan, and regarding the girls involved, he would assert that it was consensual. The entire team has been established for quite some time, and problems exist at every level. If we were to replace everyone, who would take their place? Would Tianjing even participate in the S tournament? The outcome of today's match illustrates this point. Forming a mature team is a complex endeavor, and experience is particularly vital. If we are aware of this, surely the principal is as well, Tang Yu remarked with resignation. Perhaps I should intervene and seize an opportunity to eliminate him, Yitong said fiercely, relishing the thought of trouble, as it would allow her to act without restraint. The young lady from the Nangong family was certainly unafraid, and Gao Yunfeng would undoubtedly maintain an air of sophistication. Such individuals excel at duplicity, concealing their true selves from Yitong. Even she could not resort to outright confrontation. Class leader, I believe these matters are already known to Principal Long, which is why the second team was established. With her discerning eye, she must see our potential. Therefore, when issues arise, we should approach her. It's quite possible she might even step in personally, Li Hao said with a smile. Suddenly, Yitong and the others turned their gaze towards Li Hao. Yitong let out a cold smile. After all, Principal Long was a renowned expert, yet one could hardly assume he had nothing better to do. It all depends on human effort. If we do not attempt it, how can we know? Li Hao shrugged and chuckled. Yitong scrunched her little nose, choosing to ignore Li Hao, harboring a slight irritation within. All right, let us each focus on our training. It will yield results in due course. They dispersed to their respective training rooms. Zhou Xiaodang approached, inquiring, what is the matter with Yitong? She seems to be targeting you. Who knows? I haven't provoked her. A woman's heart is as fickle as autumn clouds. Just disregard her, Xiaodang. You must perform. Where's the possibility? I truly cannot manage it. I excel in quiet target practice, but once combat begins, I become completely tense, especially at the thought of someone attempting to ambush me. It makes me utterly uncomfortable. Zhou Xiaodang lamented. You know I am not adept at fighting, and besides, if even Musashi and the others, who are skilled, struggle, I have little hope. Haha. Musashi and Yitong were not utilizing their full strength, Li Hao replied with a grin. What? After losing so decisively, they still didn't go all out? That's rather careless, Zhou Xiaodang remarked, bewildered. That's not the point. They were indeed serious. They were executing a strategy, but in a one-on-one scenario. That was not reflective of their true capabilities. Even if they managed to overpower one opponent through sheer strength, it would hold little significance. It does not contribute to overall improvement. Just practice more. I tell you, experts are forged through adversity. Endure a few defeats, and one will attain tranquility in the face of combat. Truly, you should give it a try, Li Hao encouraged. Zhou Xiaodang, half amused and half exasperated, replied. I do not have a penchant for masochism, but I shall do my best. Chapter 43, Musashi versus Puppet in the realm of EMP, a peculiar phenomenon manifests. One-on-one duels in the virtual arena are rather scarce, as participants prefer to engage in team matches. The allure of camaraderie and the spectacle of various flamboyant mechas soaring through the skies create an electrifying atmosphere, where players converse and battle simultaneously. However, in the authentic zone, the ratio of individual confrontations is notably higher. Naturally, as scores ascend, the prevalence of team matches gradually increases, for these participants are the elite from various military academies. Li Hao activated his EMP system, boasting a score of 1210, a commendable ascent, primarily bolstered by the substantial bonuses from achieving S-level first clears. The puppet came online. Zhuang Zhou received immediate notification, rendering his daily check unnecessary. Moreover, the puppet's online timing was consistently impeccable, coinciding perfectly with his leisurely evenings. He couldn't help but feel that the divine puppet might be lurking nearby. Yet, following the S-level first clear, Zhuang Zhou began to doubt his audacious conjectures. Such a remarkable individual could hardly exist in Tianjin. A thorough examination of the upper echelon revealed no candidates among the seasoned players. It was inconceivable that someone with such extraordinary prowess would go unnoticed. If one were to consider the newcomers, only Yi Tong seemed capable, but frankly, Zhuang Zhou harbored skepticism about her. This young lady possessed undeniable strength, however. He could not bring himself to believe that she could exhibit the level of mastery akin to that of the puppet. Following the completion of the first clear of the Kepler Great Escape, a succession of skilled players has emerged. Any test cannot withstand scrutiny. Previously, teams would accomplish objectives together. Yet this often resulted in an increase in the number of giant worms, paradoxically raising the difficulty, particularly in cases of inadequate teamwork which could lead to mutual entanglement. Akin to self-destruction, achieving success solo necessitates exceptional personal skill and formidable matches, especially once the first clear is attained, effectively unlocking the map. Recently, there have been consecutive appearances of A-grade scores, with reports of the highest being S-, indicating a remarkable proximity and skill level, albeit not achieving the first clear. Undoubtedly, the EMP scores of the puppet god have seen a significant surge, suggesting that future adversaries will become increasingly formidable. Among the renowned top-tier experts within the four federations, many remain remarkably low profile, as it is primarily the newcomers who strive for high scores, while these veterans regard EMP as a pure training ground. While victory is certainly important, the intent behind the engagement holds greater significance. For instance, even when a more secure victory is attainable, they often push their limits, challenging themselves on the brink of failure. This may lead to setbacks and lower scores, yet the experience accumulated here proves invaluable in major competitions, ensuring that even teammates do not underestimate one another's capabilities. With the arrival of Zhuang Zhou, Fireman soon followed, and the synergy from their previous collaboration was notably impressive. The officials appear intent on pairing them as a cross-federation duo, contingent upon the puppet's journey. Zhuang Zhou remains indifferent, simply wishing to raise awareness of the puppet. Fighting alongside him, convinced that the puppet is engaged in a significant endeavor. The puppets will receive a certain degree of promotion. However, it is not the so-called promotion associated with the four great federations, which is non-existent. Given the current circumstances of the puppets, they can only attain a limited, targeted promotion within the use battle zone, while NUP and TAS will not participate. The ROM battle zone may offer a minor degree of promotion, as it does involve some relevance. To achieve a level of universal recognition, an extraordinary journey still lies ahead. Zhuang Zhou clenched his fist, filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Seated in the training pod, Zhou Nei was devoid of any fighting spirit. Today's painful defeat had deeply impacted her, especially that sense of bewilderment. In front of her teammates, she feigned strength, but when alone, the feeling would wash over her. Should she seek out the principal? At first glance, it seemed like a reasonable idea. However, which battle team does not seek their own members? Wouldn't that reflect a lack of capability on her part? What should she do? In contrast to Zhou Nei, Yi Tong and Musashi were more single-minded, already in line for matches, intent on rediscovering their rhythm through combat. Suddenly, Musashi's eyes widened in astonishment. What luck! He rubbed his eyes, and indeed, it was the puppet. He had intended to engage in a few individual matches to warm up before entering team battles, yet he had unexpectedly come across a puppet. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. This was intriguing. Musashi's combat skills were commendable, yet the true strength lay within the mecha itself. The ancient martial families were continuously refining their techniques, no longer solely for the purpose of combat, but to better adapt to the mecha's inherent capabilities. The clash between Musashi, from Tianjin Jiwu, and the puppet ignited a fervor throughout the Tianjin Jiwu community. Musashi, a celebrated figure within this realm, maintains a notably low profile. However, being a member of the esteemed Wujia clan, his modest demeanor does not diminish the regard others hold for him. The moniker heir of the Wujia versus virtual war gods swiftly emerged, and even in the S10 solo matches, the overall combat power rating of use was not inferior to that of other federations, aligning closely with NUP and slightly surpassing ROM. The overall scores, however, were dragged down by team battles, a situation that evidently reflects the contributions of the 5 prominent clans. Presently, the martial arts techniques employed by Yusa's military academy are derived from the consolidated wisdom of these 5 clans. In his first year, Musashi has already demonstrated considerable strength and yearns to compete, yet the conservative and restrained ethos of the Wujia clan has held him back for a year. As the live broadcast buzzed with excitement, Fireman, although familiar with the Wujia name, remained largely oblivious to Musashi's prowess. In truth, various battle zones tend to prioritize their own members, unless an individual's fame transcends federational boundaries, a rarity reserved for but a handful. Esteemed viewers, allow me to introduce the opponent of the puppet god. Coincidentally, he is my senior, a second-year student from Tianjin Jiwu, Wujia Musashi, a master of close combat. Fireman announced. I have heard of the Wujia clan. They have been rather quiet in recent years. A few years back, there was one named Wu Fa who was rather impressive. He continued, his tone laced with an air of superiority, as if perpetually reminding the audience that Ram outshines use. Not merely impressive, but once the strongest, champion of the 3rd position solo competition. Haha, the old adage holds true, one must focus on the present. There is no need to dwell on this matter any longer. Let us first observe the caliber of both individuals today. Zhuang Zhou, with a dismissive smirk, reflected on the absurdity of the situation. While he sought reasoned discourse, his counterpart resorted to foolishness. What sort of person behaves in such a manner? Nevertheless, Zhuang Zhou chose not to dwell on this triviality and allowed the facts to speak for themselves. Wu Fa was once the pride of Tianjin's military prowess. Yet now he serves as the commander of the military district. The glory of a new generation must be borne by a new generation. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware, I am a member of Tianjin's military forces, and the puppet god is my idol. Therefore, I shall remain neutral in this contest. At this juncture, the fireman let out a chuckle, remarking that maintaining neutrality is hardly a given. Tianjin's military forces have experienced the fastest decline among the elite military academies in use, and the martial arts division has yet to present any remarkable newcomers. We shall see what unfolds. If a real-life duel were to occur, Zhuang Zhou felt confident he could triumph effortlessly. How could one possess the audacity to utter such words? Seemingly reading Zhuang Zhou's thoughts, the fireman's grin widened. What a trivial matter, young one. If you value your reputation, perhaps you should refrain from commentary and enjoy the spectacle as an audience member. In the arena, the puppet armor dragon combat machine, Titanium Blade, faces off against the Musashi Dragon God, also wielding a titanium blade. Both mechas belong to the same series, with the Dragon God holding a slight edge in performance, particularly in terms of driving and operational fluidity. Senior Musashi opted for the titanium blade over the laser sword, likely favoring the tangible impact it delivers. As for the puppet god, he remains unchanged. Ladies and gentlemen, a fierce battle is imminent, Zhuang Zhou exclaimed passionately, eager to witness the outcome of this confrontation. Zhou Nei, Yi Tong, and others who had yet to enter the ranked match also came to a halt. What level was Musashi truly at? This battle would reveal much. 2 mobile warriors entered the battlefield, and Musashi fixed his intense gaze upon the armored dragon fighter before him, his blood racing with fervor. He had long awaited an opponent of this caliber. At times, he struggled to comprehend the meaning behind his grandfather's patience. He yearned to showcase his prowess, to unleash a mightier strength. However, the past year had seen him suppressed, gaining insights along the way. Yet were they truly beneficial? Chapter 44. The Musashi Dual Blade Style. Great strength should be wielded to its fullest extent in battle. Neither mobile warrior initially engaged their weapons, as if an unspoken understanding existed between them. The roar of engines reverberated for several seconds, leaving the audience somewhat perplexed. Was this opening a bit unconventional? Just as the crowd pondered, the match thundered to life. Both mobile warriors launching their assault simultaneously, with the Dragon God fighter taking the lead. At that moment, the Dragon God resembled a fierce tiger descending a mountain. It surged forward, executing a sudden low-altitude leap, striking at the central position. Boom. The slightly slower armored dragon's frontal defense met the collision with a resounding crash. Yet the armored dragon did not yield. Meanwhile, the Dragon God had leaped into the air, delivering a crushing blow. The armored dragon momentarily retreated, while the Dragon God missed a kick but swiftly transitioned to a powerful elbow strike upon landing. Boom. The armored dragon was forcefully pushed back as the Dragon God fighter advanced, its movement steady and rhythmic. The dragon god's iron fists unleashed a relentless barrage upon the armored dragon. At this moment, the dragon god had lost its position, and the entire mecha's head swayed continuously to evade, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Musashi's relentless assaults fell short, as he missed more than 10 strikes in an instant. In a brief respite, Kailong stepped forward decisively, delivering a powerful punch. Just then, the dragon god warplane suddenly retreated, narrowly avoiding Kailong's attack. In the next moment, the entire mecha propelled itself like a spring, launching a fist toward Kailong's warplane. Kailong raised his left arm to block while simultaneously twisting his body and swinging his right arm in a counterattack. Boom, boom. Both strikes landed almost simultaneously, forcing the two combatants to create distance between them. Musashi found it difficult to articulate his current sensation. It was exhilarating, precisely because of such a formidable opponent. With a swift motion, the titanium knife was drawn. The strength of the Wujia lay in its swordsmanship in those days. The martial arts known as unruly and unrestrained were feared for their mastery in close combat. Kailong's titanium knife was also unsheathed, and with a resounding clash, the dragon god made its move. In terms of mecha capabilities, the dragon god held a distinct advantage in this direct confrontation. Even a 1-second advantage was crucial. The titanium knife aimed straight for the center, and Kailong leaped aside, resulting in a fierce exchange of blows. The clash of muscle and steel reverberated, while simultaneously, the dragon god executed a side kick targeting Kailong's legs. As Kailong defended himself, the dragon god's true lethal strike was delivered through an upper kick with his left leg. Boom. A fusion of reality and illusion, engaging in a dual assault. Kailong's warplane staggered, and the fatal titanium knife drew near. Kailong's knife met the attack, but he was already out of position, forced into passive defense. Should Musashi gain the upper hand, the true essence of lethal intent would be unleashed. In a relentless flurry of strikes, the swift blade dances with precision, maintaining an unyielding tempo that denies the opponent any respite or opportunity to create distance. Under such relentless pressure, any movement risks destabilizing the mech or succumbing to the inertia of its own actions. The offensive mech, in a state of aggression, is poised to deliver a potentially fatal blow. As the onslaught continues, the dragon god fighter's blade descends with increasing force, compelling the armored dragon mech to lower its center of gravity. At that moment, a sudden shift occurs, the dragon god mech vanishes. A feint. The finals. Forceful strike is but a ruse. The dragon god mech has vaulted behind the armored dragon, poised for a lethal rear attack. The arena falls into hushed astonishment. What an extraordinary maneuver. What incredible stamina. Is this truly Musashi? After a year of obscurity, this is not merely a prodigal talent. This is the supernova of use. At this juncture, the armored dragon finds any attempt to maneuver utterly futile. Not even a human could evade such an onslaught. Yet, astonishingly, the seemingly fatal strike is intercepted by the armored dragon mech with a reverse block, an art of countering from the back. The recent barrage has undoubtedly drained Musashi's stamina. Yet the puppet of defense begins its retaliation. With a swift elbow creating a modicum of space, the titanium blade arcs toward the center, executing high-frequency slashes. However, Musashi denies the armored dragon any chance for a counterattack. Drawing a deep breath, his pupils constrict, and despite being on the defensive, he charges forward with unwavering resolve. The clash of steel echoes blade against blade. Sparks fly as the rampant king clears the path, delivering a counterstrike with a flourish. At an indeterminate moment, Musashi's titanium blade had transformed into a reverse grip, enabling him to execute a terrifyingly close-range strike that enveloped the armored dragon in a blinding flash of steel. Just as the armored dragon contemplated a counterattack, it found itself utterly suppressed. Zhou Neiyi and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. The EMP hall of Tianjing's mecha warfare was already packed with spectators, all rendered speechless, their eyes glued to the screen. Musashi's demeanor was remarkably understated. While everyone acknowledged his prowess, the true extent of his strength remained a mystery. As the battle progressed, it appeared that few could withstand the ferocity of his onslaught, which was both fierce and merciless, akin to a bloodthirsty tiger baring its fangs. How could one respond to such an intimate reverse grip attack? In this regard, the dragon god possessed an advantage. The two titanium blades clashed, as the two mechs refused to yield, their struggle accompanied by the roar of vengeance. Suddenly, the dragon god mech lunged forward, crashing into the armored dragon's machine with ferocity. Yet, the armored dragon unexpectedly retracted and attempted to evade, though it ultimately missed its mark. Seizing this critical opening, Musashi, with his exceptional agility and strength, pursued relentlessly. However, the seemingly out-of-control armored dragon executed a flying kick, directly striking the advancing dragon god mech. In an instant, the dragon god mech lurched forward, and all of Musashi's supporters in Tianjin found themselves momentarily breathless. What manner of creature was this? Where every disadvantage seemed like a trap. Awaiting Musashi were the knee strike below and the sweeping arc of the titanium blade. With scarcely a moment's hesitation, Musashi made his choice, evading the titanium blade but succumbing to the knee strike. With a thunderous roar, the mech trembled violently. Yet Musashi steadfastly suppressed the surge of blood rising in his throat, straining to create distance. The armored dragon fighter refrained from pursuit. Halting a good 6 or 7 meters away, Musashi focused intensely on calming his breath, the energy within him swirling. It was still insufficient, still inadequate. Drawing upon the breathing techniques he had cultivated since childhood, he forcefully enhanced his physical capabilities, summoning forth the utmost fighting spirit. On the other side, the engine of the armored dragon fighter emitted a faint sound, the titanium blade angled towards the ground, motionless. Nevertheless, this stillness exuded an overwhelming sense of invincibility. In this tense moment, no one dared to utter a word. It was clear that if Musashi could not unleash a decisive move, the puppet might soon launch an attack. With a swift motion, the dragon god fighter unsheathed yet another titanium blade. 2 swords? Musashi wielded 2 titanium blades, one gripped firmly, the other held in reverse. The dragon god fighter resembled a bloodthirsty beast, fixated on the armored dragon before it. The armored dragon fighter appeared to remain passive, merely observing its adversary. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, the engine of the dragon god fighter roared incessantly. Without warning, the dragon god fighter surged forward, 2 titanium blades poised for assault. In a flash, one blade pierced through the left arm of the armored dragon. A collective cheer was about to erupt from all the Tianjin mecha warriors, including Musashi, when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically, draining of color. The armored dragon had thrust a blade through the cockpit. In the EMP hall of Tianjin mecha, already teetering on the brink of hysteria, a chilling wave of absolute zero swept through, freezing hope into desolation in an instant. A strike devoid of any warmth. As frigid as ice. The puppeteer triumphs. The live stream featuring Zhuang Zhou and the fireman has surpassed 8 million viewers. With a flurry of question marks flooding the comments. A sudden demise in battle? The fireman, unfazed, shows no inclination to speak, while Zhuang Zhou is filled with perplexity. This is strange. They were evenly matched earlier, and it seemed Musashi had an ample opportunity. How did it all culminate in such an abrupt defeat? The puppeteer continues his winning streak. Who is this individual, so extraordinarily skilled? This young warrior from the Wujia clan appears to be lacking. Is it true? I didn't perceive this person as particularly formidable. Just wait until the expert provides commentary. You will understand how profound the situation truly is. Was there a grave error or misjudgment? Li Hao removes his tactile sensor. Wu Sun is indeed correct. Musashi's honing is essential, otherwise, he will falter in critical moments. He had maintained composure throughout the earlier phases, but when it came time to unleash a powerful move, the vulnerability became glaringly evident. Moreover, he has not mastered the dual-wielding technique. Possessing an additional blade offers little advantage. Dear patrons, it's late. Your support is appreciated. Chapter 45, The Art of Subtlety. Everyone is anxiously awaiting the outcome. After signing the contract, the difference is palpable. The professional analysis team promptly follows up, and the video is released swiftly. Zhuang Zhou steels himself. Although it is regrettable that Musashi lost, the continued mythos of the puppeteer is also commendable. In this match, Musashi fought fiercely. Yet the reason for his sudden defeat remains a mystery. From the very beginning, both sides engaged in tentative exchanges, their strengths and speeds remarkably similar, each exhibiting a commendable confidence and caution. Musashi seized upon a slight advantage over the dragon god mecha, thereby gaining the initiative in the offensive. Observe. When weapons were yet unsheathed, the intensity of this assault, Musashi employed the elusive antelope step, a most unpredictable form of attack. Pay heed to the footwork, which exudes immense pressure. The name was bestowed by the analytical experts, and naturally, Zhuang Zhou was well aware of it. Adjacent to the video was a demonstration of the antelope step. The body sway and the interwoven footfalls rendered the opponent incapable of discerning his movements. This was no mere chaotic flailing. It appeared disordered, yet for the pilot, It maintained a straight-line offensive pressure, remarkably steady. Such training, without 3 to 5 years of rigorous dedication, would be unattainable, a testament to the prowess of the Musashi clan. Zhuangzhou remarked that the disciples of the Yu's ancient martial arts family are fundamentally robust. However, there exists a considerable dissent regarding the efficacy of this training, with some questioning its value. Quantitatively, it may seem unnecessary, yet Zhuangzhou perceives it as a potential asset for super soldiers. The antelope step is indeed formidable. Beside him, Fireman nodded in agreement. He acknowledged the professionalism inherent in such techniques, for otherwise, his own proficiency might be called into question. It is a delightful sensation, akin to the exaltation of overcoming obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The classic evasion, a pendulum-like maneuver executed with textbook precision, impressive. Zhuangzhou proclaimed, a battle of equals. The display of technology in mecha combat is truly breathtaking. However, a more intricate technique emerges. Musashi's retreat is not merely a backward lean of the mecha, but rather a sophisticated movement of the legs, bending them to extend the limits of evasive distance. At this crucial moment, a close-up reveals that the center of gravity of the Dragon God fighter remains stable. Should the mecha have leaned back, no amount of control would enable a lightning-fast counterattack. Such mastery is essential. It's all about the finesse of footwork. After successfully evading the attack, the mecha's legs generate power, allowing for an instantaneous rebound and a ferocious counterattack akin to a spring's release. The opponent's offensive stance is rendered ineffective, leaving them with no option but to defend. Observing the puppet god, we see the left arm raised for defense. Pay close attention to the footwork. The mecha twists, the legs rotate, the waist follows suit, and the shoulders pivot, executing a counterattack reminiscent of seamless movement. This is a quintessential display of lethal prowess, where every strike is aimed to inflict maximum damage. Zhuangzhou exclaims in admiration, while the fireman beside him remains silent, leisurely observing Zhuangzhou's commentary, knowing that this is an internal battle of use. His energy need not be squandered here. Yi Tong watches intently. As a member of an ancient martial arts family, she comprehends more than the commentary suggests. The ability to seamlessly integrate combat skills into mecha and adapt in real time is a testament to Musashi's worthiness of the title Supernova. His prior modesty belies the years of training, surely beginning at the tender age of 3 or 4. Yet who is this puppet? What grants them such strength? It seems that every notable martial artist recognizes them, yet none appear to possess this unique style. The true spectacle is about to commence. What transpired earlier was merely a prelude. With the emergence of the titanium blade, the stakes are raised significantly. Musashi maintains an aggressive stance, executing rapid slashes that incessantly pressure his opponent. In a duel of masters, a mediocre adversary is unlikely to make any mistakes or reveal any weaknesses. Thus, one must rely on skill and strength to create opportunities. The continuous onslaught places immense demands on the pilot's physique. The system displayed an 8-fold gravitational burden in the upper right corner, and as time progresses, the physical strain intensifies. Musashi sustained this oppressive assault for over a minute, during which the large screen highlighted the action in slow motion. The trajectory of Musashi's blade became evident, each downward stroke executed seamlessly, aiming to set up a lethal strike. The final feint, however, was truly remarkable. With a nimble leap, he launched a relentless barrage of attacks without so much as a moment to breathe, achieving an astounding level of difficulty. At that moment, the gravitational load reached tenfold. This was not mere theatrics, it was a genuine, all-out lethal maneuver. How does one defend against such an onslaught? The answer was provided by the puppet. Movement in the mech is impossible, and even a shift would lead to demise. Blocking with an unguarded back? Knight's pupils dilated in shock. This technique, known in ancient martial arts as disarming the dragon, requires extreme confidence and judgment. To dare employ such a move signifies complete insight into the opponent's attack. The precision of the block was palpable, as the clash of titanium echoed violently, leaving everyone in disbelief at the accuracy of the defense. Such monstrous physical fortitude is truly extraordinary. Zhuo Xiaotang gazed in astonishment. Although he lacked such formidable strength, he comprehended the situation entirely and felt the overwhelming intensity of it all. Indeed, merely watching was exhausting. Had he been in that position, he would have succumbed long ago. No, he would never have even reached this point. Musashi was a true embodiment of muscle and power, with sinews of steel and bones of iron, devoid of any ostentation. The Musashi clan excelled in offensive maneuvers, a reputation well-deserved. The exchange between the two was fierce, each fully armed, yet the average pilot faced considerable limitations. In contrast, these two displayed no vulnerabilities. Instead, they were ensnared in a web of traps. Ultimately, the puppet master had the upper hand. Musashi, having sustained a blow, retreated but chose the path of minimal injury. While the pilot undoubtedly felt the strain, Musashi remained resilient. Most others would have been left gasping for breath. Then came the pivotal moment, the emergence of the dual-wielding technique. Musashi charged forward, blades drawn. In slow motion, as they neared within 3 meters, the armored dragon initiated an attack, not by being struck on the left arm, but rather by deliberately presenting its left hand to absorb a blow. This strike was a feint that unexpectedly transformed into a genuine attack, momentarily catching Musashi off guard, with one arm traded for a life. This minuscule margin was lethal. The crowd erupted in lamentation, and even the EMP hall of Tianjing's mechanized warriors reverberated with applause. It was simply magnificent. One could sense that Musashi had the potential to triumph. However, the puppet master proved too cunning, opting for self-inflicted harm to facilitate his assault. The Musashi clan's dual-wielding technique was undeniably formidable, had it been employed from the outset. The opponent may have stood no chance. It was merely a match, nothing of great consequence. Musashi was simply honing his skills, with no need to reveal his trump card. This year, we shall undoubtedly excel. Musashi is assuredly a supernova in the making. That is undeniable. Musashi sat alone in the cockpit, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? I hope everything is well in Chengdu, my friends. Prioritize safety while pursuing updates. Do not watch during class. And certainly do not look if danger lurks. Chapter 46. Guidance Battle. He understood that even if given 10 more chances, the outcome would remain unchanged. This was not mere coincidence. His opponent had completely discerned his thoughts and movements. In Musashi's eyes, that armored dragon appeared as a terrifying primordial beast, leading him throughout the entire confrontation. In ancient martial arts, this is termed a guidance battle, conducted by a master at least one level above him. The final strike was a lesson, revealing that he had not truly mastered the dual sword technique. It was riddled with flaws. The way his opponent intercepted the blade indicated a complete understanding of Musashi's intentions. Clenching his fist tightly, Musashi reflected on the past year, during which he had suppressed his fighting spirit and even experienced a moment of arrogance. Although his grandfather had cautioned him that he still had a long way to go, he had not believed it, until now, when he finally comprehended. It seems the puppet god did not eliminate his opponent, Zhuangzhou remarked with curiosity. Musashi noticed this too. His opponent was still online. Wait until I perfect the dual sword technique, and we shall battle again. The barrage of comments flooded in. What does this mean? Musashi logged off, taking a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented surge of motivation. This battle had truly illuminated the issues he faced and provided him with direction. To be honest, he feared no challenge. What he dreaded was the absence of worthy opponents. This match had clarified everything for him. Fireman, this is technique, Zhuangzhou stated earnestly. Xiao Zhuang, these matters are trivial. We focus solely on the outcome. It has been demonstrated that the style of use is in decline, while the practicality of Mars reigns supreme. In this regard, Zhuangzhou must not waver. It is mere nonsense. Who fears whom? Courtesy has been extended where due. Yet one must not become accustomed to such habits. As the two engage in a back and forth, their fans are embroiled in a battle of their own. Such has always been the case, a collision of Mars and Earth. At the A-class military academy of the Cougars, within the team training room, Robbie and his teammates attentively reviewed the match, each feeling an exhilarating sense of awe. That Martian broadcaster is utterly foolish. I wish I could give him a piece of my mind, grumbled one of the 3 milers. A faint smile of pride graced Robbie's lips. Of course, it is essential to consider who the puppet is. Boss, do you know who this person is? Anka couldn't help but inquire. I do, but I cannot divulge. If he participates in the S competition, I cannot guarantee the team's success, but in individual matches, defeating him would be exceedingly challenging, Robbie replied with unwavering certainty. While Robbie refrained from elaborating, memories from years past flickered in his mind. Shooting? Given the current level of close combat demonstrated in controlling the mecha, coupled with the assistance during that sniper squad battle, the second brother's shooting prowess is truly formidable. They remain oblivious to the terror of being dominated. And those from NUP and ROM have likely forgotten as well. The team members were uncertain why their leader held this individual in such high regard. Yet they found the experience quite thrilling. Since their last team battle victory, the Cougars players appeared to have undergone a transformation, significantly enhancing their team combat skills. A few minutes later, the puppet entered the queue once more, and the opponent was revealed. This time, Zhuang Zhou and Fireman are both invigorated. For their adversary is Chiron, the renowned master of the Centaur mecha. While it may be debatable whether he truly holds the title of the foremost Centaur user, there is no doubt that he is among the elite, having once achieved the highest victory rate with the Centaur mecha in the EMP. A former military academy student, he chose a path away from the military or governmental systems, instead becoming a professional streamer for EMP. He abandoned all other mechas, dedicating himself solely to mastering the Centaur, showcasing an extraordinary level of proficiency and integration. The Centaur mecha, ROM, is a medium-sized machine, weighing 85 tons, equipped with a dual-engine nuclear fission 4-axis drive, dual retractable laser guns on the chest, and a titanium spear. Zhuang Zhou and Fireman are somewhat taken aback, as their streaming popularity has quietly surged past 9 million. Among the vast legion of streamers, Zhuang Zhou is a novice, while Fireman, though seasoned, does not belong to the top tier. He possesses a distinctive style, albeit one that has not garnered him the highest acclaim. His 9 million followers represent a peak in his popularity. Chiron is undoubtedly a specialist in the Centaur mecha, commanding respect in both virtual and real arenas. Whenever one witnesses an individual achieving thousands of uses with a particular mecha, regardless of their score, a certain reverence is afforded to them. This generally indicates an extreme mastery and a profound passion for that specific mecha, bordering on obsession. Specializing in a single mecha entails a deep understanding of its mechanics and extensive experience, allowing one to devise tailored strategies against various other mechas. However, such specialized competitors often find it challenging to participate in tournaments due to the selection rules targeting hero pools, which can be quite disadvantageous. After watching several highlight reels, Sharon was left utterly astonished, particularly by the prowess displayed in the Kaihu war machine. This individual managed to evoke a sense of dominance typically reserved for the most formidable contenders, even while utilizing what many considered to be a subpar machine. Surprisingly, his own streaming channel is experiencing a meteoric rise in popularity. Is he truly this well-received now? Whether it be the Kailong or the Kaihu, the Centaur war machine can easily counter them, as they belong to the new generation of ROM war machines, possessing superior capabilities to suppress their adversaries. Should he indeed choose either of these two, he would possess an astonishing 99% certainty of victory. Karen's observations were quite reasonable. However, the fireman was less temperate in his remarks. Xiao Zhuang, it's not that I harbor disdain for anyone, but the success rate of the armored series against the Centaur mecha stands at 0. I wager he wouldn't dare select it. Old man, I believe the puppet god is indifferent to his opponent. My concern lies with what we shall wager, considering the multitude of spectators watching. Quite confident, are we? I shan't take advantage of you. Should he select the armored series, I will gift him a spaceship. If he chooses the Kailong and prevails, I shall bestow upon him 10 spaceships. If he loses, you shall contribute half. What do you say? Are you up for it? A single spaceship's bounty amounts to 10,000 federal coins, a burden far beyond Zhuang Zhou's means, and 10 spaceships would lead him to utter ruin. Zhuang Zhou remained somewhat silent, contemplating a situation he could manage with just one vessel, yet here they were with 10. The fireman bore a smile, fully aware that the young lad was merely flexing his bravado. What wealth could he possibly possess? This was merely a case of leveraging pressure. However, the audience didn't ponder such complexities. Instead, they perceived Zhuang as timid and lacking in courage, chuckling at his expense. Chapter 47. On the art of manipulation. Zhuang Zhou's dormitory erupted in chaos. A group of spirited young men could hardly tolerate such indignity. Zhuang Zhou had made a wager, and his friends declared, to hell with it. If it comes down to it, we'll survive on rice for months, we're all in. Indeed, now was not the time for hesitation. They would confront him. Even if they lost, his brothers would rally to support him. This was a matter of pride for Tianjing's elite. That Mars dog would face his reckoning. The room surged with enthusiasm, all men, unwilling to be bullied. Moreover, this was the puppeteer god they were dealing with. Defeating him would be a matter of moments. I accept. Zhuang Zhou felt a surge of adrenaline, recognizing the provocation but questioning whether a young man could truly hold back. Both sides proceeded to select their mechanized warriors, the Centaur mech and the puppeteer Keelong 3. By my word, I have never witnessed such obstinacy. Does this Earthling not realize that the Centaur mech is specifically designed to counter such antiquated machines? He won't even graze its surface. Does he possess any semblance of knowledge? Winning a few rounds has clearly clouded his judgment. The inherent flaws of Earthlings are truly remarkable. If Keelong can triumph over Centaur, I shall devour the screen. In the midst of selecting battle scenarios, upon noticing that his opponent had chosen the armored dragon, Chiron, the divine steed, opted not to exploit the situation. Yet, the adversary remained motionless, prompting Chiron to initiate a combat scene, which was unexpectedly passed in an instant. They found themselves in the vast expanse of the canyon battlefield, a commonly utilized arena akin to the competitive grounds, favoring agile mechs like the Centaur due to its open terrain. My friends, this is indeed a peculiar opponent, Chiron mused. To be honest, I am at a loss for how to concede. He chuckled to himself, reflecting on his extensive streaming career, having never encountered such an eccentricity. This must be the fabled welfare zone. Meanwhile, Zhuangzhou and the others grew increasingly anxious. Why not the arena? They exclaimed. The arena's relatively confined space would have allowed the armored dragon to secure an advantageous offensive position, but how would they manage in the vast canyon? It would require the Centaur to utilize its most proficient rotational control tactics, which seemed an assured victory, as the armored dragon's speed would be utterly inadequate. Then, a scene unfolded that left all in astonishment. When selecting weaponry, the armored dragon inexplicably opted not to choose a laser gun. Was this truly the case? Had it extinguished its final glimmer of hope? A pang of unease struck Zhuangzhou. His audacity to gamble stemmed from the belief that the puppet god would still perform adequately in combat. However, what did it signify to forego a weapon altogether? Oh, little Zhuang, this is not my fault, he chuckled. I suspect that the puppet seeks to vanquish Chiron with mere gaze. Could this be a newly developed ability from use? The fireman felt an indescribable exhilaration. If only such fools were a daily occurrence, he would have long achieved financial freedom. I believe the puppet god undoubtedly possesses tactical acumen. The Centaur mech is not particularly obscure either. Given the formidable prowess of such a mobile warrior, the puppet god must be well aware of it. Therefore, Chiron should exercise caution. Should they falter, retirement may be imminent. At this juncture, Zhuangzhou would certainly not exhibit cowardice. He would rather face death standing, eyes wide open. Haha, well said. Do you think the puppet might restart soon? Perhaps he forgot to bring his weapon, a man without a gun. Haha. The fireman is in high spirits, having awaited this moment for quite some time. In this universe, aside from Martians, no one is permitted to act arrogantly. Two mobile warriors have entered the Grand Canyon battlefield. Chiron immediately enters a state of utmost concentration. Acutely aware that this puppet has recently gained considerable notoriety and is particularly unfriendly towards Rom, this presents him with an ideal opportunity to showcase his abilities, to establish his name, and ascend to new heights. The roar of the Centaur mech is exceptionally loud as the battle commences with a furious charge. This mobility is among the pinnacle of beast-armored mechs, not to mention humanoid mechs. As for the armored dragon, it can muster all its strength and still be left in the dust. Recognizing the puppet's formidable capabilities, Chiron promptly maintains his distance. For keeping an optimal range is crucial in mech combat. It allows one to maximize their advantages while targeting the enemy's vulnerabilities. The adversary is without even a laser gun, rendering them a living target. The Centaur fighter charges through the expansive canyon, focusing its attacks around the armored dragon, unleashing relentless laser strikes upon its chest. The shooting capabilities of the beast-armored mecha pose a significant challenge, primarily relying on overwhelming firepower. The Centaur mecha excels in this aspect, sweeping its surrounding area, leaving the armored dragon fighter with no chance. Once hit, the contest concludes. The armored dragon appears cognizant of this fact, opting not to pursue. Any attempt to chase would only make it more vulnerable to strikes. Remaining stationary to fortify its defenses seems to be its sole opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. The armored dragon's arm shield deploys, standing firm in defense, striving to withstand the relentless barrage of laser attacks. Indomitable, one wonders how long such defenses can hold. In a gradual onslaught, defeat is inevitable. The fireman chuckles, contemplating a celebratory moment with a cigar. The Chiron steed remains cautious, refraining from close engagement, instead opting for laser bombardment while the armored dragon relinquishes its offensive. For 5 minutes, a spiral assault is maintained, yet the armored dragon defends with impenetrable precision. The Centaur fighter cannot secure victory solely through laser fire. The Chiron steed understands this well. Its laser harassment aims merely to gain a slight advantage. perhaps to incapacitate a limb. However, to presume that this is its only tactic would be a grave miscalculation. The Centaur fighter possesses formidable close-quarters combat capabilities. The adage "an inch longer is an inch stronger" holds true. With its 4 powerful legs providing robust support and propulsion, it can withstand heavy assaults head-on. The Chiron steed remains vigilant, recently refreshing its knowledge on puppetry and recognizing the intensity of this warrior's melee prowess, knowing that proximity would present an opportunity. Yet, it will not be careless. If the lasers do not yield a decisive advantage, it will continue its assault, incurring no losses in the process. The Centaur mech continuously reduced its attack radius, intensifying the ferocity of its laser strikes, yet always within a range that allowed the Kylan fighter to pursue. Even with a sudden, powerful advance, no matter how skilled the adversary or how formidable their explosive power, the Centaur fighter still possessed ample room for evasion. Is this the valor of Mars? Must we perpetually circle in this manner? Zhuang Zhou remarked, having gained such an advantage, are we not bold enough to engage directly? Xiao Shuang, therein lies your folly. This is a competition, and one must strive for victory, disregarding the process. What is this, if not strategy? Fireman chuckled. Zhuang Zhou nearly choked in frustration. When they employed it, it was dubbed strategy, while when others did, it was labeled cowardice. Old man, cowardice is cowardice. Do not sugarcoat it. Are the 10 spacecraft ready? Fireman inquired, still amused. The contest is not yet concluded. However, the distance between the Centaur and Kylan fighters remains steadfastly beyond 10 meters, for the maximum range of the Kylan's sudden pursuit was precisely 10 meters. Assuming the Centaur remained stationary, the moment the Centaur reacted, it could effortlessly widen the gap. Chiron had never encountered such a comfortable battle. He was resolute in his decision to maintain distance as long as his opponent remained unscathed, doubting the opponent's capacity to sustain their onslaught. Just as everyone anticipated a protracted struggle, a thunderous explosion erupted, akin to a clap of thunder. A glimmering light cleaved through the sky, and with an elegant arc, the Kylan fighter descended. In the midst of its frantic dash, the Centaur mech suddenly disintegrated, its upper and lower halves separating and flying apart. Boom. Half a second later, the mech detonated. Victory to the Kylan. In the live broadcast room, various Martians were reveling in the excitement, teetering on the brink of a climax. When suddenly it felt as if their very essence had vanished. How could this be? It was inconceivable, an abrupt demise. The Martians in the room erupted in chaos. Their emotions boiling over, they longed to drown the puppet in their disdain, even dismissing the System's verdict as a deception. Damn it, deceitful earthlings, they exclaimed. These shameless beings must have resorted to underhanded tricks. How could this possibly lead to victory? I refuse to believe it. It's impossible, even if given 1,000 opportunities. They could never prevail. The Centaur fighter jets continued their relentless circling around the armored dragon, engaging in evasive maneuvers at a distance marked between 12 to 15 meters. This indicated that Chiron was exceedingly cautious, possessing a profound understanding of his opponent's limits. However, just as the Centaur fighter jets closed in to a mere 10 meters, the armored dragon vanished. The playback slowed once more. Throughout the defensive maneuver, the armored dragon had been gathering momentum, its engines operating at full power. A state known as the prelude to a surge. Yet, such proximity seemed unattainable for a mere thrust. It appeared as though the armored dragon had disappeared with a resounding explosion. In slow motion, Chiron unleashed a powerful surge, harmonizing with the engine's accumulated energy, achieving a remarkable equilibrium. At the precise moment when the mech's force and the engine's propulsion aligned perfectly, an extraordinary thrust was generated, reaching the zenith of its charge. Undoubtedly, this was an S-class, close combat technique. Yet, at this distance, the slow motion captured the final moment, as a blade of light swept through. The strike, a flash of brilliance. The harvest, executed with an air of elegance and tranquility devoid of any semblance of chaos, was reminiscent of a master chef deftly carving through a piece of meat. In an instant, the mech was sent sprawling. Chapter 48. The second battle. Zhuang Zhou paid little heed to the clamor and celebrations resonating in the comments, his gaze fixed, almost impassively, on the fireman old man. Truly difficult times, he sighed, struggling to fathom how defeat could still be a possibility. Even with 10 spaceships, while not an insignificant number, he could only muster a faint smile. Envisioning a pleasant evening barbecue with his comrades, Zhuang Zhou endeavored to suppress the mirth bubbling on his face, though he found it increasingly challenging. In stark contrast, the fireman's countenance was as grim as a rain-soaked day. Do you roast bear paws at your barbecue? 10 spaceships were hardly trivial for him. especially given the humiliating manner of the loss. What was that? A flash strike and a return of the swallow. Was that even a move made by a human? Or was it merely the work of that wretched mech, the armored dragon? Such swift maneuvers were typically the domain of NUP's new models, which had garnered significant acclaim at the S10 event. They were astoundingly sharp and utterly unexpected. In the words of a superpilot, this was a technical achievement only attainable through the resonance of a charge and a catapult start. A technique developed post the emergence of the new model by NUP's war machine, Maxim. This individual had seamlessly combined a flash strike with the return of the swallow, two high-intensity skills in perfect succession. Analysis videos had surfaced, revealing that merely relying on the distance of the flash strike was insufficient. It was the incorporation of the return of the swallow that amplified the mech's reach to its zenith in a singular, devastating blow. Moreover, at the moment of the advance, the position of the Centaur battle machine had yet to reach the attack zone, indicating that the armored dragon had to entirely anticipate the trajectory of the Centaur's movement. The combination of the Centaur's momentum and the power of the returning strike resulted in such a lethal effect. A clean severing. Even a slight deviation would render this outcome impossible. What manner of creature is this? I wonder how the Centaur battle machine could be cleaved in such a way. At most, it should have been torn apart. I have played countless rounds and never achieved such a result. Is this person perhaps a student of construction? I can discern an artistic quality reminiscent of a dimensional slash. If it weren't for the live broadcast, I might have thought it was a special effect. Musashi, Zhou and Yutong found themselves inexplicably gathered together. In the case of the Centaur, there was simply no follow-up. Alas, if only he were from Tianjin. Zhou mused. A true master is one who can grasp everything without uttering a word. This holds true in the battle against the Centaur as well, with such skill. There is indeed no need for a laser gun. Perhaps it was an oversight, but true strength lies in the ability to seize opportunities regardless of unfavorable conditions. Being human, there will always be misjudgments, allowing for psychological manipulation. What a terrifying individual. The three exchanged glances, clearly recognizing each other's thoughts. Does Yus possess someone so formidable? He appears relatively amicable towards Yus's adversaries, which surely indicates he is one of them. Compared to other federations, who treat every encounter as if kicking refuse, this is exhilarating. Zhuangzhou gazed at the fiery man with a contented expression, saying, "Brothers, this is the puppet god. As we proceed, I truly believe that one should not measure the puppet god with the mindset of the weak. It seems he perceives his opponents as too feeble, lacking challenges, and thus creates difficulties for himself. Yet, as it turns out, even such a scenario proves insufficient. He cannot triumph even in this situation. I find myself at a loss for words. Don't you agree, Teacher Hua? In responding to grievances, how does one repay kindness?" Fireman presented a spaceship. Fireman offered another spaceship. As 10 spaceships soared past, no matter how audacious Fireman was, he could not deny his actions during the live broadcast. "Thank you, boss, for your generosity. We eagerly await your next visit." Zhuangzhou chuckled. Fireman, ignoring Zhuangzhou, initiated his counterattack. "Fellow warriors of Rom, you have all witnessed the blatant rudeness of this puppet. Each time he concludes, he directly kicks our Rom warriors. This is sheer arrogance and provocation. I hope someone will step forward to teach him a lesson, to make him understand just how high the Martians soar, how solid the ground is, and how fierce our warriors can be." Zhuangzhou, who had been laughing, fell silent. Is this really a personal attack? He thought. Old man, that is not the way to express it. Fireman waved his hand dismissively. We Martians do not concern ourselves with others' actions. However, I feel the insult keenly. Perhaps I have been retired for too long. Otherwise, I would have already joined the fray. Martian warriors, I urge you to challenge the puppet directly. I, Fireman, will fight alongside you until the end. For every victory the puppet claims, I shall offer 10 spaceships, regardless of the cost, until he falls. Even if it means losing everything. As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance at Zhuangzhou. Zhuangzhou, too, was taken aback, thinking to himself, how shameless can one be? All right, since you've put it that way, I shall not cower as a newcomer. If the puppet loses, I shall bestow 100 spaceships. The momentum must not falter. The duo's live stream audience surged past 10 million, marking their entry into the realm of popular streamers. In the dormitory, the other three shivered in trepidation. 10. If they pooled their resources, they might just manage it, but 100? Even selling themselves wouldn't suffice. The thrill was indeed exhilarating. But what would follow? Seizing the lively intermission amidst the barrage of comments, the three brothers pulled Zhuang Zhou aside. Have you lost your mind? 100 spaceships? Even if we sold ourselves, it wouldn't be enough. What? 100? I thought you said 10, Zhuang Zhou replied, bewildered. What 10? Just now you said. If the puppet loses, you would give 100 spaceships. Brother, that's a million. You're just a small streamer. Zhuang Zhou was flabbergasted, realizing he had spoken without thinking, his youthful fervor causing him to blurt out a figure that subconsciously equated to 100,000. In the dormitory, the four timid souls exchanged glances, the gravity of the situation sinking in. They had made such a proclamation in front of thousands, and the world knew of Zhuang Zhou's affiliation with Tianjing's formidable machine. Let us do it. I bet on the puppet god's undefeated streak. A path shall surely emerge ahead. Zhuang Zhou resolved to stand firm. For once spoken, words could not be retracted. How could he back down before the fire-wielding man? What face would he have left? Indeed, with the puppet god's prowess, perhaps victory was within reach. If defeat were to come, so be it. Fear was not an option. What are you all discussing? I am quite excited. For underdogs, employing the softest demeanor, uttering the harshest words. One thing is certain. The popularity of the live broadcast consistently maintains a lofty 10 million, with a significant portion of the audience being Martians, who are inherently proud and easily provoked. Some even exhibit a rabid demeanor, ready to attack anyone they encounter, indifferent to reason, biting until submission. In this era, it is astonishing to witness individuals daring to challenge them. Unheard of. There must be a lesson imparted to the adversaries. Ram is certainly not lacking in talent. Someone has edited footage showcasing the puppet's responses when facing opponents from Use, NUP, and Ram. The puppet is most courteous towards Use, maintains a standard approach with NUP, yet displays the utmost impatience when confronting Ram opponents, treating them with a disdain akin to that reserved for refuse. However, he firmly believes that the puppet will inevitably meet defeat, as a more skilled individual will eventually bring him down. 100 spaceships would suffice for him to recover and profit. Martians are distinctly passionate. While the defeated Chiron is being ridiculed to the point of being unable to manage his own life, how could one lose in such a humiliating manner? So what if he used the skill sudden return? If one cannot evade it, they are merely weak. Li Hao sent a message to a Yu, who has yet to respond. A Yu is also striving hard. He must put in his best effort. 5,000 yuan? While I can tolerate many things. This is intolerable. Who do they think they are looking down upon? Li Hao decisively accepted. Ladies and gentlemen, in this second round, it appears that the puppet deity has accepted the challenge posed by Chiron. Many initially perceived this as mere coincidence. Let us delve deeper to ascertain whether this truly is the case, and to evaluate the prowess of Mars' foremost contender, the Centaur. Zhuang Zhou remarked. Chiron, an amateur expert in the Centaur mech, has been retired for quite some time, and it is only natural for his skills to have waned, Fireman commented. Oh, come now. Old chap, this is not in keeping with your usual demeanor, Zhuang Zhou jested. Fireman shot a sharp glance at Zhuang Zhou, suppressing his irritation. This foolish fellow must have paid for this challenge. What a needless endeavor. Chiron, however, was indignant, asserting that the true strength of the Centaur mech lies not in shooting, but in close combat. He even suspected that his opponent had deliberately neglected to wield a laser gun, thereby allowing him to launch a ranged assault and catch him off guard. Thus, in this encounter, he resolved to charge headlong, fully unleashing the characteristics of the Centaur mech. Chapter 49, Supernova. Many spectators were still cheering him on, yet individuals like Yi Tong displayed disdain, pondering how foolish one must be to overlook the evident disparity in skill. Whether it was the puppet or the armored dragon, neither was equipped with a laser gun. Regardless of the task, be it delivering takeout or employing EMPs, Li Hao approached his responsibilities with utmost dedication. This time, Chiron would not be deceived. He focused intently, gathering his energy as the mech braced itself, its engines roaring to life. Opposite him, the armored dragon was equally meticulous, wielding a titanium blade, the atmosphere thick with tension. The audience could sense the determination and resolve of Mars' premier internet celebrity Centaur. Any type of mobile warrior, having practiced thousands of times, may become more familiar with their machine than with their own body. As the armored dragon faced the frontal assault of the Centaur war machine, the prospect of evading the initial strike seemed bleak. Failure to do so would likely spell doom. The stability and adaptability of its limbs rendered humanoid mechs utterly inferior. Coupled with the force of the impact and the titanium spear, every inch wielded greater strength. Could the armored dragon evade this onslaught? Zhuang Zhou felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow as he envisioned 100 lethal spacecraft. While the fireman could afford to be reckless, he could not. One defeat for the puppet would mean the end of his streaming career, ushering in a new chapter in his life. The three individuals in the dormitory held their breath, once imbued with a flicker of confidence, now inexplicably extinguished. Boom. The canyon provided ample distance for the impact to build, and the centaur mech unleashed its full potential. Yet, the armored dragon remained motionless. The notion of evading with a swift strike was futile. The centaur's ability to pivot in an instant, combined with the length of the titanium spear, would render any inertia inconsequential, capable of delivering a fatal blow. This was the terrifying aspect of the centaur war machine, or perhaps the light fighter could simply evade, harnessing speed and agility to deny the opponent the chance to gain momentum. The armored dragon had nothing. In the fleeting moment of contemplation, the centaur mech had already gathered its full force. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. The furious eagle pouncing upon the rabbit. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar of the Chiron steed, the centaur charged, forsaking any leap, denying the adversary a moment to breathe. With spear in hand, the world was his. Boom. Crash, crash, crash. Boom. The puppet triumphed. The fireman's eyes nearly popped out. Had the Chiron steed been before him, he would have undoubtedly struck it down. What had transpired? Had the horse stumbled? Everyone witnessed the majestic centaur-like fighter suddenly crashing to the ground, completely out of control, before it erupted in a fiery explosion. Had it stumbled? My goodness. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Indeed, I have encountered humanoid mechas, but a centaur fighter for legs, no less, I have never seen before. It could very well anger its designer from beyond the grave. The centaur mecha had undeniably entered the extreme attack range, yet a glimmer of cold light shot forth. The centaur mecha attempted a blocking maneuver, but it was futile. The scene slowed as a titanium blade plunged directly into the cockpit. The out-of-control centaur fighter flipped and crashed not far from the armored dragon. The only action taken by the armored dragon was to throw a knife. Is this even permissible? Can this be done? A flying knife? What sort of madness is this? Truly, this utterly contravenes the instructional rules of the ROM Federation Military Academy. Knives are meant for cutting, not throwing. Li Hao silently murmured, "Thank you, boss." The centaur steed was kicked away. Zhuang Zhou stared unblinkingly at the fireman, who appeared quite awkward. He truly was unprepared. Gritting his teeth, he knew that as long as he could secure a single victory, he would profit. Endure. Gratitude was owed to the fireman for a spaceship. "Thank you, fireman. Thank you, fireman." Zhuang Zhou beamed with radiant joy, expressing gratitude to the puppet god, hoping that the subsequent adversaries would possess greater combat prowess, as it seemed the puppet god was yet to showcase its full potential. This left the Martian audience utterly infuriated, yet there was nothing to be done. They had all logged off. The screen was adorned with generous gifts from the audience of use, along with praises for Zhuang Zhou, some even directing their rewards specifically to him. For the first time, Xiao Shou experienced the joy of being a streamer. It was not merely the gifts, but the realization that many cherished him. He had evolved from timidly confronting the fireman to now standing his ground. This marked his growth, witnessed by those who would continue to support him. Zhuang Zhou, fear not. Stand firm against that old man, and give it your all. Whether in victory or defeat, we share the experience. Confront him. In the dormitory, the four young men exchanged glances, their exuberant cheers resembling a cacophony of youthful fervor. While a portion of the audience shifted their allegiance, others remained, such as those from the Puma team. The emphasis lay not on the effectiveness of the flying daggers, but rather on the manner in which they were deployed. Was it by chance or design? Robbie ushered everyone into VIP holographic mode, allowing a 360-degree view of the armored dragon strike. This feature was often restricted by many elite players to prevent easy imitation. As the centaur surged forward, the grip and stance of the armored dragon began to shift. At the moment when the centaur reached its zenith of momentum and focus, the dagger was released. The grip technique, the throwing motion, and the sharp tremors of the wrist resonated even in slow motion, the sounds of the mechanized movements echoing sharply. The titanium dagger vanished in an instant, leaving the onlookers parched with anticipation. "Boss, this person must be a monster. I enjoy playing darts myself, and this individual undoubtedly possesses remarkable skill. Is there really someone who practices this?" The atmosphere was charged with a sense of unrestrained aggression. This was the pinnacle of the Vanguard's pursuit. One could not help but wonder how such battle experience and instinctive judgment were cultivated. It intrigued me how someone of such caliber could previously remain in obscurity. The crowd turned their gaze towards Robbie, who merely shrugged. Despite the fervent curiosity of his companions, he was determined not to embroil his second brother in any trouble. He was not one to gossip. The memories of those days still stir a sense of indignation. Tianjing's mechanical prowess and Sichuan's hot pot. Who could resist the allure of food? Malone arrived with Shaman, but the greater concern among the group was for Li Hao's friend, Ayu. Musashi and Zhou Xiaodang were the quintessential foodies. As long as there was food, everything else paled in significance. I want it super spicy. I desire it unbearably hot. Coughing lightly, Malone interjected, "Brothers, let's have a dual flavor pot. Xingman and I will share." In this manner, he averted a potential conflict. "Malone, the dual flavor pot lacks soul," came the retort. "Xingman is my soul," he replied nonchalantly, eliciting laughter from Xingman, who was radiant with joy. In her third year, Xingman truly began to bloom, embodying the most beautiful moments of university life. She had shed her youthful naivety and blossomed into a mature elegance, her attire reflecting an increasingly refined taste, effortlessly outshining her peers. The frequency of public displays of affection between the couple had noticeably increased. Before long, Ayu arrived, breathless. "I'm so sorry for being late." "No worries, we just got here," Malone reassured her. "Allow me to introduce our dorm mates. This is Malone, the handsome one, Musashi, the supernova, Zhou Xiaodang, the seasoned fan, and Xingman, Malone's girlfriend, our most beautiful senior from Tianjing's mechanical prowess. And this is Ayu, an exchange student from the arts department." Upon their initial encounter, it was inevitable that they would scrutinize one another. Musashi had already formed an impression, while Zhou Xiaodang found the other party to be a rather pleasant young woman. Senior sister Xingman was indeed beautiful, yet she exuded an air of distance. As for Ayoyo, Ma Long felt a tinge of disappointment. Her skin was somewhat dark and slightly coarse, lacking the allure of her photographs. Wasn't she the esteemed young lady of the Nangong family? Xingman observed with keen interest. A woman, especially one possessing a hint of a queenly demeanor, made her feel more at ease, unlike Yi Tong, who was rather aggressive. Zhou Nai's character was commendable, but it was evident that they were not kindred spirits. Shaman warmly urged Ayoyo to take a seat. As the beer was served and the steam from the hot pot began to rise, the atmosphere instantly brightened. "Ayoyo, which city do you hail from in Inyupi? I spend almost all my holidays traveling to the moon, so I am quite familiar with that area." "Kasha. Kasha. That is the most renowned shopping city in the solar system, famed for its extensive selection. All the limited editions can be found in Kasha. Are you familiar with the MK shopping center? I absolutely adore that place." The moment shopping was mentioned, Shaman became quite loquacious. She genuinely cherished luxury items, believing that beauty should embellish life, rendering it more vibrant and colorful. As Xingman often said, a woman ought to treat herself well. Ayoyo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed splendid, though she rarely visited. "Next time, let us go together. I have many good friends in Kasha." When two young ladies engage in discussions about fashion and cosmetics, the young men find themselves at a loss for words. Even the esteemed Ma, known for his prowess, tends to adopt a more humble demeanor. It is not due to a lack of understanding. Rather, the conversation has piqued their interest, especially with the prospect of shopping the following day, which places considerable strain on their wallets. "Musashi, how fares your team? Why haven't Shonei and Yutong joined us? They are classmates after all. We should all revel in the merriment together." Ma Long expressed a hint of regret, as he greatly appreciated the presence of the three renowned beauties of Tianjing Jiwu on the same stage. "It is quite unfortunate, having been schooled, but how go? You should have given it a try. Listen to the class leader's arrangements. However, the disparity in skill is not as pronounced as one might think. Your abilities and those of Yi Tong are quite evident. It is merely a lack of team battle experience that holds you back," Li Hao remarked with a smile. "Zhou Nei ought to invite me. My skills in team battles remain formidable," Ma Long declared enthusiastically. As they dined, several tables of young men observed them, until one approached, inquiring if he was Musashi. Musashi nodded in acknowledgement. "You play exceptionally well. We at Tianjing Jiwu are counting on you. Your performance has been remarkable. You are the only one capable of holding your own against the puppet." Musashi felt a twinge of embarrassment, having lost and deeming his performance anything but commendable. Such humility is unwarranted. Have you not seen the Tianxuan news? You have been officially selected as a supernova for this year's use. When Li Hao referred to supernovae as an adjective, it held a weighty significance, embodying an actual title. This honor is bestowed solely upon the top contenders of the first and second years within the Federation, signifying that Musashi has officially become the emblem of Tianjin Jiwu. Chapter 50. Departure from the team. This evaluation is a comprehensive consideration of various factors. Each year, only a handful of individuals are selected as supernovas, which is indeed prestigious within the military academy realm. This truly makes Ma Long envious. It serves as an unmistakable badge of honor, akin to donning a buff when stepping out, making it all the more fitting for engaging with junior female students. I must insist that Musashi treat us. How could he not mention his selection as a supernova? We must celebrate this achievement. Let us raise a toast to Musashi and also to our new friend, Ayuyu. Ma Long, ever the atmosphere maker, knows how to set the mood. Musashi, however, remains indifferent. He believes that a title holds little weight, and true strength is the ultimate truth. He is acutely aware of the gap between himself and the puppet, though others remain oblivious to such disparities. It is such individuals who truly deserve admiration. Meanwhile, Li Hao converses with Ayuyu about her training. Although she is somewhat reluctant to dance, Li Hao finds her movements beautiful and enchanting. Ayuyu, still lacking confidence in her own dancing, feels a sense of joy from his compliments. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, but brimming with happiness. Ma Long chuckles at the scene, remarking, "How good, you truly are something." Ayuyu has traveled from 384,000 kilometers away. This is fate. I suggest you both celebrate with 3 toasts. Can you drink? I will. You are free to do as you wish. Li Hao responds with remarkable efficiency, swiftly downing 3 cups. Ayuyu gazes at the large cup with trepidation. But after a moment of resolve, she clenches her fist and declares, "I can do it." Amidst the applause of the crowd, I truly downed 3 cups in quick succession. The potent flavor of the liquor made a yo-yo stick out her tongue, yet a sense of unrestrained liberation surged within her. This was my most daring endeavor thus far, and I felt a newfound courage to indulge in alcohol again in the future. With an air of grandeur, Ma Long declared, "You are the most generous drinker we have ever encountered among the lunar girls." He winked at Li Hao, adding, "As brothers, I've helped you up to this point. The rest is up to you. Just remember what the teacher said, and you shall succeed today." During our conversation, everyone was aware that a yo-yo had come here to learn about earthly dance and music, particularly the unique theatrical tones of Tianjin, steeped in ancient culture, yet rich in flavor and historical depth. Oh, a yo-yo. Is that bracelet the limited KPL galaxy endorsed by Arths? My goodness, there are only 100 of those in the solar system. Sheng Man exclaimed in astonishment. After a few drinks, a yo-yo, feeling a bit warm, rolled up her sleeves, revealing the bracelet. The boys paid no mind, but Sheng Man immediately took notice, uncertain not about the price but about the sheer impossibility of acquiring such an item. "Oh, it's a fake," a yo-yo chuckled. "I picked it up casually while shopping." Sheng Man burst into realization. "That makes sense. It's something I couldn't possibly obtain." "No wonder," she continued. "I thought your galaxy design was a bit too dazzling. The authentic ones aren't this bright." "Are they? You must have added quite a few rhinestones," she teased. A yo-yo merely smiled, having forgotten to remove it. This was her personal treasure, distinct from those available to the public. At that moment, 2 bachelors suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. It used to be just Ma Long, but now even Li Hao had begun pursuing girls. "Ah, my dear friend, is the sole purpose of drinking merely to drink? It is the ambience we savor, the sensations we cherish. Just imagine, in a state of delightful inebriation, emotions swell, hormones surge, and affection multiplies. Courage amplifies, and every endeavor becomes magnified, whether it be the sweet exchange of romantic sentiments or spirited activities. You. Master Ma is rendered speechless in exasperation, lamenting that over a year of teaching has been in vain. Li Hao chuckles and waves his hand, asserting, "We are merely friends, and this is quite satisfactory, quite joyful. Wow, I am impressed by you. But never mind, at least you have come to your senses, which is an improvement over those 2 fools. Today, Master Ma is in high spirits and can offer some guidance. You enjoy giving us advice even without drinking." Zhou Xiaodang interjected unexpectedly. "Zhou Xiaobang, be serious. Allow me to pose a question. How can one swiftly render a woman defenseless against one's charms?" Musashi's eyes lit up as he eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, "This is my forte. Generally, a swift jab suffices, And if that fails, I can follow up with a combination of strikes. Aside from masters like Yi Tong and the class monitor, few can withstand such an onslaught. Well, our school is devoid of such talent. Observing the wide mouth of Zhuo Xiaodang, he repulsively shoved Ma Long aside, stating, "Ma Long, you ought to pursue acting. You have chosen the wrong field. Life is but a stage. I chose to study starship engineering solely for the sake of being dashing. My existence is woven with the thread of charm. Isn't that a bit too hasty?" Li Hao couldn't help but inquire, clearly intrigued yet apprehensive about startling the fair maiden. Foolishness. Aside from those particular moments, men are generally swift. However, it is often the women who, during such times, utter the phrase, "Isn't this a bit too hasty?" What would you do if such a situation arose? The three men exchanged glances, and then Zhuo Xiaodang suggested, "How about a different time?" "Huh." Ma Long dismissed him with indifference. "Not too fast, just right. It must be assertive and resolute." Musashi suddenly felt he had grasped the essence of the matter. It must be assertive. The three young men stared in astonishment, and Li Hao, after a moment of contemplation, looked at Zhuo Xiaodang and Musashi, admitting, "To be honest, when he said that just now, I didn't even find it shameless. I feel the same. Could it be that we have simply grown accustomed to it?" Zhuo Xiaodang wiped away some saliva. "No, we have accepted that he is merely a LSP." The dormitory erupted into a cacophony of noise. Despite the banter, there was a palpable envy for Ma Long's effortless composure in the presence of women. By Li Hao's standards, it was akin to his own experience in the EMP, unrivaled. As night fell, the forum remained abuzz with activity, particularly the EMP Forum of Mars, where the puppets had found themselves on the blacklist. Who dares to look down upon the warriors of Mars? What audacity, what insolence! It is crucial to note that Martians adhere to a principle. I do not care what you think. I care about what I think. If I believe you look down on me, then you indeed do. Even if you kneel, it is felt that you have not done so with sufficient sincerity. Many Martian competitors were eagerly anticipating the moment to teach the puppets a lesson. Yet, at that moment, the puppet was soundly asleep, slumbering deeply, when suddenly, Li Hao furrowed his brow. Li Hao felt as though his body was adrift, surrounded by an environment that was at once familiar yet profoundly alien, with faint echoes of Tianjing's architecture. However, why had it transformed into mere ruins? The air was shrouded in a haze, the ground a charred black, and the sky dimmed, casting a somber pall over the scene. Amidst the grayness, numerous large figures appeared to be moving at high speed. Was this a dream? He reassured himself, as the dreams Li Hao, that such a situation was fundamentally manageable. Having just concluded his midday class, Li Hao was summoned to the principal's office. "Good afternoon, principal." He greeted Long Danny with a level of decorum. "Li Hao, I regret to inform you that you may no longer represent Tianjing in the upcoming mecha competition." Long Danny offered no other excuses. Li Hao paused momentarily, a slight smile gracing his lips as he understood the principal's position. If Li Hao had expressed some frustration, it might have eased Long Danny's discomfort, but instead, his smile seemed to pierce her. "What do you require?" "I shall fulfill any request within my power," Long Danny said, recognizing Li Hao's considerable potential. She had intended to address her current tasks before giving him her undivided attention. Yet even she found it impossible to present sufficient justification to the official governing the competition. "Principal, I actually do have a matter to discuss. Classmate Yu wishes to pilot a mecha. May I take her to train with the simulation mecha?" "Of course, as long as safety is prioritized," Long Danny nodded. "Is there anything else?" "The class leader's team is in need of a coach. Their abilities are quite commendable, yet they lack team experience. And navigating this alone is rather time-consuming," Li Hao remarked. Long Danny pondered for a moment and decided to discuss with Professor Mingye, who recently had a tactical project that could align well with Zhou Nei's team training. "All right, Principal, please inform the class monitor. I shall withdraw from the team," Li Hao stated, indifferent to the decision, primarily concerned about avoiding any embarrassment for Zhou Nei and her companions. Danny acknowledged with a hum, recognizing that she could not simply suggest he play the role of a sparring partner, as that would be quite demeaning. Chapter 51. Conceptual Machine. After Li Hao departed, Long Danny rubbed her forehead. Initially, she had been filled with ambition upon assuming her position, believing that managing the school would pose no significant challenge. However, she now realized that one cannot wield the same decisive authority as in the military. Here, a more gradual and subtle approach is required. The crux of the issue lay in the insufficient strength of their team. Gao Yunfeng's squad had indeed improved, and unlike their inexperienced performance in S10, their upperclassmen had reached a peak state. Yet, Based on her insight, this enhancement was far from adequate, as their adversaries had progressed even further. This was also a dilemma concerning the newcomers. Was 1 year truly sufficient? Long Danny's original intention was to initiate change, but the reality proved to be far more complex. Meanwhile, Li Hao was messaging a Yu, who, regrettably, was preoccupied with training that day. "Senior, just wait for me to find a moment to sneak out." A Yu had left behind a beaming smiley face. The mere thought of her brought a broad smile to Li Hao's face. Soon, the news reached Zhou Neiyi and Yi Tong, prompting them to send a flurry of messages in protest, leading Li Hao to comfort them, reiterating that this situation should not be blamed on the principal, as he had never harbored overly optimistic expectations from the outset. Night Tong sought assistance from her family, but Li Hao declined. In this matter, Night Tong held little sway. It was evident that the Nangong family harbored the deepest resentment. However, they had long since retaliated. And if they were concocting any schemes, they would not jeopardize them over trivialities. Thus, regardless of what Night Tong articulated, it would bear no fruit. After the afternoon classes concluded, Zhou Neiyi and her companions busied themselves. Professor Meng Yi had already consented. He was a staunch supporter of the use mechas. Hai Yinfeng and others had also been invited, but Meng Yi believed they had succumbed to the tactical indoctrination of NUP. Their strategies fully entrenched and devoid of any strong subjective intent. To forcibly alter their approach would be futile. In contrast, Zhou Neiyi's team was distinct, possessing individual prowess and an intense desire to win, making them exceptionally suitable. With the addition of the two supernovas, Night Tong and Musashi, their potential was remarkable. Li Hao found himself with some free time and opened his EMP account. 0, 2 zeros. Li Hao was taken aback. How could there be over 70,000 in funds? Nonetheless, it mattered little. He promptly transferred the sum to another account that was in greater need of the funds. In no time, the balance dwindled to merely 2,000. Swayed by the allure of money, Li Hao, after his meal, eagerly made his way to the EMP building, which seemed more splendid than ever under its bright lights. The principal remained exceedingly benevolent. Although he could no longer fight for the school, he still enjoyed favorable treatment within the EMP, allowing Li Hao to quickly secure his own training room. Unbeknownst to him, many competitors within the EMP system, particularly in the ROM, were awaiting their turn. Faced with the cacophony of challenges, Li Hao cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, noting the eclectic mix of individuals, many of whom were merely there to join the fray. He had to select someone with a commendable score from this diverse assembly. Within the EMP system, there exist two sets of identifiers. One is a nickname, while the other comprises one's true name alongside their academy, the latter being predominantly used for formal training. ID, Purple Flash, true name, Mashu, hailing from the NUP Eternal Night A-Class Military Academy. He represented his academy as a fourth-year student in the S10 Lightweight Mecha Individual Competition, ultimately securing the 15th position. Having graduated this year, he has become a signed professional player with EMP. In addition to his role as a streamer, he also participates in the Super Mecha Tester program, showcasing his conceptual mecha, the Flash Knight. Our lunar lightweight mechas represent the mainstream evolution of human mecha development. While the antiquated designs of Earthlings and the peculiar hybrids of Martians are truly unnecessary to contest, I shall be awaiting the appearance of this individual over the coming days, as he is set to demonstrate what it truly means to be a soldier of the new era. Mashu eloquently recounted his experiences before unveiling a highlight reel of his battles as the Flash Knight. His popularity on the moon is quite significant, and the Lightning Knight model enjoys immense acclaim throughout the Solar System Alliance. Following his graduation and transition into a professional player with EMP, he has meticulously charted his path to rapid fame by specifically challenging renowned professional players from USE and ROM, thereby showcasing the comprehensive superiority of the moon. Recently, a rising star has emerged in the USE circuit, a professional player named Puppet, who has garnered immense popularity and a substantial following. He is derisively referred to by other federations as a figment of a fallen empire, stubbornly achieving victories with armored mechs to capture the affection of USE audiences. This tactic, though seemingly intentional, fundamentally caters to the fragile pride of Earthlings. However, the paradox lies in the fact that the higher one's popularity, the greater the risk of becoming a target. Mashu, not only formidable in strength, but also astute in business acumen, has deliberately chosen to forego a military career in favor of signing as a professional player, armed with a clear plan. Among his ambitions is Puppet, whose recent surge in fame presents a ripe opportunity. Failing to capitalize on this lucrative prospect could result in a missed chance. Victory seems inevitable for Mashu. As he wields the Lightning Knight, the only question is whether the opponent will dare to accept the challenge. Regardless of the outcome, he stands to gain. In the realm of mech battles, invincibility is paramount, and speed is the ultimate essence of survival. Even within the realm of NUP's medium and heavy mechs, speed remains a primary focus for designers. Should his opponent deploy a similar type of mech, the challenge would escalate. Yet Mashu remains confident, being a seasoned S-tier player. If faced with antiquated models like the Armored Dragon or Armored Tiger, he would prevail effortlessly. As Use and Rum indulge in their rivalry, Mashu seizes the opportunity to reap the rewards. A popular figure like Puppet risks losing all value with a single defeat, yet this encounter could elevate Mashu's profile significantly, attracting a flood of advertisements and endorsements. Thus, among EMP players, encounters are approached with utmost caution. In the training facility of the Celestial Star Mech Division, surely, this must be a fool. The Lightning Knight is merely a conceptual mech, and one's adversary can always be declined. Feynman couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Within the mech repositories of the 4 major federations, there exists a notable quantity of supermechs, commonly referred to as conceptual machines. These machines boast exceptional performance, yet their actual implementation faces certain challenges, primarily the need for further information gathering. Military academies also utilize them, yet they are not permitted in the S-League. As such, high-caliber competitors typically refrain from selecting them during sparring or team battles, a matter of unspoken understanding. In the realm of super mech development, NUP stands unrivaled. The other 3 federations undeniably lag behind in this regard. The Shining Knight is a superior version of the Silver Knight mech, surpassing it by at least 2 generations. Which further irked Feynman. It seemed that reliance on mech enhancements was a mere facade. Despite his loss, Feynman harbored immense respect for the puppet, a true powerhouse. He was not foolish in the slightest. Did one not notice that the puppet was indifferent to the choice of his opponents? Als chuckled, suggesting that if the puppet accepted the challenge and subsequently ended his winning streak, he would surely gain a surge of popularity. Damn, can such a victory truly be counted? That's a triumph for the mech. Feynman remained unconvinced and looked down upon such individuals, regardless of their lunar origins. What was there to be gracious about? Mashu and the previous user of the Centaur mech were professional EMP players. They sought popularity and victories, indifferent to such matters, and their fans shared this sentiment. Furthermore, I believe that given the puppet's capabilities, choosing the Armored Dragon would still offer a fair chance. Als remarked, comprehending that Feynman had developed a certain admiration for the puppet. Yet honestly, it was unnecessary. What if it were the Armored Tiger? I suspect he randomly selected a mech from the Armored series pool. Feynman let out a wry smile, unwilling to witness his admired opponent falter in such a senseless and trivial battle. A person of his caliber would never accept a challenge merely for a trifling sum of money. There was little that could be done. Al shrugged, somewhat perplexed by what the puppet intended to achieve. Chapter 52. The King of B Tournament. Although Feynman had lost, the impact was minimal. As a warrior of S10, individuals of his ilk were deemed practical fighters, requiring no validation through EMP scores or victories. Most of the elite competitors from various military academies exhibited a reckless approach in EMP, employing irrational decisions and audacious combat styles to enhance their skills, primarily to improve their reaction times in critical moments and accumulate experience. Naturally, such choices often led to exaggerated failures, but the audience and supporters seldom minded. When faced with the challenges of super matches, they generally embraced the opportunity to better themselves amidst adversity, with the outcome becoming less significant. However, for professional players contracted with EMP, victory held paramount importance. Their popularity and income hinged on their success, compelling them to do everything possible to secure it. The puppet evidently belonged to the latter category, a contracted professional player whose streak of consecutive wins only amplified this notion. He certainly wasn't an S-tier competitor, as none of them possessed such leisurely indulgence, especially considering the official streamer's arrangements. It was clear that he was a quintessential internet celebrity, which implied that maintaining victories and an air of mystery was his trademark. Feynman, I sense that you have recently become somewhat obsessed. Have you noticed how the streamer has arranged everything? Moreover, it seems that he is willing to accept any challenge from VIP subscribers, as he is merely an internet celebrity. There aren't that many enigmatic masters in the world, truly. Perhaps it would be better to focus on training. Als advised. No, I wish to wait a while longer. Feynman, being somewhat stubborn, left Als with no choice. They were good friends, so Als decided to wait a bit longer, knowing that the team training wouldn't commence until 8 o'clock. As fate would have it, the puppet had logged in. A considerable influx of challengers had arrived. Yet the number willing to pay for a challenge was exceedingly limited. 5,000 is no trifling sum. Many were following up on ROM. Though perhaps NUP had the advantage of superior internet speed. Li Hao finally selected Zishan from a plethora of challengers, though he did not know the individual personally. The fact that they were adept at piloting the Lightning Knight piqued his interest greatly. Meanwhile, Mashu was also filled with anticipation, aware that there were numerous challengers at this moment. Red, who hasn't he experienced fame at least once? That feeling is utterly irresistible. Ding. Your challenge against the puppet has been successfully arranged. You are about to enter the battle selection stage. Bingo. Li Hao stepped onto the battlefield, where his opponent had chosen the Lightning Knight for the Lunar Arena. Zhuangzhou and Fireman quickly followed suit, as this time frame was fundamentally their prime working hours. Fireman was waiting for the ROM participants, only to be preempted by the audacious lunar individuals. Were they attempting to seize the opportunity? The puppet's popularity was significantly bolstered by the Martians. If the lunar participants were to triumph, it would imply that the Martians were utterly inferior. Who would he turn to for justification? What a situation. Does this player, Mashu, truly remain oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the puppet? They solely utilize armored units. Yet he opts for a conceptual mech, and not just any, but one that ranks as a top-tier lightweight mech in the previous S-Series competition. Frankly speaking, if I were the puppet and possessed even a modicum of intellect, I would categorically decline. It is both reasonable and justifiable. At this moment, the fireman unhesitatingly stands on the side of righteousness. In the past, Zhuangzhou would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed with gratitude, praising his Martian comrade for his gallantry. However, the current Zhuangzhou understands instantly that this is merely a fear of the puppet appearing weak should he lose to the opponent. The initial encounter is undeniably the most significant, and it is unnecessary to undermine oneself at this juncture. I wholeheartedly concur. If he were to accept, I believe the puppet god could select a stronger mech instead of perpetually relying on armored units. Many spectators likely wish to witness his prowess with other mechs as well. Zhuangzhou subtly alludes to the fact that the Martians are even more shameless. Should they employ this tactic, at the very least, they should refrain from confining themselves to armored units, as it is profoundly detrimental. The puppet has risen to fame through armored units. How could he forsake his origins? Faced with such an unreasonable predicament, he could opt to refuse. Yet should he accept, he must remain true to himself. The fireman expounds eloquently, provoking Zhuangzhou, who wishes to silence him. He knows full well that, were it the Martians in his position, they would undoubtedly present a completely different rationale. However, amidst the discourse, the puppet has made the choice to accept. The Lightning Knight on the lunar battlefield. This is a perfect match, maximizing the speed of this lightweight super mech to its utmost potential. To put it succinctly, it is akin to maneuvering in an almost virtual mode against a real-world scenario. The dilemma arises, which puppet to choose. Although Use possesses formidable mechs, they may not rival NUP in quantity, yet they still offer comparable performance. Perhaps the Dragon Fighter would be a fitting option, as its speed can keep pace. I believe the puppet god could also opt for the Lightning Knight, ensuring a level playing field. After all, the puppet god may not have prior experience with this choice. Nevertheless, the acceptance of such decisions seems utterly absurd. The audacity is staggering. The first generation of the armored tiger stands before them. Zhuangzhou and the fireman exchanged glances, astonished by the puppet's swift resolution. However, does this choice even warrant continued combat? Surrender might be the wiser option at this juncture. The armored dragon possesses some speed and a lethal finishing move, the lightning strike, which offers a glimmer of hope. Yet, this armored tiger? Its bulk renders it incapable of evading effectively. The fireman cursed under his breath, questioning the value of their previous investments. As a social media influencer, once the C-tier status is breached, the puppet's worth diminishes significantly. As for the officials, they seem utterly indifferent. There are countless contracts in circulation. Without the puppet, there remain dolls and figurines. Endless options abound. Discussions aside, the battle must commence. Both sides enter the distinctive lunar battlefield, where the gritty terrain simulates lunar gravity, approximately equivalent to 0.95 of Earth's. The difference is minimal. Yet unfamiliarity with the lunar environment may affect movement and precision. This is precisely why elite military academy contenders undergo extensive training, mastering the operation of various mechs in diverse environments. The Armored Tiger and Lightning Knight now take the stage. The Lightning Knight, a lightweight conceptual model weighing 60 tons, is powered by a novel helium-3 nuclear fission drive and features the V5 dual short-range laser swords. What defines a conceptual mech is its streamlined design, minimizing resistance while ensuring structural integrity. The innovative kinetic system allows the Lightning Knight to traverse the battlefield with unparalleled freedom, remarkably immune to EMP malfunctions. However, in practical applications, the failure rate of such conceptual mechs remains significantly high, necessitating further research. For the military, the aim is not to achieve perfection in a single leap, but to continuously implement incremental enhancements. As two mobile warriors enter the fray, fans of the puppet express their concerns, yet there remains a glimmer of hope. There is no need for apprehension. Our admiration for the puppet god lies in his ability to turn the impossible into reality. His choice must be justified, and I firmly believe that the puppet god will deliver an extraordinary performance for everyone. Zhuang Zhou, with fervor, declared while brandishing his fist. Meanwhile, Zhuang Zhou, with a subtle smirk at the corner of his mouth, realized that this young individual had grasped a vital aspect of being a streamer, the art of speaking nonsense with open eyes. The Lightning Knight's eyes emanated a violet glow. Though significantly smaller than the Armored Tiger, their juxtaposition resembled artifacts from two distinct eras. With a soft gesture, the Lightning Knight pointed towards the Armored Tiger mech, discarding the two short-range lasers to the sides before drawing the laser sword, aimed squarely at the Armored Tiger. I've heard of your exceptional skills. As Moon Warriors, we shall not take unfair advantage of you. A laser sword will suffice to contend with you. The fans of the Lightning Knight erupted in exuberance, relishing the thrill of this audacious, yet charming display. The postpartum caregiver is indeed quite unremarkable. Equipped with a heavy shield, they remain undeterred by the onslaught of laser beams, rendering the shield effectively useless. What? The fireman's statement faltered mid-sentence. The Armored Tiger silently cast aside the large shield, and before the fireman could even blink, the titanium spear was firmly planted into the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Is this permissible? Could it be that he intends to deliver a single blow to himself? Owls and Feynman exchanged bewildered glances at their level of expertise. They could comprehend that the absence of lasers rendered the shield futile. The cumbersome nature of such an object only exacerbated its inefficacy. As for the titanium spear, its might is typically proportional to its length, but in the hands of the Lightning Knight, who commanded absolute superiority, it transformed into a liability. The unwieldy spear could hardly be wielded effectively. Perhaps a fist would be the optimal choice, albeit this notion stems from a place of desperation rather than strategy. With a sudden surge, the Lightning Knight charged forth, executing a variable step maneuver, reminiscent of a flickering bolt of lightning as he darted past the Armored Tiger, only to swiftly return. The laser sword once again approached the Armored Tiger's battle machine like the scythe of death. Yet, the Armored Tiger remained utterly motionless, failing to register any response. It was evident to all that the Lightning Knight was merely toying with his opponent, not truly attacking, but rather showcasing his prodigious speed. The audience was left baffled. How had the previous contestants succumbed to defeat with such sluggish reflexes? Overcoming such ineptitude would be akin to plucking fruit from a tree, effortlessly within reach. Both Zhuang Zhou and the fireman were rendered speechless. The fireman found the spectacle too disheartening to witness. What a pitiful display! The disparity in velocity was appalling, leaving one without any semblance of a reaction. Even he could easily succeed in such a contest. Chapter 53. The evasion of paper with a swift movement. The Lightning Knight aimed directly at the left hand of the Armored Tiger. The Armored Tiger shifted slightly. In an instant, the brilliance of the Lightning Knight flashed by, yet it found nothing but air. Mashu was momentarily taken aback. Fortune smiled upon her as she narrowly evaded the strike. In a graceful and fluid maneuver, the Lightning Knight charged once more at the Armored Tiger with a resounding impact. With a surge of energy, it executed a spiral slash aimed at the machine's legs. This was a low-level attack, targeting one of the most difficult areas for heavy armor to defend, thus increasing the pilot's operational difficulty and physical strain. However, the Armored Tiger advanced steadily, step by step, while the Lightning Knight's strikes consistently missed their mark. Several times, the laser swords grazed the mech, yet none inflicted any substantial damage. The Armored Tiger, though cumbersome, exuded an inexplicable aura. Its movements were grand and deliberate, yet it adeptly evaded all assaults. A subtle smile curled at the corner of Fireman's mouth as he began to savor the unfolding encounter, though it remained perilously tenuous. If it were an ordinary contestant, the situation might be less alarming, but Mashu had chosen to become a professional pilot under the EMP banner, undoubtedly enticed by a lucrative offer from the Lunar EMP Group. This indicated her inherent prowess, for the essence of a concept machine lies in its performance. As the exchanges continued, Mashu recognized that her opponent possessed considerable skill. The Lightning Knight's other laser sword emerged, crossing with the first. The mech's center of gravity lowered slightly, engines roaring to life. Indeed, the initial attacks had only unleashed 60% of their potential. Suddenly, everyone was momentarily dazzled as a brilliant light flashed by, instantly arriving before the colossal armored tiger. Two beams of light intersected in a dazzling display. The extreme flash of the momentous cross-slash. To say that facing a heavily armored foe was challenging is an understatement. Even against a standard medium mech, such a full-power, rapid execution requires no finesse. Until now, he had never missed, yet there was something amiss. In the next instant, a sense of impending danger enveloped him, prompting a swift lateral flash, retreating at breakneck speed. The armored tiger also retracted its poised right hand, creating a distance of over 10 meters, leaving the Lightning Knight momentarily hesitant to launch an attack. The paper-thin evasion left Owls with a smirk, incredulous that such a cumbersome entity could predict its opponent's attack patterns through significant movement. Feynman nodded, recognizing the mastery of distance, which had already been evident in the battle between Musashi and the puppet. The puppet's close combat prowess was unprecedentedly formidable, and its perceptiveness was equally terrifying. Only those who have reached a certain level and sparred with him could truly feel such pressure. The audience could only watch in bewilderment. Fight! Are they foolish? How can the Lightning Knight be so inept as to not engage? The sudden halt of the Lightning Knight frustrated many spectators. It was one thing for the armored tiger to refrain from attacking, given its cumbersome form, but to not even attempt to strike back, especially when the opponent's weapon was discarded, was utterly confounding. In a fleeting moment, the tide of allegiance shifted overwhelmingly in favor of the armored tiger, garnering support not only from other federations, but also from the audience of the NUP. There exists a discernible distinction between the inhabitants of the moon and those of Mars. The former, while inclined towards Federation allegiance, still possess a moral compass, detesting cowardice above all. In this battle, the Lightning Knight had already seized the upper hand, with aggression being the sole avenue for victory. At this juncture, Mashu was completely oblivious to the external perceptions. In that instant, his back was drenched in sweat. When the opponent executed a paper-thin evasion, he had not anticipated it at all, resulting in a momentary stagnation of his mecha. The armored tiger had the opportunity to strike decisively, and he felt the weight of a lethal threat, should a light mecha be struck head-on by heavy armor. The consequences would be perilous, regardless of the latter's relative strength. What left him feeling paranoid was that, despite the opponent's attack being initiated, it abruptly halted, affording him a fleeting moment to react. What does this signify? At that moment, the armored tiger gestured towards the Lightning Knight with a flick of his hand. Instantly, the arena erupted with excitement. Brothers, did you see that? I must believe in the puppet god. Though the situation appears somewhat dire, it is firmly within our grasp. Zhuangzhou exclaimed passionately. Beside him, the fireman smiled slightly. Xiao Zhuang, stay calm. Although the evasion is currently executed with finesse, the Lightning Knight only needs to seize a single opportunity to bring down the armored tiger. You don't understand, Lao Nan. The puppet god is no ordinary being. Young people should be open to diverse opinions and must never deify any individual. Initially filled with doubt, Matthew was completely ignited upon witnessing this action. In that moment, clarity surged through his mind. He suddenly slapped himself, realizing the multitude watching this match. How could he falter? The two laser swords whirled spectacularly between his hands, showcasing his skills. With a swift motion, the twin-headed dragon of the laser swords connected, and the Lightning Knight gave a thumbs up to the opposing armored tiger before descending in a reverse arc. A thunderous roar erupted, and dust filled the air. The Lightning Knight moved like a fleeting shadow, lowering his center of gravity until he vanished from sight. During the entire charge, the mecha appeared almost to float. In the next instant, he reappeared beneath the armored tiger, launching upward in a dazzling arc with the twin-headed dragon. At that precise moment, An explosive sound resonated, sending dust skyward. 3 seconds later, victory was declared for the puppet. The fireman, with a lit cigar poised to his lips, widened his eyes instantly upon hearing the announcement, slowly bringing the smoldering end to his mouth. As the smoke cleared, onlookers beheld only the standing armored tiger mech. While the defeated Lightning Knight lay shattered at its feet, his once sleek form now marred by a gaping hole in the chest, its aerodynamic design utterly fractured. What is this? Does the armored tiger possess some hidden weapon? Could it have withstood a punch? Is it possible for such a blow to cause this level of devastation? It is certainly not the mechanized fist that inflicted the damage. Such force could not penetrate, and even if it could, it would not result in such pervasive fracturing. As a scholar in the field of mechanized materials, I assert this with conviction. I find it curious how composed the puppet appears. It must possess some secret weapon, perhaps indicative of a new research direction from the US military. I too share this sentiment. It seems to embody a super mech resembling a kite tiger. Did you not notice? How could the kite tiger possibly match the speed of the Lightning Knight? In a moment, a plethora of experts emerged, and surprisingly, their arguments held merit. Zhuang Zhou, in high spirits, has completely liberated himself since forming a deadly pact with the fireman fear? Not in the slightest. Everyone, remain calm. This is standard procedure. I fail to comprehend why anyone believes the puppet god will falter. From the moment we laid eyes on the puppet god, has he ever acted recklessly? Is weaponry necessary to combat a conceptual machine? I pose this question. Is weaponry truly necessary? Zhuang Zhou exclaimed fervently. Meanwhile, the fireman, having soothed his burnt lips, remarked on the excessive bravado. Let us not speak too boldly, dear audience. Let us review the analysis video. The puppet likely discarded its weapon deliberately to induce overconfidence in its opponent. Subsequently revealing the hidden arsenal of the kite tiger, he stated calmly. Xiao Zhuang, as a broadcaster, maintain your composure. Before Zhuang Zhou could retort, the analysis video commenced. The assault of the Lightning Knight appears extraordinarily vivid in slow motion, pushing speed and agility to their utmost limits. A single strike can lead to a relentless barrage against the cumbersome armored tiger. The Lightning Knight's movements are nothing short of spectacular, while the armored tiger is compelled to execute wide-ranging maneuvers almost instantaneously in response to the Lightning Knight's actions. Though these movements are expansive, they are executed with remarkable swiftness, and each displacement nearly marks the conclusion of the Lightning Knight series of attacks, just a hair's breadth away. To the right, a professional technical maneuver is identified as paper dodge, signifying a complete comprehension of the opponent's movements and the mech's capabilities, allowing for minimal evasive actions while effectively avoiding the adversary's strikes. This represents a pinnacle of technique and control exhibited by a lightweight mech when confronted with heavy armor. The audience gasps in astonishment, particularly the students from various military academies. While other federations may remain indifferent, here in use, puppetry broadcasts are prevalent, with B-grade academies streaming the event and A-grade institutions opting for live coverage in the absence of their own competitors. For a military student, employing paper defense against a lightweight mech is tantamount to declaring the opponent utterly inept. Yet, the puppet faces a conceptual machine. When the puppet is finally granted an opportunity for retaliation, the once animated discussions fall into a profound silence under slow motion. This exemplifies a complete disregard for the adversary's capabilities. Clearly, the opposing Mashu senses this, leading to a moment of hesitation, as he grapples with the uncertainty of whether his speed surpasses that of the opponent or if the latter has merely offered an opening. For being caught in the fray makes it impossible to ascertain the truth. This is precisely why he can only be a professional player. At his level, the special operations team would not accept him. One should have gauged the opponent's capabilities after the initial wave of attacks, yet he continues to show off recklessly, his combat power and awareness diminishing rapidly. Such incisive remarks can only be attributed to their captain, Tita. Huh, Captain, we are aware of that. After all, he is the Lightning Knight and has learned from his previous defeat. How could he allow his mech to be damaged to such an extent? That level of destruction seems excessive, remarked Alzi with a grin. In truth, this has puzzled all the experts as well. The final strike was entirely at the performance limit of the Lightning Knight's mech, with its inherent powerful capabilities, combined with the slightly reduced gravity of the moon, creating a hovering impact effect. In terms of execution, Mashu did not falter. However, the issue arose at that critical moment when the armored tiger executed a heavy assault dash. The analytical video downplayed the dust effect, Was it a heavy assault? No, it was a half-step advance, creating space. Once the Flash Knight's rapid assault reaches its peak state, it becomes impossible to reverse. The sudden lateral movement of the armored tiger renders the opponent incapable of reacting. In the next second, everyone's eyes widened. What weapon was that? In an instant, the armored tiger, accompanied by a thunderous roar, delivered a punch to the opponent. Astonishingly, this single punch pierced through the opponent's mech, and within half a second, the entire surface of the mech visibly shattered. This, a bug? Chapter 54. The collapse of the bow and fist. It is highly likely that a bug has occurred. Although the armored tiger possesses great strength, it cannot be to such an exaggerated degree. The fireman smiled faintly. Indeed, the officials issued a pause, as the destructive power of the attack was evidently beyond imagination. How could I, the Lightning Knight, possibly lose? What does encountering a bug even mean? Perhaps the previous evasions were similarly flawed. I cannot shake the feeling that a heavy armor unit should not possess such capabilities. Why should a heavy armor unit evade light mechs with such ease? Does it think it is the legendary Tianwang family way? Meanwhile, in Mashu's live stream, the atmosphere was filled with support, yet Mashu remained silent. His face pale as he sat in the training chamber, facing the camera. This punch awakened him. He once yearned for the pinnacle of operation. But during his final year of university, he struggled tirelessly to achieve a temporary rank of 15th in the EMP, feeling as if he was merely treading water despite his efforts. Failing to pass the Special Forces application was a second blow, ultimately leading him to pursue a career as a professional streamer for EMP. Initially, his signing with EMP was fulfilling, and he thrived, dominating the battlefield. However, it was through the incessant use of the Lightning Knight that his performance began to decline severely, and by the time he realized it, it was already too late. In Mashu's commentary, the punch of the armored tiger was once again slowed down, accompanied by a continuous shot. It was only then that everyone realized that the colossal armored tiger mech, while executing a sudden lunge, was simultaneously rotating its body, its right arm already extended. The moment the thrusting action was completed, what appeared to be a freeze frame in slow motion, in reality, signified that the force had reached a state of overwhelming potential for attack. In other words, if this punch were to be withheld, the mech could risk overloading. This was an attack maneuver capable of causing heavy overload. Boom! Mashu's fans were momentarily stunned, as if they were reminded of the Mashu they once knew, a warrior filled with indomitable spirit, always seeking out the strongest adversaries. However, Mashu appeared momentarily dazed, then abruptly leaped up, pointing at the screen, exclaiming, "No, no, no." The barrage of comments flooded in. After a brief pause, Mashu executed one last punch in slow motion, magnifying the shot to focus on the mech's fist. At that moment, not only the audience but also top-tier experts like Tita and Robbie were left speechless. The solid punch landed, and the bow punch obliterated. This was a series of swift, overwhelming strikes known as the Flashing Overlord's heaven-splitting crash. Whether in the live stream, commentary, or even Mashu himself, words failed them, while all the warriors in the EMP hall of various military academies watching the live broadcast were captivated by this scene. A sense of despairing intimidation enveloped the atmosphere. Upon looking back at the armored tiger, inexplicably, a shroud of pressure descended upon everyone's hearts. The mech, despite being one already decommissioned by the US military in that moment, exuded a deterrent power that rivaled that of any super mech. As everyone was engulfed in shock, Zhuang Zhou felt an inexplicable sense of normalcy. Calmly rising from his chair, he opened his arms wide and proclaimed, "Warriors of the entire Solar System Alliance, it is my honor to introduce to you the invincible war puppet from our use." In that moment, the EMP hall of Tianjing's mechanized forces erupted with thunderous applause. Initially, there was astonishment, but Zhuang Zhou's final words ignited a profound sense of pride among every inhabitant of Earth. They had never believed they would remain in perpetual decline. A hero was destined to emerge. Just as everyone anticipated the puppet's next battle, it unexpectedly went offline. Whether it was the eager spectators or the competitors waiting for their challenge, such a lack of professionalism. The one who managed to summon Li Hao was, of course, a yo-yo who had slipped out after her training. Upon noticing the puppet's disconnection, Tita also ended the live broadcast and dialed Robbie's celestial communicator, her fighting spirit surging. "Captain Robbie, when will you invite your secret weapon for another match?" "Haha, Captain Tita, if he appears frequently, he can no longer be called a secret weapon." Robbie flashed a radiant smile. "There are handsome men emerging from South America. Let us not beat around the bush. I hope he will participate in the next match. Tita directly ignored the gleaming smile. I cannot guarantee that. Just wait for my news. Upon ending the call, Robbie felt a headache coming on. It was evident that Tito was interested in the second brother, yet he was not from the Puma team, and it would be inconvenient to trouble him too often. Feeling somewhat inept, he thought that with his brother's level of expertise, he should at least be able to guide him. Despite the ongoing training, Robbie sensed that he had reached an impasse. At this rate, significant breakthroughs seemed unlikely for the year. Meanwhile, Li Hao had already met up with a Yu at the training ground. Upon seeing each other for the first time, their faces lit up with uncontainable smiles. Senior, am I interrupting you? A Yu asked. Not at all. The principal has already granted permission for us to use the beginner training mechas, so you can pilot one while I assist you, Li Hao replied. Wow, is that really possible? I've wanted to try it myself for such a long time. Which model are we using? The big one. The big one? You mean the armored tiger? Well, I think we should go with the armored leopard instead, Li Hao chuckled. Knowing that a Yu would only be able to handle a lightweight mecha, I prefer the larger one. Let me try the armored tiger, a Yu exclaimed, revealing a surprisingly strong sense of challenge despite her gentle demeanor, showcasing her underlying adventurous spirit. These training mechas were primarily used for freshman classes, and at this hour, there was no one else around. In truth, new students showed little interest in these older models. Feeling a bit self-conscious about the height, a Yu gasped as Li Hao swiftly scooped her up and dashed towards the training mechas. Each mecha had 2 seats, one for the instructor and one for the student, allowing for assisted operation. A Yu was thrilled to have her first experience in the official pilot's seat. Senior, how do we do this? She asked eagerly. I'll help you, Li Hao assured her. Li Hao helped the yo-yo put on the sensor, suggesting they first acclimate to the force, as the weight of the armored tiger was rather substantial. Could you lift your arm for a moment? He inquired. All right, I do relish this imposing presence, the tyrant titanium spear. Heh. At that moment, a yo-yo resembled a lively little tiger, flashing her small white teeth, her battle prowess seemingly off the charts. A yo-yo strained to lift her arm, exerting every ounce of her strength, her small face flushed crimson, yet the mech remained utterly still. Hoo. Senior. Is this broken? It won't budge at all. A yo-yo panted, her breath coming in quick gasps. Oh dear, do you truly believe your petite frame can withstand such heavy armor? Li Hao chuckled, observing a yo-yo's struggles. Impossible. I possess immense strength. I am a bearer of golden genes. Even if I do not sing or dance, I can still pilot a mech. A yo-yo retorted indignantly, proud of her genius status, wondering why it refused to move. After 2 minutes of grunting and straining, the armored tiger remained motionless in the training ground, and anyone present could have easily fallen asleep from the awkwardness. I believe you are doing this on purpose. Show me your moves, a yo-yo provocatively challenged. Aware that her senior was also from the mech department. I've seen someone wield the armored tiger with great prowess. Can you do that? Oh dear, Junior. Whom do you underestimate? Whatever others can achieve, I can too. Li Hao patted his chest, jesting. He had yet to yield to anyone when it came to mechs. All right, impress me. If it's extraordinary, I shall sing for you. Suddenly, the eyes of the armored tiger gleamed with intensity as it stepped onto the stage. Amidst a Yu's astonished exclamations, it soared into the sky, the Titanium King's spear already assembled midair. The electric light flickered like a dragon, piercing through the vast expanse. The cumbersome warplane now resembled a colossal titan, sweeping through the battlefield with unwavering resolve. With a thunderous roar, a shot was fired, though it was merely a feint. The air was rent with a sound akin to an explosion. Completing the series of attacks, Li Hao remained unfazed, observing the seemingly intoxicated a Yu beside him. Oh, how about that? Senior, you must have done that on purpose. A Yu gently bit her lip. Li Hao, on purpose? You think if I dazed you, you wouldn't have to teach me anymore? That's impossible. No, to quote Teacher Ma, that's called turning the tables on me, Li Hao replied, shaking his head. Regardless, Senior, you cannot bully me. I want to try the armored leopard, and if it doesn't work, it must be due to your poor teaching, a Yu declared, waving her delicate hand. The armored leopard should be feasible. Come, let us give it a try. Li Hao opened the hatch and extended his hand. A Yu glanced helplessly below, wondering, do you all leap like this every time, without needing a ladder? What need have we for a ladder? We are indeed exemplary students of Tianjing's mecha arts, professionals. Li Hao replied somewhat bashfully. Actually, there is a ladder, but I hid it. Teacher Ma says only pigs use ladders. The atmosphere had reached this point, and a monthly pass was requested. Chapter 55, The Descending Deity. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. He did not wish to appear foolish, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment, his movements lacking fluidity. If it were Teacher Ma, she would undoubtedly create a spectacle, intentionally crafting an air of ambiguity to foster closeness. Just as Li Hao hesitated to utter something, a Yu's face flushed slightly as she embraced Li Hao's waist. Suddenly invigorated, Li Hao felt a surge of affirmation. His teacher did not deceive him. YYDS. Clutching a Yu, he swiftly descended, heading towards the armored leopard on the other side. The mechas here were specifically designed for beginners. Meanwhile, a Yu and Li Hao remained oblivious to the serious expression of Long Danny in the management room adjacent to the training ground. Upon receiving notification of their entry, she had rushed over. A Yu's identity was too sensitive. Any mishap would bear consequences no one could shoulder. She began to regret acquiescing to the request. Ordinarily, it should have been merely a formality, as she had no genuine interest in mechas. Although the movements were non-combative, the force behind each shot was undeniable. This was no mere display of fanciful techniques. Moreover, after completing a set of actions, Li Hao's heart rate and other bodily metrics showed no significant fluctuations. His physical prowess was astonishing. It was evident that Li Hao was a master, exactly what she needed. In fact, upon reviewing Li Hao's profile, she had sensed this possibility. The school's mediocre performance could easily be overlooked, which is why she placed Li Hao in Zhou Nei's team for observation. To her surprise, he exceeded expectations. The predicament at hand is rather intricate. She has conducted her investigation and discovered that the events of yesteryear are now behind us. However, the Morifis family remains a concealed major shareholder of EMP, while S-Race is officially spearheaded by EMP. Thus, allowing Li Hao to take the stage would be akin to publicly slapping the Morifis family in the face. Furthermore, there are lingering issues related to the apocalypse that the Alliance would prefer to keep buried indefinitely. Even Long Danny finds the situation to be quite challenging. Yet, it would be a tremendous loss to let such talent go to waste. Long Danny resolves to contemplate alternative solutions, but it is imperative that they are executed flawlessly without any further delays. At this moment, under Li Hao's guidance, a Yu takes the first step in the armored leopard. However, it does not resemble a fierce leopard but rather a tipsy husky, swaying unsteadily and nearly toppling over several times. Li Hao scrambles to adjust the center of gravity, while a Yu, with remarkable audacity, remains blissfully unaware of danger and, eager to run before mastering the art of walking, inadvertently sends the armored leopard plummeting. Seizing the control, Li Hao braces himself and with a single hand, elevates the armored leopard gracefully to the ground. How about that? Does it remind you of your dance? Li Hao inquires. Do you remember? A Yu asks, her excitement undeterred by fear. How could I possibly forget? It is etched in my memory for a lifetime, Li Hao instinctively replies. I even dream about it at night. A Yu's cheeks flush slightly. Senior, since you performed admirably today, allow me to sing a song for you. What would you like to hear? I can sing a multitude of songs. Feel free to make a request. Li Hao shrugs. Let me ponder that for a moment. Oh, how about Unstoppable? Do you know it? Art's masterpiece. It's quite powerful and perfectly suited for moments of battle. Do you also enjoy arts? Ayo gently bit her lip. I'm not particularly fond of idols. It's mainly our dorm mate, the little chubby one, Zhou Xiaodang, who is an ardent fan of arts. She listens to his music every day, and as a result, I've memorized some of it. I don't usually listen to much music, but this particular song is quite invigorating. Is it too challenging, though? Ayo smiled charmingly. Oh, then I shall give it a try. I will wear a smile. Understanding how to navigate social nuances for showing weakness is ill-timed for me. I am ready to take the stage. I want you to know I'm unstoppable. I'm invincible. Li Hao initially paid little attention, yet as he listened, he became captivated. Within this small frame resided such a formidable spirit. I am invincible. I am an unstoppable force. Li Hao was uncertain of where his future lay or what the ultimate goal of Bleem was, but he felt indifferent and unafraid. After one song concluded, Li Hao applauded, exclaiming, "Good." Ayo also smiled, mischievously winking. How good was it? This, quite excellent, almost akin to the original. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. If Teacher Ma were here, he would certainly not say that. Of course, in such an environment, Teacher Ma's words would serve more than just a communicative purpose. For reasons unknown, Ayo chuckled gleefully, and Li Hao could only join in her silly laughter. It is yet another splendid evening. Ever since a Yu entered his life, Li Hao's once surreal existence has blossomed into a vibrant tapestry. He feels as though he is beginning to resemble a normal person. What a chaotic mess. I am merely practicing mecha with a Yu, a task assigned by the principal. Who are you kidding? The principal is involved, and in this day and age, what could possibly be more exhilarating than the cockpit? Stop staring. What are you looking at? I haven't tried it. Malong ambiguously winked, taking the initiative. Do you remember my tricks? Brother Hao, don't listen to Malong. He has just a LSP. Isn't happiness the most important thing? Seds was shouting. I concur. This is how love should be. Musashi expressed his agreement. The most beautiful moments should not be complicated. At least I've noticed Brother Hao smiling much more. Previously, it seemed like he was only smiling on the surface. Come on. You're the ones who are merely smiling on the surface. Malong was momentarily taken aback. Li Hao shed his shirt and tossed it aside, feeling quite comfortable. This way, the two could understand each other better. After all, they hadn't known each other for long. He was grateful for teacher Ma's guidance. Yu was no ordinary girl, devoid of the usual complexities. Malong sighed, shook his head, and instinctively pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with a flick. Exhaling a ring of smoke. He chuckled. Musashi, you fool, occasionally hits the mark. That girl doesn't seem adept at playing games. She probably hasn't experienced love either. You find yourselves in a state of innocent bewilderment, yet it is the most beautiful. So, have you made any progress? Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. This guy can't stay serious for more than 3 seconds. Brother Hao, have you spoken with the principal? Is there a way to resolve this? Musashi inquired. Is frustration palpable? What situation? What needs resolving? Marlin asked, perplexed. Upon learning the details, he erupted in fury. What nonsense is this? What era are we in? Who does he think he is? I'll take care of him. Shirian Morphus, just make sure he is left half dead, Musashi remarked. Who cares what he is? We, the 4396, have nothing to fear. What did you say, Morphus? Marlin was taken aback. Although the surname was understated, he was well aware of its significance within the upper echelons of society. Shirian, the one who has been donating money everywhere and publishing papers in top scientific journals. The genius heir of the Morphus family, who was born at the finish line of others? Indeed, that is him, Musashi nodded. A few years ago, Brother Hao nearly brought him to his end. Marlin scrutinized Li Hao from head to toe. Brother Hao, impressive. You could boast about this for a lifetime. It's a miracle you've come through this unscathed. This is Earth, not the moon. We cannot be too reckless. Brother Hao, I will speak with the elder brother to see if he can intervene, Musashi suggested. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for that. It would only bring more trouble for everyone and put the principal in a difficult position. Let nature take its course. It's all Bleem's fault. Lacking the ability to handle significant matters, yet still being stingy. Just then, Li Hao's communicator chimed. He opened it to reveal a holographic figure. What do you want? Li Hao said, not feeling obliged to be polite with Robbie. Brother, heh, I come to trouble you again. The team from Tianqing is still unwilling to accept their previous defeat and insists on a rematch. They are eagerly awaiting your availability. Shall we seize the opportunity to let them have it? Additionally, I have recently hit a bottleneck and feel immense pressure. Please help me out. I am on the verge of sleepless nights. Robbie remarked, feeling no need to conceal anything from Li Hao, as there was nothing to hide. Sure, I have no pressing matters at the moment. If they wish to challenge us, let us accept their challenge. However, you must ensure that your team is well prepared. They seem a bit disorganized, and I cannot always fight on your behalf, Li Hao acknowledged with a nod. Haha, I knew you cared for me the most, dear brother. You have no idea how much the young ones here admire you. I must share this news with them, Robbie exclaimed, gesturing to his companions beside him. After hanging up the call, the others turned to look at Li Hao. This person seems somewhat familiar, Malong inquired curiously. Noting the resemblance of the school uniform to that of the American region, the captain of the American Lion team, Robbie, Musashi stated with certainty, his expression grave. He had a clear recollection of all the elite players from the youth zone, and Robbie was one of his targets. Robbie? That Robbie, the rampaging lion Robbie? 6 dragons? Malong was taken aback, disbelief evident on his face. It seemed he had heard the other party refer to Li Hao as brother, a title knight I had also used. Why was he called rampaging lion Robbie? This individual was undeniably proud and haughty, with a fierce and wild combat style. One of the few warriors capable of displaying such tenacity against Inyupi. Yet, he appeared to be a sycophant. He evidently regarded the fierce lion, Robbie, with a profound respect. Perhaps Li Hao was truly formidable during his time in the youth class, But so many years have elapsed. Robbie has since garnered a resounding reputation, standing among the elite at the pinnacle of his field. How could he still possess such reverence? The one who had once decisively triumphed over the heir of Maleficus, now humbly serving as the dormitory manager who brings them breakfast and tidies their living space. What experiences has he endured over the years? Chapter 56. The Master. The classes continued as usual, and after Professor Mengyi became the coach of the combat team, the enthusiasm for training surged among Zhou Neiyi and his teammates. For the principal had announced an upcoming campus battle. In this era, school mech combat teams are akin to basketball or football teams of the past, perhaps even more illustrious. The Tianjing Mech Warriors boast a venue that accommodates 5,000 spectators, where they engage in holographic battlefield combat, an unequivocal stage to showcase their prowess. Time is of the essence for Zhou Neiyi's team. Fortunately, the strengths of Musashi and Yitong began to manifest in team battles. The camaraderie among teammates undoubtedly requires refinement, and evens with Xiaodang has become more diligent. There is no room for complacency if one wishes to avoid disgrace, and at this juncture, Zhou Xiaopang finds it too late to withdraw. Meanwhile, Li Hao relished some leisure time, accompanying a Yu to her opera class, while she in turn attended mech classes with him. Since the emergence of Zhou Neiyi's team, Professor Mengyi seems to have suddenly unlocked a new level of understanding, abandoning the NUP mechs in favor of those that align with human characteristics, specifically the Yu's mechs. The cognitive and physical attributes across different federations exhibit significant disparities. Although both employ genetic modifications, the varying planetary environments result in distinct outcomes. While it is beneficial to study one's adversaries, mere imitation clearly leads to no fruitful resolution. After all, it is merely the second team, and the stakes of defeat are not particularly daunting. My intent is not to suggest that everyone should resort to using the outdated Kaidu, Kailong, or Kaibao mechs. There is no need to resurrect relics from the past. However, let us take a moment to observe this player named Puppet. His maneuvers, awareness, and judgment are demonstrative of the fact that the Yu's mechs are by no means inferior. On the contrary, they emphasize human anatomy, allowing for an optimal expression of cognitive capabilities. Professor Mengyi tapped on the blackboard, fond of analyzing battle cases. Yet this was his first time showcasing a social media sensation. Ladies and gentlemen, you may perceive him as an amateur, but allow me to assure you that he has undoubtedly undergone rigorous military training, 100%. Mengyi asserted. Professor, we too are enduring stringent training, one of the students interjected. To their astonishment, Mengyi was praising an opponent. After the match, discussions ensued, speculating that Ma Shu's rapid decline in skill had relegated him to the use of conceptual mechs. Once accustomed to such devices, one's proficiency tends to deteriorate swiftly, almost like a curse. Professor, who exactly is Puppet? Could he be a formidable figure within the military or perhaps a member of the elite use forces? I am unaware of this, nor does it hold any significance. As I mentioned previously, we must identify the characteristics and combat advantages of our use mechas, which undoubtedly align with our biological structure. If others can achieve this, why cannot we? The existence of puppets seems to have provided a robust argument for Mengyi's theories, and this individual relies solely on an outdated armor system, thus completely validating Mengyi's perspective. The use mecha system is exceptionally proficient. It merely requires execution and adaptation to new combat styles. Following in the footsteps of the lunar inhabitants will never allow us to surpass them. Senior, the puppet is quite formidable. Who do you think is stronger, you or him? A yo-yo inquired softly. Of course, it is I, Li Hao asserted confidently, for he would never show weakness in front of a girl he admired. If he had encountered me, he would have been thoroughly defeated. You certainly boast, a yo-yo laughed. Pray tell, what kind of boy do you fancy? Li Hao asked, fully aware that the answer he desired was unattainable. Someone charismatic, perhaps a bit mysterious, akin to Superman, a yo-yo replied with a smile. Li Hao pondered this for a moment, a grin spreading across his face. Wasn't this description of himself? Just as he was reveling in the thought, the sky suddenly trembled with a notification. Li Hao composed himself, while a yo-yo felt as though the person beside her had vanished. Bleem Task 129, Defend Earth's Honor. Let Earth style. If a Bleem creature were to stand before Li Hao, he could easily crush it. What did it think of itself? He was merely a commoner, a military academy student. Was this not a mere fantasy? Is beauty merely a matter of appearance? Li Hao couldn't help but furrow his brows. The tasks assigned by Bleem had always been exceedingly clear-cut, yet recently they had grown increasingly peculiar and elusive. From the earlier EMP scores and restrictions on armor types to the current assignment, there seemed to be a singular aim: to suppress the moon. This underlying objective had evidently surfaced in previous missions, much like the one involving the Apocalypse Youth Academy, which also targeted the moon. Senior, what's wrong? A UU tugged at Li Hao, bringing him back to reality. Nothing, just a creditor, he replied. Ah, are you in debt? I can lend you some money. A UU blurted out. Li Hao couldn't help but chuckle, instinctively pulling at a UU's hand. Thank you, but it's not that kind of debt. As class concluded, Li Hao found himself marveling at how swiftly time had passed. A UU had a specialized course to attend, and he couldn't accompany her. Senior, I have a gift for you, a UU said as she prepared to leave. Remember to check it. Watching her leave with a joyful demeanor, Li Hao smiled like a fool, feeling a sense of liberation within. This indicated that a UU did not harbor any disdain towards him and even gifted him something. A positive omen. Of course, he wouldn't be like Ma Long, rushing in with fervor, believing a UU harbored feelings for him, but it hadn't yet reached that stage. This was perfectly fine. In that fleeting moment, when their hands briefly touched, his mind buzzed, and his heart felt as though it might leap from his chest. Despite the differing perspectives among the three roommates and teacher Ma, it is undeniable that Ma possesses a superior technical prowess. Li Hao is well aware of this through personal experience. In this domain, Ma Long truly excels far beyond them, not only in terms of experience but also in the vast disparity of their respective realms. At noon, the four gathered in the cafeteria, where Zhuo Xiaopeng appeared somewhat forlorn. What is the matter, Zhuo Xiaopeng? You look as dejected as a boiled crab. Have you suffered a heartbreak? Is he truly the type to be affected by romantic woes? The tickets for the arts concert are indeed elusive. Even scalpers have nothing to offer. The supply is exceedingly limited, all claimed by various insiders. Even if there were tickets available, the prices would be exorbitant. Such intimate concerts are exceedingly rare. It was originally meant for us in Tianjin. It's maddening how these people have so much leisure time. Ma Long lamented. This isn't Ma Long's fault. Even the president of the Youth fan club has only one ticket, which is far too few. Sigh. Why not just watch from outside? The issue lies in the fact that there is no external venue. This is intended to be a private gathering, rumored to host many prominent figures. Due to security considerations, large crowds are simply not permitted. Truly, once Arths begins to perform, setting up a holographic screen outside could easily attract tens of thousands of fans. The other three exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend. While the music is indeed delightful, neither Li Hao nor Musashi are the type to indulge in such fandom. Ma Long is a rational admirer, always weighing the cost-effectiveness. Isn't it more appealing to spend money on attracting women? As the group commenced their meal, someone asked, Teacher Ma, what gift would be considered sincere for a girl? Oh, how go? Are we making progress here? Have you confessed? Ma Long inquired with excitement. Well, such a remarkable girl exists. It is evident that she harbors feelings for you. Now, it all depends on the gift she presents. We must be strategic, ensuring that our offering is at least equivalent in value, if not superior. Furthermore, it should align with her preferences. In this regard, Mr. Ma possesses extensive experience. I still do not know. She mentioned that I should check my mailbox. Li Hao nodded vigorously, unfazed by his confusion, for Mr. Ma's words were undoubtedly wise. Ah, it could be a greeting card or something of that nature. Quite normal indeed. It seems everything is progressing smoothly, but the next steps are crucial and pivotal to success. Mr. Ma took a sip of soup, then suddenly paused. Old 3, stop pretending, just speak up. This is a critical moment. Liking someone is nothing to be ashamed of. Chapter 57, A King and 3 Bronzes Ding Dong. Li Hao glanced at the message. It was an email from a yo-yo, and a radiant smile instantly blossomed on his face. Ma Long sighed, noting that a man enchanted by his first love often possesses the intellect of a preschooler. A simple greeting card could bring months of bliss. He pondered that if he did not tend to these 3 in the dormitory, they would likely be manipulated by the current crop of unscrupulous women. That simply cannot happen. I suspect it is a small card, filled with blessings or scenic imagery. Am I right? Ma Long confidently crossed his legs, beginning to form a favorable impression of a yo-yo, simple yet not overly ostentatious. However, girls are adept at disguise and often possess intricate schemes. It appears that a yo-yo is no exception. Brother Hao, what on earth are you staring at for so long? It's probably just a movie ticket. Can you really take flight from that? Zhuo Xiaopeng, is this the ticket for Arth's concert? Li Hao briefly showed it to Zhuo Xiaopeng. What? Both Ma Long and Zhuo Xiaopeng exclaimed almost simultaneously. No way. No way. This is truly unbelievable. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is an inner circle ticket. I can't believe it. Ma Long and Zhou Xiaopeng were nearly beside themselves with excitement. How could such a coveted ticket be given away? Without a doubt, Li Hao recognized its immense value. Yu, this is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself, Li Hao remarked as he opened the message on Tianxuan. Beside him, Ma Long regained his composure and desperately interjected, Brother, please don't give it to us. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get one? Senior, this was a gift from my aunt. I had training that day and couldn't attend. I truly hope you can go, as if I were going myself, Yu explained. Wow, an angel. This is an angelic gesture. Brother Hao, just accept it. While Yitong is delightful, Yu is even more splendid. Who are you talking about? Yitong had appeared without anyone noticing, accompanied by Zhou Nei. However, Yitong's piercing gaze felt like a knife directed at Ma Long. What a fuss over nothing, she remarked after glancing at them. She too wished to attend. Initially, she had planned to secure a ticket for herself and Zhou Nei, but ended up with none. Particularly not an inner circle ticket. What kind of person is Yu? Li Hao, you've been deceived, Yitong asserted. Ever since Yu began addressing Li Hao as senior, Yitong had ceased to do so. Zhou Nei merely smiled slightly. Li Hao, this Yu is quite remarkable. Managing to acquire something so sought after is no small feat. Bang. Yitong's plate abruptly hit the table. Li Hao, are you truly prepared to just drift away like this? Even if the principle is lackluster, you could still strive for something better. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid at all, Li Hao replied, rubbing his nose. This situation doesn't even correlate. You are just being cowardly. Yitong countered, unimpressed. Where had the formidable, cold, and powerful Li Hao from back then gone? The one who would spring into action at the slightest provocation? Now, he appeared dazed and far too easy to intimidate. Li Hao found it tedious to argue with the young girl. Why was there always a need for conflict? Wasn't he world peace preferable? Although he harbored little fondness for certain individuals from the moon, he cherished Yu. What kind of gift should he prepare for her? Marlin stifled his laughter, desperately shoveling food into his mouth. Wow, Brother Hao has inadvertently mastered the art of formlessness, triumphing over form. Initially, Yitong seemed indifferent, but the mere appearance of Yu suddenly ignited the competitive spirit among the girls. I can set aside my own things. They are not essential to me, but others cannot touch them. Li Hao, perhaps I should have another word with the principal. Everyone believes your close combat skills are more than sufficient, Zhou Nei chimed in. Class monitor, my major is sniping. Little Fatty can handle this position. All he needs is a little motivation or provocation, and he will be outstanding. Your midfield coordination, combined with Musashi and Yitong as dual vanguards, is incredibly formidable. Zhou Nei nodded slightly. Once teacher Mingye arrived, the team would be back on track. But she felt a twinge of embarrassment, as Li Hao's thoughts were evidently elsewhere. Li Hao, you do not understand women. Some may seem docile on the surface, but it is merely a fade, Yitong remarked. Girls understand girls the best. In her heart, she mused that it must be a case of green tea, subtle and deceptive. Li Hao felt somewhat bewildered after more than a year of being influenced by teacher Ma. He had learned that the primary principle in relating to girls was to avoid reasoning, as he would not stoop to argue with children. The morning consisted of an elective course in advanced physics, a specialized subject for the physics department. The mech engineering students either sought to acquire credits or perhaps possessed a peculiar mindset. Li Hao embodied both traits. Since the emergence of Bleemth, he had been endeavoring to comprehend and speculate. In his youth, he entertained myriad theories, such as those involving mythical creatures or extraterrestrials. Now, however, he approached the search for clues with a more rational mindset, a lesson imparted by Bleem. The term Bleem itself carries profound significance. It originally denotes an integer between 3 and 4, and proving it would grant access to the fourth dimension. Yet, even with contemporary technology, no one has succeeded in substantiating this claim. Humanity's journey from early macroscopic mechanics to quantum mechanics and string theory has culminated in the widely accepted theory of 11-dimensional space, which delineates two trajectories of civilizational development, one of planar expansion, akin to our current interstellar navigation, and the other of vertical advancement. Naturally, we do not descend to lower dimensions, but ascend, with the concept of the fourth dimension being a shared aspiration for all humanity, existing within a realm of mutual experience. Dr. Sillery gestured towards his head, stating that centuries ago, great physicists had already pointed out that surpassing the speed of light would result in the reversal of time. We now more confidently believe that during this temporal regression, we would enter the microscopic realm, or the membrane world, where dimensions would manifest in a different form, not observable by the naked eye, but rather through dimensional perception. The greatest challenge we face is that matter encounters a barrier when it reaches the speed of light. Professor Sillery inscribed a classic equation on the blackboard. M frac m0 is going on frac v2 c2, where m represents the relativistic mass. m0 is the rest mass, 5 denotes the speed of the electron, and c signifies the speed of light. As velocity approaches the speed of light, the relativistic mass tends toward infinity, which is impossible. Therefore, all macroscopic entities theoretically can never attain or exceed the speed of light. To achieve light speed, one must render their rest mass null, akin to a human's weight suddenly vanishing, allowing them to fly as swiftly as desired. In addition to light, there exists a microscopic particle that also travels at light speed, known as the gluon, which facilitates the transmission of strong force between quarks, binding them tightly together. Dr. Sillery rapped on the blackboard, pondering whether humanity could achieve such a feat. Professor, do you imply that the mind could separate from the body? Is there theoretical feasibility in that? Li Hao inquired, prompting a wave of laughter from the students below. Professor Sillery cast a glance at Li Hao and offered a faint smile. The culmination of science is theology, and what is theology if not a form of unknown science? Merely a different nomenclature? The spirit, or what one might term the soul, aligns perfectly with the requisites of superliminal existence. I contend that humanity innately possesses the potential to transcend into the fourth-dimensional temporal realm, liberating itself from the corporeal form to embark on temporal voyages. Yet, does that not equate to death? What significance does it hold? Professor, this notion is exceedingly abstract. Over the years, our advancements in the macroscopic realm have far outstripped those in the microscopic. Be it in theory, technology, or even materials, is not spatial leap itself a testament to this? One student inquired. Sillery nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, but this remains a lateral progression. It pertains to a different concept than dimensions. I do not assert that lateral development lacks merit. Such endeavors allow us to conquer the vast cosmos. However, it is through the discovery and comprehension of dimensions that we can truly leap. That student, do share your thoughts, Sillery indicated towards Li Hao. Few from other departments opted for this specialization, and those who did were often merely seeking to accumulate credits. Many found no subject more tedious than physics and mathematics. Yet, this student was unlike the rest. He had exhibited earnest dedication since his first year. Initially, Sillery had assumed he was one of his own students, only to later discover he belonged to the mecha engineering department. Professor, I find this notion quite feasible. Since ancient times, the concept of the soul departing from the body has been ever-changing, a fleeting thought spanning aeons. While it may merely be a metaphor, the human spirit indeed aligns with the demands of hypervelocity, unencumbered by the barriers of light speed. As for death, it is uncertain. It may exist, or it may not. Is there a possibility that the spirit or soul could inhabit different vessels? In such a state, could it attach itself to some form of material existence? Li Hao inquired. Sillery nodded thoughtfully, suggesting that the audience might feel a sense of possession or divine descent. I believe there is merit to this possibility. Theology and science both originate from humanity and are inherently interconnected. Perhaps we should allow our imaginations to run wild. Sillery gestured for Li Hao to take a seat. However, this theological discussion is merely a side note. Science remains our foundation. Humanity's understanding of the microscopic realm is vastly inferior to that of the macroscopic world. Not to mention, in terms of theory, we lack sufficient materials to advance. Yet, Li Hao found himself ensnared in contemplation. Perhaps the direction was misguided. Entering the microscopic realm does not necessitate physical materials, but rather the essence of humanity itself. His own experiences within dreams, particularly those that transformed his physical being, hinted at certain truths. However, these dreams evidently do not reach the level required to traverse the dimensions of time and space. Yet, could it be that they possess some requisite conditions? Dreams serve as the conduit for humanity to connect with the dimensional realm. Could mastering dreams and facilitating some form of acceleration allow entry into this dimensional world? Chapter 58, The Next Battle. What is the purpose? The connections occurring within oneself, intertwined with various Bleem tasks, are likely related to the future. However, according to the existing theories, what can one truly accomplish by entering? Is it genuinely feasible to alter the future? Humanity has embarked on this line of inquiry for centuries, with the renowned double-slit experiment serving as a prominent example. Subsequently, Various analogous phenomena in the microscopic realm have emerged, yielding consistent results. When humans engage in observation within the microscopic world, the striking contrast between observing and not observing raises the question, does this imply that when one is aware of their intentions to effect change, the objective evolves into an unpredictable trajectory? Is there a possibility that the discrepancies observed in Young's double-slit experiment, when compared to the unobserved state, stem from the limitations of human perception? Might our observations merely represent subjective impressions or phenomena that humanity can perceive, while, in essence, no fundamental change has occurred? Certainly, some contend that human observation or the act of observing itself can release electrons, thereby altering outcomes. Ultimately, the existence of hypotheses, as well as their refutations, is itself a hypothesis. Quantum mechanics, in its endeavor to validate its postulates, continually formulates new hypotheses. There exists a more chilling speculation that the reality before us is but an illusion, and we are but captives in a fabricated existence, which, in turn, negates all that we hold true. Li Hao felt a twinge of confusion. He did not aspire to become a scientist, merely seeking to ascertain whether Bleem was merely engaging in deception, all the while suggesting something while never articulating it directly. If one were to adhere to the principle of causality, it attempts to change something that cannot be explicitly stated but can be pointed toward repeatedly, inviting personal discovery, ultimately achieving or salvaging whatever may be at stake. It is also possible that no matter what one does, change may be elusive. Perhaps only Bleem possesses the answer. As the course came to a close, Li Hao chose not to delve deeper. Exploration is essential, yet immersing oneself to the point of madness is foolish. In the afternoon, he attended his specialized classes, which included physical training and shooting practice, where he maintained a commendable level of performance, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles. As evening descended, his companions busied themselves. Ma Long and Sheng Man ventured out to watch a play, a series that Li Hao and the others found incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaodang and their team commenced training. Zhou Neiyi felt the weight of pressure, for the principal had informed her that a critical evaluation was imminent, with an internal campus competition scheduled for the upcoming weekend. Zhou Neiyi's team was set to face off against Gao Yunfeng's squad, and both were determined to approach this challenge with utmost seriousness. Especially for Gao Yunfeng, victory was essential. To be defeated by a newly formed team would render his position untenable, an outcome he, in his senior year, could not abide. Of course, this campus match was merely the first step, with further invitationals on the horizon, necessitating confrontations with other A-level academies or the opportunity to challenge others. Beyond the preparation for the S competition, accumulating experience in high-stakes contests was crucial, as the psychological state required to perform under the scrutiny of many differs significantly from that in a training room. Li Hao arrived at the EMP building, where he had arranged a team match with Robbie for the day, having logged into the training account provided by Robbie. It is noteworthy that such accounts are not limited to specific users and are solely intended for training purposes without any scoring involved. In contrast, personal accounts under EMP are not permitted, adhering to stringent confidentiality protocols. Essentially, EMP belongs to the Solar System Alliance and represents a vital asset of the Alliance. All operations and data are managed by the Alliance's quantum mainframe, eliminating any concerns regarding federal entities seeking to gain advantages or pilfer information. Commercial operations are, however, allocated among various regions, which introduces private shareholders into the mix. Li Hao logged in and connected with the group. Second brother, it has been quite a while. Brothers, you may simply call me Li Gu. I am indeed a reliable ally, he declared. Robbie enthusiastically remarked, who says the Six Dragons cannot embrace a formidable ally? Li Gu, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Today, lead us to victory. Let the caretakers witness the might of us Earthlings as we conquer Tita. In stark contrast to the previous encounter, the members of the Cougars exhibited an extraordinary warmth. In the realm of mechs, respect is earned solely through strength, and the captain's deference may indicate connections to high-ranking military officials or covert units, making it prudent to keep one's identity discreet. How shall we approach this battle today? Li Hao inquired. It seems that the celestial star mechanism has devised a strategy specifically against you. Should we perhaps alter our style? Robbie chuckled, well aware of Li Hao's formidable capabilities. If he truly wished to engage, he could easily outmaneuver the celestial star mechanism. Furthermore, if second brother were with the Cougars, they would undoubtedly be a force to be reckoned with this year. What an exhilarating thought. Let us proceed as planned, Li Hao responded. expressing his desire for the opponent to focus their efforts. Impressive. Li Gu, you are indeed formidable. In an instant, the 3 men of Mir transformed into fervent admirers, embodying the essence of true masculinity, undaunted by the lurking dangers ahead. Meanwhile, the Tianqing mech corps stood poised for action. As Tita and her companions entered the cockpit, they adhered to their meticulously devised plan. "Als, let us not afford our adversaries any opportunity this time. We must not stumble in the same place twice," assured the leader. "Rest assured, Chief, now that we are aware of their capabilities, we shall impart a valuable lesson." The atmosphere buzzed with determination and resolve, as victory was the only objective. The Puma squadron comprised Anku, Position 2, Silver Fox Fighter; Mir, Position 2, Silver Fox Fighter; Robbie, Position 3, Dragon God E-Type; Larsis, Position 3, Storm 0; Li Hao, Position 5, Grey Reaper Fighter. The Tianqing squadron consisted of Feynman, Position 2, Storm 0, Medium; Prinz, Position 2, Silver Fox Fighter, Light; Tachula, Position 2, Silver Fox Fighter, Light; Tita, Position 3, Storm 0, Medium; Als, Position 5, Eagle Eye Fighter, Medium; Tita, Captain. "We've been waiting for you. I look forward to seeing what you can deliver," Robbie taunted, attempting to stir emotions before the match. "Ah, Robbie. Soon you shall find little to smile about," Tita replied coolly. She acknowledged her fixation on Robbie over the past few days, strongly desiring to engage in battle, which had somewhat dampened her morale. However, such feelings were inconsequential. Her focus remained on the growth of her team. "Tita, Captain, do you have a boyfriend? Allow me to tell you, Earthmen are truly remarkable. Lunar caregivers simply do not measure up. They lack resilience. Just wait and see. There will come a time when you'll be the one shedding tears." Alzi remarked that he initially intended to continue his banter, but was interrupted by Tita. "What about the Kepler jungle?" Tita provocatively inquired. "Haha, Captain Tita, are we about to engage in a fierce contest? Very well, let it be the Kepler jungle. If I lose, shall we share a cup of coffee? Do you believe you can triumph?" Robbie replied confidently, asserting that victory could only be determined through battle. His confidence stemmed not only from Li Hao but also from their own advancements. The battlefield environment of Kepler would be a focal point of S11, with competitions and training serving the strategic priorities of humanity's future. Since S10, the significance of Kepler had been on the rise, presenting a relatively equitable challenge for the warriors of the 4 federations, as the gravitational and environmental characteristics were unfamiliar to all. For an exceptional sniper, the more concealment available, the better. However, the Kepler jungle was not particularly accommodating. Yet, Robbie remained unperturbed. 2 transporters, carrying 10 mobile warriors, arrived above Kepler, the vast and enigmatic jungle sprawling beneath them. Everyone was well acquainted with the terrain, as thorough familiarity with the key battlefield was imperative. The lunar nanny is a bit overconfident. Who does she look down upon? The gravity over twice that of Earth is insignificant to us. Let us confront them. The likelihood of a direct confrontation seemed high, prompting Robbie to ask, "Are you prepared, Brother 2? Should we have Lilis accompany you?" This type of face-off differed from urban warfare, where numerous concealed structures existed. Thus, pairing a powerful escort with a sniper was essential to maximize effectiveness. Li Hao shook his head, stating, "You all should proceed with your own strategies. I can manage on my own. Brothers, let us strive valiantly and show the postpartum caregivers a glimpse of our prowess." Victory is assured. As the collective roar echoed, the transport aircraft hovered low, and 2 vanguards descended first. The radar commenced its environmental scan. The proximity of both sides was alarmingly close. In the vast expanse of the Kepler jungle, the terrain held little significance, as the encounter would be determined by skill in combat. Maintain formation, advance. The 4 mechs spread out in an arc, while Li Hao's Grey Reaper lagged behind. All mechs had activated their counter-surveillance shields, unless equipped with specialized auxiliary function mechs. The outcome now depended on the reactions of the participants. The warriors of the Cougar unit appeared exceptionally exhilarated. Indeed, the conditions on Kepler represented a veritable paradise for the ambitious military academy students seeking to prove themselves. The gravitational constraints merely intensified their desire for battle in this time. The Cougars were fully resolved to impart a lesson to their adversaries. Robbie and Tita had reached an agreement. Should Tita's team suffer defeat again, they would be obligated to conduct weekly training sessions until the S competition, a crucial stipulation for the Cougars. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Celestial Mech Corps advanced at a slightly swifter pace. Tita wore a serious expression, the atmosphere heavy with silence. This battle was one they must win, and win decisively. As the Celestial Mech Corps aimed for exceptional results in the upcoming major competition, they could not afford to falter against the Cougars. Als was acutely aware of his previous underperformance. This time, he was determined to prove himself. Chapter 59. Golden Zone. Als swiftly activated the scope of his sniper rifle as the adversary's Silver Fox fighter jet streaked past. A faint, sardonic smile crept across his lips. Yet he refrained from firing, biding his time for that elusive individual. Soon, the whereabouts of the other members of the Cougar team became apparent, yet Als remained still, even sparing Robbie from his aim. At this juncture, even if he had chosen to shoot, he would have struggled to find his mark, as numerous obstructions hindered his line of sight. The current situation demanded a readiness to strike at a moment's notice, rendering his chances of hitting the target exceedingly slim. He sought the position of the opposing sniper. However, that sniper had yet to reveal themselves. The swiftest advance was made by Robbie and Tita, the captains of their respective teams and elite warriors within their alliances, as their mechs collided with a resounding crash. This moment tested the mettle of the sniper, and Als was on the hunt, patiently waiting. He placed his faith in his comrades, who reciprocated that trust. The enemy sniper was formidable, and Al's mission was to neutralize their threat. Failure to accomplish even this would strip him of his pride. The Eagle Eye fighter jet maneuvered through the air, boasting advantages over the opposing Grey Reaper in every regard. It was imperative to detect the opponent first. In such a scenario, conditions were relatively equal. It was merely a matter of who enjoyed the better fortune. Li Hao was also in motion, refraining from rushing to assist unless his adversary remained stationary. In the vast expanse of Kepler, snipers faced significant limitations. The towering carbon-based organisms created myriad angles of concealment, and their resilience was formidable. As he searched for an opportunity, Al's expression shifted to one of elation. He had found it. The scope locked onto the target with precision. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed not merely to eliminate but to restrain. The leader could easily dispatch these lesser foes. Target acquired. The foolish one remains oblivious, biding time for the opportune moment, seeking the most advantageous position, while the adversary continues to search for their presence. This is nearly fatal for a sniper. This cursed terrain, had it been any other place, they would have been eliminated long ago. Just one more step forward. Als chews gum, embodying the patience of a hunter. Come now, darling, one step to paradise. Suddenly, an ominous signal arises. Something is amiss. The Grey Reaper advances a step, yet as they do, the M5 heavy sniper rifle in hand has already fired. Boom. The distinctive sound of the heavy sniper resonates. Only such bullets can penetrate mechs, including heavily armored ones. If one fails to effectively block or evade, doom is inevitable. Al's Eagle Eye fighter jet swiftly darts, eschewing attack. This is purely instinctual judgment. Logically, the opponent should not have been able to spot him immediately. Even if they did, raising the gun would be utterly comical. Yet Al's evades, a testament to a sniper's keen insight. Boom. Another shot rings out as Al's propels the mech forward. A charred hole has already marred the colossal plant behind him. How on earth did he aim so precisely? Does he not take aim? Upon landing, Al's retaliates. The ambush has transformed into a frontal confrontation. With his center of gravity well maintained, Al's neither retreats nor flees, but charges forward. He, the principal sniper of the celestial mechanism, fears no challenge from anyone. Li Hao disregards the others. This opponent possesses remarkable instincts. The Grey Reaper too charges towards the adversary. Their movements cautious. Shadows intertwine in the distance, in an open area where one must either employ tactics or engage in a fierce test of skill. Who is swifter? Who is more precise? With a resounding rush, they leapt into the air almost simultaneously, poised for a targeted shot. This was Al's utmost confidence, a declaration of death. Boom, boom, boom. The airborne Alzi had already locked onto the Grey Reaper, anticipating the adversary's trajectory, ready to unleash two fatal shots. Boom. Alzi sensed the Eagle Eye aircraft had been struck. 2 shots. Boom. The Eagle Eye plummeted to the ground, shrouded in smoke. Damn it. Alzi seethed in the cockpit, bewildered by the audacity of his opponent. How could they fire 4 shots? How could they surpass him in speed? Both allies and foes received the news in an instant. Morale surged among the Cougars, a triumphant cheer for Brother Li. Brothers, let us press on with fervor. The tide of morale shifted dramatically, as everyone knew it wouldn't be long before that sniper would target them. For the Cougars, mere restraint was sufficient. There was no need for conflict. At this moment, the pressure lay entirely upon the opposing Titan. Suddenly, a fierce gust, a swift strike from the Zero Blade. Roby's Dragon God aircraft could defend. The mecha swayed under tremendous force, yet it was futile. She was growing anxious. Another sword strike descended. Roby, undeterred, was unafraid of a one-on-one duel. As the mecha plunged suddenly, Roby's expression shifted. What manner of power was this? At that moment, Tita's eyes in the cockpit had inexplicably transformed into a deep crimson hue, casting an eerie ambience throughout the space. As the third strike descended, Roby nearly lost grip of his lightsaber, narrowly retreating to evade the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Tita surged forward, anticipating Roby's overzealous retreat. In a swift counter, Roby executed a feint, his lightsaber slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, yet Tita had vanished, only to reappear from the side. With a flurry of strikes, the air was filled with the sounds of clashing blades. Roby, a seasoned adversary, maintained his composure, parrying each attack with precision. He knew that once Tita's offensive began to wane, it would be his moment to retaliate. However, he couldn't shake the thought of Tita's unexpected ferocity. What could she have consumed to unleash such power? Just as he pondered this, the 13th strike descended upon him, accompanied by the ominous whisper of the Zero Wind. You are already dead. The Zero Wind's luminous slash cleaved through Roby's mech with ease, as the formidable Zero Wind surged towards Li Hao to eliminate the opponent. Yes, Captain. The Tianqing mecha warriors were in a frenzy. Their captain was serious. 5 more would surely meet their demise. The Zero Wind had spotted the Grey Death, and in turn, Grey Death recognized the approaching threat. The distance between them dwindling to mere meters. Within 10 meters, if the Zero Wind remained unscathed, Grey Death would fall. Tita's pupils remained a blood red, resembling a deity of death, as she charged relentlessly towards her foe without any embellishments. Boom boom, the series of 3 powerful sniper shots were deftly evaded by Tita, who entered a state of zone, her surroundings seeming ethereal and entirely under her control, rendering her unstoppable. In an instant, the distance between them shrank to 10 meters. Tita locked onto her target with unwavering focus, while the Grey Reaper raised the M5, knowing he had one last shot. Left or right, above or diving. The swift strike of the Gale Zero can indeed be evaded, yet there are countless possibilities at play. The one who acts first finds themselves in a passive state. However, Tita has already charged in. If Grey fails to act now, he may never have the chance again. In a fleeting moment, M5 assumed a firing stance. In this crucial instant, both sides must anticipate each other's moves and take a gamble. Boom. The Gale fighter aircraft erupted in a fiery explosion. As a result of Roby's demise at the hands of a single opponent, Anku made a critical error and was eliminated as well, leaving the other 2 in dire straits. Yet no one expected the fierce Tita, akin to a female Reaper, to be taken out in a heartbeat by a sniper. How could this be? For a top-tier 3rd position, evading a sniper is standard practice. In a one-on-one scenario, it should be a matter of effortless ease, yet she fell so swiftly. Instantly, the others in the Tianqing team felt a wave of panic, recalling the terror of being dominated by this enigmatic sniper in the previous match. Boom. Blast. Tatura cursed vehemently as his Silver Fox aircraft's leg was struck. This was utterly infuriating. A sudden evasive maneuver led to his opponent catching up and delivering a lethal blow. This level of prediction was akin to walking straight into a lamppost. Simply revolting. This sniper engaged the opponent. Li Hao exclaimed, and the trio of Meyer, San, and Lilxis surged with newfound vigor, questioning whether there was any chance to escape. Collision. Boom. Prince closed his eyes. I am finished. Feynman struck back fiercely, swiftly evading his foe, yet was immediately followed by a barrage of fire. Then, he felt himself being flung away. Damn it, a matrix burst fire? In the next instant, he ceased to exist. The match concluded. The Puma team emerged victorious, especially Roby, who looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Tita actually managed to eliminate him single-handedly. To be taken down in a team fight is a testament to one's incompetence, bordering on disgrace. A team leader should never be slain in such a manner. It is utterly humiliating. How could Tita have suddenly grown so formidable? What is the true nature of Li? This situation is replete with incredibility. Is it conceivable that a marksman could achieve such a feat? Captain Roby, you have been bested. We accept the outcome and will honor our agreement. At last, Tita spoke up, yet I have one more request. May I converse with that marksman? Roby felt a touch parched. Please wait a moment. Li Hao had already logged off, but had left a message on Tianquan. Contact me after the training match. Captain Tita. I apologize, my friend has logged off. Let us consider the wager void. This doesn't constitute a victory for us. May I inquire if your sudden enhancement in performance was due to Zone? Robbie's throat felt dry, and he thought to himself, those lunar beings truly intend to leave no room for survival. Indeed. Thank you. Robbie felt a wave of dejection. No wonder others were reluctant to engage with him. There was simply no comparison. Tita refrained from further discussion. With the principal absent, they would have to wait until next week. Upon exiting the training ground, Owls and the others emerged, each wearing a particularly grim expression. Initially, Owls had resigned himself to being eliminated. Yet he was taken aback to learn that even their captain had fallen. At that moment, Tita radiated an aura of formidable intensity, as frigid as ice. However, leading the charge is the captain of the Golden Zone, who is determined to secure victory, employing tactics that were previously reserved for practice matches. Is this sharpshooter a ghost? Chapter 60, Private Training. Robbie looked at Tianchuan, bemused. He sensed the displeasure of the illustrious Tita. The Moon people have always prided themselves on their formidable psychological control. Yet under Li Hao's relentless pressure, their composure seemed to falter, leading to declarations of no sea, no meat. Nonetheless, Robbie's own spirits were not much higher. During last year's S10, the Moon people displayed sufficient dominance in team battles, but there was also an undeniable factor, the extreme combat state known as the Golden Zone. Revered among the Moon people, the Golden Gene is a common state, varying from individual to individual. Some exhibit it more prominently and intensely than others. The Moon people have discovered a method to elevate it further, instantly propelling the body into the peak condition of the Golden Gene, the Golden Zone. This achievement has immortalized the names of the warrior Maxis and the King Van Lywit, while Mars Busta emerged as a formidable force, awakening his Golden Zone during the S competition, leading the Martians to victory over the Earth and earning the title of Wolf King. This year, for the other competitors from the 4 federations, awakening their own Golden Zone has become imperative. Otherwise, they risk facing even graver consequences. In terms of potential, Robbie does not believe he falls short. Rather, it seems he merely lacks that crucial insight. To comprehend the essence of the Golden Zone, one must first grasp that the fundamental state encompasses an overall enhancement of speed and strength, accompanied by an extraordinary intuition akin to the sixth sense of animals, which undergoes a remarkable amplification. Additionally, there are other abilities that may further augment one's prowess. This is the aspiration of every pilot. When Robbie witnessed Tita confronting the Golden Zone and saw Li Hao triumph over his opponent with apparent ease, he became acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated them in that moment. While he acknowledged Li Hao's formidable strength, indeed stronger than his own, he believed the disparity was not insurmountably great, attributing much of his respect to their shared past. He thought he had diminished the gap that once existed between them, but in retrospect, he realized how naive he had been. The divide had likely expanded to an extent beyond his comprehension. As onlookers continued to observe, Robbie stepped away, his mind no longer inclined to analyze the situation. He understood that the matter had transcended mere technicality. Taking a deep breath, Robbie dialed Li Hao's celestial communicator. "Elder brother, I wish to grow stronger," Robbie declared. "I will heed your every word. I am willing to do whatever it takes to improve, for I cannot bear to lose again." He added, "Additionally, my team members have asked me to inquire how one can achieve such precision in their strikes." Robbie nodded affirmatively. "It is merely a matter of familiarity." Meanwhile, at the Celestial Academy on the Moon, the members of the Celestial Combat Team were diligently reviewing their performance. They understood that reflection and analysis could often prove more valuable than training itself. They had lost, and it was imperative to discern the manner of their defeat. First, there is Owls, who wishes to comprehend how he was eliminated. The two adversaries nearly simultaneously found themselves within each other's line of sight and opted to leap for a shot. Owls held a profound confidence in his jumping shot, believing that in such a state, he could successfully land 2 shots, a feat already quite remarkable. However, his opponent fired 4 shots. With that damned Grey Reaper. The only conceivable explanation is that the opponent did not employ a scope at all. Switching to the perspective of the Grey Reaper, it became evident that, in terms of movement, Owls exhibited a greater degree of precision. Suddenly, Owls stood up in disbelief. It was utterly improbable. How could anyone shoot with such accuracy? The combination of airborne dynamics and the recoil of the Grey Reaper was confounding. How could this individual possess such confidence and ruthlessness? Owls murmured to himself, his gaze unfocused, and his mindset began to crumble. The others were not faring much better. Witnessing Tita's solo defeat of Roby was undeniably exhilarating. Employing the Golden Zone, the three ultimate swords of Longman, she unleashed a sequence wherein each strike compounded the power of the previous, ultimately shattering Roby's defenses, an unequivocal declaration to her opponent, "I shall strike you, and you shall not withstand it." Throughout the entire execution of the kill, Roby was merely flailing in a desperate struggle for survival. Observing this, the group's spirits lifted, albeit slightly. As the analysis continued, Tita regained her composure, determined to uncover the manner in which she had been vanquished. The Golden Zone, also referred to as the Golden Explosive Point, not only enhances one's control but also elevates mental acuity to an extraordinary level. One becomes exceptionally focused, with thoughts and strategies crystallizing with clarity, where one could usually anticipate 3 steps ahead. During this heightened state, one could foresee 6, an amplification that is by no means an exaggeration. It is a transcendental enhancement of one's faculties. In slow motion, the furious Kaze-Zero strikes with ferocity. The Grey Death Sniper, faced directly, is utterly incapable of thwarting Kaze-Zero's onslaught. Once the distance is closed, the sniper becomes inconsequential. Initially, there were whispers of whether Tita had underestimated the situation, for the Golden Zone is a formidable state, bestowing power whilst potentially leading to a lapse in composure. Evidently, Tita remained unfazed. After deftly evading the Grey Death shots, he incessantly applied pressure without rushing into action. The earlier one acts, the more susceptible one becomes to prediction. At this juncture, it is the Grey Reaper who finds himself at a disadvantage. Those who are disadvantaged tend to grow anxious, for when pushed to the brink, the dominant party undoubtedly possesses a greater chance of victory, as both sides have stretched the possibility of striking to its utmost limit. Kaze-Zero executed a curved step thrust, a display of sheer prowess, nearly impossible to anticipate, akin to a tempest sweeping through. In the final freeze frame, it becomes evident that as Kaze-Zero initiated the arc strike, the Grey Reaper, by a mere fraction of a second, finally made his move. This mindset, this patience, is more terrifying than that of a viper. Does this individual not feel the strain? The members of the Tianqing Jiwu team watched in awe. What fortitude of spirit is this? Urgency and survival are primal instincts, the very essence of strength. Faced with such pressure, how can one exhibit such remarkable restraint? A machine? The subsequent actions were equally exaggerated, yet movements can be honed through practice. What then is the source of such a mindset? The backward leap into a flash shot may well be the singular approach. However, in such moments, who could foresee the necessity to endure until the opponent strikes first? As the optimal juncture for attack neared, Tita unleashed her assault, her timing impeccable. Delay was superfluous. The zenith of opportunity had arrived, or so she surmised. Such a moment would compel action from any combatant. The outcome mirrored their previous encounter, yet the impact of this engagement resonated profoundly. Silence descended upon both the primary and reserve ranks of the Celestial Star Mecha Force. Should their concluding assessment prove accurate, that the sniper had invoked the Golden Zone, the implications were dire. Use had seemingly discovered a countermeasure, signaling a potential erosion of NUP's dominance in this year's S11, unlike their commanding lead in the prior year. But should he not have invoked the Golden Zone at all? Clap, clap, clap. Tita's applause cut through the silence. Let us not dwell on speculation, nor concern ourselves with the identity of our adversary. This battle serves as a resounding wake-up call. Our triumph lasts your bred complacency. Fortunately, the season is nascent, affording us ample time to evolve and devise strategies against this individual. This is, indeed, fortuitous. Algiers, your fortune is magnified. Vanquish him, and the Sniper Championship is assuredly yours. Algiers grinned. Boss, with such encouragement, I shall train relentlessly. He is my quarry. Excellent. Suspend all other training matches. Focus our collective efforts on identifying their vulnerabilities. We shall confront them again next week. Captain, will the Cougars consent? Feynman inquired, a tinge of apprehension in his tone. The tables had turned, and now they faced the prospect of their adversary's reluctance to engage. It is not the Cougar that possesses strength, but rather the sniper. Since he has come twice, it is certain he will return for a third time. As for the conditions, let Robbie present them. Moreover, the impact on Robbie this time is no less significant than ours, Tita remarked with a hint of indifference. She did not descend into self-deprecation. Had it not been for the sniper, the Cougar would have faced a complete annihilation. Of course, the sniper alone would not suffice, as the Cougar's tactical execution and ability to restrain were commendable. Li Hao chose not to engage in EMP ranking but instead practiced with Robbie. Bleem consistently assigned him inexplicable tasks, ostensibly aiding Robbie, which could be interpreted as a contribution to elevating use. However, the training modalities differed beyond the virtual and realistic modes. The EMP system also featured a reality mode. This reality mode operates at only 70 capacity, imposing a burden on the body, yet the sensations of painful experiences, such as deathly explosions and the final moments of neural shocks, are mitigated to a level that a warrior can endure. In contrast, the reality mode operates at a full 100, significantly increasing the risk of severe injury, and if a mech were to explode, the psychological impact on the pilot would be considerable. Without an exceptionally strong will, one might indeed experience lasting repercussions. Thus, only in the S-League is the reality mode selected, as military academies generally discourage its use, with some institutions outright banning it. However, at Robbie's level, how can one enhance their skills in the realistic mode? He logged into his account, not entering the rankings, but rather opting for a private training session, which cannot be observed or spectated. Zhuang Zhou and the fireman were already live streaming, receiving immediate notification of the puppet's online presence. However, the puppet quickly entered a private training mode. Although they could see him, he remained elusive. Both Zhuang Zhou and the fireman felt a twinge of discomfort. What was he up to? Chapter 61. The Seedling Li. Li Hao invited Robbie into a reality mode match. For now, let us engage with all our strength without resorting to weapons, Li Hao declared. Armored Dragon Fighter versus Armored Dragon Fighter. Robbie was no stranger to the Armored Dragon. He also utilized it for training, yet he was still uncertain about his approach. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to give it another go. The previous match had been thrilling, although he was unaware that it was against his brother. This time, he was mentally prepared. The two mech warriors readied themselves for battle. With a resounding roar, Robbie's Armored Dragon Fighter launched itself at full speed towards Li Hao, employing combat techniques devoid of weaponry. The Cougar was formidable, and this was no exaggeration. They had their own unique style of American war dance. A swift strike. Boom. Robbie's head was instantly rattled, followed by an intense, disorienting pain throughout his body, leading him to exit the training session entirely. Gasping for breath, he reflected on the reality training he had previously engaged in. To be precise, capable S-rank competitors would utilize it as well. Ordinary defeats were bearable, but such a devastating loss was particularly painful, necessitating a moment to recuperate. What just happened? He pondered. Come on, what are you waiting for? Continue, urged Li Hao. Robbie stared in disbelief. Brother, should we take a moment to recover? Li Hao, looking perplexed, responded, Didn't you wish to enter the Golden Zone? We haven't even begun yet. Robbie's lips twitched, as if he had realized something profound. The Golden Zone is neither a shortcut nor a method reliant on mere proficiency, but rather a matter of life and death. No wonder Use is struggling against other federations. There are many who share this misconception, believing their efforts and dedication are commendable when, in truth, it is merely self-deception. Once more, this time, Robbie had learned his lesson, without the requisite prowess. He would not launch an offensive, opting instead for defense. The Armored Dragon surged forward, delivering a powerful punch, which Robbie braved head-on. The impact resounded. In the realm of reality, Li Hao unleashed 3 devastating strikes upon Robbie, leaving him pale and shaken. Let us pause here for today. The Golden Zone, as it were, epitomizes a life-or-death struggle for survival, a quest to unearth genetic or soul power. If beings from the Moon and Mars can achieve this, so too can you. Li Hao remarked with a smile, There is no rush, we have ample time. Indeed, Brother 2, Robbie conceded, surrendering completely, from his very essence down to the cellular level. 3 times, 3 punches. He failed to defend against a single one. This was an entirely different realm. Brother 2 is truly remarkable. Although his body felt as though it were being torn apart, there was a strange exhilaration in it. Since Brother 2 asserted that it was possible, there must be no issue, provided he could endure. Removing the tactile sensors, Robbie began to pummel his fists against the wall, each strike leaving a bloody imprint. He sought to awaken his numb body to some semblance of sensation. The disparity was insurmountable. What had he been doing all these years? In this state, he still dared to dream of becoming a top-tier pilot, and even aspired to one day attain the rank of general. His previous endeavors could hardly be deemed training. Li Hao was calculating Robbie's limits. Initially, it would undoubtedly be challenging, but given Robbie's physical prowess, he could undoubtedly withstand it. This endeavor was all about tenacity and resolve. When Bleem had challenged him back in the day, no opportunities had been afforded. It was far more demanding than this. Has training concluded? Would you care for some milk tea? Li Hao opened the communication app, contemplating daily. The mere thought inexplicably elevated his spirits. Impossible. Your physique is so admirable. Besides, a little plumpness is quite endearing. Li Hao remarked with delight. Each presents a unique sensation. Senior, when did you acquire such eloquence? Was it perhaps imparted by your dormitory's esteemed teacher Ma? On the other end, a yo-yo could hardly contain her amusement. My goodness. You even know the illustrious name of Teacher Ma? Indeed. Teacher Ma is a prominent figure in the Starship Department, having won over Senior Xingman in a week, and is often compared to Gao Yunfeng, the two renowned heartthrobs of Tianjin Academy. No way. Him? Surely not. Then I might as well claim the title of Campus Sweetheart. Campus Sweetheart? A yo-yo couldn't help but burst into laughter. What to do? She yearned to sneak out, to go shopping, to indulge in midnight snacks, to savor milk tea, and to freely partake in myriad delightful activities. At that moment, a yo-yo was not at school, but rather at a designated venue rehearsing for a concert. Although it was a small-scale event, it was replete with all essential preparations. The NUP Best team was diligently organizing everything. I too wished to enjoy some milk tea. But alas, not now. Everyone is earnestly preparing, and I cannot allow myself to wander off alone. As they chatted, inspiration struck a yo-yo. Inspiration has struck. Senior, I must pen it down, my treat for boba afterward. See, I told you, my very countenance exudes inspiration. Press on, and I eagerly await that milk tea. Li Hao grinned foolishly at his sky, while a Yu was overjoyed on the other end. Within the exclusive training grounds of the Tianjin Mecha Academy's two teams, boss. What's the dean implying? Has he come to a decision? Zhao Jihan chuckled. The announcement of the inter-school competition had been met with widespread jubilation, given the first team's prowess. Their victory over the current second team was all but assured. To utterly vanquish the second team before the entire school would be a moment of unparalleled glory for these military academy students. It wasn't so much that Gao Yufeng was a scoundrel, but rather that, as a prominent figure, he was inundated with female admirers. Their fervor often left him astonished. He had turned down most, but he was neither a saint nor a eunuch, and couldn't possibly reject them all. His principle was that he never spent a woman's money. He was content. But were the women not? If they were compatible, they would be together. If not, they would part ways. Wasn't that natural? Should one necessarily remain fixated on a single individual? Several girls attempted to dissuade him from leaving, employing various exaggerated tactics, but to no avail. As for whether he was a cad, he was unconcerned. He never pursued his sentimental path. Last year's setback had deeply affected him. Had he achieved remarkable success, all issues would have been inconsequential. Being a cad would have been seen as dashing and debonair. However, with less than stellar results, the problems became intractable. As for Zhou Nei, he had genuinely developed feelings for her through their interactions, unlike with the others. He simply hadn't anticipated that his actions would backfire. Having indulged sufficiently during my university years, I am now resolved to achieve significant results this year. This determination underlies my amicable disposition towards Zhou Nei and Yi Tong. It is not driven by ulterior motives. For the sake of Tianjin Mecha Academy's success in the S11 competition, their combat prowess, along with that of Musashi and Jihan, is indispensable. It's not as straightforward as it seems. Given Principal Long's character, she is unlikely to concede so readily. Her intention is probably to use us as a catalyst to galvanize the second team. Gao Yufeng furrowed his brow slightly. Principal Long frames it as competition, but he discerns a certain animosity towards him, perhaps stemming from a past grievance. Provocation? Gao Yufeng mused, while interest serves as an excellent motivator. Humiliation can be even more effective, yielding immediate results. Long Danny's extensive efforts suggest she won't easily relent. She operates according to her own agenda, just as he does. Securing Yi Tong, Zhou Nei, and Musashi for his team is his ideal strategy. He wonders about Long Danny's true intentions, as without his guidance, these novices would face certain defeat in the S-match. As Tianjin Mecha Academy's sole representative with an EMP score exceeding 2,500, he possesses the crucial experience and composure necessary for major competitions, qualities recognized even by the former principal. Is he to blame for USA's declining standards or Tianjin's lackluster performance? Victory justifies the means. Heh, boss, shall we thoroughly humiliate them? I've long held a grudge against them. By the way, some junior girls have recently expressed interest. Gao Yufeng frowned. Didn't I make it clear? Focus on training and achieving commendable results. What kind of women will be out of our reach then? Haha, my friend. Rest assured, I am quite earnest. Zhao Jihan chuckled. With just a year remaining, how could one not indulge? The younger disciples are plentiful, and this opportunity will not last. Ah, by the way, my friend, I have conversed with Shui Gang and Tang Yu. Should you give your consent, he is willing to join us as a substitute. However, this would mean an additional member for our team, and they are currently awaiting news. We should persuade Huang to step down. The significance of a heavy armor role has diminished as he lacks value in the face of prevailing styles. Gao Yufeng pondered for a moment before speaking. This individual possesses average skills, is rather taciturn, and has little presence. Moreover, Shui Gang can manage both heavy armor and flexibility, while Tang Yu's versatility remains essential, particularly for the S competition. What of the second team? Zhao Jihan responded cheerfully. All right, I shall take care of it. He had long been dissatisfied with Huang, who, despite being a mere substitute, acted as if he were the captain, flaunting a modicum of talent as if it were of great significance. The team would continue to thrive regardless of any single individual. Such a person lacked self-awareness, and finally, he had the opportunity to address this matter. Meanwhile, on the second team, Professor Meng Yi had arrived, yet Shui Gang and Tang Yu were still absent, and Tian Sun had not responded. After a while, Zhou Nai appeared astonished, which gradually morphed into resignation. Shui Gang and Tang Yu had withdrawn. Musashi, Yi Tong, and Zhou Xiaotang were equally bewildered. Why had they suddenly chosen to leave? This raised a more pressing question. What could have prompted their exit unless there were more favorable conditions? Could it be that these two fellows are about to join a team? Zhou Nai silently nodded. Meng Yi, having overheard, shook his head and said, Nai, take care of your matters before seeking me out. He was somewhat aware of the situation, which was part of the new principal's polishing initiative, and felt it inappropriate to intervene rashly. Zhou Nai felt a twinge of emptiness within. She had harbored a glimmer of hope that the professor might step in. Yet, Yitong sensed this as well, although she held no such expectations. After all, the professor was merely assisting out of goodwill. To help was a favor, while not helping was merely a duty. One must ultimately rely on oneself. The training room fell into an abrupt silence, already facing various challenges that required extensive training. The absence of two members posed a considerable dilemma. Yitong rolled her eyes, pondering the absurdity of asking someone to join merely to fill a spot. Knowing full well he could not participate in official competitions, was this not akin to rubbing salt into a wound? Zhou Xiaotang quickly interjected, that was not my intention. Musashi and Zhou Xiaotang turned their gazes toward Zhou Nai, who nodded slightly and replied, let us leave it at this for today. In the now desolate training room, Zhou Nai sat in solitude. Once brimming with ambition, she now faced the brink of dissolution, confronted by a series of pressing issues. Suddenly, she felt utterly inadequate. Discussing matters with others? If reasoning held any weight, what need would there be for a military academy? She bore no resentment towards Shui Gang and Tang Yu. People aspire to rise higher. Gao Yunfeng had certainly imparted a significant lesson. She did not deny her assessment that Gao Yunfeng's team lacked prospects, as it was devoid of cohesion and purity. However, was her own team any more pure? When she garnered support from Long Danny, she felt particularly blessed by fate. But now, what remains? It's not a matter of diligence, but rather a lack of direction. Should she plead? Her ambition extends beyond merely holding the title of captain. She aspires to cultivate a spirited team at Tianjin Mecha, one that fights for honor. Perhaps she is fundamentally unsuited for leadership. Unwittingly, she found herself at the EMP building. Yet, today, Zhou Nai harbored no inclination for combat. Standing in the lobby, she stared blankly at the large screen, lost in thought. Ladies and gentlemen, the marionette god is online. The moment we've all been waiting for has arrived. Zhuang Zhou announced with exuberant enthusiasm. There exists a type of person who, upon arrival, ignites an inherent burning aura. Virtually everyone who has witnessed the marionette god's matches instinctively switches channels. The EMP hall at Tianjin Mecha also switched to the marionette's match livestream. Tianjin Mecha indeed lacks impressive live streams. Highly skilled individuals like Gao Yunfeng are unwilling to publicly display their combat prowess. Zhuang Zhou, at least tangentially related, remains affiliated with Tianjin Mecha. Before long, the hall teemed with people. Zhou Nai stood among them, observing the animated discussions and fervent anticipation. This feeling, this cohesion, was precisely what she desired, yet found herself unable to achieve. Her comlink chimed, a message from Shui Gang offering an apology. He also shared the information that Huang from the first team had been eliminated. While admittedly short-tempered and somewhat erratic, he possessed undeniable strength and was undoubtedly qualified as a heavy-armored mech warrior. Zhou Nei was certainly cognizant of the opportunity presented. As a former member of the first team, she knew Hua Ying, a junior with immense potential in the point guard position for Tianjin Mech Wu, was also notoriously problematic. Even Gao Yunfeng struggled to manage him. Hua Ying's frequent absences from training and penchant for reckless command made him a ticking time bomb in the locker room. Had it not been for S10, Gao Yunfeng would have dismissed him long ago, and now he was merely awaiting a suitable replacement. Zhou Nei accessed her Skylink friend list, contemplating who in the class could provide immediate assistance. She considered those with high EMP scores or exceptional single-skill capabilities. As the class monitor, she had access to the entire class's friend list, and most students shared their scores with her. Consequently, she was aware of Li Hao's last-place ranking and Zhou Xiaotong's remarkable shooting accuracy. 1568 points? Who was this? How could someone in her class have such a high score? It had only been a short time since the start of the semester. Could it be Musashi? Why was there a prominent S symbol next to the score? This indicated an S-level test certification. S-level? Li Hao? Li Hao entered the rankings, stretched languidly, and then clasped his hands together in a quick prayer. Amit Ba, brother, give me a tough one. One Mani Padme Hum. ID, Lomachenko Fire Cloud, Mech Wu Clap. The fire-attributed mech user clapped his hands together forcefully, startling Zhuang Zhou. Observing the opponent's posture, he wondered if this was about to turn into a physical altercation. Esteemed comrades, lend your ears. The Pi Seed or assistance is finally upon us. I wonder if you've all heard tell of the 5 great houses for renowned schools and 3 supreme sects. In the use, there are the so-called 5 great ancient martial families. NUP boasts the 4 contemporary schools of mecha combat. And here in Rome, forged in the crucible of a harsh environment, drawing upon myriad strengths, we have the 3 supreme sects, the Ghost Martial Sect, the Wolf Martial Sect, and the Esoteric Martial Sect. Allow me to present, with utmost fanfare, Savushin, a first-year student of the Pyrocloud Mecha Academy, a rising star from Rom, and heir to the Ghost Martial Sect, a veritable supernova. The Pyro lad seemed enlightened. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, finally someone of substance to kill this guy. As the scion of the Ghost Martial Sect, Savushin's prowess is undoubtedly top tier. While the 3 sects of Mars may be audacious, one cannot emerge from their ranks without genuine ability. Savushin is, indeed, one of the most anticipated rising stars from Mars this year. Savushin was surprised that he was matched with an internet celebrity. But his teammates quickly reminded him that he did not care about puppets or anything else, but recently he had also heard of a challenger from backward Earth, who was particularly arrogant, especially, he did not respect the Great Rom. Zhuangzhou was also taken aback. A reputation casts a long shadow. The 3 sects of Mars are indeed formidable, and their fighting style is reckless, veritable ruthless individuals. He had heard of this particular fellow's name as well. It seems he had killed someone during training in the sect, exceedingly brutal. Mars, unlike Earth and Luna, does not adhere to the same principles of reason. However, one must not concede morale. Besides, he is a streamer. Whom should he fear? Old man, do not be so arrogant. Have you not suffered enough already? The prowess of the puppet god requires no further validation, and among the opponents, there exist formidable supernovas. Ah, Xiao Zhuang, can this truly be compared? Though both are supernovas, they are not identical. Fireman does not conceal his contempt. The audience in their live stream has surged to over 9 million, indicating a significant allure. But what is most crucial is the number of VIPs, those who engage in paid holographic viewing within the EMP system and relish their live commentary. This figure has surpassed 1 million, a substantial show of support. Generally, having tens of thousands willing to pay is commendable. Yet it is evident that spectators are eager to witness this monumental clash. The popularity of Sa Wu Tian on Mars far eclipses that of the puppet. Fixated on the young master of the Ghost Martial Sect, whose title of Supernova garners immense attention, coupled with a series of overwhelming victories. In contrast to Musashi's understated demeanor, his personality is exuberantly extroverted, bold, and flamboyant, earning him the moniker Lawless. At this moment, the number of VIP viewers exceeding 1,000 points has noticeably increased, suggesting that in terms of quality, the high score ratio is exceptionally prominent, indicating that most military academy students regard the puppet's combat as highly instructive. The Mechanical Warriors of Mars and the American Lions are practically guaranteed to tune in to live broadcasts whenever a match featuring the puppet occurs. Even Robbie, who has just recovered slightly from his recent thrashing and still feels considerable pain, understands that he must watch his brother's match. The Ghost Martial sect is a rather distasteful faction, renowned for its rigorous physical training and the pursuit of transcending human limits. They embody a kind of madness, characterized by the notion of possessing iron bones and the willingness to keep one's eyes wide open even in death. In terms of weaponry, they excel in the use of blades. In the realm of supernovae, Sowushin stands out distinctly, arguably surpassing Musashi. Their foundational skills are comparably solid. Yet Sowushin exhibits a fiercer tenacity. In the pursuit of extremes, Mars must strive harder. Observe how the puppet handles the situation. Ordinarily, competitors engage in friendly sparring. But matches against the Ghost Martial sect are a matter of life and death. The competition was halted. Everyone, please hold on. There seems to be a situation. The official announcement has been made. The contestant Sowushin has requested the reality mode. The voice of the fireman resonates with pride and fervor. Indeed, it is a mode of 100% realism easily resulting in injuries, yet the Martians fear not. Within training, the reality mode is predominantly utilized by Martians, followed by Titans and then Lunarians, with Earthlings employing it the least. It is no secret that Earthlings fear death. Conversely, one might argue that this reflects prudence. Zhou Nei stands quietly amidst the crowd, listening to the cacophony around her. In this moment, it is evident that everyone supports the puppet. The Martians are excessively arrogant. What is this? On what grounds do they wish to employ the reality mode? It is well known that the puppet ascended from the virtual realm, and its body cannot withstand pain as adeptly as those from Mars. Such a shift in mode can easily induce psychological stress and distort movements. Zhou Nei observes intently. If it were her, she would undoubtedly refuse. Nei, do you believe he will acquiesce? At an indeterminate moment, Gao Yunfeng approached Zhou Nei. Chapter 63. Coercion and Enticement. Zhou Nei glanced at Gao Yunfeng and stated, Captain Gao, we have divergent paths and cannot conspire together. Zhou Nei remained silent. Gao Yunfeng smiled subtly, pressing forward while the iron was hot, aware that this was a vulnerable moment for Zhou Nei. Let's merge the two teams, he proposed. With you as my vice-captain. Together, we'll achieve the best results for Tianjin Mech Combat. I'm graduating soon, and the team will still be yours. Zhou Nei couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head gently. Captain Gao, I think you misunderstand. The reason I left the team is primarily because I believe that following you will only lead to repeated humiliation with no positive outcome. I have no interest in the captain's position. Besides, we're not that familiar. Please refer to me as Zhou. Nei, or rather, Zhou, don't rush to conclusions. You know me. I'll certainly go all out for victory. The principal has arranged a campus competition. I know she's doing it for you, as humiliating defeat can stimulate the desire to win. However, it's not fair to others who have dedicated years to the academy. I'll make a request in the name of the student council. Tianjin Mech Combat only needs one team, the winning one. The losing team will be disbanded. Gao Yunfeng stated calmly. If you refuse a toast, you'll be forced to drink a forfeit. Zhou Nei's gaze sharpened, but Gao Yunfeng remained unconcerned. So, think carefully. I have the power to do this, and Principal Long can't protect you unreasonably. If you lose, then Musashi and Yedong will be sidelined for a year. You should understand the importance of an S-level competition experience for them. The dearth of experience, the dearth of exposure, and even the ramifications for the future render each and every S-tournament critically important. What exactly are your intentions, Captain Gao? Zhou Nei is palpably out of sorts today, and she is cognizant that Gao Yunfeng is deliberately seizing this moment to negotiate with her. Look, it's not as if I'm being heartless. I'll grant you time to contemplate until the conclusion of this match. Merge, and the Tianjin Mech Force will confront S11 at its zenith. You are currently the vice-captain, and next year you will be the captain. Consider it. Conversely, the campus tournament is next week. Even if you were to assemble another individual, could you prevail? Gao Yunfeng pressed relentlessly. I have always believed you to be a discerning and eminently rational individual. Gao Yunfeng fixed his gaze upon Zhou Nei, unblinking. Indeed, he was coercing Zhou Nei, seeking to thoroughly dismantle the resistance and recalcitrance within her, to compel her submission, rather than her departure from the team due to dalliances. He found her failure to acknowledge his prowess even more unacceptable. Once she capitulates this time, she will never recover. With Zhou Nei in hand, Musashi and Wei would also be within his grasp. The blueprint in his mind could then be realized. When necessary, a character like Zhao Jihan could be offered to Wei to vent her spleen. Such young ladies are, in fact, the easiest to manage. At present, the issue isn't about overwhelming. They simply lack sufficient personnel. At this moment in the live broadcast, the puppet has embraced the reality mode, where the competition operates under a complete 100 realistic framework. Those who have experienced it understand that this is an entirely different sensation. The disparity is palpable. With a 30 difference in pain perception and tolerance, a disastrous outcome could potentially leave lasting psychological scars. Although the human body and willpower have significantly advanced, risks still persist. Sart selected his favored mobile warrior, the Oni warrior, a mech named in honor of the Oni martial arts, symbolizing its glory and strength. The Oni warrior, a medium-sized humanoid mech weighing 75 tons, is powered by a dual-engine nuclear fission drive, equipped with Oni laser eyes, dual laser guns, and the formidable titanium Oni blade. While Mars boasts unique beast-type mechs, it does not exclude the use of humanoid mechs, which are equally present and distinctly styled. The entire design of the Oni warrior is characterized by a dark crimson hue, complemented by its unique head structure, imparting an imposing visual impact. The Oni blade is larger, wider, and thicker than the standard titanium blades outfitted on typical mechs, exuding an aura of menace and ferocity, rendering it invincible in combat. The puppet, Armor Dragon 3. I truly wonder if the puppet deity has configured the random mech database to favor the Armor Dragon and Armor Tiger. I suspect there might also be the Armor Leopard, albeit with a lower selection probability. This is the genuine affection of the Friar brothers. Brothers, I feel a sense of unease. My palms are sweating. Can the Armor Dragon withstand the relentless onslaught of the Oni warrior? To those above, I share your anxiety. I have witnessed everything being felled, a complete suppression of types. Fear not, comrades, for I have wagered 100,000 gold tokens on the marionette god's triumph by knockout, and I remain unperturbed. I stand upon the rooftop. The night's beauty profound. Zhuang Zhou observes. The brother upon the rooftop is welcome to descend for a cup of tea. Such a victory is assured. Beside him, the Fire Lord emits a derisive chuckle. This child has surely lost his senses. Is there truly such a thing as a guaranteed win in this world? In the reality mode arena, the two mobile suits, Armor Dragon Mark III versus Ghost Samurai, enter the fray. Immediately, with a resounding crash, the Ghost Samurai initiates a blitz, drawing its Ghost House blade mid-stride, leaping and executing a flash jump slash. Boom! The marionette's titanium blade defends. Yet the Ghost Samurai's formidable strength bends the marionette at the waist. The Ghost Samurai unleashes a relentless assault, delivering 3 successive heavy pressure strikes, leaving the Armored Dragon defenseless. This embodies the Ghost Warrior sect style, unyielding and indomitable, crushing the adversary with overwhelming force, followed by an invincible combo. With the Fire Lord's roar, the Ghost Samurai commences its onslaught, having seized absolute control. Though the Ghost Warrior sect's techniques are not strictly necessary, the opportunity to inflict an unforgettable nightmare upon one who dared to humiliate the Martian people is too tempting to resist. Ghost Warrior Celestial Severance. The Ghost Samurai now wields the blade with both hands, the massive Ghost House blade spiraling with tempestuous force towards the Armored Dragon fighter. The Armored Dragon can only retreat defensively, while the Ghost Samurai relentlessly pursues, his footsteps tracing a semi-spiral, his body in fluid motion. The Ghost House blade seamlessly connecting strikes to maximize its cutting power. A barrage of resounding explosions erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks. As the signature move of the Gue Wu sect, the Tiangang 36 slashes, unfolded at the S tournament, executed within a single breath. A feat achievable only through the Gue Wu sect's unique breathing technique. Its power could decisively vanquish even the most heavily armored and aggressive opponents. It was an absolute display of violent aesthetics. Moreover, as the young sect master's trump card, it was executed with even greater perfection, fluidity, and force, posing a constant threat to slay the Armored Dragon. With a thunderous roar, the Tiangang slashes forced the Armored Dragon back over 10 meters. As the final 3 slashes descended, Sa Yutian's strength and spirit not only remained undiminished, but surged to their peak. Kill. Clang. Clang. The first slash shifted the Armored Dragon's center of gravity. The second forced it into a backward tilt, and the third was a fatal blow. Everyone held their breath, wondering if the Armored Dragon could withstand this final strike. Boom. With a swift counterattack, the Armored Dragon executed a backward somersault, unleashing a slash to parry the final blow. The mecha retreated 6 or 7 meters before launching a sudden advance, crashing forward. Its titanium blade aimed directly at the Ghost Warrior. Thud. Sa Yutian's expression shifted. the disdain vanishing from the corners of his mouth in an instant. How could it possess such power after enduring his entire sequence of Tiangang slashes? Before he could ponder further, the armored dragon began to spin. Clang, 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 clang. Gui Wu Tiangang slashes? Sa Yutian's face turned ashen. Could there truly be someone in this world audacious enough to use the Gui Wu Tiangang slashes in the presence of the Gui Wu sect's young master? He was intimately acquainted with this assault pattern. Concentrating his focus, he braced himself to meet the initial strike head-on, intending to disrupt his opponent's subsequent movements. This particular half-spiral step required extensive refinement. Anyone presuming to emulate it without such preparation would be courting disaster. However, his confident attempt at disruption met with nothing, leaving him vulnerable to the armored dragon's counterattack and instantly compromising his defensive stance. Zhuangzhou roared, brandishing his fist. He knew the puppet god would comprehend. Clang, 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 clang. The titanium blade cleaved repeatedly. Boom. The ghost warrior faltered, losing balance. The armored dragon seized the opportunity, unleashing a charged strike. But at that moment, Sa Wutian grinned malevolently. The ghost warrior roared, "Perish!" Ghost warrior roaming sky. The ghost warrior's katana suddenly arced upward in a slashing motion. Clang. The armored dragon's titanium blade was severed. The fireman leaped up, arms raised, bellowing at Zhuangzhou. Ghost warrior blade severing technique. All according to plan. In heaven and earth, the ghost warrior reigns supreme. Spectators from both Earth and Mars felt as if they were on a roller coaster, their emotions swinging wildly. Just as they thought Sa Wutian was about to slay his opponent, he defended, poised for a counterattack. Even attempting the ghost warrior heavenly gang slash, a move of utter malice. But just as the Earthlings were reaching a fever pitch, everything changed. Why had the titanium blade shattered? The ghost warrior now ferociously lunged at the armored dragon, while simultaneously, the laser eyes charged, ready to deliver a combined fatal blow. Stripped of his titanium blade, the armored dragon faced the frenzied ghost warrior like a lamb led to slaughter. The individual on the rooftop appeared to linger at the stairwell, uncertain whether to ascend or descend. With a swift and decisive strike, the head of the adversary was severed. The supporters of the puppets were on the verge of asphyxiation when suddenly, a dazzling display unfolded before their eyes. Chapter 64. The Art of Prediction, Divided by Skill. Boom. Two mobile warriors vanished simultaneously, only to reappear in an instant. However, the head of the ghostly warrior was absent, its body spiraling out of balance and soaring away, while the airborne laser eye pierced through the headless form with precision. Thud. Boom. The armored dragon landed, and the ghostly warrior exploded. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Who emerged victorious? Was it the armored dragon? Or had the armored dragon merely ascended, resulting in a draw? What was the situation? The puppet triumphed. Without hesitation, Sa Tian was kicked aside. The fireman, still standing, suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Why had this occurred? Within Zhuangzhou's heart surged excitement. His gaze ignited with fervor, yet his expression remained serene. Esteemed guests, I understand your perplexity. Prepare to witness the divine artistry of war. No one questioned Zhuangzhou's credibility, for at that moment, the armored dragon was undeniably at a disadvantage. It was not merely the severance of the titanium blade. It had lost the overall ability to resist. How could everything reverse in a mere second? Was he a god of war? A knowing smile played at the corners of Gao Yunfeng's mouth. As the Martians swelled with anticipation, this was our finest opportunity. Meanwhile, the members of the EMP analysis team were already on high alert, ready to provide answers at a moment's notice. At the critical juncture, precisely when Chiron believed victory was within grasp and his spirits were soaring, a moment when any pilot would struggle to contain their elation, Savushin capitalized on this mindset. Confronted with a formidable assault, coupled with the relentless application of the Oni martial sect severing blade technique targeting the same vulnerable spot, Savushin successfully severed the titanium blade. This act completely nullified Karen's offensive, the misdirected force causing him to lose his equilibrium. The charged laser eye served as a source of constant pressure, an ever-present threat that Chiron had to consider. However, the true coup de GRC was the swift decapitation. The Oni warrior's blade aimed directly for Karen's head, a favored method of asserting dominance among Martian elites. Yet, in the instant of the Oni warrior's swift strike, Chiron retaliated with his own swift maneuver. The slow-motion replay, magnified in extreme close-up, held everyone in suspense. With a sickening crunch, The Oni warrior anticipated Karen's actions, but Chiron, in turn, anticipated the Oni warrior's anticipation. Executing an arc flash, he unleashed a kick, causing the Oni warrior to collide headfirst into the attack. The head was instantly severed. The immense momentum and force sending the lower torso spinning like a top, only to be struck by the detached laser eye. This was a hyper-realistic simulation, where the tactile sensors would transmit the violent impact directly to the pilot's brain, an experience undoubtedly akin to tumultuous upheaval. For clarification, a standard flash is linear, whereas an arc-step flash incorporates a rotational force mid-maneuver, resulting in a curved trajectory upon execution. While seemingly straightforward, this type of control is exceedingly difficult to master. With unconcealed pride, Zhuangzhou declared, "As I mentioned before, for the puppet god, the outcome is never in question. All we need is to do is have faith in him, and then behold a spectacular display of combat. Old man, it is your turn to shine." Zhuangzhou was alluding to the other party spaceship. The pyro man, who had initially intended to visit the restroom, reluctantly halted in his tracks. Ahem. This particular instance was merely an accidental misstep. I believe Savant Tian was simply out of sorts due to excessive training. Explanations are just veiled excuses. Hurry up. I didn't say anything, did I? Just one match, right? It's fine. We Earthlings are magnanimous and don't dwell on such things. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Zhuangzhou exclaimed, breathing a sigh of relief. Spaceships took off one after another. Zhuangzhou was too lazy to pay attention to them. He wondered if the puppet god would continue to fight, as the reality mode consumed a significant amount of energy. The puppet god did not log off, but neither did he continue to queue for matches. Li Hao was not tired, but he needed to use the restroom. Even among A-grade military academy students, there was a vast disparity between top-tier experts and ordinary students. After genetic modification, the upper limits were, in fact, extended. Of course, top-tier experts typically entered special forces or high-level positions, while regular troops still required a large number of talents. "Nei, have you made a decision?" Gao Yinfeng inquired. Looking at Zhou Nei, he was not interested in online celebrities. No matter how well they performed online, it was of no use, as the offline world was entirely different. While these individuals may appear enthusiastic, they were, in truth, insignificant when facing the S-League. Zhou Nei cast a glance at the gentlemanly rogue Gao and resolutely shook her head. "Captain Gao, I'll see you on the battlefield." "Nai, why must you persist? I perceive you as a wise and composed individual, knowing the inevitable defeat. Why tread this path to ruin?" Gao Yinfeng remarked, grasping Zhou Nai's arm. "Captain Gao, please maintain your decorum." Zhou Nai forcefully shook off his hand. Gao Yinfeng continued to smile. "Nai, even if you are angry with me, you must not jeopardize your future." Before he could finish, a heavy hand clapped onto his shoulder. Were it not for the multitude present, Gao Yunfeng could have easily dispatched him, leaving them to ponder why the flowers bloom so vividly. "What are you doing, Captain Gao? Show some respect to our class leader." Li Hao interjected, his damp hand clasping Gao Yunfeng's. "If you enjoy handshakes so much, why not say so earlier? After every bathroom visit, I yearn for someone to wipe my hands. Oh, or shake hands." Gao Yunfeng, feeling repulsed, quickly withdrew his hand. "Li Hao, is it? Kindly disappear." Li Hao chuckled. "Class leader, what has transpired?" "For reasons unknown." Upon seeing Li Hao, Zhou Nai felt a peculiar sense of reassurance. "Captain Gao wishes for our team to surrender. Otherwise, we shall be disbanded." "Ah, Captain Gao, so fearful of losing in the campus competition? You should have said so. A gentler approach would suffice." Li Hao waved his hand in exasperation. "Li Hao, who do you think you are? Are you still reveling in the trivial achievements from your kindergarten days? I advise you to use your brain. I am the captain of Team 1 and must take responsibility for it. The Tianjin Military Academy values fairness, and only the most capable teams can represent Tianjin in battle. However, I believe that Nai Yi and the others possess considerable potential, which is why I wish to include them. You are nothing and should refrain from meddling here." Gao Yunfeng, with reasoned confidence, looked down upon Li Hao. Li Hao chuckled derisively. Indeed, Captain Gao was impressive, perched upon his moral high ground, delivering such shameless rhetoric with eloquence. "I wholeheartedly concur with your assertion that only powerful teams should represent Tianjin. The results of next week's campus competition will reveal the truth. Unless you possess the gift of foresight, did our poor performance last year stem from humility?" Gao Yunfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Someone of Li Hao's standing hardly warranted a conversation. Engaging in an argument would only diminish his own worth. He turned to Zhou Nai. Nai, do you share this sentiment? Captain Zhou, I have made my stance clear. We shall let our strength speak for itself. Zhou Nai was not one to waver. Excellent. You are all commendable. We shall meet next week. With that, Gao Yunfeng stormed away, genuinely enraged by their lack of appreciation. Once Gao Yunfeng departed, Zhou Nai exhaled deeply, feeling as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. As a former captain, Gao Yunfeng had exerted considerable pressure on her, particularly since she was aware of the combat circumstances. Yet, the prospect of joining Gao Yunfeng's team was utterly out of the question. She would wait, even if it took another year. Class leader, do not wear such a troubled expression. It is but a trifling matter. Next week, we shall teach them a lesson. Li Hao declared. Zhou Nei, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Thank you, but you are aware that our team is currently in a rather dire situation. I am indeed aware, Li Hao continued. Zhou Xiaoping mentioned that you are short one member. I can step in. I am capable of playing any position. And I assure you, victory is guaranteed. He patted his chest confidently. Zhou Nei could not help but smile. Indeed, a prodigy with an S rating exuded a different aura. Li, it is unfortunate that people have underestimated you, but that is quite unfair. The principal has informed me that you cannot represent Tianjing in the S competition. For a military academy student, lacking ability might be excusable, but possessing talent, yet being barred from participating in the S competition is a blatant stifling of potential. If she were in his place, she too would find it unbearable. If one cannot compete, yet is expected to allow others to take the field in such contests, it is nothing short of bullying. Li Hao placed a reassuring hand on Zhou Nei's shoulder. Class leader, what are you pondering? Isn't it a splendid opportunity to showcase your talents? You have helped me immensely, and I have not been shy about it. This small matter is nothing. Come now. As a class leader, you must be magnanimous. I hold you in great admiration. By the way, I recently came into a bit of fortune. Let me treat you all to a late-night snack. Li Hao was aware that there were class funds for public activities, contributions required from everyone. However, his share had been covered by Zhou Nei, who, knowing his family circumstances, had chosen to overlook it for the sake of his dignity. This had happened several times, and encountering such a kind-hearted individual made him feel remiss for not contributing. How could he face borrowing money in the future? Walking ahead, Li Hao remained oblivious to the slight redness around Zhou Nei's eyes behind him. Chapter 65. Responsibility. As everyone gathered together, Zhou Nei suddenly realized that no issue seemed insurmountable. Li Hao possessed an inexplicable ability to instill a sense of tranquility. After briefly summarizing the circumstances, she expressed, Our situation is quite arduous. If anyone wishes to leave, I can understand. We can endure for at most 1 year, and we will not falter in the face of defeat. I initially joined because of the class leader, Zhou Xiaoping remarked. I would have opted to lounge about without the class leader's supervision. I would have abandoned my efforts long ago. It was only through the class leader's guidance that my remote talents were nurtured to yield such results. Yi Tong cast a fleeting glance at Li Hao. Her alluring crimson lips pursed slightly. What are you pondering? Since Li Hao has joined us, our sole consideration should be how to vanquish them. A glimmer of fierce determination shone in Yi Tong's eyes. The pent-up energy within her felt like a caged tiger, and she was somewhat irked by the situation. She held immense trust in Li Hao's capabilities. Even if he possessed only half of his former prowess, it would suffice. Observing his skills, it was evident that he had not diminished significantly. Haha, I appreciate the trust of all my brothers and sisters. Let us raise a glass to welcome my triumphant return. Today, I shall treat everyone. So please, let us indulge moderately. Li Hao attempted to boast, knowing that Yi Tong's unwavering confidence would at least uplift the group's morale. As the crowd lifted their glasses, the immediate response was laughter. Moderately? That's simply unacceptable. Boss, I demand extra dishes. Make them extravagant, very extravagant. Li Hao's lips curled slightly, while Zhou Nei's smile exuded a sense of relaxation. It had been quite some time since she had laughed so freely, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Now, her sole focus was to prepare wholeheartedly for the upcoming campus competition next week. Although time was of the essence, her heart brimmed with motivation. This was the atmosphere and unity she yearned for. No matter how formidable the opponents might be, she was filled with an insatiable desire to succeed. There was still time. But what about the opponents? One must find a worthy training partner to hone their skills. The Marco Polo second team had also ceased their activities. Where could one find such a partner in such little time? Yi Tong interjected abruptly. Junior sister Yitong, we are currently indulging ourselves. Let's not concern ourselves with tomorrow's matters until it arrives. After all, we are somewhat familiar with each other, Seds was shouting, now bold enough to converse with Yitong. His unwavering principle was to never let the worries of tomorrow intrude upon today. Chubby, refrain from interrupting while your sister speaks. From now on, you shall address me as senior sister. Do you understand? Yitong's eyes widened immediately. Under the pressure of Yitong's demeanor, was shouting dared not be disrespectful. However, in front of his comrades, he would not back down easily, opting instead to bury himself in his meal. Li Hao suddenly recalled something important and dialed Tianxin. After a prolonged wait, someone finally answered. Has your team been occupied lately? We would like to arrange a few training matches with you, he stated. We need to foster synergy within our team. I'm just a player. As long as you bring your best game, a little cooperation is all that is needed. You understand. All right, let us proceed with that. Li Hao concluded the call, only to remember that EMP had yet to log off. He promptly opened Tianxin and initiated EMP's logout process. Zhou Nai and the others watched as Li Hao effortlessly secured a training partner in just a few brief exchanges. Li Hao and the Gao Yunfeng team certainly possess commendable skills. We cannot simply select anyone at random. Robbie's Puma should suffice, I believe. Li Hao savored a delectable piece of kidney. The crunchiness was truly delightful. A sudden silence enveloped the dining table as everyone exchanged glances, contemplating the esteemed Puma A-Class Military Academy, ranked among the top 10 by use. Only Yitong, displaying her discontent, wrinkled her petite nose and let out a huff. Recalling how Robbie had once been the devoted sycophant of the second brother, the victory of the puppet would not be publicized in other federations. While Nup might still make an appearance, it would merely be a taunting display of superiority, whereas in Rom, it was outright censored. Indeed, such feats could only be achieved by Martian talent, and no one seemed surprised, often fabricating bizarre justifications. Of course, on Earth. This had become a trending topic in the Tianxuan EMP section, as it had been ages since such an impressive warrior emerged. There was even a remarkable incident where over 50,000 VIPs paid to watch a passive stream late at night. In response, a certain Martian streamer claimed that the puppet had actually lost, having sustained internal injuries, and was rushed to the hospital for emergency care. This utterly absurd assertion surprisingly garnered the approval of the majority of Martians. The Ghost Martial sect is renowned for its lethality. It was evident that Satuo Tian had refrained at a critical juncture, yet the shameless earthlings seized the opportunity to strike. At this moment, after attending morning classes, Zhou Nei stood before Long Danny. Zhou Nei realized that her previous approach had been flawed. She had failed to uphold her principles, wavering and overthinking, rendering herself unrecognizable. However, after gaining clarity yesterday, she understood that in life, one must embrace responsibility and make decisive choices. Principal, Li Hao has returned to the team. Tianjing's mechanized warfare needs him, and our squad requires his leadership. I propose he be appointed as captain, Zhou Nei declared with unwavering determination. Long Danny regarded Zhou Nei with a sense of calm surprise. Oh, do share your thoughts. Li Hao possesses formidable strength. I assess his capabilities to be on par with Yitong and Musashi. As you are aware, he was once selected for the Solar System Youth class. His character embodies the spirit and resilience of a true leader, Zhou Nei continued. In fact, since the first year, although Li Hao may not have been particularly conspicuous, upon reflection, he has consistently excelled in various activities. Our class, Class 16, triumphed in physical competitions, tug-of-war, and cross-country events. In the dormitory, Musashi and the others affectionately refer to him as Brother Hao, which clearly stems from their admiration for his character and approach to tasks, rather than merely his age. Is that all? Long Danny replied, her tone indifferent. You need not be concerned about his abilities. He holds an S-level performance rating, and his EMP score has exceeded 1500. Meeting all necessary criteria, Zhou Nei asserted. Long Danny slightly shook her head. You know his challenges lie beyond that. Even if you triumph, there remains the possibility that he may be unable to participate in the S competition, potentially hindering your participation as well. Have you considered this dilemma? Principal, I have contemplated this matter seriously. The rationale for exclusion from competition is unacceptable to us. There are certain aspects beyond our control. But we have unanimously decided that we are a team, willing to fight together and bear any consequences. If we cannot shoulder this responsibility, we are unworthy of victory. Zhou Nei stated emphatically. Long Danny silently observed Zhou Nei. Since a decision had been made, there was no need to consult me on every matter. However, I must emphasize that eloquent words hold little weight. It is through strength that one must speak. The upcoming campus competition will result in the dissolution of any team that loses. Understood, Principal. In that moment, Zhou Neiyi, who had previously been troubled by uncertainty, seemed unfazed. After Zhou Neiyi departed, a faint smile graced Long Danny's lips. It appeared that progress was being made. After a brief moment of reflection, Long Danny organized her thoughts and dialed Tianxuan. Apologies for the intrusion, but regarding our previous discussion, this student possesses remarkable strength and potential. Indeed, I am certain. They are all my students, and as the principal, I am prepared to bear any consequences. Yes, thank you for your support. Tianjing Jiwu will undoubtedly shine as a pearl in the S competition. To accomplish a task, it is not about reliance on one another, but rather a collective effort among like-minded individuals. Everyone, we have come full circle and united once again. The outcome of next week's campus competition will determine our fate. Today, I have an announcement to make. In light of my previous performance and self-awareness, I have decided to step down as team captain and nominate Li Hao for the position. Anyone else wishing to take on the role may also put their name forward for a collective vote, Zhou Neiyi declared. Ahem, class leader, that seems unreasonable, Li Hao replied. Bewildered, his personal contributions were modest at best. How had the situation escalated? Li Hao, don't be so quick to dismiss this. Does anyone have any objections? Zhou Neiyi asserted, momentarily displaying the authority befitting a class leader. Hee, Brother Hao is naturally the leader of the dormitory. I have no objections. Musashi raises his hand. I support it. Zhou Xiaodang is also in favor. Humph, he needs to be more proactive. I could reluctantly accept him as my captain. Yi Tong still exhibits a hint of pride, but deep down, she certainly agrees. She cannot tolerate Li Hao settling for mediocrity. Li Hao, with great power comes great responsibility. And in every regard, you are far more suited to be the captain than I am. We shall assist you and fight for the same goal. This is a well-considered decision by Zhou Neiyi, and once agreed upon, she suddenly feels a surge of confidence. Li Hao finds himself in a dilemma, class leader. Everyone is aware of my circumstances. It may very well lead to a fruitless endeavor for all. Zhou Neiyi responds, that is a matter for the principal and use, not ours. As warriors, we must showcase our abilities and prove ourselves. I truly do not believe that those with strength can remain unnoticed. Her words are decisive, and she regains her commanding presence. With a change of identity, her thoughts become clearer, and everyone gazes at Li Hao with intense anticipation. As if expecting him to treat them, Li Hao senses the pressure, thinking that if he continues to decline, it may appear disingenuous. Since everyone is insisting, then I shall indeed take action. If I do poorly, I can always be replaced, haha. Musashi and Zhou Xiaodang applaud, but before they can finish, the door is suddenly kicked open, and a person saunters in. Oh, the atmosphere of this motley crew is rather pleasant. However, thinking you can defeat Gao Yufeng is akin to dreaming. Huang entered with a mocking smile, confidently pulling up a chair and taking a seat. Zhou Neiyi, you must be aware that you stand no chance against Gao Yufeng. Moreover, he has not afforded you any time to prepare. The battle commences next week, leaving but 4 or 5 days at most. Only I, Hua Ying, can lead you to the pinnacle of success. At that moment, Hua Ying was brimming with confidence, feeling as if he were poised to soar into the skies. In addressing the principal's timidity, it is essential to recognize that interpersonal relationships do not always necessitate obligation. Furthermore, in life, being overly proactive in offering assistance can lead to dependency and a lack of appreciation, which may yield counterproductive outcomes. It is crucial to exhibit the necessary awareness and accountability in pursuit of shared goals to foster resonance among individuals, a reality many encounter in their personal and professional lives. Regarding combat, my approach is scenically oriented. Each battle unfolds like a storyboard, detailing the distance between mechs, the transitions of movements, and every single technique employed. The intensity and variation of each match escalate progressively, with vivid imagery playing out in my mind. Should anyone fail to perceive this, well, it would undoubtedly reflect my shortcomings as a writer. Let us invigorate the atmosphere for our esteemed audience. Chapter 66, Persuasion with Conviction. He was prepared to educate his future teammates, yet the anticipated righteous indignation was conspicuously absent. Even Night Eye, known for her rebellious spirit, seemed to have been subdued by his imposing presence. Zhou Neiyi offered a slight smile and shrugged. At present, our captain is Li Hao, and his word is final. What? Just him? Huang furrowed his brow. I had thought you were intelligent. Surely you could find someone better than this. Never mind. I shall assume the role of your captain from back in the day, and I will devise our strategies. We will undoubtedly defeat Gao Yunfeng. The others remained silent, their gazes fixed on Li Hao. Li Hao smiled slightly. I find your reasoning quite compelling. Our team has a rule. The strongest shall lead. Let us engage in a 1v1. Should you emerge victorious, the captaincy will be yours. Huh. Excellent. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Follow me, and I assure you a life of luxury and comfort. The era of Gao Yunfeng has passed. Huang heralds the new age of Tianjing's mechanized warriors. Beside them, Yitong could not suppress a laugh. Who is this foolish giant? Huang cast a sidelong glance at Yitong. I know you harbor doubts, Yitong. Since I am here today, I shall grant everyone's wishes. You, well, it matters not. You shall go first. Yitong frowned slightly. This person seems rather foolish. No wonder Gao Yunfeng chose to dismiss him. Who could tolerate such a mindset and accent? Li Hao and Huang entered the combat room. Why bother arguing with him? He is someone even Gao Yunfeng no longer wants, Yitong remarked. Zhou Nei smiled gently. True, his intellect may be somewhat lacking, yet he possesses considerable strength. He is arguably the most powerful heavy armor user in our school, even if the current trend does not favor heavy armor. Zhou Nei believed Li Hao was aware that Huang, a third year with an EMP score exceeding 1800, was indeed formidable. For the team to progress, substitutes were essential. And on another note, everyone was eager to witness Li Hao's prowess in mechanized combat. Hey, what's up? I want to take advantage of you, shouted Huang. As long as it's the same as yours, that's fine, replied Li Hao. Oh, you've got some spirit, kid. That courage is enough to impress even a water cooler. Come on, Dragon God Tea. Earthlings should utilize Earthling standards. Real men should go with heavy armor. Boom boom, two mecha warriors emerged, with the 120-ton Dragon God Tea making a truly imposing entrance. Unlike the armored tiger, the Dragon God Tea primarily enhanced its assault capabilities. Equipped with 2 Gatling cannons, a titanium gun, and a defensive shield. Don't say I'm bullying you. Let us test our skills and show you the captain's prowess, Huang declared, choosing not to select any weapons. He was exceedingly confident in his close combat abilities, especially in front of the ladies. Li Hao chuckled, also opting not to arm himself. As the battle commenced, Li Hao's Dragon God shot forth like a projectile, delivering a powerful punch. Huang couldn't help but laugh, thinking, is this fool really going to challenge me head-on? In an instant, they clashed. But just as they were about to make contact, Huang sensed something was amiss. Roar! Boom! Huang's Dragon God Tea was sent crashing to the ground. This Huang has some talent, Musashi remarked. Huang's head was buzzing. What just happened? With my control, I should have been able to evade that instantaneously. How was I knocked down? He slapped his own face, trying to regain clarity. That doesn't count. I was ready. Let us go again, Huang shouted. All right. Let us do it again. This time, Huang's defeat was even more dismal. Li Hao's Dragon God battle machine executed a formidable maneuver, forcefully crashing into Huang's Dragon God, sending it flying. The powerful internal shockwave swiftly eliminated the pilot. Clearly, Li Hao aimed to establish his authority, not over others, but specifically over Huang. Like Zhou Nei, he recognized the necessity of Huang for the team, while Musashi could serve as a substitute. A backup was essential when facing skilled opponents, and heavy armor was indispensable. However, this rebellious spirit would become a concern if not brought to heel. Once again, Huang, regaining a semblance of composure, bellowed defiantly, I refuse to accept this. It felt as if he had encountered a specter. Was this person truly stronger than him? What kind of control was this? In the third round, Huang summoned all his focus and launched an aggressive attack, but Li Hao's Dragon God executed a sweeping sidekick, knocking him down and delivering a powerful blow to the cockpit. In that instant, Huang felt a chill run through him, drenched in cold sweat. Yet the iron fist of the Dragon God halted just before impact. Will you yield? Li Hao relished this approach. If one refused to submit, he would fight until they did. The prickling of Huang's hair stood on end, clearing his mind. It was not mere overconfidence. This Li Hao was genuinely formidable. A hidden boss. No wonder Zhou Nei had chosen to step down as captain, and why Musashi and Yadong had no objections. Yield? Of course, he would yield. How could he not? Captain, please accept me. I shall do anything, even monitor the water cooler, Huang exclaimed as he hurriedly removed his sensory device. The onlookers exchanged glances, and Yadong looked at Zhou Neiyi, seemingly questioning if this fool had always been like this and whether they truly intended to keep him. Li Hao emerged as well, remarking that there was no water dispenser to check. All present were comrades, and adherence to the team's rules was paramount. Huang nodded vigorously, affirming, "All right, anything goes, as long as I can stay. I shall do as I am told." Li Hao cast a glance at Zhou Neiyi and offered a slight smile. "Our team has no rigid rules. From this moment onward, we are simply one squad." Huang was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated being put through the ringer, only to find the situation unfolding differently. Scratching his head, he inquired, "What is the fee?" "What fee?" Li Hao was puzzled. "Aren't we supposed to pay team dues?" Zhou Neiyi chuckled lightly, explaining, "This is not Team 1. We do not have such a notion of dues here." Li Hao awkwardly fell silent, contemplating, "Ah, I see. There are rules, and the captain is quite formidable. I am impressed. Even if I serve as a substitute, that would suffice." Huang thumped his chest proudly, exclaiming, "In our team, everyone is a main player, and everyone is also a substitute, adjusting according to the opponent's lineup. Now, take a breather. You'll be on the field soon." Upon hearing this, Hui Ying's enthusiasm surged, and he pounded his chest with fervor, declaring, "Captain, I don't need a break. It's merely my robust physique. Who are we facing? I relish battling the formidable. Against the weak, I can take on too." Li Hao thought to himself, noting the intensity with which Hua Ying had just played. This guy's recovery ability was quite impressive. "The Puma team, let's see how you perform shortly, hopefully. You can take on 5, Yutong chimed in with a smile. Hua Ying remained carefree, shrugging off the distinction between the Puma and African cat teams, and boldly stated, "Leave it to me. The Puma, from the A-class military academy, right? What if?" Night Eye inquired. "Haha, even better. The stronger the opponent, the more invigorating it is. Who's afraid?" Hawk boldly declared, thumping his chest. Li Hao clapped his hands and said, "All right, we've arranged 3 matches. For the first one, we'll take on 1, 2, 3, 5, 5. Zhou Xiaodong and I will form a dual sniper combination." While the class leader remains in position 3, Night Eye and Musashi were both eager to participate. Li Hao glanced at the two and assigned Musashi to position 2, with Hawk in position 1. "I object," Night Eye exclaimed, her large eyes glaring. "Li Hao, if you let him play, what use is that big black brute aside from his frightening appearance?" Hawk felt slightly indignant, but Night Eye was the rising star of use. Everyone turned their gaze to Li Hao. In truth, Hawk had not anticipated being chosen for the match. Everyone had a chance to play. It was merely a practice lineup. "Or would you prefer to take my place?" Night Eye shot a fierce glare at Li Hao, sulking in her seat. "All right, let us briefly discuss the dual sniper tactic. Hawk, your role is to draw fire. You needn't eliminate enemies, merely divert their attention. Musashi, your task is to protect Hawk and prevent him from being focused on. Nai, you will manage the midfield, adjusting our strategy based on the opponent's tactics to safeguard either the front or rear lines. Overall, we shall adopt a defensive counterattack formation," Li Hao explained with a smile. "Coward." Night Eye muttered from the side, her frustration evident. Li Hao was undoubtedly targeting her. Without her, how could they possibly triumph over the American Lions? This was certainly not a match against the likes of the second-rate Marco Polo team. The American Lions were also fully prepared. "Brothers, let us muster our spirits for the upcoming match. We cannot afford to bring shame upon the Cougars. Let us exert all our strength." Robbie waved his hand and declared, "Boss, what is this? The second team of Tianjin Jiwu. We could easily defeat them with our eyes closed," sneered Mil-san. "I wish that were the case. We shall see once the battle commences." "Boss, something feels amiss. Could there be an ambush? Let us keep a little suspense. I cannot be certain. We will engage first and figure things out as we go." This second team boasts 2 supernovas, Musashi and Yitong. While they may lack in teamwork experience, their individual prowess is indisputable. Hee, I relish the opportunity to educate supernovas. Chapter 67. A first experience. The time has come, and both teams enter the combat system. Tianjin Jiwu second team. Hua Ying, position 1. Dragon God Tank Musashi, position 2. Dragon God Carry Zhou Neiyi, position 3. Dragon God Enchanter Li Hao, position 5. Grey Reapers Zhou Xiaodong, position 5. Grey Reaper Cougar Battle Team. Anku, position 2. Silver Fox Fighter Mil-san, position 2. Silver Fox Fighter Robbie, position 3. Dragon God Enchanter Lurxus, position 3. Gale Zero Luo C, position 5. Eagle Eye Fighter Battlefield Scenario. Urban environment, the transport aircraft hovers over the city. Anku, Mil-san, you need not concern yourselves with anything else. Focus solely on taking out the enemy snipers. Remember, do not linger in battle. Securing the sniper position guarantees our victory. Rest assured, Captain. Leave it to us. Those two snipers across the way must be quaking in their boots. The mobile warriors of both sides landed and began their advance towards the center circle. The addition of heavy armor rendered them unable to match in speed, a clear disadvantage of heavy units. This was ultimately the reason why Gao Yunfeng eliminated Huaying. The heavy armor was of little utility, lacking the agility of Musashi, while Huaying excelled solely in heavy mech combat. As both sides commenced their push, Huaying's Dragon God T led the charge, bracing for the incoming assault, while the two vanguards of the American Lion maneuvered around. The positions of the mobile warriors shifted rapidly, with the formation of the American Lion team appearing more cohesive. For Li Hao was shouting. Their task was to engage in mobile warfare, requiring proactive maneuvers rather than waiting for the enemy to act. Huaying, remember, your primary objective is not to attack, but to defend. However, if your opponent neglects you, feel free to unleash your strikes, Li Hao instructed. Yes, Captain. Leave it to me. Huaying responded with unwavering confidence. In truth, his hands trembled slightly. He had accompanied Team Tianjin to the World Championships, but had not stepped onto the battlefield, relegated to the role of a cheerleader. During regular training with the first team, he was often a substitute against significant opponents, only participating in less critical matches alongside other reserves. This was his unprecedented opportunity to face a star-studded team like the American Lion. Huaying shook his head vigorously, striving to muster his spirit. He was uncertain as to why Li Hao had chosen him, but he was determined to showcase his true abilities. Indeed, Huaying's Dragon God T had entered the anticipated firefight zone without encountering any attacks, while Musashi and Zhou Nei faced an ambush from Robbie and Lursis. Robbie's Dragon God battle machine executed a swift maneuver, causing Musashi to stagger. Are you Musashi? Come, let me witness your abilities. Robbie exuded confidence, possessing both strength and experience that established him as a formidable figure. He too had been a rising star during his freshman year, quickly proving his worth. As the Dragon God Sea glided with agility, Musashi silently initiated his attack, adhering to the Musashi family's doctrine, if action is possible, refrain from idle chatter. The two combatants collided with great force, while Lalisis entangled Zhou Nei. Zhou Nei felt an immense pressure. This was a stark contrast to her experiences with the Marco Polo team. Her prowess in Tianjin's mechanized warfare was commendable, yet against the elite use team, her previous advantages dissipated as she found herself under Lalisis's relentless assault. Brother Hao, do you need assistance? No need, Li Hao replied. This is merely a training match. The two vanguards opposite us are likely targeting us. I'll draw their attention first, following our usual strategy. Is that feasible? Left Shouting asked, feeling anxious. Both he and Li Hao were specialized in sniping. They occasionally practiced their coordination in a casual setting, but the opponent was a formidable American Lion. Will it work? We'll find out once we engage. Li Hao recognized that the opposing sniper was also waiting for their position. Zhou Nei was under considerable strain, and though Li Hao aimed a shot at Lalisis, it went awry. Despite Lalisis being engaged with Zhou Nei, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, meticulously managing the angles of combat to minimize the attack space available to the opposing sniper. This was one advantage of urban warfare. Any significant exposure created by the pilots would be met with preparedness. Indeed, the adversary had fallen into the trap. Ross immediately discerned their general location and swiftly positioned himself advantageously, while the three members of Mill and Ross closed in with great speed. Meanwhile, the somewhat disoriented Hawk was growing anxious, exclaiming in frustration, who did they think they were disregarding? Someone needed to engage in combat. The Dragon God T advanced towards Robbie, intent on confronting the strongest opponent. Before long, the three members of Mill and Anku located the position of the enemy sniper. In a flash, Anku charged forward. However, as soon as he exposed himself, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Anku barely had time to react, though he did. It was futile against the overwhelming barrage of the double-layer matrix fire, leading to his immediate obliteration. What an exhilarating experience. At the same time, Left Shouting and Li Hao confronted another Silver Fox. The three members of Mill were momentarily taken aback. What kind of monstrous players were these? Yet, they were soon met with the relentless double-layer matrix fire, which left no room for escape. Ross, in search of a shooting position, finally found a vantage point. However, just as he set up his sniper rifle and peered through the scope, he spotted another figure. Li Hao was already waiting for him. Boom! Robbie effortlessly handled a 1 versus 2 situation, while Zhou Nei found himself in a precarious position, though the opposing team had already lost 3 members. Go assist Musashi, Li Hao instructed, his sights set on Zhou Nei. Both Robbie and Lei Lysis sensed impending danger. Despite their own skills, it was evident that the sniper on the opposing team was anything but ordinary, prompting Lei Lysis to consider a troubling thought. Indeed, the sensation akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent emerged, momentarily hindering one's movements. Zhou Nei, keenly perceptive, immediately intensified her offensive. However, the sniper rifle remained silent. Meanwhile, Lursis was enveloped by an insidious sense of being hunted, a sensation that was far from mere illusion. Someone was aiming at him, yet refrained from firing. On the other side, Robbie exhibited remarkable fortitude, seamlessly enduring the relentless assaults from Musashi and Hawk, remaining unyielding and continuously shifting, denying Zhou Xiaodong any opportunity to obtain a sniping position. This was true prowess, capable of both advance and retreat, multitasking with ease, an epitome of an elite maneuvering warrior. Only those of equal caliber could effectively collaborate. If she were to join forces with Musashi, Robbie would be unable to withstand their combined might. However, to be fair, Robbie demonstrated exceptional tenacity, even possessing the awareness to consider the sniper's position in such dire moments. Concurrently, Lursis was also in constant motion, striving to evade the sniper's fixation. Yet, despite his attempts to change position, he remained acutely aware of the unrelenting target on his back. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Zhou Nei seized the moment, launching a swift thrust. At that instant, the sniper rifle finally fired. The shot harmoniously complemented Zhou Nei's strike, perfectly aligned in position and angle, leaving Lursis with but a singular choice: to succumb to the blade or the bullet. He opted for the former, at least ensuring a clear demise. Robbie executed a swift retreat, immediately following up with a forceful advance, making a sharp turn, and escaped. From the reactions of his comrades, he became acutely aware of a grave predicament. Originally, it was merely a training match, and the outcome held little significance. Thus, Robbie intentionally refrained from disclosing the identities of the opposing team. However, suffering such a devastating defeat against the Tianjing second team would undoubtedly inflict a severe blow to the morale and confidence of his own squad. Initially indifferent to the stakes, he now realized that losing was not an option. The prowess of the second brother was unquestionable. Had it been any other combat-type mech, the battle would have concluded by now. Yet, he was piloting the Grey Death, which offered a glimmer of opportunity if he could close the distance. With the Dragon God mech's communications entirely disabled, and the absence of auxiliary reconnaissance mechs, locating them became impossible. Musashi pursued from behind. At this juncture, heavy armor became inconsequential. His team possessed an unprecedented advantage, and if he could tightly latch onto Robbie, a comprehensive victory was within reach. The second team desperately craved a significant triumph, especially against the American Lions. At that moment, as Robbie made a sharp turn, he suddenly unleashed his signature attack, the Flash Strike Yanfan. Executed with such finesse that not a trace of pyrotechnics remained, he swiftly eliminated the unprepared Musashi. Following closely, Hawk charged forward fearlessly with his titanium spear. Believing that his moment of glory had arrived, Robbie, too, surged ahead, acutely aware that time was not on his side. Chapter 68. Unfathomable Depths. Third update. The Dragon God heavy armor roared as it advanced, the titanium spear lunging directly toward Robbie. In response, Robbie's Dragon God executed a low, grounded arc slash, severing a leg with precision. With a swift counter, he dispatched the off-balance Dragon God T, then, without a second thought, darted into a nearby corridor. Calming his breath, Robbie revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The thrill had arrived. The effort to eliminate Musashi had been the most demanding task, and this young man truly deserved the title of a supernova. Engaging in psychological warfare, he nearly forced Robbie into a blitz, but alas, Robbie was swifter. Moments later, the Dragon God fighter once again moved silently, shutting down its engines to rely solely on its physical momentum, achieving maximum stealth. The safe zone continued to shrink, with 2 snipers and a Dragon God presenting quite a challenge. Zhou Xiaodong was also searching for the remaining opponent. The victory seemed assured, yet his position had already been discovered by Robbie. Zhuo Xiaotong's resolve in this matter could hardly be deemed commendable, barely reaching the level of the average. When the dragon god advanced, Zhuo Xiaotong found himself without an escape route. He fired a shot, which Robbie deftly evaded, resulting in his immediate demise. In mere minutes, the seemingly faltering cougar sprang back to life, showcasing Robbie's prowess. Now, only Li Hao and Zhou Neiyi remained. Li Hao's whereabouts were unknown. However, Zhou Neiyi had rushed over when Zhuo Xiaotong was defeated, determined to buy time for Li Hao. Faced with Zhou Neiyi's dragon god, Robbie initially fell into silence. In that moment, he did not sense the impending danger, placing him outside Li Hao's attack range. At the speed of the second brother, only a few seconds remained, perhaps even just a heartbeat. In an instant, Robbie felt the suffocating pressure and fear, yet it awakened an unprecedented desire for victory within him. He was the captain of the cougar. There was no retreat behind him. To kill. Two mecha warriors clashed in a fierce encounter, their blades striking with simultaneous ferocity. Robbie's titanium blade locked against Zhou Neiyi's, producing a cacophony of sound as sparks erupted around them. The titanium blade followed the trajectory of Zhou Neiyi's weapon, plunging deep into the fray. In that instant, Robbie's pupils tinged with crimson, his strength surging dramatically as he roared defiantly. With a thunderous crack, the mecha emitted a chilling sound, an overwhelming force crashing down upon Zhou Neiyi, as Robbie's formidable blade tore through the dragon god's frame. As the echoes of battle resonated, Robbie felt no elation from his strike. That sensation had returned. Yet, fear had abandoned him. An unprecedented fighting spirit enveloped his heart. He realized he could triumph. Not only the team from Tianjin felt the tension, the members of the Puma squad clenched their fists tightly. After enduring a humiliating defeat, they found themselves in a state of bewilderment. They recognized the familiar scent of their prowess in the sniper across from them. He was their designated substitute. But what of it? Their adversary was merely the second team from Tianjin. Although caught off guard, defeat remained defeat. At that moment, Robbie stepped forward, dispatching 4 foes in quick succession. He was their captain, earning the moniker Wild Lion for his extraordinary tenacity in battles against NUP. The more dire the situation, the more resolute his fighting spirit became, capable of rallying many with his audacity to challenge the very throne itself. Now, the captain was set for a direct confrontation. Robbie's dragon god war machine swiftly retreated, engines roaring to life as he sought to liberate himself from the shackles of disadvantage. Everyone in Tianjin was fully focused, and the situation had evidently turned unfavorable. Li Hao located Robbie, but Robbie had also discerned Li Hao's position. A fierce lion, completely engrossed, was hunting. The thrill of challenging Li Hao intensely stimulated Robbie. Indeed, this was a sensation that outsiders could never comprehend. 5 years ago, during that tragic incident, Robbie had been one of the victims, brutally beaten and left incapacitated, helplessly witnessing the murder of Nangong, until Li Hao arrived. The image of that demonic figure still lingered in his mind, profound and indelible. That was his target, his idol, and now he sensed a fleeting opportunity for victory. The two mechas were separated by a street, relentlessly pursuing one another. The performance of the Grey Reaper was clearly inferior to that of the Dragon God. Yet why was the Dragon God the one fleeing? Shouldn't it be the Dragon God pursuing the Grey Reaper? Both teams were filled with questions, and Musashi and Lilis were equally baffled. Robbie's state was undeniably formidable, and given the proximity, when both parties had detected each other's locations, the Dragon God held an absolute advantage. Why did it not charge? Yi Tong observed intently. As a spectator, she remained the most lucid of all. Initially, both fighters had been holding back. She understood that Li Hao's decision to allow Huaying to take the lead was a means to showcase teamwork, instill confidence in Huaying, and assess his capabilities. This was a deliberate strategy, designed to make Li Hao slightly uncomfortable. However, after Robbie consecutively defeated Musashi and Zhou Neiyi, the atmosphere shifted. If her instincts were correct, Robbie had likely entered the golden zone. Following S10, a realm fervently sought by every mobile warrior, the pinnacle of strength. Yet, why was he retreating? Robbie was not merely running. He was seeking an opportunity. Li Hao felt no fear towards him. From the oppressive aura that had enveloped him moments ago, it was evident that the opponent intended to strike. In the realm of elite warriors, the notions of advantageous or disadvantageous conditions held no weight. Intuition was paramount. Thus, as he fled, Li Hao would undoubtedly pursue. The impact across the block could easily yield 4 shots, and Robbie had to select the optimal moment. Li Hao's matrix point shot, executed with blind precision, was not to be trifled with. In the post-match analysis, Robbie was left astounded. This blind shooting had reached a level of outrageousness. Nevertheless, he was confident in evading 3 shots. After that, the opportunity would be his. As the relentless chase continued, they neared the end of the block. The narrowest passage lay ahead. This was the moment Robbie had awaited, and the crimson hue in his pupils intensified. Suddenly, the Dragon God surged forth, while simultaneously, the Grey Reaper unleashed its assault, the Matrix point shot. Boom, boom, boom. The Dragon God maneuvered with an arc to evade the first shot, executed a low-center dive to avoid the second, and tilted his head to dodge the third. The paper-thin evasions left onlookers dumbfounded. The level of insight was extraordinary. In that moment, it felt as though he possessed a divine experience card. Everything around him was strikingly clear, his movements synchronized with his thoughts. And he was in an unprecedented state of combat, with a singular focus, to conquer him. There was no time to unleash a 4th shot. The Dragon God, while evading, barely disrupted his momentum. If the Grey Reaper insisted on firing a 4th shot, it would require an instant kill. Otherwise, how could a mere gray figure confront the Dragon God? The mighty Lion Robbie's Dragon God. The Grey Reaper retreated into the shadowy recesses of the building. Yet for the Dragon God, it was merely a matter of making a turn. Once the corner was rounded, the Grey Reaper would inevitably meet its demise. Theoretically, the Grey Reaper still had a sliver of opportunity to launch a probing attack against the Dragon God. Robbie, fully aware of this, felt an intense threat and a palpable aura of murderous intent, while his yearning for victory reached its zenith, defeating the idol he once revered. The Puma clenched his fists tightly. This sniper, who had once fought alongside him, had now become his adversary, a realization that was utterly terrifying and could easily cast a long psychological shadow. However, if the captain could eliminate him, everything would transform into the Puma's newfound confidence, without a doubt. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Tianjin was eerily silent. The Dragon God reached the pinnacle of speed and momentum. Robbie had a plethora of choices at his disposal. He could dive, employ a curved step, or leap high into the air. At this distance, he could even unleash a laser strike, which would prove far more effective than a sniper's bullet. Countless strategies swirled in his mind. Suddenly, an explosion resonated. The match concluded. Tianjin was victorious. The Dragon God had been sniped. What in the world just happened? The 3 men from Mill screamed in hysteria, utterly losing control. The Dragon God's fighter jet had not even cleared the corner before it was shot down. Mill's trio was the first to react, swiftly accessing the final maneuver, the curved shot. This was not a novel skill. It originated from the elite snipers of NUP, a flamboyant technique that first emerged in the virtual realm and was later employed during EMP training. It was the ability to bend bullets. Firstly, laser guns lacked the ability to curve, whereas heavy sniper rifles possessed this capability, necessitating a technique known as flick sniping. Due to the force of gravity, the trajectory of a bullet resembles that of an arrow, inherently following a curved path. However, under the influence of speed, it gives the illusion of a linear flight. If someone can impart sufficient velocity at the moment of firing, the bullet can trace an arc. Once the golden gene awakens, this possibility becomes a reality. Initially, it was the elite snipers from the moon who showcased training videos, creating quite a sensation. Few could achieve such feats, sparking fervent discussions about this being the pinnacle of sniping skill. Yet, through extensive research, it was discovered that while visually impressive, the technique lacked practicality in terms of precision and timing, rendering it ineffective in real combat situations. This realization proved rather awkward for snipers. Furthermore, the majority of mechs faced severe damage, with axles fracturing and limbs being rendered unusable after enduring such intense flick sniping. Resistance? A desperate gamble for a stroke of luck? It seemed improbable that such fortune could be controlled. The members of the Cougars were taken aback, feeling a mix of astonishment and indignation, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Pondering, who is this individual? When did such a person emerge on Earth? Robbie was uncertain whether to be amazed or otherwise. After a prolonged moment, the crimson hue in his pupils gradually faded, revealing eyes brimming with gratitude. If Robbie truly breezes through the challenges, his golden zone may flicker momentarily, perhaps to reappear in the future, yet it could also vanish entirely. This exquisite sensation is heavily intertwined with fortune. In the moment when Li Hao felt the most intense surge, his decisive action to eliminate an opponent crystallized that feeling, ingraining it deeply within him, accompanied by a profound sense of resentment and yearning. It is akin to a release of pent-up anger, Once fully expressed, the anger dissipates. However, at present, this fervor and sensation reside eternally within Robbie. As he continues to strengthen himself, he will gradually master the utilization of the golden zone. While others might perceive this as mere coincidence, Robbie understands that his older brother's influence was intentional. There is no need for inquiry. He comprehends fully that these past years have not weakened his brother, but rather rendered him even stronger, transcending comprehension. Yet, compared to the past, after enduring so many tribulations, his brother has tempered his brilliance, and all blame lies with those wretched individuals. Let us consolidate our skills, refrain from engaging in battles for now, and allow the team to practice more, Li Hao suggested. All right, brother. This weekend, I wish to visit Tianjin and catch up. It's been a while since we gathered for a drink. Robbie felt a surge of eagerness in his heart. Haha, sounds good. But I must warn you, I am rather short on funds. I can't afford anything extravagant, Li Hao chuckled. Everyone, take a 10-minute break before we resume. Chapter 69. A minor victory. Li Hao emerged in the large black egg. Huo Ying was the first to rush out, exclaiming, Captain, are you a heavy artilleryman or a sniper? Is that a curved gun? Your aim is astonishingly precise, almost at the level of a supernova. How could you have performed so poorly before? Is there a swift method for improvement? Yi Tong snorted disdainfully. Foolish black, think for a moment. In this world, nothing emerges without reason. Without substantial accumulation and exceptional temperament, one cannot achieve greatness. Pay attention and learn. Li Hao smiled lightly. I primarily focus on the sniper position. We all need further collaboration. Our opponent is a mountain lion, exceptionally skilled. Initially, they were somewhat lenient, but they will become serious as the match progresses. Let us take a short break. I want to participate in the next round. Yi Tong, you'll take my place in the 2 position using the 12,235 formation. All right, I'll handle Robbie. Yi Tong had long wished to gauge Robbie's abilities. Robbie won't participate either. He has just grasped the golden zone and needs to consolidate his understanding. Li Hao remarked. Musashi and Zhou I couldn't help but reveal expressions of envy, but they were not overly surprised. After all, Robbie was also among the top-tier pilots in use, with sufficient experience. The moment of enlightenment had merely coincided with their timing. Yi Tong, however, couldn't help but curl her lips, noticing this nonchalant attitude. She increasingly realized her previous misjudgments. Zhou shouting tugged at her. When did you learn the curved gun technique? Teach me. How very Versailles of you. Recently, Yi Tong seems to be feeling quite irritable and somewhat targeted towards Li Hao. In truth, everyone is quite astonished at Li Hao's versatility. It remains a mystery just how much effort Robbie has truly exerted. Li Hao merely smiles, seemingly unfazed. This girl is still as sharp-tongued as ever. The curved gun can certainly deliver an unexpected strike, yet in reality, it proves rather ineffective, without precision. It fails to hit the mark, rendering much of its potential moot. Ultimately, its efficacy lies in the element of surprise, particularly in specific circumstances where no combat technique is merely for show, but rather for practical outcomes. When Robbie launched his assault earlier, other strategies appeared predominantly passive. Yet, should Robbie close in, it would pose a significant challenge. The curved gun undoubtedly emerges as the optimal choice, catching the opponent off guard while simultaneously allowing Robbie to attune to the golden zone at the most opportune moment. This aspect is of utmost importance. At this juncture, the members of the Cougar team encircled Robbie, awaiting his response. Indeed, it was the golden zone. Fortune favored him. The second brother's shot had precisely positioned him in the ideal state. For the subsequent 2 matches, you all must take the lead, as I need to solidify my stance. The entire Cougar squad erupted in cheers, fully aware of the implications. S11 heralds the era of the golden zone. If the captain lacks such offensive prowess, it is essentially a farewell to the ranks of elite teams. This sentiment resonates across the 4 major federations, and now the first golden zone of the Cougars has emerged. Wow, boss, this sniper is incredibly formidable. What level is he at? Mill's trio could not restrain their curiosity. Refrain from gossip, do not spread tales about Ergo, nor make him a target, as it bears no significance. As long as he is willing to take the field, this year will undoubtedly bring delightful surprises to many old friends. Robbie's expression was somewhat unrestrained. The little brats from Mars and the Moon should brace themselves. The onlookers were both speechless and intrigued. Given the fierce nature of the lion, it seems he is unyielding to anyone, regardless of their strength. This does not appear to be a valid reason. However, Robbie was reluctant to elaborate, and others felt it inappropriate to inquire further. With 2 more matches ahead, This battle showcased the earnestness of both teams. Essentially, Tianjing's second team, possessing the supernovas Musashi and Yeting, undoubtedly harbors immense potential, especially with the addition of a top-tier expert, making them an excellent training target. This is precisely what Li Hao desired. He could force a win, yet, to cultivate a cohesive team, more time is essential. Overall, this team possesses remarkable hidden strengths. Heavy armor may not be mainstream, yet it is indispensable. The presence of Hua Ying significantly enhances the team's margin for error. His skills may be somewhat rudimentary, but his natural talent for heavy armor is evident. His character is a bit naive, fearless, and full of vigor, making him quite suitable for the role, while other skills can be honed gradually. In the third match, the American Lions continued with their original strategy, without employing any new tactics. Under the leadership of Zhou Neiyi, they finally seized an opportunity. Yeting and Musashi functioned as two sharp blades. Without Robbie's counterbalance, they performed at least evenly in their respective positions. Meanwhile, in the sniper position, under conditions where Xiaopeng was not targeted, he demonstrated commendable proficiency. Indeed, alongside Li Hao, he learned remarkably quickly. Imitation is, after all, a talent of the introverted. In a thrilling match, Tianjing's second team triumphed with a score of 2-1, bringing immense joy to all and significantly boosting their confidence. More importantly, they have begun to find their rhythm. Victory, after all, unites hearts far more effectively than defeat, particularly for a newly formed team. Even though it is evident that the opposing team was holding back, the win has undeniably elevated their spirits. Each member had their own reflections. Yitong felt it was not enough, while Musashi yearned for more encounters with players like Robbie. Zhou Xiaodang rated his performance a 7 out of 10, adhering to his principle that if it's not his fault, then things are satisfactory. Hua Ying felt rejuvenated. Initially, he had come merely to participate, yet now he found himself competing against a team like the Jaguars. This was the essence of life itself. Zhou Neiyi experienced the most profound transformation. She felt liberated. During her captaincy, she had felt ensnared in a quagmire, unable to perform to her potential. However, with Li Hao taking over as captain, the burdens and excess thoughts lifted, allowing them both to navigate the game with ease and newfound confidence. She found herself able to strategize, execute tactics, and identify problems more clearly. Thus far, the team has truly taken shape. And now they await the challenge of the upcoming week, hopeful that with an additional month of preparation, they would be fully equipped. For now, they must give their all. Despite their 2 victories, she understood that the Jaguars had largely been accommodating. Robbie's insights into the Golden Zone during the battle were a source of envy for Zhou Neiyi. Although there is currently no discernible movement outside, all the academies recognize that the Golden Zone will soon become the dividing line between the elite and the top-tier players. Presently, as a sharpshooter, I boast exceptional marksmanship. Confidence is key. I promise you surprises await. A mysterious smile graced Yo-Yo's lips as she spoke. Then I shall look forward to it. After the match, are you free this evening? I would like to treat you to a movie. Upon receiving the message, a Yo-Yo beamed with delight, crossing her delicate legs as she added, but you must win, you know. Winning is a certainty, isn't it? What film do you wish to see? There's a lovely art film. Senior, which art film? I want to watch a horror movie. Li Hao paused, taken aback. A horror film? A yo-yo? That seemed rather incongruous. Left Xiaodang and Musashi exchanged glances at Li Hao's foolish grin, both at a loss for words. Goodness. Having one teacher Ma in the dormitory was already challenging enough. Now even Brother Hao had succumbed to the endless abyss of love. Sigh Musashi. How can we procure concert tickets for Brother Hao? Left Xiaodang pondered wistfully. You could transform into a yo-yo? Oh dear, I would willingly make that sacrifice. Brother Hao, I offer myself to you. Can you spare me a ticket? Hee hee, I will take plenty of photos to share with you. Under different circumstances, he would be indifferent. But this was a gift from a yo-yo. All right then, haha, but you must teach me that curving shot. Once I master it, perhaps I too shall find love. Left Shouting mused joyfully. And what about me? Musashi asked with evident concern. Fourth brother, your issue lies here. Left Xiaodang pointed at his head, indicating that one must adjust their mindset when seeking to render a girl defenseless through overwhelming charm. Do not corrupt the youth. Musashi is the youngest among us, still yet to awaken. Li Hao teased. I simply have not encountered anyone who stirs my heart. Musashi maintained his belief in being a romantic soul. Every day you engage with the barbell. Yet how can you expect to encounter that which sparks your heart? When beckoned to venture out, you remain stagnant. This cannot continue. I believe it is time to ally myself with Master Ma. for he possesses abundant resources. If this persists, those two will continue to flaunt their affection, inundating us with their displays of love, rendering our lives unbearable. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaotang experienced a moment of enlightenment. What does it matter? Each individual's aspirations differ. I must grow stronger and grasp the essence of the golden zone. Musashi clenched his fist, evidently inspired by Robbie's challenge. Nothing resonates more profoundly than witnessing someone who imposes stringent demands upon themselves traverse such realms. For Musashi, this was not a source of pressure, but rather a wellspring of motivation, filling him with fervor as all his passions surged forth. Li Hao and Zhou Xiaotang exchanged glances, observing Musashi's unwavering determination. Feeling a twinge of shame. Have we been too despondent? Perhaps. Shall we first indulge in a late-night snack to replenish our energy before contemplating our next steps? That is indeed a splendid idea, although finances are a bit tight this month. I happen to have a small sum, yet we must avoid extravagance. I need to save some for the weekend when visitors arrive. Thus, we have reached a delightful consensus. Chapter 70. The Duel of Blades. Brother Hao. Are you familiar with the Golden Zone? Zhou Xiaotang inquired with curiosity. Unlike Musashi, he harbored no grand ambitions, merely graduating, finding a girlfriend, and securing a good job would suffice for him to consider himself a success in life. It should count, albeit perhaps in a manner distinct from others, Li Hao replied, rubbing his nose. Wow, impressive. You can even offer guidance to Robbie. It seems our dormitory is destined for greatness. Zhou Xiaotang had always believed in Li Hao's potential for excellence. Take off, you say? Robbie's understanding is merely a result of his own accumulation. We are but fortunate witnesses to this moment. The arc gun may serve as a minor diversion, yet you, my friend, require physical conditioning far more than Musashi. No, this I truly cannot endure. Please, allow me to rest, Zhou Xiaotang hastily gestured. If you intend to compete in the S-League, your stamina simply cannot keep pace. Moreover, midway through the year, Yous will select elite military academy teams for intensive training in preparation for the S-League. Do you not wish to participate? Participate in what? My life goal has already been fulfilled by gaining admission to Tianjin mech warfare. The mere thought of securing a stable job and marrying a beautiful woman with ample assets is enough to render my existence worthwhile, Zhou Xiaotang declared, his head shaking vigorously like a rattle. Lost in his fantasies, he smiled radiantly. Li Hao joined in the laughter, though a flicker of concern danced in his eyes. At that moment, classmate Ma Long was engaged in lively conversation with Sheng Man and her close friend Tan Ziyuan, outnumbered yet thriving in wit. Impressive, Ma Long exclaimed, clenching his fist after receiving a message from Tianxuan. When did I become so joyous? Just now. Our second team triumphed over the American Lion team with a score of 3-2. The American Lion team? Which American Lion? Tan Ziyuan inquired with curiosity. It is indeed a challenge for a girl entering the journalism department to find an unattractive companion, especially considering Sheng Man's dormitory is renowned for its stunning residents, each possessing striking beauty. Which else but the first team from the American Lion A-level military academy. Their captain, Robbie, was defeated by our dormitory's fellows, utterly cool and impressive. Sheng Man and Tan Ziyuan were somewhat incredulous. Robbie was among the 6 elite players showcasing the finest talents on Earth in Season 10, renowned as the 6 Dragons. A pinnacle of popularity. Of course, some claimed Robbie was the least impressive among them, yet he still belonged to the 6 Dragons. Keep it a secret, all right? Next Wednesday, we will face off against Gao Yufeng. The team that falters may very well disband, but we are certain of our victory, Marlin declared with unyielding confidence. Is that so? I've heard that Zhou Nei's leadership skills are lacking. They even lost to Marco Polo's second team. How could they possibly triumph over Gao Yufeng? Tan Ziyuan was skeptical. You simply don't understand. Our dormitory houses a supreme deity, a former member of the solar system's Apocalypse Youth class. Even Robbie would respectfully address him as brotherly. He is undoubtedly a formidable figure, Marlin replied with an air of mystery. You're exaggerating. Surely, you're not trying to set me up? Tan Ziyuan glanced at the pair, realizing why they brought her along as a third wheel. Ziyuan, Marlin is trustworthy. He would not make baseless claims. Besides, since you both are single, how about a social gathering between our dormitory and Marlin's? It would be a delightful opportunity to make new friends, Sheng Man suggested with a smile. Our dormitory is anything but ordinary, featuring the enigmatic Brotherly, a descendant of a martial arts lineage, an entertainment mogul, and, not to forget, me as a mere addition. With all this said, Tan Ziyuan chuckled heartily. Well, that does sound intriguing. I am indeed curious to see what this mysterious deity is capable of. The crucial point, however, is that she will not linger in Tianjing for long. Although Hao is generally composed in most matters, he exhibits a childlike naivety when it comes to emotions. One glance at his earnest demeanor reveals the potential for disaster. Rather than waiting for a situation to spiral out of control, it would be prudent to take a step back, and the most effective way to do so would be the emergence of a more exceptional young woman. To be frank, he was deeply affected by his first love for years. After finishing a late-night snack, Li Hao hoped to persuade Zhuo Xiaodang to engage in extra practice. However, the plump young man was resolute in his refusal. He had a fan club event to attend, and as a devoted and loyal team leader, he felt compelled to be on the front lines, regardless of the circumstances. Upon arriving at the EMP hall, Li Hao noticed that despite the late hour, the building remained brightly lit and bustling with activity. Many were in the waiting area, accompanying their boyfriends. Previously, Li Hao felt indifferent to such scenes, accustomed as he was to solitude. Yet, at this moment, a tinge of envy crept in. If a Yuyo were present, it would undoubtedly be a joyous occasion. Shaking his head to dispel the thought of a Yuyo, he resolved to devote his time to practice, knowing that the team competition would demand his attention soon. He did not harbor any worries. Musashi, Yitong, and Shou Nei all possessed remarkable potential. As for Zhuo Xiaodang, he was undoubtedly the most gifted among them. Albeit plagued by laziness and a lack of ambition, this was something to ponder. Li Hao, this is your V111. Keep it up, a responsible young woman remarked with a smile, gently fist-pumping, leaving Li Hao momentarily bewildered and nodding like a fool, utterly perplexed. Senior, who is he? Another girl inquired. Li Hao, a member of Class 16 in our grade, is also the new captain of Team 2 from Tianjing's Mech Warriors. Next Wednesday, there will be a campus competition where Team 1 and Team 2 will face off. It is rumored that the winning team will represent Tianjing in the upcoming contest. Is it truly feasible for a hastily assembled team to challenge Team 1? However, Team 2 boasts two rising stars, Musashi and Yitong, which gives them a fighting chance. As for Li Hao, I have not heard much about him. Is he truly formidable? I cannot say for certain, but he is the freshman in the mecha department who has utilized EMP the most. I used to see him almost every day last year, so he must possess some skill. Oh dear, senior, that sentiment seems misplaced. Perhaps you have developed feelings for him over time? The two girls playfully banter, but unfortunately, one individual remains oblivious. As Li Hao enters the training pod and activates the EMP system to cue for a match, a series of chimes ring out. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The puppet is online. Oh my, here they come. Yes, I knew my intuition would not fail me. My dear, you are exquisite. A pristine white bed is adorned with scattered rose petals. Just as two beautiful bodies are on the verge of an intimate encounter, a particularly clear chime resonates. The boy freezes, a serious expression crossing his face as he grapples with an internal struggle. Moments later, he silently leaps off the bed, hastily dresses, and rushes towards the door as if attempting to evade discovery. Where are you going? The girl, wrapped in a garment, her fair skin partially concealed, radiates youth and beauty. The blush on her delicate face has yet to fade, revealing a hint of surprise and bewilderment, making her irresistibly alluring. In the EMP building, behold the divine intervention saving the earth. The puppet lacks any auditory cues, yet Zhuangzhou possesses them. He does not send notifications when he initiates a broadcast. Rather, notifications are dispatched solely upon the puppet's emergence. The fireman could not suppress his amusement. After witnessing a night of mediocre competitions, the anticipated contender finally appeared. Initially, he believed this young lad would shy away after earning his money. What could be simpler than defeating the puppet to achieve instant fame? Each aspiring individual, desperate for recognition, fervently sought opportunities to vanquish the puppet. At this moment, whoever dares to rise will attain overnight renown and prominence, potentially altering their destiny on Mars, particularly for a warrior. Zhuangzhou and the fireman exchanged glances. Fatigue had nearly overtaken them, but they instantly shifted into battle mode. It's here. The fireman noticed the unwavering determination in Zhuang's eyes, accompanied by a flicker of hope, an essence untainted by the harsh realities of society. Strangely, the fireman felt an overwhelming urge to extinguish this small flame. The puppet's contests were rather infrequent, lacking in dedication. Our Martian warriors' training far surpasses this. The fireman chuckled. It is not the quantity of contests that matters, but their quality. The puppet god also underwent rigorous training while in the virtual realm. Zhuangzhou contended. The fireman retorted with a chuckle. Is that truly what you call training? Instantly, the virtual realm players express their dissatisfaction. What does that imply? Who are they looking down upon? Zhuang Zhou demurred. I hold a different perspective. My acquaintance with the mech deity predates most. I observed him during his tenure in the virtual arena, as did a contingent of our earlier viewership. Within that digital realm, the mech deity demonstrated proficiency across a diverse array of mechs, exhibiting an extensive repertoire of combat techniques. Xiao Zhuang, your line of reasoning is inherently flawed. The virtual arena cannot serve as a reliable benchmark. The mech deity's deployment of the armored dragon mech is commendable. In truth, he is remarkably astute, adept at selecting mechs that exploit the vulnerabilities of his adversaries. While the armored dragon may lack cutting-edge advancements, its exceptional equilibrium allows for the unbridled expression of a power-oriented combatant's capabilities. Old Nan, what are your thoughts on the armored tiger? As I mentioned, it was an infrequent occurrence, hardly noteworthy. I see. What is today's provision of starships? A characteristic Martian pout, redolent with pride, graced his countenance. So long as we furnish the audience with a captivating spectacle, a mere starship is of little consequence. Should he triumph over an S-class contender, even a space fortress would be a worthy offering. A space fortress, 880,000 federal credits, a truly grand gesture of patronage. Very well. We shall wager on an S-class opponent, augmenting the stakes with a space fortress. Zhuang Zhou, too, resolved to commit fully. While he could not emulate Fireman's eloquence, he could exhibit unwavering resolve, for one unburdened by possessions fears not the loss thereof. Xiao Shuang, prudence is a virtue in youth. However, given your declaration, let us delineate the parameters to preclude any allegations of exploitation. We shall adhere to the S10 classification as the standard, excluding amateur assessments. In truth, the designation of S-level players is rather generic. If we lower our standards slightly, any primary participant in the S tournament may be referred to as such. However, the official designation is far more stringent, relying on evaluations based on the performance from the previous S tournament, taking into account a comprehensive assessment of results over the past 2 years, with each region making its own determinations. For instance, in the Use region, the titles of top players are 6 dragons and 15 generals. Yet, under the official criteria for S-level status, even the supernova cannot be classified as S-level, as it represents potential talent. Each year may witness the emergence of extraordinary prodigies, but tangible results are required for validation. Only the 6 dragons and 15 generals truly merit the S-level designation. Chapter 71. The brotherly trio of French fries. The 6 dragons of Earth comprise the 6 warriors who have achieved the best overall results and garnered the most influence in the past 2 years. They stand as the pinnacle representatives of various military academies on Earth. The 15 generals are the top 3 in heavy, light, medium, sniper, and functional categories, amalgamating performances from both EMP and the S tournament. Currently, the 6 dragons of the Use region include 9-headed dragon Zhao Qinglong, Blood Rose Ophi, Mad Dog Perkins, Roaring Heavenly Lord Lomachenko, Phantom Milner, and Rampant Lion Robbie. These 6 individuals are the leading figures in the Use region, each with distinct personalities. Among them, Zhao Qinglong is the strongest and boasts the best results, representing the most formidable cohort from the solar system's Apocalypse Youth class. Robbie, positioned at the end of the 6 dragons, is somewhat contentious regarding his prowess. Although he appears lackadaisical and unmotivated in everyday circumstances, he transforms into a formidable competitor in major tournaments. His relentless spirit is precisely what the Use region currently lacks. Li Hao waited for a while. His recent matchmaking for opponents had been somewhat sluggish, which should be a promising sign, indicating that the challengers ahead would possess increasing depth and intrigue. Ding dong. The opponent matched successfully. Depuya, a member of the Prometheus A-class military academy in the European region, one of the 15 champions. The 6 dragons, the 15 champions, earn a distinctive mark once officially recognized as supernovas, an emblem they may choose to display or not. It is rare to find someone like Robbie, who remains indifferent to such accolades. Depuya serves as the primary vanguard of the Prometheus team, ranking among the top 3 in terms of combat prowess with light mechas, and is a senior in his 4th year, embodying the pinnacle of both experience and physical condition among the academy students. Known by the moniker the Devil's Anklet Terminator, Depuya possesses an extraordinary mastery of balance, excelling in both close and ranged combat, showcasing remarkable prowess. Unlike earlier opponents who, despite their talent, appeared somewhat immature, Depuya truly exemplifies strength. His competitive spirit is exceptionally intense, and though familiar acquaintances affectionately refer to him as the sarcastic one due to his sharp tongue, it is evident that he approaches competition with the utmost seriousness. Zhuang Zhou shook his head, his expression solemn, while he acknowledged Depuya's formidable abilities. He still believed that the puppeteer god would emerge victorious. Depuya is the representative warrior of your uses light mecha. His adeptness in various evasive maneuvers is his signature style, effectively countering the puppeteer. Strength can indeed create miracles, but it depends on the opponent. I firmly believe that ultimately, victory in mech battles hinges on technique. The steadfast fireman exuded a friendly demeanor. The puppeteer god relies on technical mastery. Zhuang Zhou stated plainly, "If I cannot grasp what you say, I shall adhere to my own convictions." He chuckled awkwardly, feeling a sense of embarrassment. How ridiculous it was, offering no way out and courting disaster. However, the barrage of comments showed no signs of letting up. Panic set in. The fireman curled his lips in disdain, thinking to himself, "Am I truly in need of such petty sums? Is it even conceivable that I would shamelessly throw a match?" Such a notion was utterly impossible. If the puppet were merely an ordinary individual, it would be one thing. Yet, in this live-stream battle, the competitors would undoubtedly be notified. If the opponent were a professional player from EMP, refusal was not an option. Conversely, if they were not, one could decline. Regardless, in any live broadcast, participants would approach the event with utmost seriousness. No one wished to suffer humiliation in front of a vast audience. If even the prowess of S-tier players could not be trusted, what else in this world remained worthy of belief? Did his space fortress descend from a Martian storm? Did his beloved not require a handbag? Even a landlord's household cannot afford to be without provisions. Zhuang Zhou was also sweating profusely. At present, he was live-streaming alone with his 3 dormitory brothers acting as assistants. The data on Depuya was quickly organized, and the more he examined it, the more daunting it appeared. While it was one thing for other federations to be distant, the top-tier experts from his own federation, particularly those with finishing capabilities, posed a significant threat. How had they matched him against a competitor of the 15 generals caliber? A single loss would mark the end of Zhuang Zhou's streaming career. The EMP hall in Tianjin was abuzz with excitement. After all, Zhuang Zhou hailed from their institution, and recently, he had become a minor celebrity. In truth, many speculated that with the puppet's consecutive victories, formidable